Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance. No, Lance again. I do that every day. John and Dell along with Joe George this morning here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 1.8% chance, and Dallas gets him. Dallas gets Cooper. They get rewarded. Now, listen, if you think it ain't rigged, do you think he wanted to go to what that the league wanted Washington or Charlotte or Utah to have Cooper Flag? Hells no. And wanted one of the bigger markets to get him. Let's just throw him a bone. You know what? They screwed the whole thing up. They screwed the pooch this year. Let's make Dallas great again. You think they said let's make Dallas great
No,
again?
I don't think that was uttered anywhere in the offices. Did they screw the pooch? If we're going to lean into your conspiracy theory, they gave the Lakers Luca, and then they
Right.
were rewarded by getting Cooper Flag. So in your conspiracy, the league
Yeah.
said, "Do this, and we'll do this." So I don't think they screwed the pooch. I think they did what the league wanted, and then they got their just reward.
Yeah. Make the Lakers great again, and then we'll pay you back for it.
You solidify the Lakers' future for the next 10 years, and then we will give you something for it, and that something is Cooper Flag. If you want to buy into conspiracies,
Yeah. I can see that too. Yep. Okay. Here's what here. We'll take care of you this offseason. Just take one for the team. Nico, I know everybody's gonna hate you, okay? And there'll be death threats, but this is the best thing for the league. We'll reward you. I get that. Okay. I'm with you on this one. All right. Um Dallas getting Cooper Flag. And now, how good is Dallas now? Okay, Nico Harrison. What if he trades away Cooper Flag for Giannis?
well, he did say trading Luca was a short-term move because they thought they could win a title immediately. So that would fall in line with his line of thinking. The problem is they don't have any backcourt help. So if you trade for Giannis, it's Giannis and Christie and AD, and that's it because Kyrie won't be back. Most likely, if he does, it'll be late in the year. There's not a lot of perimeter help, and now Cooper Flag's like 6'8", small forward type, so he doesn't exactly fit the mold. But I don't know if trading for Giannis, other than hey, we got Giannis, helps them because they're not going to be that good without anyone in the backcourt in 2025, 26.
Yeah. I'm not sure Giannis. I don't know. But what would the fan base say if you give up Cooper Flag?
Well, considering how they all were talking about how we deserve this for what happened, I don't think it would go over for them. They think they deserve this. They think what happened with Luca and there was a atrocity. So this is their reward for dealing with it for all of 2 months. You had Dirk, then you transition to Luca. So you had two generational players, and you lost one for like 2 months, and now you might get another one. So I guess they deserve it. So they're not going to be happy with a trade. I think they're more than happy to latch on to another guy they think they can have for a decade and turn them into a town favorite. So Nico better watch himself. You just keep the pick and understand you caught a bit of fortune, or you did the NBA's bidding. So you take your reward and don't screw it up.
Would Giannis? I don't know if you get Giannis in this whole deal. That's a huge screw up. But I don't know. I don't know that they're ready to win. I think you're right. But man, oh man, oh man, how did they get him? How did they get him and we don't? That's just
So the Rockets deserved it more?
Yeah, the Rockets definitely deserve it
Okay.
more.
Well, you talk about the Mavericks. What about San Antonio winding up with the number 2 pick? So both teams in the state, besides the Rockets,
And we got
got good fortune. In fact, the Rockets fell a spot,
Yeah, how about that?
which is actually was less likely than moving into the top 4. Yes, by percentages, it was less likely for the Rockets to fall below 9 than it was for them to get into the top 4, and yet it happened. Because both Dallas and San Antonio, Dallas jumped ahead of them. So there we are.
There we have it.
Now you can look into who do you want at number 10. Some guy you've never seen play before.
No, they had a 23% chance to get number 10.
No,
50% 9 and 23% 10. Yeah, and number 1 they only had 3.8, and number 2 4.1.
I said top 4, not 1. What were they to fall into
Top
get
4.
into the top 4?
4.8, 4.9. No, they had a much better chance of getting the best 2 chances were 9 and 10.
Okay,
and they got 10. But neither here nor there. They're picking 10th, and I was looking at the list of guys, and it's a bunch of. I mean, 2 Rutgers guys in the top 4. 2 Rutgers guys. What they do, yeah, they really dominated college basketball last year, and they're gonna have 2 guys in the top 4. I mean, holy crap! What a year! What a terrible year!
Uh,
And the Rockets are picking 10th.
Oh, the chances were 11, not 10. They had a 3.5. That's what I was remembering.
oh well. Either way, they don't get any advantages. They fall, and we can pretend we know something about some guy we didn't watch play at all, and hope the Rockets make the right choice.
Yep. Well, we'll
But as
see.
far as the Rutgers guys, they paid for them. They paid for 2 top guys and didn't work out for them because that's really all they had in their roster, and their offense overall wasn't great. I was listening to people talk about why Rutgers was so bad last year compared to the top level talent, and it wasn't a great offensive system, and the guys that they paid for were all they could really pay for, so there wasn't really a lot of support. And now they're likely to have 2 top 4 picks at a minimum, maybe 2 top 3 picks. Um, so Rutgers can make those graphics. You know, the Rutgers basketball admin will have the graphics ready. Dylan Harper, number 2 overall. Come to Rutgers, be an NBA star, whatever they want to do to capitalize. We won't win games, but we can turn you into an NBA. We can turn you, I put that in quotes, into an NBA lottery pick.
Yeah. So that was the big news, other than, Jason Tatum being carried off the court with a leg injury. We'll see what it is, but no reports yet. But it didn't look good. We'll see whether or not he comes back. The Knicks take a 3-1 lead. Minnesota takes a 3-1 lead last night. 2 games that weren't very good. Boston, holy crap. They are on the brink right now.
Well, the Boston game was compelling, right? I mean, the Knicks were down by double digits early, and they fought back and took a lead, and then they kind of got really going in the fourth as Boston's offense fell apart. And we don't know what it is, but the Tatum thing just isn't about this series.
No.
It's about next year, because if it's what people think it is, which is an Achilles, we're talking about a guy who's going to miss next year,
The whole season.
and then we're talking about a Celtics team who was planning on kind of reorganizing because of how expensive the roster is. Now they may punt on 2025, 26 because Jaylen Brown's not leading them to anything by himself. So are you going to pay an expensive roster to be a first round exit, or are you going to decide, hey, maybe we start shoveling these pieces away for picks, and then hope they'll have to hope that Tatum comes back at his what he was when he left, and maybe they can kind of refresh 2 seasons from now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because without Jason Tatum next season, the East is up for grabs, quite frankly, and we'll find out. But it looks like there's going to be Knicks Pacers in the league can't stand. The league has had a great run here this postseason. If the Knicks get there, did you see the front row? Did you see Steph Diggs up there with Cardi B?
Yeah, I saw him with Cardi. He was on Celebrity Row with Cardi.
Yeah, it was Celebrity Row too. Timothy Chalamet is there, and we're talking about Cardi B and Steph Diggs.
Well, you brought him up first. It was Timothy Chalamet with his girl, Kylie, and then his sister, her sister, Kendall, was there too. And then some dude I don't recognize was standing next to her. And then you saw Cardi B and Steph Diggs.
Yeah. And man, oh man. If the Knicks get there, this is good for the league. I mean, they love the Knicks. There's no question about that. And the Knicks are playing good basketball. They're just playing really, really well.
Well, you would say because they're up 3-1, but this was the first time they actually played well offensively all series. Like, they got their ass kicked in game 3, and they weren't really competitive. Games 1 and 2, they fought back, but one of those was like 91-90. They were down 20 in 3 straight games. This one, they only got up to like mid-teens. I don't remember exactly what it was. So they didn't reach the 20 barrier, but this was the first time the Knicks offense really got going. And you were wondering when they were going to get one of those games. And the Celtics should have been fearful of it because, hey, you're down 2-1. The Knicks haven't really played well. And they played well. And then, of course, you lose your best player. So it's just misery. And this is why you can never count on anything. Like, Jason Tatum was in the midst of one of his better games of his career. It looked like it wasn't going to be enough because the teams around him wasn't playing to his level. And now you go from, even with the Cavs coming into the playoffs, still the favorite in the East to make it to the finals, to now you're like, where is this franchise going for the next year plus while he rehabs? How quickly it'll turn.
Yep. Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know if the Pacers are playing really well. We'll see whether or not. Well, it's still 3-1, but without Jason Tatum, they're in some trouble. The Celtics are in some trouble. That has been the best team in the East for a few years now, and they're really facing it now, down 3-1. Minnesota looking pretty good as well. We'll find out what happens in the other series with Denver and Oklahoma City, but Minnesota is cruising through that series too. So we got some good basketball. We didn't have much of a game last night with our Astros. Did not look good. That was just not great. Down 7-0. They fought back and picked up a 5 spot. You know, Zach DeCenzo's got to play every day. Zach DeCenzo really does deserve to play every day. The dude is hitting, and on a team that is meh offensively. Yainer Diaz has really come to play this last week and a half, or actually this whole month. His OPS is about right around 1,000 now. So the dude really has showed up now in this month, and last month not so much. But offensively, I don't know. Zach DeCenzo has just got to be out there every day. I don't. You got to keep Altuve at second base. And by the way, did you see the throw that he made yesterday? He put a little mustard on it. He has the third worst arm. Is that what they said? Third, or was it the worst?
It wasn't good. I don't remember the exact
I
number.
think it was third worst arm
I
because
saw
he
that.
qualified with throws. Finally qualified with throws. He had the third worst arm in the league, they said. So let's put him in the outfield where we already have a weak center field. Let's put him out there in left field. That's where you hide an arm, second base.
Well, I understand we've had this conversation, but there was one play where he wheeled to his left and tried to make a throw back to second base, and it was weak. So understood why he got to the ball, but he had no juice to get that ball to second. They could actually hit the sliding runner. So I get why they have some complaints or some worries about putting him there. Look, at this point, he's just not going to be a good defensive player anywhere he plays.
Yeah.
He's just not at that level anymore. Have we seen him, Joe? You watch, certainly. Have we seen Altuve being run on that much? I know he's got a bad arm, but has that been a real problem so far this year?
I don't think so. I mean, it's because it feels like he's barely getting the ball out there.
Only that's why you put him out there.
That's why he's out there, because
Yeah.
like it's just not. He's out there and left in a lot of Fromber games and things like that. I think that's going to stay the same. But I agree with John. Like DeCenzo needs to play. If you're not going to send Cam Smith down, then DeCenzo just needs to be your everyday left fielder. It's your best lineup. It's nuts and bolts, simple. Like just do it that way. You don't need to have Brendan Rodgers at second base. Play Altuve there. Just put the best lineup on the table. You're not scoring runs. Like you need to score runs.
That's exactly what they need to do. And you know what? They picked up a few last night, but after they were down 7, Kansas City is one of the worst offenses in baseball, and they lit up Ryan Gusto last night. That's what. Listen, this is what we're gonna have to deal with now. The Astros pitching has been great this year. They had the lowest whip going into last night in the league. So we got a little bit spoiled. But Gusto, you got to expect these kind of outings from him, and that was one of them. But with this Kansas City team, not good. It's just not a good team. So that was a little disappointing last night, being down 7-0. Turn on a little basketball. Time to turn on a little basketball last night. 713-780-3776 is your number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us. No Lance today. You guys can come on in and hang out with us. You're more than welcome. Right now, I'm talking a little Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is where you can get your powder coating on. What is it that you need fixed? What is it that is old? What is it that looks terrible? What is it that's rusted out? What is it? You got patio furniture that you need fixed with the straps and the slats and everything else? Well, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. Houston Powder Coaters, Robin and everybody over there, they're just fantastic at what they do. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. They'll pick it up and deliver it absolutely free. What is it that you have that they need to come and get? They will come and get it. Robin will tell you whether or not she can help you. There's a lot of stuff that she can't help you with. It's okay. Robin will help you out with whatever it is, and she'll be honest with you. I can save that. I can't save it. What you need to do is get new stuff, or hey, send it over and we will fix it. Houston Powder Coat has been doing it for forever, and they're one of, if not the best in the area. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. Tell Robin, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here. Astros lose last night, 7-5 was your final. Bullpen looked good. They held everything intact, and that's not a great bullpen. But Taylor Scott did his job, and the rest of the guys, Ort and Okert and all the other guys, they did their job last night. So the Astros lose 7-5 was the final. That came back with some runs at the end, but it was too little too late once again for your Astros. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know that game that the Hotspur and the Manchester United game, the Tottenham?
Yeah, their Europa League final.
Yeah, the Europa. Because we had Buda or whatever the hell it is, Glimt.
Yeah, we had Bent,
our friend,
our Norwegian friend. Yes.
Yeah, he called into the show last week, and they had the game last week, and Bent called in, and they lost the game. Do you see who's refereeing this game between Tottenham and Man U?
Is it someone I should know?
Yeah, was Zwayer. This guy Zwayer. He is a referee with past links to match fixing. How do you still soccer in Europe?
Mm-hmm.
Is it crooked? Is it more crooked than the NBA draft?
There have been more proven claims of match fixing than we have ever had of lottery fixing. So yes, I would say it's more crooked.
Well,
we've actually proven what goes on in international soccer, and apparently they're very forgiving, because as much as crooked as people think the NBA is, Tim Donaghy would never get another chance.
Never bring him back, ever.
No,
right? I mean, you get caught fixing games. I think you should be. I think we can find somebody else. I'm pretty sure we can.
I feel like a lot of people will do that job, in particular in a big final like that. I'm not sure why he is the chosen ref, and it seems foolhardy, just because even if he hasn't done it since, it just opens up the possibility, because you have Man U, major club, who, I mean, I forgot, it might have been called Fergie time, which is the name of their manager, Alex Ferguson, where Man U at home would just randomly get extra minutes to come back and tie a game or win it. People always thought they were getting extra time. So they have that around them anyway. And now you have this referee who is going to be involved. So let's see. The calls trend Man U's way. I'm sure people will bring it up.
Apparently, he was one of the officials who brought German second division referee Robert Heuser his match-fixing plot to light. And Heuser was banned for life, but he took $300 from Heuser, and he took a $300 payment from Heuser, and was suspended for failing to refuse the offer. He was bribed.
He was bribed. Did they prove that he took the money and then went on to match fix, or did he just take the money and go, thanks, man, but I'm not going to help you do this? What do we know about this guy?
Well, he took the offer and then was suspended for taking the offer and for failing to report it. He also to report it properly, apparently. But this is your sport. Congratulations.
I love the sport.
Congratulations.
There's still no proof that he actually match fixed. Just that he took money to match fix. Which, I think about that as if I was a criminal, I'm sure I wouldn't live long, because I'll do that for you. Pocket the money. Well, I'm not afraid of you. What are you going to do to me? Like the referee who's giving me money, I'm supposed to be afraid of him?
Yeah, right. Well,
I guess I got to know his backers.
Yeah, that's who you need to be afraid of.
Like I'll have to do some investigation, but I always think, what happens? Is this guy gonna kill me if I take money from this referee? Mm-hmm. It's all about the people who are behind him. So I don't know what Felix Zayer knew about the guy he just took money from. But it's also like in those police movies where you got to have a little dirt on you, or the cops won't trust you.
Absolutely.
So he took a little. So Felix took a little money because he didn't want Robert Zoyer to maybe do something to him, because he wouldn't take the money.
Well, taking the money and not doing what you're supposed to do usually doesn't end well for you.
Yeah, he's fine. He's in a big final.
Yeah,
it went well for him.
Yeah, well, he's okay now. I guess it is. I guess it is a big final. I would think you could find somebody that didn't, get suspended.
It's just $300, John. It's chump change.
Well, if he's taking $300, he'll take. What if I offer him $1,000? Good Lord,
he'll just take it and pocket it too. And then, hey, wait a minute, you didn't give me my result.
Well, they didn't say whether or not he.
Yeah, I don't think
he got the results.
I think if that had been proven, he wouldn't be there. He just took a couple extra bucks, some lunch money for a couple weeks, and he's just fine. So I think he got like what, a 6-month ban or something, and from his country's federation. But this is all the way back in 2005. This man, 20 years later, this man isn't rehabilitated. He can't work a final now.
Well, speaking of which, did you see that the U.S. has been given a list from Argentina of 1,500 names of people, of violent fans that they don't want in the country? They want banned from the games, from the
For the
World Cup.
So,
Yeah. Oh, this is a qualifier here, I guess. Yeah, this is. I mean, Argentina said for during Club World Cup. Yeah.
15,000, I see it. Has 15 violent
15,
fans.
yeah, excuse me, not 1,500. 15,000, excuse me.
So
15,000.
So for people who don't know, the Club World Cup, they pick teams who are very successful around in their domestic leagues, and they put them together. They say, who's the best club team in the world? Usually Champions League decides that, but because that's only Europe-based, now they have the Club World Cup where I think an MLS team is involved, maybe Inter Miami, I'm not sure. And then you have teams from South America along with the European teams. They play each other. It's not a tournament the players take all of that seriously, but they will play and they'll get a trophy and celebrate all that stuff. And I guess the club from Argentina has like 15,000 violent fans that, hey, just be on the lookout for these 15,000 people.
15,000.
Be aware.
As if our borders don't have enough to do.
You can track
Border
them.
Patrol.
You can track. Well, I don't know if they're coming through Mexico. Maybe you can just track them through flights. Hey, guys.
We got to look out. Wait, Argentina, 15,000 you have?
I mean, at that point, like, just no one from Argentina can come.
Well,
like just say,
right?
Are
If you're from Argentina, you just can't come.
Yeah,
in.
just ban them all right now.
Are there
just for this?
Are there not 15,000 violent Celtics fans?
Philadelphia
Good counterpoint.
Ohio State fans?
Ohio
Are there
State
not
and
15,000 of those?
And
Not that there's ever going to be a club college football cup or something in Argentina where they have to worry about it, but like we got our own, and which maybe is a bigger reason to keep the Argentinians out. We got our own.
I don't think we have 15,000
violent Ohio State fans.
I mean, it's probably close.
What
to
are we
15,000.
talking about? Like these people aren't violent all the time. It's not their violence comes from their club. I would say the people who root for that team in Columbus aren't violent all the time, but when it comes to Ohio State football, they'll get violent. So I think it's the same thing. Can we ban Ohio State fans from certain places? Maybe they shouldn't have been at the national title game.
Did we have? I mean, 15,000. You got to control your people. Holy crap! What is wrong with you people? I mean, well, listen, we thought Lance McCullers, that was a big deal. That's just everyday occurrence in Argentina, right? If you miss if you're the goalie and you let a goal in, I'm sure you have all kinds of death threats, right? A big goal.
I mean, the problem is we're going to pretend like it's not an everyday occurrence here. This one just got reported because kids were mentioned, but we're going to act like guys don't get threatened all the time.
Yeah, no, but
in this country,
but I think they go through with it down there. I really do.
Well, we know it happened.
Yeah, we had. Yeah,
that was Colombia, but it did happen.
Same thing.
Well, no.
In
fact, Melissa would tell you they're not the same.
No,
thing.
they're not the same.
Melissa down the hall would say, "No, Colombia and Argentina definitely not the same thing. They're hated rivals."
Yeah, no question. But I mean, a lot of hated rivals are almost the same, aren't they?
Are LSU fans like Arkansas fans?
They're just like Alabama fans.
Oh no, but hated rivals. Are you like the pigs?
Arkansas's not a hated rival.
Are you like you call them dirty, stupid pigs or whatever you call them?
That's not a rival. They're not rivals. I mean, they've done nothing.
You got a giant trophy that says your rivals. That boot trophy that you guys pan out depending on the win.
Everybody's got a boot.
Well,
everybody's got a boot. Arkansas's not. Del, trust me. Arkansas's not a rival.
I'm no longer talking to you, Joe. We play CFB 25, and if Arkansas plays LSU, it says rivalry game right there on it. I'm just telling you what the public thinks it's a rivalry. That's all.
It ain't a rivalry. Trust me.
I see that giant stupid trophy you guys
it's
hand back
and forth.
Giant
stupid pig is what it is.
There it is.
Yep.
You wouldn't talk about a rival that way, though, right? I guess.
No.
Stupid
Alabama's
pigs.
a rival. Florida's a rival. Play every year. Arkansas.
You play every year too.
Yeah, it's a mad game. No one cares about
Except
that.
When they beat you, and then it's all hell breaks loose.
Well, they only beat them because they had steroids. Okay, that's why.
Yeah, LSU strength and conditioning program completely clean.
Cleanest in the country. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Have you ever seen anybody get busted for steroids on an LSU team? No. Thank you.
Would you like me to look it up?
Yeah, go look it up.
Okay,
go look it up. 713-780-3776, the number if you want to get in here with us. You're more than welcome to do that. I, right now, have got to talk about my man, John Clay Wolf, over at GimmeTheVin.com. GimmeTheVin.com is where you can get $14,000 a month in cash. Cash, okay? John Clay Wolf has a giveaway of 14,000. Well, one guy sold his car to John Clay Wolf and got 14,000 on top of it because he was in. When you sell your car to John Clay Wolf, he's going to put 1,000 entries in the hopper. If you just go to the website and you mail in your entry, you get 250. $25,000 a month. One guy picked up 14,000 after he sold his car and got the most from John Clay Wolf. Okay, so if you sell him your car, you're going to get 1,000 entries into the $25,000 a month giveaway. That's what's going on with John Clay Wolf and GimmeTheVin.com. GimmeTheVin.com is where you sell your car. It's where you get the most for your vehicle. If you can't beat CarMax, he's going to send you $100. So if you're going to sell your vehicle, there's one place that you have to go. And you could pick up cash as well on top of the money that he gives you. It's all at GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, Manos Husan coming back to the University of Houston. If he doesn't get guaranteed NBA money, which probably will not. You know what? Get you some guaranteed money here. Probably makes Uzan as a second rounder. Where's he making more money, here or in the league?
How do the Cougars value him as their starting point guard or starting guard? That would play a factor. I don't know the strength of their NIL program. I know they've recruited well, so I'm sure it can't be bad over the last year or two. So he will test the waters, and it's a smart thing to do. See where what the NBA thinks of you. And the question for him is, does he want to spend another year in school? And if he gets a thought that he's going to be a mid to high second round pick, maybe that's enough for him. I just don't know how much he values playing in college basketball. And that might determine it all. If he doesn't really want to play college basketball anymore and he thinks he can be a second round pick, that may be enough for him.
Yeah, it's hard to play for Kelvin Sampson for years. You get tired because dude works you hard. How about the recruiting class that he has? Holy crap. He is killing it. Like the best recruiting class in the country. And with already being in the championship game this year, this is with a bunch of guys coming back. This is going to be another good team. This is our best program in any sport right now. They're playing at a level higher than anybody, higher than in anybody, relatively speaking, in their sport. So, Milo Suzan, come on back. He had himself a nice. He struggled early, but he certainly found his groove, and he found where he fit into this program, and he was instrumental in getting them to that final game. There's no question about
Right
that.
now, about 6 newcomers when you include the 2 transfers, and also the high school recruiting class is the best in the country according to 24/7. So you've got the 5-star and Sinek Jr., the big man, and then you have a couple 4 stars and then a 3-star from locally from Pearland, Bryce Jackson. So they did a great job at stacking talent, and they're at a point now where we know the success is there. Now, if you're going to add high level talent year after year, it's a program that people want to play for. And of course, we all hear it that they will get the guys that fit the program. And there are enough, despite the conversations about divas and 5 stars and 4 stars, there are enough guys who are going to want to play for Kelvin Sampson that they can continue to recruit high level players. The question will be do they become more like Sinek Jr., 7th best player in the country, top center? Do we get more one and dones for the Cougs, which we don't normally see outside of Jarris Walker, who's playing for the Pacers right now? That might be something that changes if they continue to recruit at this level, where a kid comes for a year, does everything he needs to do for Houston because he likes the style of play, likes Kelvin Sampson, but then you know what? I'm a high level recruit. Time for me to go play in the NBA. We might see more of that if they're going to recruit at this level.
Is that better? Is that better to have better players, but they're one and done, or get guys like look at none of the guys on this team this year, and they made it to the championship game. None of these guys are NBA first rounders, and look at what they did. Is it better to have a program that keeps guys around and they 4 or 5 years than getting the one and dones? Maybe so.
I think it depends on what your program is. Like Duke is fine doing it. They have a history. Now they used to not do that, but that has certainly changed the last 20 years. They have a program that understands, and the players understand when they go there, we're going to compete, we're going to play hard, we're going to play Duke basketball, but we understand you guys are here for a year, and that works for them. Now the Cougs, if they start to accrue that type of talent, it'll have to be something where they find a balance where Kelvin Sampson understands that I got to get my right guys, but I also understand that these guys are using this as a jumping off point into the next phase of their lives, and that's the NBA draft. So it's a bit of a balance, but I think you would trust the experienced coach to understand who fits, who doesn't, and who's there for the right reasons, and understand that having great talent can be a difference. Look, they were seconds or at least minutes away from winning a national title. Would a more talented team have run Florida off the floor? I don't know. But it doesn't hurt to have it. You just got to figure out a way to balance it all.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Chris is here. Wants to get in, talk a little Rockets. What do you say, Chris? Chris, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that. I can hear you. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. Headed to game day Men's Health right now, as a matter of fact, for a little 8 a.m. appointment. But I wanted to ask you guys a quick question. Dell, now that the draft has happened in the draft order, we have the 10th pick. Like, gun to your head, do you see us holding that pick and maybe trying to get a shooter out of that? Do you see us packaging that as part of a draft? I also heard yesterday, maybe you guys can confirm because you guys are more in touch than I am. I heard that we're going to keep Cam Whitmore now. Like, he's not going to be traded. Did you guys hear that? I just wanted to kind of see some Rockets thoughts you guys might have. Thanks, guys.
Well, the guard I heard that they weren't going to trade was Jalen Green. That report came out yesterday morning that they aren't enamored by Devin Booker's year in Phoenix, and they think Jalen Green, because of his age, he's younger and he doesn't cost as much, is a better fit, and they like his future. I mean, we went through the numbers. Devin Booker was still like a 26-7 guy, well, 46% from the floor at 28 years old, however old he is. So I'm a little maybe not shocked, but that's just internally what they're saying to reporters. But I'm bothered by the fact that Devin Booker's down year is still so much better than Jalen's. But whatever, there are a lot of factors there. As far as I didn't hear the Cam Whitmore thing. As far as draft picks, it's going to be a bunch of guys we're going to have to do research on, because did I watch enough Illinois basketball to know anything about Kasparis Jakashunas or Shionis, or whatever you say his last name? No, I don't know if he's any good, but he is a point guard. And Joe, I talked to Joe about it during a break. Didn't they just draft a relatively smallish guard who they didn't put on the floor last year? Are they going to draft another guard? Particularly if Jalen Green's going to be here and Reed Shepherd's going to be here.
Well, these two that they're looking at are bigger, though. Reed is small.
Okay.
Kasparis is 6'6", and Igor Demon from BYU is 6'9". Both point guards. Not great shooters, though. Not great shooters.
Fits the profile.
27% from three for
Yikes.
Igor. Not great.
Yeah. Now Kasparis is that's the only name I'm going to be able to say. I'm going to call him Kasparis.
Yeah, Kasparis.
He is he's only a freshman, so he's a younger player. So it's not like he's been in college for a while and still can't shoot. So it does add some size. Once again, if Fred's coming back and Jalen's going to be here, does Kasparis become another pick that doesn't play, or is that pick going to be used to trade for someone? When will there be a consolidation trade, as Lance likes to say?
Is the 10th pick going to? I mean, we know Ime. How much is the 10th pick? The third pick couldn't get on the floor this year. The 22nd pick from 2 years ago couldn't get on the floor this year. He's not into playing. He's not that into playing young guys.
Well, he has to play some because they're full of them, but he's not going to hand minutes to a young player. You have to definitely earn it, and Reed Shepherd didn't do enough of that. The Cam Whitmore stuff has been well documented. I don't know that a pick this low, it's still the lottery, is going to be someone who finds minutes. I was talking to Sean about it. I'm not sure if I was a rookie and I knew I was in the Rockets range, I would want to get drafted by the Rockets. Am I gonna play early? Am I gonna be one of those sad faces with Cam Whitmore waiting to play? I would, if I'm them, I'm using this pick to consolidate. You know, it was a bit ago. Remember when Jeff Van Gundy traded like Rudy Gay's pick for Shane Battier?
Yeah,
I would think something in that line would help the Rockets more than the 10th pick overall.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if they don't trade the pick away, and I don't know. We'll see. But what about the big dude from Duke, Monowak?
Is he going to make it there? And that's the question. That guy is someone I was listening to a draft podcast this morning. They believe he's going to go higher than where the Rockets are right now. So they may not have the opportunity to get him.
I'm looking at him as the 14th pick right now in this mock draft. There's all kinds of different mock drafts, but having a replacement for Steven Adams might be something that would be better off than it obviously depends on what you do with Fred, right? That's gonna determine something. You are the 10th pick now, so you don't have the Cooper Flag pick. So you got to really get to work, as opposed to dreaming about having Cooper Flag. Only the Mavs can do that now. I don't know. You might need a backup center. So we'll see what they do. We'll see. Is it Malawak? Is that how you pronounce it? Whether or not he'll be around, or you go get that big point guard as opposed to the shorter one that you got this year. Because didn't Reed Shepherd play well defensively in the preseason? I mean,
I remember him.
There's all kinds of talk about how he had the great hands that he had, and the tip balls, everything that was going on.
Well, look now. The regular season is one thing, and that might be something where you push back on Ime not playing him, because were Aaron Holiday's minutes that important to we talked about it, your push for the 2 seed when you lost the 2 seed in a matter of one playoff game? Why couldn't Reed Sheppard have gotten those minutes and figured some stuff out? But if you're talking about guys for a team who wants to be a contender, Reed Sheppard would get hunted mercilessly in a postseason. We were watching Jalen Brunson as a great offensive player get punished as much as the Celtics can. So that would be a fear when you have a small player. Every time down the court, that's the guy we're targeting over and over again to get good offense. So that's why Reed Sheppard's size is a bit of a problem, because there are just a lot of wings and big time guards in this league who will attack him. So I thought he played relatively well defensively in the preseason, but I mean, if we're doing the whole trust teammate thing, there wasn't enough there to convince him to play, particularly if he wasn't going to shoot the ball well early, where you couldn't keep him off the floor because of how well he was shooting. Then now you're just getting a guy who can have an off night shooting and also get punished defensively.
Yeah.
So Reed Sheppard's biggest strength, for much as we talk about his quickness and his hands and what he might do defensively, he has to make himself a guy who you can't take off the floor because he's shooting the ball so well.
That's it. He's got to overcome whatever. Although he may be putting you down on the floor if you've got defensive deficiencies.
He's supposed to be an elite shooter. He has to be elite if he's going to have the size he can't fix. He's going to have to be a guy who just consistently is a threat to knock down shots, where you will take some of the bad of his defensive deficiencies because of how good he is putting the ball in the bucket.
All right, 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts on anything? You're more than welcome to get in here. Astros lose last night. The whole world lost with Dallas getting the number 1 pick.
I really think you're overlooking the fact that the Spurs can use number 2 to get whatever they want to. Like, they have a high-profile draft pick. They got young players. They can use that to trade for whoever the hell wants to play there.
Is that number 2 pick that valuable?
If you're a team who's going to lose a star, yes. You
to get a Rutgers guy?
You want as many. It doesn't have to be one of the Rutgers guys. It could be someone else. I know the draft is Cooper Flagg and no one else, but someone has to go after him. And if they have the number 2 pick, it's going to be a valuable asset for a team who's maybe having to rebuild.
We'll see whether or not they can use that to yeah. I don't know. A lot of NBA drafts are 5, 6 deep. This one seems to be 1.
No, it's not 1. It's just
it's 1 deep.
It's not 1 deep. It's, hey, Cooper Flagg is great, but there are other players. Like I heard this morning, Dylan Harper could be a Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham is a pretty good player. So if Dylan Harper's Cade Cunningham, that's a nice option to have at 2.
He could be a Cade Cunningham. Is that what you just said?
You mean the guy who's rejuvenated Detroit? Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't say he could be a Jalen Green. I said he could be a Cade Cunningham.
Okay.
The All-NBA player, that's not a good choice to have?
You're telling me that this guy could be Cade Cunningham.
You mean the All-NBA player? Yes. That's what people are comparing him to. Yes, and you're telling me Cooper Flagg could be a generational, no doubt about it. I don't know that. That's the same thing. We're having the same discussion. If the number 2 pick can or is Cade Cunningham, I think it's a valuable pick to be able to trade.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
That's what I said.
He couldn't even get him into the postseason.
Well, and you were ripping Cade for not being assertive enough in college.
He wasn't.
Then did it matter in the NBA? No. It didn't at all.
We'll see. I mean, that's pretty lofty expectations.
And it's pretty lofty to drop generational best prospect in 20 years
in the history
Flagg.
of the game.
Yeah,
Cooper Flagg.
It's pretty lofty to put that on him.
In the history of the game. All right. Let's see. Let's hear from the Texans on the other side. Who wants to be a leader? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you want to be a leader. And we got one. And we'll talk about that next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, we're talking about Doc Linville. I got the hat thing going on. I don't know why, because Doc, he's got my hair just awesome because of Doc. I love me some Doc Linville, because Doc Linville has really, really done an unbelievable job with a lot of, not just me, but a lot of people in this city. The Doc is one of the leaders in hair movement. I don't call it hair replacement because it's not replacing. It's just moving. It's moving from the side and the back. It's moving from inside your head to through your head. With the PRP stimulates your own growth, right? That's just a way for your growth of your hair to be accelerated. Well, he's also moving the hair from the side and back of your head to the top of your head. That's not hair replacement, okay? That's just hair movement. Move it where you want it. You want your hair on the top of your head, not on the back and the sides. You want it on the top of your head. That's where That's where the ladies like it. So if you're looking for a great way, don't wait. Do not, if you're starting to recede, if you're starting to see that bald spot starting to get bigger, do it now. Do it before it's just way too much work to do. So if you're sitting there right now, if you wake up in the morning and you go, this is getting bad, let's go. Go to 975hair.com. Make the move, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So this was just announced, Joe?
Yes.
Steelers, Vikings?
Yeah, Steelers,
Ireland?
Vikings in Ireland, and then Vikings, Browns in London.
What is it? Steelers who?
Steelers, Vikings is in Ireland, and then it looks like the Vikings are also going to London to play the Browns.
What? Boy, poor
Yeah.
Vikings gotta, what?
Yeah.
They're like, hey, what the hell? Why we got to go over there twice? Yeah, and you would think in Ireland they'd want Notre Dame, but okay. All right, they got the Vikings.
Well, Notre Dame's. I mean, I've had Notre Dame. Didn't they have Notre Dame
Yeah,
a
they
couple
did.
years ago?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Versus Navy?
I think so.
Was
yeah.
it Navy they played there?
Yeah, and last year was it Florida State, Georgia Tech, something like that. So Ireland's in the mix for college football and NFL now.
Yeah, I don't know. Vikings, Steelers in Ireland. Not sure.
Well, what could they have that would be appealing to the Irish?
Green team. I like the Eagles.
You think they're as basic as long as
They're
there's
basic.
green in it
They're
that
basic.
they're gonna care? They're
That's
gonna
it.
love it.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So Eagles, Packers.
Eagles, Packers would be perfect for
Okay.
Ireland. They would not. They're just singing. They
Well,
don't care.
they did that last year. They put them in Brazil.
Yeah, but they hated green. They
I know,
put the two
I
green
know.
teams that where they hate green. Okay, how stupid is that?
The green was the rival, was the color of the rival team for that for
Right.
that home stadium. So they warned people don't wear green.
Don't wear green here.
Someone had to. Oh, I guess the Eagles could have worn their black jerseys, but someone did wear green. I don't remember who it was. Either way, they were telling fans don't walk around with green on.
That was in Brazil, right?
Yes, it was.
15,000 fans.
That's
They're violent
those
fans.
are the
Same thing.
Those Argent. I
Same
would
thing.
really wish you wouldn't say every South American country is the
It's
same.
kind of the same thing.
It
It really kind of is.
Italy and Portugal, same thing, right?
No.
Crazy.
Not even close.
Oh, that's crazy, right?
Spain and Portugal, yes.
Okay.
Same thing.
Oh,
but
well.
Italy and Portugal, no, that's stupid.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Stupid. Okay. Both
Yeah.
European countries. I just thought they're the same thing.
That's not the same thing.
All right.
That's ridiculous. So Nico, you know what? Nico's got to be a leader in that room, right? Last year, he doesn't have Tank, and apparently Tank was a leader in that room. I don't know how Tank got the leadership role, but he did.
He was big dog in that room, apparently.
He's a little fella too.
Big personality.
He does have a lot of personality, that's for sure. Tank does have a lot of personality. Unfortunately, he's not going to be in that room all season long. And Nico seems to be a quieter guy, right? I mean, but maybe now that he's got a lot of young guys in that room, which he's going to have a lot of young guys in that room, he's going to have to be more vocal. Here's Nico talking about being a leader this year.
No, it's just an article.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know
it's under audio.
Oh, local stuff.
Yeah.
He spoke to Aaron Wilson about it.
Oh,
Aaron Wilson talked about, Nico wants to. He had, as you said, kind of laid it out. He has to. It's a new guy in Christian Kirk. I don't know how vocal he is, and then you have rookies and guys who haven't accomplished much in the league. So who are you going to look to beyond?
He's got to be.
He's got to be.
Right? He's got to be. You know what? It's not a bad. We'll see how good Jaden Higgins is. I mean, a lot of people are putting Nico Collins on him right now because of the, I guess, the body comparisons, right? And I think he looks a lot like him, as far as the way he plays. But we'll find out whether or not he can live up to those expectations, because that's not going to be easy. But quite frankly, the room is better this year. I think the room is better. We had at this time last year we had Diggs and we had Tank. And Nico.
The room is young and inexperienced. So the question is Christian Kirk better than Stephon Diggs? Because Nico's the same, but is that the improvement?
Well, he's different, isn't he? Stephon Diggs was a bit more of a possession receiver, right? And I'm not sure that Higgins are going to blow the top off, but
you had Tank, who he was coming off an injury last season, but we knew he was a good player. And we had Stephon Diggs, an accomplished in between the hashes, short yardage guy, can go score touchdowns. And of course, Nico. Right now you have Christian Kirk, who the Jags said, we don't want to pay you anymore, get out of here, and then rookies. I would lean to last year's room because they're a more proven commodity.
Except Tank didn't really fulfill what we thought
we didn't know that going in.
No, but I know that. But what after seeing what he did, we know that he absolutely did not live up to the expectations that we had for him.
Well, maybe that had to do with the veteran and Stephon Diggs taking, if you want to say, the attention away, having less opportunities. But right now, I don't know. You have two rookies who stepped foot on the practice field, but that's about it. I would lean to next year until proven otherwise.
Yeah. Well, Stephon Diggs was okay. Stephon Diggs was pretty good. He wasn't great. Nico was great. And Tank was a disappointment. And other than that, you really didn't get much of a contribution out of the room. I mean, Xavier gave you a little bit once everybody was down. Mechie still hasn't. It'll be interesting to see what Mechie's role is. Is Noel that guy now? Is he the Mechie role? And Mechie, is there a use for Mechie?
So I'll ask you this: will one of these rookies, since we're going to go Steph to Christian Kirk, will one of these rookies, or will they combine to catch 51 and score for 600 yards? That's what Tank did. As disappointing as it was for him, those are his numbers: 51 catches, about 670 yards, 3 TDs.
Yes.
Will someone get there?
Yes. Jaden will. Yes. Higgins will have those numbers and more. I think he's got to play a role. And is Christian Kirk? What's Christian Kirk going to do? I mean, is he going to fill how many did Diggs have in his short time?
Oh, I'd have to pull it up. I don't know. I can pull it up right now as far as his stats.
Can he get those numbers? Can Nico get the numbers that he has had? Can Christian Kirk pick up either Tank's numbers or Diggs' numbers? And can Jaden Higgins pick up the other guys?
Diggs in 8 games, 47 catches, just under 500 yards, 3 TDs in less than half the season.
6 catches a game. Can Kirk or Higgins get that for you? That's quite a bit. It's actually that's a big number.
Yeah.
6 catches.
And they're going to want to run the ball too. So I don't think they're just going to be a pass happy offense unless put in situations because they're down in games. So there's a balance there. Now there is a new OC, so that has to play a part in the equation. And you also have what right now appears to be a less talented offensive line, mostly because there's no Tunsil. So we talked about it. The questions all are due, at least for me, about the offensive line, and then we can have a real conversation. If they're average, then we can have a real discussion about how good this offense can be and how the weapons around them work. But if they're as bad as they were last year, then we're going to be asking why these guys aren't producing, and we're just going to point to the 5 who are protecting CJ because they were the issue last year.
Well, it's bad as that offensive line was last year. You did get some. I mean, actually, there were more receptions. Tanks had 51 catches, and Diggs had 47. Schultz had 53. Nico 68 for 1,000 yards. And he only 12 games. There were a lot more catches than I thought, if you want to know the truth.
CJ threw for under 4,000 yards, which was a down, was
Mhm.
down from last year, and we know he was affected by the offensive line play, and that makes sense. So, and that was a second year in the system. Now the system turned out to be one that didn't work, but now we're talking about a new system for him, new system for everybody. How do they adapt to Nick Caley as a first-time play caller? Look, it's all about Caley and the front 5. I think we kind of know. We think CJ's pretty good. We would like a bounce back year, and Kirk and Collins are at least accomplished NFL wide receivers. Kirk, if can he be great? I think he can be good. And then we need one contributor from the rookies. I don't expect both of them to be big time players, but if you can get one of those guys to be what Tank was as a rookie, then you really got something. But this is a Caley and O-line joint, or a Caley and Popovich joint, I'd say.
17 games, 20 touchdown passes by CJ. Got to be better. Got to be more. It's got to be more this year. 3,700 yards over. Does he get over that this year? He's got to go over that, right? I mean, it wasn't a great year, and he threw for 3,700 yards. It's got to be more than that, and you got to rely on these young guys. You absolutely are going to have to rely. Now you're going to get a little bit of contribution. I don't know. Is Watson even going to make the team? We'll see. Is Xavier Hutchinson going to be on this club? Xavier had 15 catches last year. How many catches does Joe Mixon have this year? Under over 36. That's what he had last year.
So last year CJ came in 15th in passing yards. Now Caleb Williams, young player, Jaden Daniels, as great as he was, came in right under CJ. Of course, you had guys who normally pass for a lot of yards, like Tua was hurt. Jalen Hurts threw for under 3,000 yards. I didn't know he was that low, but didn't matter when they won a Super Bowl. So he was right in middling, like his overall season was. So yeah, if he's supposed to be a top 10 at worst quarterback, yeah, you got to get in that 4,000 range, and that will have to do. Like I think you'll get Kirk and Nico, and then who's the next? Who's the other guy? Whether it be Noel or Higgins, either way,
yeah.
One of the two. I mean, it's not like Noel was a third-day pick. He was a second-day pick too, right? He was drafted in the 3rd round. So that's another guy that you are going to count. If you draft a receiver in the 3rd round, you expect him to contribute.
You expect him to be one of the best in the league.
Well,
that's what you did with Nico. I mean, no, I mean that he's hit on wide receiver, and if he liked Higgins in the second round,
he hit on one receiver. Oh, 2. Tank got hurt. But yeah, but Tank wouldn't be classified as one of the best league. But I get your point. You want to be productive, but you took 2, so you need at least one of those 2 to be productive this year. I don't know if we're going to get giant contribution from 4 receivers, but you need at least 3 to be guys you can depend on.
Yep. And Nico's got to stay healthy. There's another thing. Nico got to stay healthy. Need you on the field. Not 12 games. So you got to be on the field for all 17 this year. There's no question. CJ needs you. Our guys need you. Okay. And thank you for your service. 713-780-3776. The number if you want to get in here with us. I want to talk about Ownwell. I want to talk about, okay, we're a day closer to Thursday. Yep. Tuesday's a day closer to Thursday. See, Thursday is the day that you have to protest your property taxes. You can't let it go anymore. If you do, then the government wins. The government is screwing you out of money. Okay. That's 86% of the time they do that. 86% of the time, Ownwell wins. So that's a crazy high number, isn't it? I would think it'd be like, oh, half the time, we get people, we're able to save people money. 86% of the time, the government's wrong that much? That is crazy. So the government is charging you too much for your property taxes 86% of the time. That means that you need to fight them. You can protest your property taxes, but you don't have to do a thing. All you have to do is go to ownwell.com and let them do everything. It takes about 3 minutes to sign up and let them go. And they do everything, and you do nothing, and you only pay them a fraction of whatever they save you. So you're looking for the best way to save some money this year. Ownwell.com. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. The deadline, May 15th. That's Thursday. That's OWNWELL.com. All right, hour number 2, 713-780-3776. It's a holiday show, pretty much. John, Dell, and Joe here with you. Just basically talking about whatever. We've talked soccer. We talked soccer in the first hour.
I like how you lay that at our feet.
What?
You wanted to talk about the corrupt referee.
Yeah.
I want to talk about.
I like to talk about corruption in the game.
I want to talk about real stuff. What people care about. We have all the matchups and dates for the international games, except for who the Chargers are playing in Brazil on opening week. Week 4, Joe told us Minnesota versus Pittsburgh in Dublin. He also mentioned that Minnesota is going to be in London in week 5, so they're going to stay over there.
The only thing good about that is that you wake up and the game's on. That's
for us.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only good thing about who cares if they're in, I mean, that's, the big announcement. I mean, did we need Laura Rutledge and Colleen Wolfe, giving us during the draft that big song and dance about the schedule.
I would say we
Is
don't
that
need.
tomorrow? It's tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
It is tomorrow. If we find out where we know who the Texans are playing.
If that happened on Saturday, I don't know why anyone was watching the draft on Saturday. You can just get your updates on your phone. So
that happened in the first round, I think.
it did.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
I think they did. I think it did.
I think I was watching actual sports that day as opposed to the draft. I just kept track of it on my phone. But in week 6, so it's week 4, week 5, week 6. So we're at week 6. Denver and the Jets in London, and then week 7, the Rams and the Jags, of course, in London. Atlanta and Indy and Berlin, and then Washington, Miami, and Madrid. So those are your
the
international.
Rams got to be like, what? Wait, we're the furthest team from there. Why do we have to go all the way over? What?
to play the Jags.
I mean, why not take the Redskins, the Commanders?
Because the Commanders are playing Miami and Madrid, so they already got their international.
That's stupid.
game.
They're closer to Europe.
But they've already got their international. game.
Okay, that's great. No, they're playing in Madrid. The Commanders are.
yes.
Good for them. Good. That's where you should go. Buffalo, you go. Jets, yeah. Giants, go. Although nobody wants to do the Giants anywhere.
Well, Denver's going to London too. So
I know. Why would you take Denver and LA? Why would you make them go all the
because
way?
you got to take somebody.
No, it's terrible for those teams.
What do you think about the like they're going to try to do a game every week internationally at some point?
Well, they're going 4 straight weeks, and then they take a couple weeks off and go 10 and 11. So they're getting closer. Where at least
You
one
can't
game
do it
a
at
week.
the end of the season.
They said 16 weeks, so weeks 1 through 16.
1 through 16, they're going to go, and I'm telling you, they just don't care about the players. That travel, is there something to, like last year? Who was it had the least amount of travel? It happens when you're playing. If the NFC East is playing the AFC East, and there's a lot of teams in your proximity, that happens. But it helps if you're not flying across the country. I was on those planes when we had to fly to Seattle, and when we had to go to LA or wherever going. It's a chore. It really is. It makes a big difference if New York is playing Philadelphia versus Miami playing in Seattle. That's a big difference, huge difference. And LA having to go to Europe, it sucks for those guys. That sucks. I mean, yeah, I can see the Jags because, well, first of all, nobody goes to Jags games, so they need to have the games over in London where they have more fans. But there's something to that, having to travel, because LA is what? That's a 10, 12-hour trip.
Yeah, it's about 4.5, 5 hours to New York. So
And that's another 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that sucks. And if I'm LA, I'm like, great. Thanks a lot. Thanks for this.
Joe, did you watch Mad Men ever?
Yeah.
You do you remember one of Don Draper's best quotes? That's what the money's for. That's what the millions of dollars is for you to be jet lagged on your way and to and from London. That's what the money's for. That's why your salaries are as high as they are. I don't feel the sympathy that John feels.
Well,
or the empathy, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you this. Watch at the Rams after, although the Rams always finish strong. The Rams do finish strong. When is that game? When do the Rams travel?
It is week 7, so it's relatively early in the year.
And I wonder if they'll give them the following week a bye. They might give them a bye after that, because traveling back and forth from there, or if they give them an East Coast game and they just stay on the East Coast.
It's possibly that's what's happening in Minnesota. You guys just get to stay in Europe for 2 weeks because they have back-to-back games in Dublin.
That
and
makes
London.
more sense.
Yeah,
that makes more sense. If they're gonna do 2 games in Europe, stay there. Yeah, that's a nice little trip too. Family goes. Bring the wife, kids,
or leave them at home.
Oh, well, you think that's better?
It's for some.
You think it's better to just leave your family at home?
I don't know the familial situation for every Viking, but for some of them, it might be. Please, this is a work trip.
Sorry,
I got to focus on work.
Keep those 6 kids here.
Well, that's Lance's scenario. But for other people, it might just be, hey, honey, this is a work trip. That's Dublin and London. The girls aren't that pretty. Don't worry about it.
What about the media going there for 2 weeks and staying for 2 weeks?
I can't say.
Should we be the home of the Vikings this year?
No, I can't say that's what the money's for the media, because the salaries don't compare. But I'm sure there will be a lot of Minnesota people who are complaining about it, Minnesota media. But hey, that's your job. Go over there and cover. It's just 2 weeks.
2 weeks in Europe?
Yeah,
Paid for by the company?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, what are you complaining about?
All right. I want to be part of their media. All right. Hanging out in Europe for 2 weeks.
You do that on your own.
Oh, no.
You-
I'm
A week and a half.
I'm
at
now
least.
now we're the official station of the Minnesota Vikings. Okay. That's what we're going to be.
I'm trying to think of all the teams we've tried to get here and we didn't get. Just to add the Vikings to the list of teams. I mean, there was a giant push at one point for the Texans.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
You
weren't here for that, Joe, but there was a
Well,
giant
yeah,
push.
except for 610 gave them the entire station.
Well, yeah, they had to. They said we're not losing them, so they went and
Yeah,
did it.
they gave the whole station away.
We've tried in the past.
I think I was here for the Astros.
Yeah.
We tried.
Did we ever try for the Rockets at any point?
Probably.
Yeah, I think the Vikings would just be added to the list of teams that said, "Now we're good." We did get the Dynamo, right?
Yeah.
we did get that
Couple different times.
couple times. Yeah, but we are tried and true is college football. Tune in on Saturdays. A&M football. We'll be back, right?
Yes.
Right.
Speaking of which, A&M baseball is having their problems, huh? I don't know. I don't follow, but A&M was ranked number 1 to start the season, and they
Yes.
were in the championship last year.
Did they play in the final last year?
They were in the World.
Didn't
They were in the World Series.
Didn't they lose their coach to Texas? Wasn't that
Yeah,
one
they
of the big
did. Yeah,
stories?
they did.
Their
Yeah.
manager, or I guess coach in college baseball.
While they were in the World Series.
Yeah, he was very upset about the questions being asked
Yeah.
concerning it, and then of course he took the job.
And this year they're not, and they were number 1 in the country going in, and then they lost like 40 straight games.
We got called by someone. Was it a Texas State fan who called up to celebrate them beating the number 1 team in the country? Like, it's a big story.
Except everybody.
Maybe you should take a clue that you actually beat them. Maybe that was a clue that they weren't very good.
Yeah. Maybe that should have told you how good they were.
Yeah.
They sucked.
Yeah.
And by the way, it wasn't really your best win of the year, Texas State.
No, find another one.
because Texas A&M wasn't very good.
I think they went into Texas during a midweek game. I saw some highlights of that. Maybe that's Texas State's biggest win of the year. I think they got one of those too. But either way, yeah, they were the number 1 team in the country. What was their coach name? Schlossnagel? That's the guy who went to Texas.
Yeah, he went to Texas.
And they stunk this year.
Apparently they got swept by Missouri. I don't know. I'm just taking Jason's word for this. They got swept by Missouri and possibly keeping them out of the tournament altogether.
Is it our fault because we carry A&M baseball as well?
Right. Yeah, but
first time we ever did it this year.
And they've had their most
I was like,
disappointing
this is a great idea.
Years.
They're the number 1 team in the country, and they set the record for the fastest team to ever drop out of the top 25.
Just our luck.
Yeah.
Do you think it was because of us?
I don't know. We might not do it next year. They might not take us back.
Sorry, Eggs. Apologize. Sorry for that. All right, 713-780-3776. It's basically a holiday show, so get in. Whatever you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm heading over to game day after the show, as a matter of fact, and I'm going to go and see my peeps over there. They're wonderful. All right. We have a plan. We stick to the plan. We go through. I go over the plan with them. They meet. They want to see the progress that you're making. They want to make sure that you feel great about everything that's going on. They really care. It's different. It really is different. I've been doing testosterone replacement for years, and I just felt like, man, they just wanted me to get in here and get out of here and give me the shot and let's go beat it, okay? Because we got more people coming in, and we just got to move you through. That's not the kind of patience. That's not the kind of attention that you get at Game Day Men's Health. I really feel like they really do care. I really feel like they've got a plan, that they know what they're doing, and I really feel like this is where I want to be, and this is where I want to get my testosterone replacement and more. They got peptides to help you reach all of your goals, whatever your goal is, be it just more focused at work or being better in the bedroom, be better in the gym, whatever it is, bounce back, everything. They've got the solution for you. So you're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. They've got facilities all over now the city. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Is this really a question, what the Mavericks should do with the number 1 overall pick?
Of course it is. What else would they be talking about? Should they go all in on the now as opposed to the future? I'm sure that's the debate they're having.
I think you would. Okay, so listen, the Mavericks fan base is already exasperated. Exasperated. It already is downtrodden. It got the snot beat out of them this year, right? You can't pull the rug out from under it. Now, what would teams give up? Would Minnesota give up?
No.
Anthony Edwards?
No, they would
no,
not.
they would not. What would it take to get Giannis besides Cooper Flag?
Well, beyond the logistics of contracts to make it all work, they're going to ask for Cooper Flag.
I mean, you're gonna have to do so much that the Mavs wouldn't be able to win.
I mean, they'd probably ask for Derek Lively because Brook Lopez is old. They would like a young center, and the Mavs have centers to spare.
Yeah, they do. They have a couple.
So they would probably ask for that.
Yeah.
The biggest issue for the Bucks going forward is Cooper Flag's great, but they have nothing in their backcourt that they can depend on. So, and the Mavs don't have that to offer either.
Would
so
they
that
ask
would be a
for
start.
Anthony Davis?
They might, but then what are the Mavs doing? Why we're going to trade Cooper Flag and Anthony Davis? To be honest, then we're not winning anything anyway. So why would we do that? But I don't think the Mavs are doing it because I don't think they're set up to win anyway.
Anthony Davis and Giannis. First of all, Anthony Davis isn't around all that much, but
And Giannis
is
played with
that
the big before.
is that a winning combination?
I mean, Giannis played with Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez is a better perimeter shooter, but Anthony Davis is willing to shoot from the perimeter. So Giannis has played with the big before. I think you're protecting the paint like no other. I think that helps. PJ Washington is still there. Maybe that he would go back to Milwaukee. I think it is. You accrue that type of talent. The problem for them is even if you did do it, you still have nothing in the backcourt. So it would be a 2-year type deal where you hope Kyrie comes back. You're maybe making a move to trade for someone who can help in the backcourt. So the Mavs aren't a really perfect fit for Giannis. I think the Mavs should just stick with Cooper Flag because I don't think they are built to win next year anyway.
Honestly, it might make more sense to try to flip Anthony Davis and go in reverse and have Cooper Flag and then whatever you can get in return for AD.
Problem for Nico is
you just traded Luka.
How do you justify? They already want to actually literally kill you. Some people have threatened to kill him. How are you going to justify that? And in his own mind, how does he justify making that move? Unless he's just like Kevin Costner from Draft Day, he doesn't care. He'll just make a trade to make a trade if it makes sense to him. I don't think you can trade Anthony Davis at this point. It just means we get nothing except for being bad, and then we wound up with Cooper Flag, which is a great consolation. But you traded Luka, and the main player you use to justify it, you're going to trade again. It's a very hard thing to maneuver around and explain to people. Yeah. I think this conversation is one they will have continuously until the Mavs eventually come out and say we're not trading the pick. But I don't think there is any reason to fast forward whatever they think their future is.
I think you're going to placate the fan base just by signing by having Cooper Flag.
Yeah, I talked to a buddy who's a Mavs fan last night, and
I think I'd be thrilled.
Yeah, he's like he was like, I'm never watching basketball again.
And now
yesterday afternoon, and then now he's back in.
Yeah,
and it's like they didn't even do anything. They won a lottery, but because of a coin flip, their fans are going to be back in on this because they got another supposed franchise player.
And I'm glad you said supposed, because I'm not moved by all of this conversation. Because you know what I read yesterday? AJ DeBansa is the next generational player, and he's coming in next year. The guy who's getting paid like $7 million to play for BYU for a year.
Yeah,
he could even be better. So how many of these generational players are rolling through? We had Wemby, we've got Flag, and now DeBansa is next. I like to see the man play before I just get all warm in my private parts like other people in this room about Cooper Flag. I just want to see the guy play on an NBA level. Sorry, I'm not moved. Not moved. Let me see him play. Generational. How can you have 3 generational players in 3 seasons? In 4, actually. With
It's
the
a big generation.
Okay. How can you have, I know I'm doing the Lance thing because he hates that word. How can you have like 3 of them in 4 seasons? How? They can't all be generational if there's 4 of them
Well,
or 3 of them.
Cooper Flag did things that you just don't do in college. He did. I mean, he led his team in every statistical category. It doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, it was a
I mean, you want to talk about a well-rounded player? Dude can go.
That's fine. Be a well-rounded player. Can you go get me a bucket when it matters?
Yes,
because that's all that matters in the NBA playoffs. Can you score when you need to?
Nobody plays defense like the Cougs. So okay, nobody plays defense like the Cougs. So he was in a bad spot.
I'm not referencing the Cougs. I'm talking about his. I hear a lot about all around. He's good everywhere. When it comes down to it, maybe he'll grow. He's only 18, so maybe he will have unique size, but he's not. He doesn't have unique size at small forward. He's like 6'8". That's a lot of small forwards at 6'8". Hell, we just saw Jason Tatum. He went to Duke as well, who's about that size. I think Jason Tatum might be 6'9". So he doesn't have elite size for his position. I watch him play, and I think that's a really good player. But this generational thing is like, oh, okay, sure. I mean, I just saw
generational.
I'm sure he's generational.
Yeah,
I mean, he's kind of generational.
He really kind of is.
Why?
I mean, he's gonna be the first white player taken first overall since
White guy.
1977.
I mean,
that's generational.
You just said the quiet part out loud. This is where
it's the truth.
This is where
true.
a lot of this stuff is coming from.
You got a white American.
Everyone's
a white American that's the number 1 pick overall.
I don't want to pull the Isaiah Thomas on him like you said about Larry Bird, but this stuff is coming from generational.
Well, I didn't see any other guys.
That's fine.
I didn't see any guys of color leading their team in every statistical category.
I don't care really about the college stuff, honestly. How is he as an NBA player? How do his skills translate? If you give me all that stuff and you're right about it, cool. But the college stuff, I really am not moved by it. I'm happy to watch him play, but this generational thing, we say it all the time. 3 guys in 4 seasons are going to be generational players, by the way. And Wemby,
yeah.
He was the most recent one. Already hurt.
Well,
yeah.
Well, first of all, I mean, dude he makes Kevin Durant look fat.
Well,
okay.
that was a concern.
That was obviously a concern.
And yet,
obviously that was a concern.
Generational.
Yep. But Cooper Flag, no.
I know. Can't be stopped.
He can't be stopped. He's unbelievable.
It's going to be all NBA his rookie year. Understood. All those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's a white guy. Okay.
Well, I'm aware he's white, and I think it's playing a giant factor in all of this.
I think. See, there's Dell. I mean, if you got any tint of white on you, okay.
It's not
true. He hates Steph Curry.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't hate Steph Curry. That's a lie. I don't hate Steph Curry.
Lights.
I enjoy watching Steph Curry. Play
how many times have you said, wait a minute?
Well, that's not
light-skinned.
That's less about basketball and less about their personalities. But I'm leaning into a bit here. But as far as the basketball part of it, Steph Curry's great. Jason Tatum's great. He's corny, but he's great.
Corny.
He is corny. Did you watch his act
after he won the title? Is he a cornball brother?
No, I'm not Rob Parker. I'll never say that. Jason Tatum is corny no matter what color he is.
I really haven't heard him talk.
He did this whole thing after winning the title where he tried to recreate every meme of recent championships. Yeah. He did the Kevin Garnett, anything is possible, except he goes, we did it. That's why we play that sound at the end of my show, because we did it. That's what he did right after his on-court interview after winning the title. He tried to do everything. He did the Kobe pose with the title, with the Larry O'Brien. He did all that stuff.
Did he do Mike?
Yeah, I don't know if he got the mic. He might have. He did everything he could to recreate all these things, and he was acting like we wouldn't recognize that he was copying everyone else. That's why he's a little corny.
He did the Paul Pierce last night.
Well, there it is.
He did.
See?
He did do.
See? Jason Tatum is a great player, but he's a little corny. That's all.
All right. 713-780-3776. Come on in. It's basically a holiday show. We're halfway through. Hang with us here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-713. I don't even know the number anymore. Go to break.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
No Lance today. I guess he's back tomorrow. Is that?
I believe so. I think he texted us something about the Pope.
He did
Today.
you see the Pope's trading card? Biggest trading card. One of the I guess only Shohei's trading card was bigger. The Pope Leo the 14th set an all-time record for any non-sports Topps Now card. 133,535 copies sold. He has his own official trading card. Do you want a Pope trading card?
What am I doing with the Pope trading card? Am I putting it in a notebook, in a sleeve with my other Saints? What am I doing with the Pope trading
I
card?
want it.
You want a Pope? I want a Pope trading card.
Except I'll sell it.
You don't sell it. You hold on to it.
What do you have a trading card for other than to wait for its value to go up and then sell it? Isn't that the
No,
point?
You can look at it. There's-
What are his stats?
Stare at it.
What are his stats on the back going to say?
Stats say
Live saved.
Number of circumcisions? What are we doing?
number of people saved. Okay.
Baptisms.
Do we have an answer on that?
Yeah.
Or is it like
I'm sure he
or is
could
it
tell
like Wilt's 100-point game where no one saw it? Do we have stats on his saves?
Yeah. He's got thousands of saves.
I mean, they could count baptisms.
he went to Peru. You know how many people he saved there?
Did they document all the saves?
I'm not sure.
Then how are you going to put that on a card?
Well, this is before save stats were documented. Okay.
So like Lee Smith.
Yeah.
Lee Smith has so
Yeah.
many more, right?
He should.
Yeah.
It was before the save stat was actually documented. That Pope was out there saving. Okay.
So yeah, Lance sent us a text about the Pope in terms of his heredity, like all the different people who have contributed to what the Pope is now.
He's got Creole. He's
Yeah.
got Creole blood.
Yeah.
My wife was really proud of that. She's like, he's got Creole blood.
Did they know that before they elected him?
I was like, no, you can't claim him. Okay, I'm the only one that can claim the Pope. Okay,
Did-
you ain't claiming him, New
Did the
Orleans.
Cardinals know his 23andMe before they voted for him? They're like, oh, our bad.
Oh, actually, they thought that we would have a black Pope this time.
Who thought that?
that was I think he was one of the favorites.
And amazingly, it didn't work out. Surprise, surprise.
Well, so don't you have
I mean,
any?
he's from Chicago, so we
Don't you have
bribes
any?
or
You got the Pope has black blood. Are you okay with this?
I don't care.
don't you-
I really don't care.
Don't you feel closer to this Pope now?
No, I don't
Okay.
care.
Well, you didn't grow up near him.
True, you were close, certainly closer than I am.
Yeah.
I like how this picture is just of his hand or someone's hand. I don't even know if that's the Pope's. That's not even the Pope's hand. Why is he in the photo? Either way, congratulations to Chicago. Congratulations to Creoles everywhere. You're in.
Yeah.
You got a Pope.
We got us a Pope. We got us a Pope, Chicago. Nice job. Well done. Well played.
New Orleans celebrating.
New Orleans is trying to grab him. Sorry, New Orleans. Get back. Step back. You ain't getting none of this credit. Okay.
A black Cardinal was a favorite. Okay, sure.
He was.
Oh, sure. I'm sure the betting odds.
He was one of the favorites.
And then what happened?
And he didn't get there. That's
If it's
all.
anything like
Sometimes the favorites don't win.
If it's anything like Conclave, they dug up some dirt on him and it was over. It was the same thing like in Conclave because that guy was a favorite too
Well, he was a favorite.
until they found
Who
out some
knew that
stuff.
they were going to have a transgender Pope, right?
No,
Who
that was,
knew?
oh wow. Well, that's actually spoilers. That's kind of the end of
Who knew?
End of Conclave.
Conclave's been out for a while. Catch up, okay? Catch up to what's going on. 713-7. Oh my God! Do you see this?
What?
The Dodgers plan to jump into the fray for Kyle Tucker if he makes it to free agency. I mean, if the Dodgers get Kyle Tucker too, Kyle Tucker should have a hatred for the Dodgers that he will never play there
Why?
because all their crap. Because all their crap.
Does $500 million change someone's opinion? I think it does. So let me ask you, because a lot of Astro fans are like, well, the Cubs won't even re-sign Kyle Tucker, so it's a win for us, this trade. What if the reason they don't re-sign him is because he winds up a Dodger? Do you still feel good about how you won the trade? Because I saw a lot of that early. Well, we trade him for a guy they're not even going to be able to keep, and then we heard word that the Cubs are going to try to, and now we hear that the Dodgers are in on him. I don't know if you're going to feel great if Kyle Tucker's in Dodger blue.
No, I'm gonna hate Kyle Tucker if you want to know the truth.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I'll end up hating Kyle Tucker if he goes to the Dodgers. I mean, that is, can the Dodgers really get I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to they're going to pay him $500 million in 2080. I mean, what really? They're going to defer all his money too, and they're going to just have the greatest compilation of players in history that they don't really pay. That this ownership is, you know, this sucks. You should have to pay these guys. I know Bobby Bonilla and all these guys that have gotten rich, and and they want their contracts like this. God bless Bobby Bonilla. He's still getting paid by the Mets. But is it fair on the field that the Dodgers are able to field guys, that are able to pay guys 20 years from now?
Don't know. Fairness plays a part in sports. If they're circumventing rules or playing within the rules,
They're playing within
God
the rules,
bless.
that's for sure.
they're allowed
Only
to do
because
it.
they have the weakest management that has never been able to overcome the baseball union, players union. I mean,
my only issue with like the other teams do it too. I mean, you know, Max Scherzer is owed $15 million a year through 2028 by the Nationals still. He hasn't been with the Nationals in how long? Like it's been, well, I mean, Ken Griffey Jr. was the highest paid player on the Reds like 2 years ago still. So it's like other teams can do it. They don't. It's a dumb rule. And they're going to get, it's why there's going to be a lockout. Like,
yeah, they can't. It just can't be sustained. You cannot compete with the Dodgers paying Shohei Ohtani $700 million 20 years from now. I mean, you just can't compete with that. It's ridiculous.
yeah. And like the Cubs should, and they should have the money. They make a ton. And like, there shouldn't be a question about the Cubs paying Kyle Tucker. He should already be under contract. And they can defer money the same way. They just won't do it because they're cheap. Like it's I think he's going to be a Philly personally. Like I think he's going to the Phillies, but I hope he doesn't go to the Dodgers. That would suck.
That would blow. That's just not. Please don't go to the Dodgers, Kyle Tucker. Please don't go to the Dodgers. I mean, I want to like you. I want to be able to like you, and I can't if you go to the Dodgers. I'm sorry.
Oddly enough, I don't think he'll care.
Well, he might care. He might care about that.
So let me ask you. You actually know John personally. Let's not even use $500 million. Let's go. I don't know what radio station you hate. Whatever. Joe goes to 610.
Okay.
For $200K. You think you're gonna care if John doesn't like you or not?
Yeah.
Well, when I came here, people didn't like me, so no, I didn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he's gonna mind.
Yeah. You won't care.
And
Yeah.
you know
that
John.
Kyle Tucker shouldn't care if I like him or don't like him.
Yeah.
But I'm not. I can not like him if I. If I don't want to.
You're well within your
Yeah.
rights to not like him.
Yeah.
I just don't know how much it'll matter
And
to anyone.
I'm well within my rights to not like you, Joe.
That's fair.
Okay.
I'm not leaving.
That's right. That's right. Say thank you. So he's actually staying because he's worried about me not liking him,
Exactly.
or
That's the
maybe
reason why.
nobody's offering you that kind of money. I don't know.
Probably.
Probably not. I don't know.
I hope you get to make that decision.
I hope so too. I hope someone calls me and says, "Hey Joe, here's $200,000."
You make, and then you can decide whether you'd rather have John hate you or
no.
make
Yeah,
200K.
Joe, don't even give it a second thought. Go grab that.
Yeah,
grab that cash.
I'll learn how to play golf if I got that much money, John. I'll play golf with you.
Thank you. It's because if you make that kind of money, you should play golf. You make that kind of money.
Yeah,
Let's
someone
go.
can teach me how to play.
Uncle Freddie is here. We got a high school baseball update, playoff update. What's up, Uncle Freddie?
A little update. LSA beat Second Baptist 6-0. I'm on my way to UT Arlington. 10 a.m. We play Grapevine Fate for the state championship.
Wow, this is so big. Who? Grapevine? Who?
Grapevine State, right?
Grapevine. And it's actually a home game for them because it's like 20 minutes outside of Arlington. So, but the Pioneers, ranked number 1 in Texas, they're gonna come through and bring home their 5th state championship. So super exciting day. So 10 a.m. Log on to Taps. You can watch it for $12.95, or you can listen to it for free on Taps Radio. It's gonna be a big event.
Huge. Doesn't get any bigger than Lutheran South baseball.
Let me ask you a question, John. So Uncle Freddie calls in about Lutheran South baseball. We got a call from Gary, who informed us that's not his real name. Guess he tries to hide. He's got to hide from maybe a job or something. He called me yesterday and told me that his daughter, who's a freshman at Clear Springs High School, is going to play Atascocita in softball for a chance to go to state. Which one's a bigger story?
Whew.
Lutheran South or Clear Springs? With the
mean,
chance
that's like
to go to
asking
state.
me. That's like asking me to choose between my kids. Which one I loved more?
Which one costs you less? I think it's an easy choice.
Yeah, it is an easier choice. Yeah, the one that makes you more money. It keeps money in your pocket. There's
Yeah.
no question. I mean, that's too tough. That's too
I
tough
would
to answer.
imagine.
That's too tough to answer. Girls softball, not even the championship, but
No,
going to
winning. You got to beat Atascocita to get to state.
nice. And his daughter is a freshman and plays.
Freshman and plays. Yes.
That's good. Good for her.
Yes,
She must be really, really good.
I would think so.
Playing for a title and a freshman. That's pretty good. But Uncle Freddie, I mean, this is huge. I don't know. This is too hard.
Can I tell you that wasn't the least topical call I got yesterday? Because at least that one's local.
Yeah. What was the?
I got a Dallas Stars fan who was upset we weren't talking Stars hockey.
Oh, really?
Yes. I said, hey, understand they had a great win against Winnipeg, but we don't even have a hockey team here, so we can't even yell at the Stars about hating them because our team isn't good.
We don't
care. Have that. I tried to explain it to him, but he said it's Texas sports and we should be talking about it.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you this. Mikko Rantanen is doing stuff that
Cooper Flag is doing.
That
is he generational too?
No, well, he's doing stuff only Wayne Gretzky did.
Well, that's kind of generational.
That's really, really big. I mean, he is having himself a
and Rantanen is a hockey player.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to be clear to everyone, that he's not a softball player or a high school baseball player.
He's a
professional hockey player for the Stars.
Right. He is doing some stuff now. He's playing his ass off, that dude. Scoring. He's doing everything. Back-to-back hat tricks.
I'm just ready for Houston to get a hockey team, please.
It would be totally sweet. Totally sweet if we had a hockey team.
And then we could try for that team and not get it.
Yeah.
I think we could land that one.
You think we could get the hockey team?
Where else are they going to go?
There's not a lot of space. Like baseball seasons during this time, basketball seasons during that time. Where are they going to go?
Well, that is true.
We went by default.
Hey, 97.5. You got no choice.
Yeah. Where are you going to go?
All right, let's take a break. 713-780-3776. The number to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about HRP right now. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. What are you doing with your business? You're on your way to work right now. How's your business going? Are you a little worried? Are you in your car? Are you thinking, what's going on with my business? Are we not doing it as well as we possibly could? The bottom line is the bottom line. Are we not making as much money as we possibly could? How are we going about things? How are we getting our payroll to our people? How are we doing with HR? How are we doing with the taxes? Taxes every year. Is it a struggle? Because it's not for us. It's really, really, really easy. Everything is easy because of HRP. How is the benefits packages for our people? Are we keeping our people? Are we losing them because our benefits packages are terrible? Well, here's the deal. Are you having an admin company that's forcing their benefits packages on you, their 401ks or their insurance packages? Because that's what the admin companies do. HRP gives you choices. If you're looking for the best way, we found, and we've got a bunch of people that have given testimony here that how good HRP is for their company. HRP will be really good for your company as well. HRP.net. Get your payroll to your people right. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 850 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number. Our Astros lost last night. 7-5 was the final. They were down 7-0, and then came back with 5 and the meaningless runs. But we have got some guys who are starting to hit. Yiner is hitting right now, and that's a really good thing. Is Jordan coming back? Do we know if Jordan
Wasn't he?
Is he?
Didn't he get batting practice in yesterday? I thought I saw that he was now swinging a bat.
Good. That's great. That's going to be awesome to see Jordan.
He's only been gone for a little over a
He's
week.
been gone the whole season.
Well,
He really hasn't been.
You
here.
mean will he hit well? But,
Yeah.
but he'll be back in the lineup soon.
Yeah. I just feel like he really hasn't been here at all this year.
He's not been good. He hit in the cages yesterday, according to Chandler Rome. Well, at least the spot has said. So he's well on his way to coming back.
Okay.
He's eligible today.
Yeah, he can't come back today.
Yeah, but I don't know that he will. I mean,
You're talking like you don't want him back.
I want him back. I want him in the lineup every day. If you want to know the truth, that would be great. It really would be great to have Jordan actually in our lineup and producing stuff, doing stuff. Okay. That would be totally sweet. I forgot that Jordan was on our team. If you want to know the truth, he hasn't really done anything for us, has he? I mean, honestly, not all year.
Not this year.
Yeah.
He is a great Astro, but he's having a down year. But maybe, the bats have picked up recently. Not last. Well, they got going last night, but the game was over. So maybe he will get back into the flow. Yiner's hitting the ball well. Pena's been good. Jordan's maybe next, John. Some positivity here.
Oh, it'd be awesome if we had a Jordan sighting.
It makes sense for a guy who was already struggling to come away from time off and be good, right? That's how baseball works, right?
Yeah.
You're struggling, you go on the IL, and you come back and you're just great. You don't need any ramp up time, right?
Right.
You don't need any at bats to get.
No.
It's
baseball.
Isn't baseball?
We just jump right in.
You go right out there and swing the bat confidently, and you're good to go again. Don't have to work on timing or anything. So don't
No.
worry about it. If Jordan's back in the lineup tonight,
let's go.
Great.
Yeah. Doesn't he have to do like 6 weeks down in the minors or something?
He didn't hurt his elbow.
Okay. Don't you have to do rehab for, I don't know, a month or two?
He's got a hand strain.
Okay.
He was in the cages. Don't worry about him. He'll be back.
Just sick of not seeing Jordan this year.
Or
I
not.
miss him. I miss my Jordan. Okay. I need him back with me. I need him around. Okay. That would be great.
I'm trying to think of a left-handed hitter who stinks. That's to comp Jordan to this year. I'm trying to think of one John Singleton. He's been more John Singleton than Jordan this year.
That's the worst thing you've ever said. That's the harshest thing you've ever said.
I'm not saying that will continue, but he's been more Singleton.
He really has. He really kind of has. Miss John too. All that
bat flipping.
All that, dude. No, you want to talk about a bat flip? Dude can bat flip.
One guy who'd have to adjust to playing in Japan. Singleton.
Yeah, John Singleton can't play.
Hey, buddy,
he can't play.
Just drop the bat, please.
Sorry, no, we ain't having no John Singleton in Japan. Sorry, we do this too much. We throw the bat as soon as he hits it, boom. I love that. John Singleton can go. John Singleton has got a great bat flip. 713-780-3776 if you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are more than welcome to hang out with us. Basketball last night, Jason Tatum was basically the story last night. Dude is we'll see if he's going to be able to play again. Steph said he's not playing tonight.
Not tonight, but when they go back to Minnesota. They played last night, so they're in their next game. Yeah, he wasn't expected to be back for game 5, and why rush him in a 3-1 deficit? They went down last night. Jonathan Kuminga has flourished since Steph's gone down. They've given him more opportunities. Didn't get enough from Jimmy Butler last night. He had the good game 3, although he went silent in the fourth quarter, and they just pretty much silent all night last night. So if if you are rooting for the downfall of the Warriors, and why wouldn't you as a Rocket fan? Yeah, they got you this year, but they're still on the hook for Jimmy Butler for like $100 million over the next 2 seasons. And that's the guy I think they're going to get most nights, not the guy they got in game 3. I don't think he's capable of doing what he did in game 3 most nights. So feel good about that. They've got a lot of salary devoted to a guy who's a super role player at this point in his career. And Steph and Draymond get older. So the Rockets ascendant, they will continue to ascend. I think the Warriors will continue to be less of a factor. And yeah, they're about done. The unfortunate part is when we talk about the hierarchy of the West, don't look like Anthony Edwards in Minnesota are going anywhere. But they do have a sneaky scenario coming up for them because Julius Randle can opt out. I think his player options for $30 million. And the way Julius Randle's playing now, that's a guy who might look at the landscape and go, I'm worth more than that. And this is the guy they traded to acquire, or they traded Cat to acquire because they wanted to get off some of the financial constraints that Cat's contract was going to put them under. So maybe they thought they were going to get 2 years of Julius Randle at a relatively no number. If he sees that he can get some money elsewhere, that's a guy who's going to cost a lot because he's played really well. So it fluctuates everywhere, every year. It looks like Minnesota is ready to go for a finals run. It may be a year where they have to figure things out after the finals run. So I think the NBA landscape is going to be drastically different in 2025-26. The Rockets have their place, and I just wonder how they're going to navigate all this because they got a lot of things they can do to change how this thing goes too. So NBA, if you like the sport and you're digging deep on it, there's a lot of change coming, I think, where you really never know who's going to be a title contender. Because look at Cleveland. Cleveland, number 1 seed, down 3-1. Are they going to stick with that team after another relatively early exit? I don't know.
That is could they use another? I mean, what do they need?
Yeah. Do they think the double bigs aren't good enough for the playoffs and they need another option there? I don't think anyone is really set, but because if the Thunder go out, they will probably look to make a move.
Maybe.
I think the only one who you can probably bank on is Denver because they don't have a lot of moves unless they can get rid of Michael Porter Jr. I'm not sure how many people want him, but I think this is the way the West and East are constituted right now. I think it'll change drastically, particularly the West. I think a lot of teams see an opening.
I could certainly see. I could certainly see Cleveland. We're talking here. Oh, what do you do with all these young players? What do you? Can you take the next step? What about Cleveland?
Yeah,
That's a team that's probably going, hey, we got to do something. We need to do something drastic.
We got a lot of money in with Mobley. We gave him a contract. We got Donovan Mitchell locked up. Is Darius Garland someone we want to move to acquire what a piece we think is right? Because they fired the coach. They made the move to get rid of Bickerstaff, and then they hired Atkinson. Did a great job, and now they've had injury issues. But if you go out to the Pacers when you were a 60+ win team, questions start to get asked about who fits here, and maybe they just decide, hey, patience is more prudent than trading anyone. But they're going to get asked questions. How you dropping this, particularly if they got like 5.
And it'd be different if they were competitive.
Yeah, they got in a make or break game 4, no one showed up.
Yeah.
And Donovan Mitchell couldn't even finish game 4. So I think if they go out meekly in game 5, I know some people are safe, but I don't think that roster is safe overall.
No. And should the Rockets be safe?
That's the question. What do you think you've preached? I don't know. Lance is more preach patience. You have kind of, if the right move comes about, let's do it. I wonder what they think about. Well, they put out word Jalen Green's not going anywhere. We'll see if that's real or that's just something they put out there so they can stem some of the public sentiment. But I am interested to see, because I think they're maybe not competing factions, but different opinions of how they should go. If I just go by quotes I'm reading, Fertitta, Patrick seems open to maybe making a move, while Ime has kind of voiced, I think I like what we got.
I know they like stars, but you know what? They've shown a lot of patience with this club. They may continue to show patience in this offseason, but you know what? They may be right too. You got to have some stars to win. You just got to.
I mean, watching Anthony Edwards, man, he can start like 2 for 8 and then just go off, and all of a sudden you look up and he's got 35 in a game and just be the best player on the court.
The Rockets don't have.
It's hard to get one of those guys, but you'd love to have one.
Yep. The Rockets don't have anything like that. Jalen can get you points, but once every 7 games.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards wound up with 30. I mentioned Randall had a good game, went for 31, but Anthony Edwards, just the explosive nature of him. He can go put up 18 in a quarter and change. Like they were down against the Warriors in the third, going into third, and outscored them 39-17 because he can defend, he can be explosive on offense. It's hard to get one of those guys. You have to be bad, and he was the first overall. Now the Rockets have been in the top 5, never been able to get number 1 overall, but I would say in their drafts, there was no Anthony Edwards. They got Jalen. You hope he can be some reasonable facsimile of him, but he's not there, not close.
Why was Minnesota not this all year long?
I think you can point to the change. They did trade a big piece of their team and Cat, and they brought in 2 new pieces. DiVincenzo, take him or leave him, hasn't been that great in these playoffs, but the Randall adjustment took some time, and they were pretty good late in the year. They just wound up having the 6th seed, but we know the West was stacked. I mean, a game here or there, and they could have been like a 3 or a 4. I think it just took a little bit to figure out where Julius Randle's place was, because they played, and because Anthony Edwards and Cat had played together for a while, so they had a kind of a rhythm. And now that Randle's found his, we're talking about taking out the Lakers in 5, and now the Warriors in 5.
Pretty good basketball they're playing right now. Pretty good basketball. 901 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. He will coordinate your loan completely, okay, from application to closing, and he's going to update all parties, constant communication. You are going to hear from Kent Jones. He's about communication. He is about telling you what is, and he's about doing everything too. I mean, he's the ultimate mortgage hookup. He's going to He's going to connect you with the best wholesaler lenders, an insurance agent, surveyor, title company. I mean, these are all things that you just don't even think about. I didn't think about when I was buying. And then all of a sudden you get into the signing and this title company and this, and then you're paying for this and this and this. And then you're like, wow, I did all these. I didn't even know I had all these people. Well, Kent Jones has been doing this for 30 years. He knows all these people. He knows all the hacks. He knows how to save all the money. The industry is tricky, but he's going to show you how to shop. He's going to show you how to get that loan. He's going to show you how to save money in not only in the long run, but on closing, on the day of the closing as well. I mean, literally, he has saved thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for our listeners. All right. Only 3 out of 10 people are doing it right. You got to have a broker. And Kent Jones is the guy. All right. 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com. Tell Kent you heard it right here. All right, it's 9:05, our final hour here on this holiday show. Lance will be back tomorrow, we think. We're not sure, but we think maybe. We're not sure. No one knows. We do know that we're going to be at Texas Card House on Westheimer on Thursday and then East River 9 on Friday. So we got a busy week here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us.
Well, we're not the only ones who are going to be out and about. In fact, today, right, Joe? Paul Gallant Show, the Killer Bees and Soccer Matters. They're going to be at Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. They're going to have Dynamo GM Pat Onstad there, and a former Astros play-by-play voice Bill Brown will be there as well. So
Oh, yeah?
they're going to join Glenn Davis out there.
Love Bill Brown.
Yeah,
Great guy. Well, you want to talk about a guy who just knows baseball. Holy cow, Bill Brown.
So 12 to 8, the lineup out at Senate Avenue Brewing. That's in Jersey Village. Go out there and see what they're doing out there.
That is awesome. So get on out there and see those guys. Yeah. Is this true? The Sporting News is reporting this. Things have gotten so messy between Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson, and UNC that there's an absolute real chance Belichick is not the head coach by the time week 1 rolls around.
Well, his buyout drops $1 million in like June or something. But I thought that was like a parachute for him. If like an NFL job were open,
Yeah.
I guess he could wait till June. But
It might be a parachute for North Carolina.
Yeah, to get rid of him. Yeah, so it's out there that his contract would allow for them not to pay him very much and tell him to go away.
What is she
thought,
doing that is so?
I always thought, well, I think some of it has to do, they're not quite sure how in Bill is on that job. Like he has, apparently, I was listening to someone say that he is telling people, or still reminiscing about how close he is to Don Shula's record of the all-time wins record, and that's something he's still focused on. Whether he can ever get another job in the NFL is a different story, but I'm not sure that he's all in on being a college head coach. So if they sense that and think, you know what, we tried it, a lot of stuff going on here, we're not looking forward to it, maybe they make a move. I would be surprised if it's UNC who says, before year 1 even begins, we're done here. Because they made a big investment, not just in him, but in the program, because I'm sure Bill asked for quite a bit to make that something he would want to do.
It would be ugly, ugly, ugly if he's not the head coach week 1.
It would be a stain on his legacy. I mean, I don't think he wants that. I mean, beyond his girlfriend thing, I just don't think he wants Bill Belichick never coached at UNC. He doesn't want to fall into the George O'Leary category.
Like the only logical thing I could think of is it was just a giant scam to make Steve Belichick, his son, the coach in waiting. And if he just walks before the season starts and Steve becomes the head coach at UNC, like that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know if UNC would go hire someone new this close. It's only May, so I guess they could, but I'm not sure they would want to go through that process.
Who you get? I mean,
there's not. I mean,
Bring back Mac Brown.
Spring is over, so there's not. But recruiting for the summer will pick up here in a little bit. So I guess it would be the time if you to try to convince someone.
You better be looking now.
Yeah, I just don't know that you could get a guy to leave his program this late in the process.
Does Jordan Hudson come with the program?
You mean Belichick goes and she stays?
Yeah.
I don't think they would want that to happen.
They'd say, see you later.
Yeah. How has she ingrained herself so much that she couldn't leave if Bill's gone?
Actually, she's one of the reasons they want him out.
Yeah.
I don't think she comes with the program. So that's not a good selling point. That's all.
Yeah.
Maybe actually it is a good selling point. She doesn't come with the program.
We start fresh. I don't know that this lasts, even if he does make it to the season beyond the year. Unless he wins a lot, which they don't have a great roster, so I don't see that happening. But this feels like a one and done, maybe.
Yeah. Is this hurting his legacy?
I think it paints him in that, he's a doddering old man stuff. Like that part of it. I don't know if I think people are surprised that he would allow himself to be in the situation. Although if you're gonna be with the younger woman, which is whatever, do what you want, maybe don't allow it to be public. And that's the surprising thing for people, that she is such a public facing part of his life. Like, Bill Belichick has a young girlfriend and we never see. People would would think that, okay, we kind of get that, but she's so out there, out in front, and part of his football program. Who's this Bill Belichick? What is this? I think that's the most surprising thing. So I think it's shocking to people. 10 years from now, if he's still going like up and about and he's doing interviews, I don't think people are going to care very much. But because short attention spans, whatever, he probably won't be around in 10 years. But for now, it's like, man, it's not the guy we thought we knew.
Yeah. No, he's this is a Bill Belichick that we don't recognize, right? I mean, actually, and I watched a video of him and his practice, and he was a kinder, gentler Bill Belichick. He seemed like not the steely, hard, walk into a room and you're scared kind of guy that he depicted in New England. No sense of humor. He seemed like he was genuinely nice to the players,
Well,
which I didn't see coming.
Yeah, and while that might be good for the players' morale, will it be good for winning? The kinder,
I
gentler
think
Bill
he'll.
Belichick?
Once the games come around and they're losing and they're not any good, I think he'll revert to Bill Belichick, ugly Bill Belichick.
See, I wonder about that because like Saban is actually nicer when you fail physically, not mental. He hates mental mistakes, but when something physically you fail, okay, you just couldn't do it. He's actually will bring you in. But if you're up and doing well and then you screw up, that's when he's all over you. I don't know if Bill Belichick has that in him. He may be all intense all the time.
A lot of coaches to keep, like Kelvin Sampson's one is a guy like that as well. If you lose, it's arm around you, and when you win, I'm going to be the hardest on you because you've got to be able to maintain that
standard.
Right.
I don't know that we saw Bill Belichick bring guys in when they fail physically and go, hey, buddy, it's all right. I don't know if we know that. I don't think we've seen that from him. So,
well, did you hear who was it? It was a Florida linebacker that was playing for Nick Saban when he was in Miami.
Channing Crowder.
Was it him? He was on a podcast and he said, I missed a tackle in a game, and like that Wednesday he saw Saban in the bathroom. Saban was going to the bathroom and he walked in and he goes, "Oh, hey coach. How's what's his wife's name? Miss Terry. How's Miss Terry doing?" And Saban goes, "She'd be doing a lot better if you could tackle."
Play. Yeah, if you made that play.
Yeah, if you could tackle.
It was Channing Crowder. He's talking about giving up a third down catch versus Buffalo. It'll be a lot better if you could cover an effing back on third down. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And that's how coaches are. We'll see. Bill Belichick. I don't know. The North Carolina job was a shock to me anyway.
Yeah, the fact that he took a college job.
Took it, right. That he wasn't, and he is going to absolutely be having an eye on the NFL because he who wants that record, right? How many away is he?
I don't know how many he is. I know he was probably a average season away from breaking it, and that's why a lot of people thought because of what he had done, the Patriots might hang on to him and let him do it. But it just got to a point where they couldn't anymore. He's not that far away. I think if he got with an average team, he might be able to do it like maybe 9 wins. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's not where he would have to have a great team under him. But
anyone want him at this point though? He didn't get a job last year. Atlanta passed him.
Atlanta didn't want him.
And then this year he chose the North Carolina job before the NFL season was even over. Because he didn't think his team didn't think anyone would hire him.
So he is.
I think he's only making it worse.
I take
it
back. He's too far away. I think for any NFL team to deal with him, he's 26 wins away.
26.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
know if he's going to get multiple seasons.
That's 3 years.
Yeah,
3 good years.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have to be pretty good in year 1 and 2 to get the third year. Yeah.
Yep. Well, he's Bill Belichick. I mean, he should get. You would think he'd get 3 years.
Does he have a great quarterback with him?
Well, non Tom Brady Bill Belichick teams are not that good.
Pretty average.
Yep. 9:15 ESPN 97.5. 92.5. Time to talk about basketball. All right, let's talk basketball again. Let's talk about your kids playing basketball. Let's talk about the money that's out there. You know how you make money in this world? You shoot baskets really, really well. Okay. Now, there's one thing that your kids can. I mean, they can do it. They can actually get there because if you can shoot a basketball and make baskets, then you are valuable. I mean, you don't have to be tall. You just, and especially girls out there. You're a girl dad. get you a goal where they can get on out there and shoot and possibly college money. Are you kidding me? Yeah, maybe that'll happen. And you know how you do that? You don't go get a 10-foot goal. Well, you get a 10-foot goal, but how about one that raises and lowers so the little kids can actually enjoy it? They can get it down to 5 feet. Yeah, they love to dunk, but they also may be able to make baskets on a 5, 6, 7-foot goal as opposed to a stationary goal that can't move up and down. Those suck because nobody wants to play on those. They want the goal that they can raise and lower so that they can have some fun, Dad. Dunking and actually getting the ball to the basket when they're young, okay? They can't get it to a 10-foot goal. Get the pro dunk goal. It's the best goal in the history of goals. I'm telling you, you'll love it. The wife will love it. The kids will love it. They'll be out there playing as opposed to inside playing video games, which ain't making you no money. Produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 737803776. You want to get in a hurry? We got news of the weird coming your way at 45. In the meantime, Astros lose last night. Got Kansas City again. Kansas City, not known for its hitting, hit pretty well last night. They did a number on young Ryan Gusto, and the Astros were out of it early on. They got back in it late, but too little, too late. As the kids like to say that, too little, too late. As the Astros lose at 7-5, the final. The bats finally came alive in the 7th and 8th inning, but not enough. Too little, too late. The kids say, "Dill."
I don't know that kids say
The
that.
kids say it.
I don't know.
I've heard the kids say it.
Too little. It's too little, too late. I know that's a lyric from a song, but I don't know how recent that song is. I'm gonna imagine.
Too little,
I'm gonna imagine
love again.
the guy who sits in the chair who always tells stories about his kids doesn't hear a lot of "Too Little, Too Late."
You don't think so?
Nah, I don't think Snacks is saying
Snacks is saying it. Snacks is saying
that.
it.
Not Marty either.
Yeah. Astros 20-20 right now. Better or worse than you thought they'd be 40 games in? I think
I thought they'd be a little better, but not much better.
Yeah.
Not much better.
I think they're about right about where they should be.
So 500 baseball team. Do you expect that to be a thing through 100 games? We're through 40. You think we're going to be still dealing with a 50-50 baseball team?
Well, it would be nice if their hitters started hitting. Altuve's been so up and down. Christian Walker has been not good through first 40 games. Isak has been okay. You got the inconsistencies that you thought you get from Cam Smith. You got no Jordan for most of the year. The pitching has been really good. The pitching has been good enough to be 5, 6, 7 games over 8 games over 500, but the hitting has just been atrocious for the most part. And way too inconsistent. So yeah, I think they're about right where they should be. I don't know the truth, and I don't know through 80 games, 81 games. But they're a quarter of the way through the season now, and they're about what they're going to be. They usually start slow and get better.
Yeah, those records keep getting posted at certain landmarks. They are certainly better than they were last year, but over the last 4 or 5 years, excluding last year, this is their worst record. Not by much, because you said they start slowly, but this record is one of their worst.
Yeah, they usually take off now. They just don't have the horses that they've had before, that they've had in the past. And these guys, they don't know nothing about the slow starts, and this is where we kick it in, and this is where we start to dominate the league. This is not a dominated. We're going to dominate the league team. It's just not.
Because what do you have right now? You have 2.5 starters. Because Renel Blanco, he's gotten better, but depending on where he is, you may get good Blanco, you may get bad one. So that's your 2.5 there with Brown and Fromber. And Fromber certainly pitched better in his last start. And then questions after 3, either injury or not pitching well.
You've lost 2/5 of your rotation was Nesky and Eric Getty.
And those are already, Eric Getty probably would have been the rotation, but Wisniewski is there because you don't have Javier or Garcia.
Yeah.
So he was already a fill-in.
Yeah. McCullers is, I have no idea what you're going to get. Any idea. I mean, he was okay his first start, and then he was just awful. We'll see. Not death threat awful, but just awful. Now they've got Fromber going tonight, and then they don't know right now. It's up in the air.
They actually, I think they're calling up
someone
Colton Gordon.
Yeah, from Space Cowboys.
Yeah,
He's the
What, you don't like that?
league leader in ERA in the minors right
Look
now.
at that.
So we'll see.
Love that.
So a great AAA pitcher is coming up.
A great AAA pitcher.
He leads.
Is he the Cooper Flag of AAA pitchers?
I'm not saying he's generational.
Okay. Is he? Okay, so yeah, that's awesome. That is really great. And then you got Hunter Brown on Thursday at Texas to start at Texas against. That's a nice matchup. DeGrom against Brown. That's a real nice matchup. You better see it now because DeGrom will be hurt and it probably gets hurt in that game at some point. At some point, he'll have to leave the game because that's just way too much for Jacob DeGrom to be on a field. He is the Forrest Whitley of the Rangers. Okay, one outing, knee injury, done. Where is
The answer is no for whatever.
Where
question.
is Forrest?
Yeah,
Anybody
the answer
know?
is
No idea.
Anybody know where Forrest is?
No.
We saw. I know we had a Forrest Whitley sighting.
I remember.
Remember that? Remember?
I needed to.
Remember
pay
when he
attention.
pitched that one game?
I had to pay attention. It was very quick, and now he's gone.
You better not have. I mean, I hope you saw that outing because it was quick and he was done, and that was it. Hope you saw his outing because that was fun. That was fun to see. So we got, what's his name? Gordon Lightfoot?
Colton Gordon.
Colton Gordon.
Gordon Lightfoot.
Colton Gordon is coming up now to save the team. Saving the team. He's the number one greatest pitcher ever in
Right now he
AAA
is.
history.
Right now
He
he
is
is.
the best pitcher in AAA baseball right now.
Best pitcher in AAA
I don't
baseball
know,
right now.
You keep saying that like you don't believe it.
I do believe it. I can't wait. Can't wait to see him. Can't wait to see him. I wanted to see pitchers that we had up
I mean,
here.
to be fair, I could wait to see him, but I'm being forced not to wait.
I wanted to wait.
Yeah,
to see
I
him.
wanted to wait a long time, but now I'm being forced to. So obviously, good luck to Colton Gordon.
Colton Gordon.
Right?
Yep.
Mm.
Yep.
Good luck tonight, Colton.
Tomorrow.
Whatever you say.
Can't we call him CJ like Coleridge is?
You would need a cooler name. You don't want to call him
Colton Gordon?
Because you got a point. If we had to call CJ Stroud Coleridge over and over again, the vibes would be a little low. So Colton's fine, right?
Yeah. I'm not crazy about 2-syllable first name, 2-syllable last name, right? Colton Gordon. Like Colt Gordon would be.
Colt Gordon's pretty
Colt,
cool.
yeah.
But Colton.
Gordon.
Mm.
It just doesn't.
What do you think about two first names?
Colton Gordonsky. That makes more sense.
Colton
Gordonsky. Yeah, Colton
That's
Gordon.
better to say?
That's better. It's easier to say. When it's 2 syllables and 2 syllables, it's not. It doesn't flow.
It doesn't.
It doesn't give me. It
doesn't
doesn't
feel
give me a great vibe.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like star quality's coming.
No.
Colton Gordon.
Although he's the greatest AAA pitcher
Currently
in the history of AAA.
He's the best active AAA pitcher going right now.
Yeah.
And the Astros have him starting tomorrow.
I'm watching Cooper Flagg see the Mavs. He's got to be happy, right?
Think of the chances. Like we were doing the whole, well, it would be perfect in Utah. I don't know that man wants to spend time.
No!
Like Salt Lake is
He's
apparently
white,
a
though.
very.
That
well,
helps.
see, this is what we were doing. That's
That
what I'm saying.
helps.
We assume that's what he wants. Salt Lake is apparently a very nice city. I just don't know that he wants to spend time there. Dallas is a big city. I'm sure he's thrilled.
Yeah. No. You get. I mean, Washington, Charlotte. I mean, he won last night.
So, do you think the Mavs front office are just great actors? Because if they knew this was coming because it was rigged, they are reacting like they didn't know. So, what do you think? Great actors?
Well, I'm sure that you don't tell everybody. So those guys in that
Nico
room
would have known. He's
Just-
up
I
and
just the
joyous.
owner.
Well,
Only
Nico was the one. Listen, Nico, you're gonna have to take the bullets on this Luka trade, but we'll take care of you. Okay,
So
we're gonna
he
take
would
care
have
of you
to,
come
though.
NBA draft time.
So is Nico a great actor? Because he got up
Yeah.
very joyous, like this was a surprise, not like sitting there going, my
Well,
plan came together. He didn't do that.
he's got to act.
So you think he was the only one who knew?
He was the only one in there.
Okay.
You're not telling everybody.
The
You
secret
can't
gets-
tell
the
everybody.
secret gets out.
Secret will be out. All right. You take care of us. Now, David Stern would do that. I'm not sure about Adam Silver, but David Stern for sure. Hey, give Luka to the Lakers.
I mean, they definitely do this stuff. It's definitely rigged.
Definitely.
Like, you got the kid from Cleveland goes
Definitely.
to LeBron goes to the Cavs, Derrick
Yeah.
Rose goes to the Bulls, the Anthony Davis gets traded to the Lakers, and Zion goes to the Hornets or to the Pelicans to replace him. It's
Yeah.
totally rigged.
No. Actually, yeah, that's happened before. It happened
Yeah.
with Chris Paul in New Orleans. Then it happened when Anthony Davis left New Orleans, and it happened one other time. There was one other instance of, you did that for us, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, and the irony, like they were showing the frozen envelope package before they announced it. They were showing Patrick Ewing the '85 draft, like right before this, and it's like you're not helping yourselves think that this isn't rigged. It's totally rigged.
But what does it predict for the franchise and the player in question? Because all the things you laid out there, for the most part, it did not work out for the team who got the draft. I mean, Cleveland,
Cleveland worked out.
it worked out, but they didn't make a trade. They were just terrible. They gave LeBron, I quote, gave LeBron to the Cavs.
And they also got Kyrie after LeBron left.
But once again, they didn't have control over that. So you're saying like we just replenish. Okay, if he leaves, we got to give him away. But for the teams who traded, like the Pelicans, didn't work out for them to trade AD. They got Zion and look.
Not even the first overall pick can help the Pelicans. Okay.
Yeah, they're just kind of
maybe
They're
a different first overall pick.
I mean, they're just the Pelicans. There's nothing you can do about that.
Well,
I mean, you can help. There's some organizations you just can't.
Well, there was
help.
AD was a fine pick. He just didn't want to be there anymore. That was coming off I don't know if it was directly after, but they had a season where they upset the Blazers in the first round, so they had a little bit of playoff success. And then LeBron and LA got in his ear, and he said, "I'm out." But the Zion thing was the clear number one choice.
Absolutely.
There was no question.
No
It's not
one
like
knew.
It's not like they screwed. Okay,
No.
Ja's had his issues, but there was the other choice, I guess. But no one said you can't. You got to take Ja. It was like take Zion, and they did it. And then he turned into what he turned into.
Well, he fell in love with beignets. I mean,
Well,
and
is that what you call
that
Mariah Mills? Beignets. He fell in love with a lot of things, not just that tasty pastry.
that video of him with the baby shower or whatever. Oh
Yeah,
God.
He fell in love with a couple of things.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. 931 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. One segment left for you to get in. Right now, I'm talking about Access Vascular Health. I'm talking about your prostate. And I really don't talk that much about your prostate. I don't like to talk about it in public so much. I mean, it's your prostate. You should probably talk about it, not me. But here's the deal with your prostate is if it's enlarged, if you can't stop, if you're going to the bathroom in the middle of the night, if it just seems like the whole urinary tract thing is not great. I went and got an MRI. Okay. Doc said, nope, you're fine. But she did say, okay, the muscles around your prostate, those seem to be the problem. So she gave me some pills, and it's been, I mean, a godsend for me. She's awesome. She knows this is Yale smart. Okay. This doc knows she is really, really, really good. And oh, by the way, it's not invasive and it's not embarrassing for you to go see doc. I mean, the whole thing is just an easy, simple process for you. Get an IV, decrease the size of your prostate, and just start living a normal life. Go back to when you were a kid, because an enlarged prostate just really screws up your life. It can screw up your urinary tract infection. It can get infections. You can get kidney problems. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. You really, really need, if your life is not as good as it could be because your urinary tract, go see Doc Manavis, okay? And let her take care of you. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. This is the segment, Joe, where we say, did we hit everything? One thing we didn't hit, Michael Jordan is going to be part of NBA coverage on NBC.
Yeah. That news broke in the middle of my show yesterday, so we talked about it a little bit. Yeah, he's going to be a special contributor for NBC and Peacock. What's that mean? I don't know. Do you think Michael Jordan's going to appear as a studio analyst? Is he going to do special segments breaking down games? What is he doing?
I don't know.
I hope for
as an
interviews.
owner, can he talk about the league and other players and
Didn't he
whatnot?
sell?
Huh?
Didn't he sell the team
Did he sell?
or part of it? I think.
He doesn't have. He doesn't have any part of him anymore.
Yeah, I think he got rid of that.
He
He did?
sold his majority stake
Yeah,
for $3 billion in 2023.
Oh,
that's
he
with
did?
Jordan.
I didn't even know that. I
Yes.
thought he still owned him. I didn't even know that.
Michael Jordan parlays.
He retained a minority ownership share. Does that preclude him from?
I don't know. It might because
Yes, I don't know what he's going to do.
if he still has a piece of the team, whether or not he's going to be able to.
They may have a special. They may do a special exemption
Just for
Michael
Mike.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Brady's doing it.
It ain't. Yeah, but Tom Brady can't go into other facilities.
That's
Tom Brady
true.
is limited on what he can do.
Yeah.
So do they have like walk and talks where Michael's interviewing a current star? Does he head to the? Because I'm sure they'll have a game of the week or something.
I don't
What
think
do we
he's
do?
going to
Is
be the
Is
sideline
he?
reporter.
No. I mean, he goes to talk to. Let's say he goes to talk to Anthony Edwards in Minnesota because they got the Wolves for a game, and he sits down with Anthony Edwards.
I
Is
don't
that
know.
what Michael's going to do?
I don't know. Probably not. He's not going to give that much of an effort, I don't think.
The bag has to be a giant one though to get
Yeah.
him to do
To get
anything.
Mike to do it. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what special contributor means. Like, will he even show up on opening night for NBC?
That might be
Probably.
it.
Probably.
That's it.
Like he might be there like the first game of every season, and that's it.
Yeah, probably. Okay, I'm busy now, guys. I got to go play golf. When you think of the NBA on NBC, you think of Mike.
Yeah, it's Round Ball Rock with John Tesh and Mike. Those two I immediately think of. Dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 that song and Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
And they're
Michael Jordan.
bringing back to the guy who used to do the voiceover for them. He died, but they're gonna use
AI.
So like they're gonna, it's gonna sound like everything like it used to be.
They got to bring John Tesh back.
They have. They
Yep.
already.
Yeah.
They did a whole little social video where he's playing with
saw
songs.
that, I
Yeah,
saw that,
he's
I saw
back because there was they didn't own it, and John Tesh was like, "Yeah, it'd be great, but they got to talk to me about it,
Yeah.
about the song," and they did, and they got him locked in. Yeah.
That's great. NBA on NBC should be on NBC. That's what I don't know. It just seems right. It just seems right. And Mike being
Well,
a part
if
of
you're-
it, that's cool.
If you were a big Michael Jordan fan,
This
they were
is- yeah,
always linked together. So yeah.
they really did. It was and Marv. You know what, Marv? Can they bring back Marv?
You want Steve? Is Steve Snapper
Well,
John still alive?
I'm telling you, they're doing AI hockey. They're doing AI hockey right now with with Fagan. He's dead, and they're using his voice, much like they do on your game, your college and your Madden games. Why not bring Marv back and let Marv do games?
Well, let's just clear to everyone. Marv's not dead, so they don't have
Well,
to.
he kind of is.
Well, I don't know if he kind of is. I mean,
Marv's
so
still
He
around.
just doesn't have a
Marv
fastball.
Albert isn't dead.
He's not dead.
No, he's old, but he's not dead. He's
Oh.
83.
I thought for sure. Marv
Maybe they'll
was
get.
no
Maybe they'll
longer
honor
here.
him by having his son do the games. Maybe they'll have Kenny do them.
Kenny is his brother. No,
No, Kenny's his son.
Kenny's his son.
Yes.
Oh, well, there is a Kenny Albert that was his brother too.
Maybe he named him
Maybe he
after
named
his
that,
brother.
yeah.
But Kenny Albert, his son, is a sportscaster.
I don't know. It should be Marv. Do an AI Marv. And they're doing that with Al Michaels as well, and he's still alive.
Well, the AI thing is odd to me. But if Al get consent, or are they just doing it?
I have no idea. I don't know, but that was the story on the Athletic is that they actually voted. It's too weird.
Yeah.
We don't want AI
I
voices.
think Marv's brother was Steve.
Marv's
Steve
brother.
Albert was Marv's brother. Kenny has always been the son. I don't think there's a Kenny Albert who's famous other than the son.
Other than his son, I thought
Steve was a play-by-play guy. That was his brother who did play-by-play. But Kenny, who's 57, been around quite a while himself. But that's the son.
Oh, that's the son.
Yeah.
I thought okay. All right. I always thought that was okay.
We got a lot of those. We got Noah and Iron Eagle. It's just, I mean, of course, Joe and Jack. It's a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
They pass it on.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So Kenny's got to do it then, right? I mean,
Well, I don't know if Kenny's been hired, but they've got Melo, they've got Jordan, they've got a lot of ex-players who have either recently retired or have been just out of the game for a couple years now, and or maybe 10 years or so. So they got their, I think, Wade's on Amazon. So they are picking guys who have made like guest appearances in spots like randomly, and then they're making them their full-time Amazon, and NBC's got to fill a staff. And the big name so far is Mike.
It's going to be the play-by-play is Tarico
And Noah Eagle. They're both on the team.
Tarico's going to do it.
Yeah.
He's their guy.
I'm sure they'll pin or they'll add Tarico to a player or something, whoever they decide.
It's Jamal Crawford and Reggie Miller are the two top color analysts.
So I guess Noah Eagle will probably be with Jamal Crawford.
Yeah,
and then Reggie will get the big crew with Mike Tirico.
Sports Illustrated says they will broadcast player introductions.
Yeah, that was part of the thing. Like, we know for us now,
you saw the Bulls.
Yeah, all we see now is the guys dapping each other up as the game begins. But it's been 20 minutes after the scheduled start time. So if we're going to have delays, at least give me player intros.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the Pope had.
Yeah, if you don't know what John's talking about, the Pope is from Chicago. So when the Pope walked out on the balcony, people put what's the name of the song actually? It's a Bulls intro, but it has an actual name. I forgot what it was.
I don't know.
He walked out to that. That's his walk-up music.
Yeah, that Bulls song from the 90s. They played that it's not his walk-up song.
It is. It's the Pope's walkout song. All right. Oh, no, it's the Pope.
Art, who was very funny, said, you don't know the lyrics. He said it should be Mini Men from 50 Cent, because there's a song in there. It goes, many men wish death on me. And he's like, some of the Cardinals probably didn't want this Pope, or maybe they wanted to die so they could be the Pope next.
No, he's got the Bulls walk-up music. Art, don't be trying to change the Pope's walk-up music.
I just think it was very appropriate to say some of these Cardinals who didn't win it this time may want them gone so they can win it. So many men wish death on me. Yes.
There are a lot of Popes that wanted it. Yeah, but a lot of Cardinals that wanted to be. Yeah. They're wannabes. Okay. They ain't Leo to 14.
No.
Slow down, Cardinals. All right. Just stay in your lane.
Yeah, that song. It has an actual name. What's the name of the song?
Sirius.
Is that what it's called?
This is it. Yeah. But the Bulls aren't going to be on NBC all that much, so we're not going to hear this.
The Alan Parsons Project. That's the Bull. That's the people who made it.
I'm sorry. This is forever associated with the Pope now. Sorry, Bulls. You can't take this.
I don't know.
Can't have this anymore.
You are on the internet too much. I'm not sure most people think that's what it's associated with.
This is what it is. This is the Pope song now. All right. Sorry, Bulls. You lost out.
It's the Pope song. John's
it's right. The Pope song.
They gave it up.
This is the Pope song now. So sorry.
Yeah, what do the Bulls do now? They don't still do this song, right?
Yeah, they do.
They still do? Okay, It's just so.
Does the guy still scream?
Not really.
So Zach LaVine walks out to the song.
Hey, he's gone.
He used to though.
And
now Kevin Herter walks out to the song now.
Yeah.
What a downfall for this song.
Oh my God.
Maybe they should.
This song was like no.
Maybe should belong to the Pope.
Yeah, until you get good again.
Yeah, don't play the song anymore. It doesn't hit the same.
Speaking of being good again, well,
Nick Vucevic walks out to this.
No, we ain't doing that.
He does.
What about Shador? Hey, Shador has a message for Browns fans, everybody.
I'm sure it'll be a great one.
Here is Shador Sanders' message to Cleveland Brown fans.
Really, I feel like the Browns fans, they just want something to hope for, and they've been wanting it so long. So finally, I'm here to change that. I'm here to, actually give what they want.
Is it what they want? 5th round quarterback? Is that?
I thought him falling in the draft was supposed to check his ego.
Apparently.
Have you met him? Have you heard him? There's no chance.
He's Deion's kid.
No chance.
It's in his genes. That ain't never changing. You know what? I'm not rooting against him.
I'm not either.
I'm not rooting against him. But it's got to be. You would think that he'd go into that room a little bit more. I mean, Dylan Gabriel was drafted by that team ahead of you. Dylan Gabriel can't throw from me to you, right? And I don't know that you're the savior of the organization yet, Shador. I'd slow down on that one.
Let's get through a mini camp or two. Let's get to a camp where all the veterans are there. before we have that conversation.
Maybe
whether
you
you're the
should-
savior. Or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. Maybe you should be on the second
Yeah.
team before you.
Yeah, I know we just assume, but is he guaranteed to make the roster?
Oh. No, he's not guaranteed to make the roster, but
Maybe practice squad is maybe a lock, maybe. But are we? The assumption we just assume he'll be there on the active roster, but I don't know that. I shouldn't assume that, right?
no.
Not even about Dylan Gabriel. There are two veterans ahead of him right now who are in the building. Is he going to supplant them and be anything more than possibly the emergency quarterback on game day, if that?
Yeah. Not sure. Not sure where he falls in line right here. All I know is that I'm not sure that you should be declaring yourself the savior of the organization just yet. I'm going to save you, Browns fans. I'm going to save you. Not sure that that's the way.
Yeah, Flacco and Pickett are the two veterans I was referencing.
Yeah.
It's not steep competition, but I mean, at least those guys have thrown NFL passes.
Right. Hey, we got a break and we got news of the week coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What I'm talking about right now is airteamltd.com. airteamltd.com. It's where you go to set up a free consultation. Do not do nothing. And I don't know that's the correct English. Do not do nothing this before the summer gets here. Because if you haven't looked at your air conditioners in a while, I'm telling you, you need to do that, and you need to do it in a hurry because it's going to get hot. You're going to be working them. You're going to be overworking them, and you're going to have a problem. And I had a problem, and it sucked because I had to replace them. AirTeam Ltd made it as easy as possible, but it still is painful to replace air conditioners. You don't have to. What you need to do is have AirTeam Ltd come on out to your house, inspect your air conditioner, make any adjustments that you might have. It might just be you need Freon. It might be that there's a little glitch in your motor. It might be, we can't save this one. I don't know. I don't know what your issue is with your air conditioner, but if you haven't done anything with your air conditioner in a while, you need to. You need to go to airteamltd.com and set up that free consultation to come to your home. I love what they did for me. I love the deal that I got on my air conditioners. They were professional. They were awesome. They can be that way for you too. airteamltd.com. Russell Westbrook is launching an AI-enabled funeral planning startup. Do you want Russell Westbrook to plan your funeral?
It is probably the most surprising after playing career thing that an NBA player's ever done. I think, he's the most surprising person to be in this. I would never have associated funeral planning with Russell Westbrook.
Russell Westbrook funeral planning.
I mean, that's the go-to now, I guess.
AI.
It's where your three-pointer goes to die.
So, what does AI-enabled funeral planning mean? Is he going to AI version of Russell Westbrook planning your funeral?
AI, it curates options based on budget and preferences and includes a voice-activated AI agent that can speak. What about Russell Westbrook doing it?
It's just a regular business, just with Russell Westbrook putting money behind it. That's not so special. I thought he would put his face on it, be the AI voice you hear.
That's what I would love.
And if he saw you type Westbrook, he would hang up.
Oh
on you.
no, not only hang up, he probably come through your computer and punch you in the face.
So okay, he's got a business model for his after his playing days. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's good. Oh, good for him. But I don't know if I want Russell Westbrook planning my funeral.
I don't think he will. I just think he's an investor. Which is fine, I guess.
Yes, I guess that's nice. No, I don't know. Does Russ know a lot about AI?
I think he's just a guy who's given the
money.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think he's just a money man.
Okay.
What other NBA stars do you like to have businesses involved in that you don't want to take part in? Like, James Harden insurance adjuster. AI enabled insurance adjusting by James Harden.
Yeah, I don't want James. I'd change this now. If it had something to do with a strip club, I'd want James involved because he knows the game.
He's an expert. Yes,
he knows the game. He don't know the insurance game. Okay,
you don't know.
Russell Westbrook knows the death game.
Are you gonna say death of a jumper again? Yeah.
Okay. That's all.
All right.
That's all. I guess that's all I had.
All right.
Then there's a new U.S. federal bill seeking to standardize obscenity laws and ban porn. Do you want the country to ban porn?
Isn't Texas already starting that?
Are we doing that?
You have to. I think in Texas you have to prove that you're an adult through more means than just saying yes. It used to be like you just click yes, and that's fine. Now Texas actually needs you to prove it by a picture you have to send in sometimes.
I don't know. I don't know anything about these things.
That's how
I don't
porn's no, we swear we're trying to keep it safe for kids. They just have to click yes or no. If they lie to us, what do you want from us?
It's not our fault.
It's not our fault. We asked them and they lied. So they're trying to ban porn in the country overall.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck with that.
Do you want to become a prurient society? So the bill appeals to prurient interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. Depicts, describes, or represents sexual acts, real or simulated, with intent to arouse, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. You can still have some porn as long as it's got some scientific value.
Or if it's instructional.
Or artistic.
Yeah, if you are instructing people on the ways to have sex, then maybe it'll be allowed. But if it's just, hey,
here's some of
this. My refrigerator's broken.
Here's some excretion.
Hey,
you know what I didn't know we'd say on the show today? Yeah, Todd, that happened. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Great time.
He's on his way to the sales meeting, and this is what he hears of the show. Okay, I didn't put it in there. The bill banning porn put it in there, not me. Okay, I didn't put it in there. Some flies are insomniacs to ward off parasites. Do you think that flies should get more sleep?
What is their life cycle? Like a day anyway?
That's a firefly.
I think
flies last longer than a day.
How long do they live? So maybe no sleep is part of the deal. Like I don't have long here, so I'm not gonna fall asleep. I get it. You don't want parasites. If you told me if I fell asleep I get a parasite, I'd probably stay up too.
Fruit flies, they're a pain in the ass, right?
Yes.
Is it only fitting that they should have a pain in the ass as well? They've got parasites that they got to worry about.
So a housefly's lifespan is about 20 to 25 days. In some cases, they can go longer, but about 20, 25 days. So if you told me I had only 25 days to live, I may not want to go to sleep.
I might not.
Yeah.
Hey, I only got
I
so
get
much
it.
time.
I get it. You don't want to waste half of your lifespan sleeping
No,
if it's only
we do
25
that.
days. Yeah, but we got, depending on how well you live, maybe 80 years, maybe more, maybe less. 25 days, I'm not sleeping.
Listen, but it's just to ward off Paris. I'm looking for some fly action. Okay,
Some fly action, he
Some
says.
I'm needing some fly action. I don't want to just be, oh wow, parasites.
You want to go get it in?
Get
is what you're
some.
saying?
Yeah, I'm trying. Yes,
As a fly? Man, if I was a fly, I'd be looking for all the girl flies.
I'm looking for all this fly sex.
Hey, why are you sleeping, lady?
Hey,
We don't have much time.
and I don't need the government banning any fly porn either. Okay,
Don't think yet. What, the fly government or the U.S. government?
fly government.
Which government's keeping the flies from watching porn?
I don't know. Their own government. Okay, stop
Well,
already.
they got to get a
I
president.
only got 25 days here.
They get a president every 3 weeks. The policies change all the time with fly governments.
They really do. They really do. We're done. And Mopey and Mapes. Is it Mopey and Mapes today or
No.
We're rolling through, John.
you? Okay, you guys keep going.
You're hanging out with
That's
us?
it.
No,
Nice.
look at how he's dressed. You think he's hanging out with us?
No.
He's got golf.
Golfing. I'm going to game day and then I'm going to golfing. That's what I do. That's what I'm doing. I don't have to go to Chastang Ford right now because Chastang Ford has got a great vehicle already. All right. I'm in a Chastang Ford pickup truck. That's where we bought it. This is JT's truck, and I love it. And I love my Lightning, as a matter of fact. Here's the deal right now. You got employee pricing over at Chastang Ford. You can get into your vehicle at about as low a price as you can ever get it. Employee pricing is the best pricing. Now, employee pricing at other places, not sure it's the best. You know why? Because they're going to upsell you. They're going to add on. They're going to try to get as much money as possible. We're giving these things away too cheap. Make sure you upsell. Get as much as you possibly can. That's not the way they do it at Chastang Ford. Matter of fact, they love it that you get the best deal you can. You know why? Because you're going to love that vehicle. And then when it's time to buy another vehicle, you're going to go to Chastang Ford. More repeat business than new business. That'll tell you something about Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford has been doing this for over 80 years. Chastang has been selling vehicles in the city of Houston for over 80 years. That tells you something about the Chastangs and the way that they do business. Do business with the Chastangs. You're looking for an SUV or a pickup, you got one place to go. For me, it's Chastang Ford. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
Welcome to the show. It's practically the same show you were just listening to. Thank you. Just had a gentleman close the door because there's a little yelling going on. Normally the door stays open, but apparently loud voices are occurring in the hall. So he came in and closed the door. Thank you for that. Me and Joe until noon, followed by Paul Gallant. And then you got the Killer Bees after him and Glenn Davis because they're going to be where, Joe, today?
Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. They'll be out there from 12 to 8 because Soccer Matters will be out there as well.
That's right. And Pat Onstadt, the GM for the Dynamo, will be out there. And then former Astros play-by-play man Bill Brown will be there as well. So go out and join the guys and meet some of the people who, well, if you're a Dynamo fan, you watch Pat Onstadt, I believe, play goalie for them. Now he's the GM. And of course, you've listened to Bill Brown for years if you're a Nashville fan. So that's happening a little bit later today. But what happened last night? The landscape of the NBA changed quite a bit, but we'll start with what happened here in what was simply a dream. And I think it made it more of an exciting dream because you didn't do anything except trade for picks and you went on to have a really good year. You didn't have to suffer the misery that is being a bad team with a chance at winning the lottery. So for Rocket fans, it was like, you know what? Cherry on top of the Sunday of, well, it didn't end great, but of a really promising season. You thought yourself, could we add a high value pick? The dream was Cooper Flagg. That dream ended really early in the night, but did the dream turn into a bit of a disappointment? Okay, you don't get Cooper Flagg. You had the ninth pick because you traded for the Suns pick, and they were bad. But whatever. Okay, you're not getting Cooper. You're not getting into the top four. You actually fall a spot because a team behind you jumps over you, and that's the bigger problem. The fact that the Mavs jumped over you, and not just jumped over you into the top four because they were joined by the Spurs and jumping into the top four as well. Then it wound up with your two in-state rivals winding up 1 and 2. That was, it's not a disaster scenario. Okay, the Rockets are in a really good spot, but it wasn't great. It wasn't great. At the end of the day, you don't move up any. In fact, you fall a spot, and those two teams have. Well, the Spurs don't need a lifeline, but the Mavericks find a lifeline to their future because that's a team beyond the Luka and AD trade. They were going to be without Kyrie for the better part of the season. And you know what? If they weren't great, he probably would have just sat out the year because of his injury. And we'll get to another major injury in the NBA a little bit later. So they find a lifeline, which opens up a giant chest of possibilities for them. Now, the likely scenario is nothing dramatic happens and they just take Cooper Flagg. But because it's that time of the year where rumor mongering must begin, people are talking about whether that pick can be used to acquire what could be the most coveted player on the market. And it's funny because he's not on the market, actually. The story that wasn't a story yesterday was Giannis is open to the possibility. Didn't say he requested a trade. Didn't say he put any teams on the list. It's just that for the first time ever, he's considering a move out of Milwaukee, which lights up the talk shows. And, well, we're one of them, and we talked about it yesterday. But as it stands now, I think Sean and I discussed it. The funniest thing that could have happened. The Mavericks wound up with the number 1 pick. It's not funny for a Rocket fan, but it's funny, generally speaking, that it leads to the NBA is rigged. Why the NBA decided to inform the Mavericks they needed to trade Luka to the Lakers, we can get into dumb theories like they knew LeBron was about to retire and they needed the Lakers to be relevant because they didn't like that time period from when Kobe was bad till he retired to the Lakers not having anybody. So we needed the Lakers to have their next guy before LeBron decided to hang it up, and we're going to reward you with the number 1 overall pick for doing it. How that could stay a secret, I don't know. So I'm going to push that theory aside. I'm just going to say the Mavericks being rewarded for their incompetence is even funnier than the rig stuff. I know people like the rig stuff. Some people actually believe it, and more power to you. If you think the NBA is WWE, that's cool. But then explain to me how the Raptors could win a title if the NBA is WWE. To throw people off? Was that what it was? You send Kawhi to Toronto and the likes of Pascal Siakam, Kawhi, our very own Fred VanVleet, and Kyle Lowry won a title. That's what the NBA wants. And, of course, they told the Warriors to blow out knees and ACLs along the way.
It's like
and
okay,
Achilles along the way.
yeah. I mean, last night's tough for Rockets fans because, like, logically, you can say that within the next 2 months, Cooper Flag and Giannis will be playing in the state of Texas, and neither will be with the Rockets.
Yes, the likely scenario is if Giannis actually does ask out and then has to say, I want to go to the Spurs. I think people ignore that part of the equation. They just start to look at assets. Well, the Spurs have all the assets, or the Rockets have all the assets. Generally speaking, that player will tell you where he wants to play. And then for whatever reason, the team who's trading him will do everything possible to get him there.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the 10th pick. Like, it's still a good asset plus what you have on your team. That if Giannis says he wants to be a Rocket,
Then you will get Giannis.
then you'll get Giannis.
Yes, he has to say it. If he says he's going to be a Spur, he'll be a Spur. If he's, for whatever reason, says he wants to be a Maverick, they would have to decide if is Cooper Flag part of the package. Either way, I understand being pissed off about the fact that you could be dealing with Cooper Flag and Giannis. While divisions don't matter, the fact that those two are in the Western Conference and are in your state and the rivalries that exist, understood. You don't like it. But all this hinges, at least the Giannis part of it is, of him asking to be in San Antonio. And if he does not, then there's no worries. So when the first domino falls and he says, I want out, okay, that means you got a shot at him. Wait for the list. The list is always the most important thing. It's very unlikely that he winds up getting traded someplace that isn't on his list. And maybe the list is of one or two teams and you're on it, then you've got a real shot. So I am less bothered by the Giannis aspect of it because there are a couple things that have to happen before it's a real threat. The Cooper Flag thing is a guarantee unless Nico decides to be Nico again. And then,
Yeah, unless Giannis says I want to be a Mav, and then they go that route.
Either way, it would have to be something where Giannis is an active participant in upsetting you. It's not just going to happen because the Spurs or the Mavericks have the best package. Now the question is, with Cooper Flag in Dallas, how long do we have to wait for Dallas or him to be a threat? He's 18 years old. He'll be either just turning 19 or 18 when the season begins. Still, generational talent. I went on a bit of a rant about how can we have three potential generational talents over the course of 4 seasons with Wemby, Cooper, and then possibly Debanza being another generational talent. One of them can't be. Maybe two of them can't be, but we'll see. He's 18 years old. When is an 18-year-old going to be a big factor? Are we talking 4 or 5 years from now? Like, what's the turnaround time frame? Like, Anthony Edwards at 23 is now a guy who can lead a team to the finals. He has that in him. Are we waiting 4 or 5 years for that? Is Cooper Flag going to do that at 20? So when we talk about, what the Mavericks have gotten this great player, are we talking half a decade before he really matters that much?
And even if they can make the playoffs this year, for sure, with their roster in the Western Conference, that make the play-in tournament at worst, but they're not a threat. And and you're banking on Anthony Davis being healthy. Like both those teams, Rockets fans should. I would be annoyed with what happened
but
last night.
I would not be concerned or even that upset. Other than you are really believing that the league is rigged. Okay, that's your train of thought. But as far as what it means for the Rockets, other than not getting Cooper Flag yourself or maybe using a top 4 pick in a trade, I don't think the Mavericks are that much of a concern because as great as he might be, what guy at 18 is changing the course of this league? Look, LeBron is one thing, but even it took how many years did it take LeBron to win? He had to leave. Now he made the finals with the Cavs in a weak East. Cooper Flag won't have that advantage. He will be playing in the more stacked conference, and the NBA has such a level of talent dispersal that I don't think no matter how good people think he can be, will be doing any of that to change a franchise in the first 4 or 5 years of his career. We talk about the Rockets here all the time. He's 22, 23 years old. 22 or 23-year-olds don't win in the NBA, no matter how good you think they are. It's not been a thing in the history of the league. Anthony Edwards has a chance to change that. We will see because he's only 23. If he leads his team to a title, I think you can throw him in with, obviously Magic was very young, but that was way back then. And then you have Dwayne Wade, who was like 23, 24 when he led the Heat to a title. It's very rare that it happens, and a lot has to be done to build around him. And the Mavericks aren't really in a spot to do that. So it sucked. You'd rather have the Mavericks not jump ahead of you. You rather have the Spurs not have the number 2 overall pick. I'm just not concerned about them right now. I'll wait for the Giannis decision, if a decision even comes, before I get concerned about what the Spurs can be.
Yeah, I'm just more curious now, like what the Rockets will try to do with the pick. I mean, do you keep it? And I know we were talking about this with John. Like, do you just draft the player that Ime's not going to want to play, or is it just a trade asset and you go for Giannis or Kevin Durant or something else? Like, does it even appeal to the Phoenix Suns for Kevin Durant now?
I think they are going to want assets no matter what. Now, they would likely now it's their pick. They would probably want future picks that you own of theirs as well. They need, in particular, young and expensive talent. That's what they want. They would have hoped that they're going to get one of their picks back. It wouldn't have been as low as it is, but they don't really have a lot of options. If they're trading Kevin Durant and it's to the Rockets, after making it pretty clear they're trying to trade him earlier, you don't want him coming back. It's been reported that all sides believe that a trade's going to happen. Where he goes, I don't know. But the Suns and Durant are going to work towards a trade. The Rockets are as good a team as any to make that happen. You just don't have that much leverage. You can't expose the fact you're trading a superstar and then bring him back.
Here's
Things go poor.
0% chance.
Things go poorly when you do that. Or if you try to do that, they have to make a trade, and the Rockets are going to have plenty to offer if they want to make it happen. They're going to have a lot of things to consider, and one of those will be: are we fast forwarding our timeline? Because while sure, a pick will help, and you hardly knew the pick, so it won't bother you that much to trade number 10 overall. It won't just be that. Beyond making salaries work, because the Suns are a team who can't take more than they're giving out as far as salary because of their financial constraints with the cap, you're going to have to send something that they want. Because it's Kevin Durant, and he probably will have to agree to some type of short-term extension with you. It won't be that much compared to what Giannis will command, but it'll be something you likely don't want to give away right now, because the thought of getting away with just giving them Jalen Green seems far-fetched. They already have Bradley Beal. They already have Devin Booker, who the Rockets put out there that they don't want because of his season last year. Devin Booker, I'm talking about. In a trade where Jalen Green is exiting, it's probably a 3-team trade, because what are they going to do with him? The Suns. You would have to send him someplace that another team wants, which makes the deal more complicated. So I would actually be surprised when you add in the Rockets' statement on Green and how much it would take to trade him in a Kevin Durant deal, that he goes out in that deal. I think it's Kevin Durant for insert a young player or two plus salary filler.
Like Cam, Reed, the 10th pick,
things
Dylan
like
Brooks to make it work.
Things like that. Money will have to be made work. So you will likely have to trade. The only really big salary as far as guys you might be willing to move would be Dylan Brooks. You're not, because Alpe's deal comes through next year. So does Jalen's. They get their extensions. Their money starts to uptick. But if you are one who wants Fred back, then you aren't trading him. But Fred's the easiest contract to trade. It means you don't have to include as many players in a trade for Durant, because Fred's salary is in the $40 million range if you do the player option or the team option, as opposed to signing him to a lesser deal. So trading Fred to Phoenix would be a tough break for Fred, and they've pushed back the decision on the team option because they want to have these conversations and figure out what they want to do. I would be surprised, considering how they've talked about Fred VanVleet and his willingness to work with them, that they would just decide, oh, by the way, yes, it's Kevin Durant, so you got to go. That would be surprising to me if they use Fred's contract to make that move after getting him to agree to push things back. It seems like they are working hand in hand to make sure Fred VanVleet's a Rocket going forward. And look, Phoenix is probably a very nice place to live. I'm just not sure Fred wants to be on a bad basketball team.
No. Fred VanVleet does not want to be a Phoenix Sun.
No.
Him, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, that's a hard pass.
Yeah. So
if I'm Fred.
So as much as it would be the easiest thing to do, it would be, if I can read into what's going on with the Fred VanVleet Rockets team option thing, it feels slightly backhanded if they go, hey, thanks, Fred, for waiting. We're going to pick this up and then deal you to the Suns. It's not It's not crazy if you remember back to what happened to Blake Griffin, because it was a breakup of Lob City, and he was supposed to be their cornerstone. They did this whole presentation in Staples Center where they showed him in the rafters, and you're going to be a Clipper for life, and they traded him midseason to Detroit. So it has happened before. It just is kind of a little underhanded way to go about business. And I don't think the Clippers and what they did to Blake Griffin is talked about enough. He was a free agent. He could have gone a lot of places, and they convinced him to stay, and he didn't make it to the All-Star break.
Yeah, that was dirty business.
Yeah. And to send him to Detroit of all places. Didn't even send him to a good spot. Detroit has eventually bounced back, and now they're in a pretty good spot with their young talent. Kind of maybe a year behind the Rockets, although they both were first-round exits. Detroit didn't have Jaden Ivey. Who knows how good they could have been if he stayed healthy. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you have thoughts on the draft lottery, if you're pissed off because you think it's rigged or you think enough with the Spurs and their good fortune, understood. You can call in 713-780-3776. We'll get to the other big NBA news, and I'll ask Joe to chime in on this. Which fan base feels worse after last night? Because you had the draft lottery, you had maybe a franchise-altering injury in the Knicks Celtics series, and then you top all that off with the Warriors going down 3-1 to a Wolves team who is on the verge of knocking out the Warriors and the Lakers in 5 in back-to-back series, all led by the guy who they'd love to be the face of the league if he would stop telling fans how big his appendage is, Anthony Edwards. Great player. Not sure he's all about doing what needs to be done to push the league forward as far as the branding is concerned. But just watch the man play, and you see a spectacular player. We'll talk about the playoffs themselves when we get back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we'll get more into the NBA playoffs here, but with Joe here, who is certainly someone who covers Houston sports, but has ties to a different area of the country just because of where he grew up. He's a fan of the Bulls. He grew up rooting for the Bulls. And the Bulls lost a coin flip to the Mavericks. And if we believe one thing doesn't affect the other, it just simply would have been the Bulls instead of the Mavericks. If they had won the coin flip, then the Bulls would have had the number 1 overall pick. I asked Joe about this in the break. I'm more of a butterfly effect guy, where it's like one thing leads to another, then leads to another, then leads to another. I don't think, well, this one thing happened at a time and then everything else was going to go the same way no matter what. That's how I believe. That's what I believe. Of course, if you believe it was rigged, then if the Bulls would have won it, they would have wound up at 11th anyway. That's just how some people's logic works. Joe is in the mode of what again?
I would say like kind of the butterfly effect, I would say. I mean, it's hard not to view it from like the Rockets' perspective. With you lose a coin toss to the Spurs get Wemby. The Bulls lose a coin flip with the Mavs get Cooper Flag. Like, it's hard not to just view it as like you literally lost a coin toss, and that's why you're not getting a supposed generational talent to change your franchise.
Yeah.
But I also like it's hard for me not to look at the NBA and view it as rigged, to be honest. Like, it's going back to whether it's Patrick Ewing or the Spurs with Tim Duncan, or what happened in just, really our like lifetime of memories of the Cavs get LeBron, the Bulls get Derrick Rose, the Cavs get Kyrie after LeBron leaves, the Pelicans get Anthony Davis, the Mavs get Cooper Flag. Hell, the Cavs got the Wiggins pick that they used to trade for Kevin Love before LeBron even signed back with the team. Like, it does seem that like when teams desperately need it, or someone's from that city, they do seem to land the top pick. So
would you say the Bulls desperately needed Cooper Flag?
Yes.
So you believe the Mavs' desperation exceeded the Bulls, and that's why they got it?
They traded Luka.
Okay.
And it's just so it's hard not to view it as rigged, just because it feels like there's just too many coincidences that, like, when someone's from a hometown that they land on that team, or when there's a generational talent, they land in a city that's not the bottom of the barrel. Like, they're not landing in Washington, Utah, these crap basketball teams. Like, they're landing in good markets. So it's not even just about trading Luka. It's about where these guys are going. I mean, besides what's happened in New Orleans with getting Anthony Davis and getting Zion, like, also a franchise that was once owned by the NBA. Like, it's hard not to view it as rigged, to be honest.
So the NBA will control what they can control. They can't control injuries like the one we're about to talk about. They won't get involved in certain trades because they don't believe it'll affect the entirety of the league. But when the major paradigm shifting things happen, they will put their thumb on the scale. I don't know, man. I recognize the cynicism. I recognize and I understand the speculation. Maybe it's just a world I don't want to operate in. Maybe that's where I am with it. Not that I hold the NBA above all others. Not that they should avoid scrutiny. It's just not a world I want to live in where there are script writers involved in this game. You know what? Let me be Neo in the Matrix, except I don't want to be pulled out.
I think even if they just were a little more transparent about the lottery system.
They do let media back there.
Yeah, they do. Like, there's a couple media people back there.
Are they on the take?
I mean,
well, are you saying Zach Lowe's on the take?
I mean, but like the odds last night were, I think I have this right. It was 0.014% that the top three would end up the way that it did. With the Mavs, Spurs, and 76ers all moving into the top three. And like, those are three franchises that two of them are in a really bad spot with either giving out the worst contracts in the NBA with the 76ers. You got a franchise superstar in San Antonio, and you've got Dallas who just traded Luka. It's like, it's just hard to ignore. It feels like it's like what's happening in Washington, what's happening in Utah, what's happening in Charlotte. And like these teams never win the lottery when there's these top guys there. Like I don't want to live in that world either. But look, again, like
I just don't know.
I'm a Bulls fan.
Yeah.
And like the Bulls, I'm acknowledging that like the Bulls benefited from having a 1.7% chance to land Derrick Rose, and they got him.
Was that, I know Miami finished second. Were they the most likely to get that?
I think they were.
They had done enough to tank and be in the spot, and they still didn't get in. They wound up with Michael Beasley. Now Miami was able to pivot, and they certainly were fine after that. But they wanted Derrick Rose, just like everyone else did. Didn't work out for them. I guess I would have to work my mind around why San Antonio has been so blessed. Did the league?
Great question.
Why would the league decide on them? No, what I mean is, why would the league decide on them? Did the Duncan thing just happen as opposed to letting the Celtics have them, which you would assume would be what the league would want for the Celtics to get Tim Duncan? And then once it happened, they saw how the Spurs took advantage of it. You're like, you know what? That's a good franchise. We're going to continue to reward them. These are the mental gymnastics you have to play to work yourself into a mode where you think, the league is rigged. I saw people talk about how they're never going to watch basketball again. All right.
Liar.
Sure.
Okay.
Those
people weren't watching basketball.
And if you were, and you're putting that on social media, you're being performative, you're going to watch basketball. Cut it out.
It's the same people who said that during the pandemic, that like during the bubble and everything that was going on. Like, I'm never going to watch the NBA again. You probably weren't watching basketball.
Yeah.
So like, you're not going to change the way things operate. Like the only time I've ever believed anyone says they're not watching basketball was Mavs fans until last night.
Yeah. Now their minds have likely been changed. So speaking of Mavs fans, they're a fan base who was miserable during the regular season. Now pretty elated. We'll see how the Cooper Flag thing works out, whether they keep him, which is very likely, or Nico Harrison decides, I want to win now, and I'm not waiting on an 18-year-old to do it. We will see. Fan base that was miserable. What about the current fan bases that are miserable? I would say Celtics, number one, top of the list, right? You think you have a potential, at least back-to-back title in the works. It feels like the field is wide open. You're a favorite in the East going into the playoffs. You dispatch the Magic in 5. You're watching the rest of the league and going, okay, looks like as long as we stay healthy, we continue to advance, we're going to win. Now, you lose the first 2 to New York in ridiculous fashion, but you win game 3 handily. So I'm sure a lot of Celtics fans are like, okay, yes, game 4 is important, but we can reestablish who we are and win this series. And then, hey, feels like we can take care of the Pacers, and whoever comes out west will deal with it. Instead, they're down by 7 at the time Tatum gets hurt, and then it was a turnover. They go, I think the Knicks score on the fast break, go up by 9. Game was probably going the Knicks' way either way, but Tatum was in the middle of a great ball game. He was doing everything he could to keep him in it. He just didn't get a lot of help from anyone beyond Derek White. Porzingis still looks like a shell of himself. Whatever illness he's been dealing with has sapped him of any ability right now to be a contributor. Jaylen Brown had one of his off nights. And in fact, if you look at the play, Jaylen Brown fumbled that ball. Tatum tried to recover it, and then you have the injury. We don't know what it is right now. The MRI results, if they've even happened yet, aren't out there. But the expectation from some, and if you read the kind of the faces of the Celtics who talked after the game, this is serious. Certainly a series ender, very likely a season ender. And now the question is he out for a significant part of next year, which would mean the Celtics are pretty much done contending this year, next year. And with the team who's trying to cut salary with new ownership, you could see a bit of a step back where they go, you know what? Brown stays. What can we get for Holiday? Can we trade Porzingis? What are they going to do? And of course, Al Horford and his age.
Think Brown stays?
Are you going to completely clean house?
I mean, if you're gonna do it, you might as well go all the way.
I think they believe in the Jays, as they call them, the 2 Jays, and I think they will allow Brown to be the focal point, and then see. You get a year of Jaylen Brown just being the number 1 and finding out where he is. Maybe that's a benefit for them. If you're finding a silver lining, you find out what Jaylen Brown is as a player when he doesn't have Jason Tatum with him. And maybe that's a negative because people see it and he becomes less valuable, or maybe he becomes someone that takes another step deep into his 20s, and you figure out, okay, this is who Jaylen Brown is without the clear number 1 next to him. He's pretty good, or he can't carry this team to a playoff appearance in a bad East, and then you start to have real conversations about maybe we need to minimize Jaylen Brown. So I think the Celtics are one. The combination of Hornets, Wizards, and Jazz, the three teams you mentioned of not being able to take advantage of a bad season and win the lottery are two. You got to be miserable. Like, we watch a lot of bad basketball. The hope that was Cooper Flag was going to be the savior, and he winds up with a team who tanked accidentally. At least we tanked on purpose, and we didn't even get him. So I don't know if any of the three feel worse than the other, so I'm just putting them all together. It is funny.
At least the Hornets got the 4th pick.
Yeah, maybe
And it
that leads
feels
you
like-
to Edgecombe or something. Maybe you get him, or maybe someone likes Edgecombe more. And maybe who's 3? Oh, maybe the Sixers like Edgecombe more, and that you wind up with Ace Bailey or something.
Yeah, especially with Ace Bailey, like they're saying like he's not 6'10", he's 6'7".
Like 6'8", 6'7", 6'8".
So like that means he's probably not the 3rd prospect that some people thought he was originally.
Yeah, not a guaranteed.
But yeah, I mean, at least you have the 4th pick. So like, because it feels like that's where there's at least the first drop off after the next 3 guys after Cooper, at least right now. Yeah, I mean, all those teams have to be miserable. I mean, like you thought you had a chance at like a great prospect, and your team is terrible, and instead you're getting guys who are more of a risk, it seems,
And more in line with the guys you've had to draft recently.
Yeah, and it's just like you're like, if you have a chance for Cooper Flag, like that's everything a fan base could want. And no offense to Ron Harper's kid or Ace Bailey or any of these other guys, like they're not Cooper.
Well, they're not even a spot. They're not even in a spot to really get those guys. Like
Yeah.
Dylan Harper, I heard he could be a very, very good comp to Cade Cunningham. While that's not Cooper, it's not a bad consolation. The unfortunate part is those 3 teams aren't in the running for Dylan Harper, who appears right now to be a bit of a favorite for number 2, which resides with the Spurs. Could you put him with De'Aaron Fox and Stephon Castle? Feels like maybe too many guards. Maybe that makes it more likely he's on the move in a trade for a superstar. And then I would throw the Warriors as the fan base who feels the worst, 3rd worst. You lose last night, because there actually was basketball last night. Games matter still, despite we love a transaction, but games do matter. And the hope for them was, let's get one without Steph. Hope to get him back for game 6, and maybe he can carry us back from 3-2 down. They didn't get it. They got a typical Jimmy performance. For people who didn't watch the Heat on a regular basis in the regular season, I understand it. They weren't that compelling. That's why the playoff Jimmy name was born, because of some of his performances where he wasn't at the peak of his powers. They got one of those. I think the quiet part, honestly, for the Warriors fans that they're not going to like very much is what they got from Jimmy Butler in game 3. It's something he's not capable of more than like once a week. He's not. He's banged up. He's got an injury
sick or whatever too.
He suffered. But if you watch him throughout his last couple of years, he might give you one of those. The game 3 where he's aggressive, he's drawing fouls, he's getting to the line. But then you would watch 3 more games that week where you're wondering, where's Jimmy? How come he's not shooting the ball more? And while he will paint it as, I just make the right play last night was to be as aggressive as you were in game 3. I just don't know if he has those type of performances in him. And that's the concern if you're a Warriors fan. You're giving this guy $100 million over the next 2 years. And can he be someone who's good enough, along with Steph, to make you a real contender? I'm going to say now, no. I think they are going to be a play-in team right around that 6 to 9 range going forward, which is good news for the Rockets.
Yeah, I think the Warriors fan base, it's like that weird place where they've accomplished so much, but like they're seeing the window officially close in front of them, and they'll be excited about next season. They'll think they have a chance next year, but like they're at this age with Jimmy and Draymond and Steph where it's just like the young guys they drafted haven't developed. Kuminga, all of them have not developed into who they thought they were going to be, and so that's why I think they probably could be a little bit lower on this list, because at least they're still going to be a good team next year. Like even if they're a playing team, like they'll still be good.
Yeah, but I put them on the list because they looked at the league currently and looked at the Lakers being eliminated, and they thought with Steph they had one more run in them. I think the disappointing part for them is getting to the Rockets and knocking out a 2 seed means the field is a little lighter, and that I genuinely believe they thought with Steph and Jimmy Butler, who they thought they're getting playoff Jimmy throughout the playoff run, would be a team that they could find their way back into the finals. Now they're game out, and it feels like a missed opportunity because like the Wolves, I think are a good team, but they were a 6 seed, so I imagine the Warrior fans thought they had a shot. They don't. They likely will go down in 5. It'll be a what could have been for them, like it will be for the Celtics. But at least the Celtics have. Well, it's not like the Warriors don't know what a title feels like very recently. They won it in 2022, and the Celtics thought maybe a dynasty was going to be at hand for them, and it looks very much not the case. So we'll take calls from anyone. Now we got a conspiracy theory from John about the Patriots, so we welcome that. Do you have a thought about the NBA rigging the draft or any other riggings going on in sports? We're open to that. The number is 713-780-3776. It's me and Joe until noon. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we've got a couple things to get to, both calls. We haven't mentioned the Patriots very much, and for what reason? They're pretty much irrelevant right now. But John has a conspiracy theory involving the Patriots. What's up, John?
As far as the Patriots go, I've done a lot of reading up on this stuff, documentaries, books, all kinds of stuff about this stuff. They don't underestimate the power of money. They've been caught so many times on and off the record that story about them destroying evidence is actually. I mean, I would bet my life on it probably, and that's how confident I am. There's a lot of people saying this. It wasn't just the Deflategate one time. It wasn't just the Spygate a few times. They've been caught multiple times. The time that they're regarding is what when they destroyed evidence was after they've been busted 2 times before that. So, you're talking about the world champions, and the NFL doesn't want everybody to see them cheating repeatedly over and over and over and getting nothing for it, like 4 games or 2 or 4 games, whatever it ended up being, and a few $1 million. Any team would trade that for a Super Bowl victory, just one. Okay, so the NFL and Goodell specifically, they're going to worry about the integrity of the league. So of course they would hide it after so many times. I mean, I'm not sure why. And what's even worse, if you watch this a documentary called The Dark Side of Football, the Bill Belichick episode, and I've read this many years before this even came out. There's 2 ex-Patriot employees that were sent into the conference rooms of visiting teams, and they actually stole the scripted play sheets. So they knew about the first 10 or 15 plays that the other team's going to run. And I thought at first it's just disgruntled employees, blah, blah, blah. Well, I found the stats on it, and I looked it up. And for about a 10-year stretch, they were number 1 in the least points. They're by far they're number 1 or number 2 almost every single year in least points given up at home in the first quarter. So that matches what those guys were saying. They stole that. That's worse than Deflategate and Spygate, if you ask me. They went in the conference rooms and stole scripted play sheets from the other team, the visiting teams at home games. So the Patriots cheating goes way beyond. There's finally books coming out. One came out last year, and there's more people that are finally bringing all this stuff, and they'll see what they actually did. And as much money as it's involved on the line in the NFL, for sure they would hide it. For sure they would hide it.
Thanks, John, for the call. And I am honest about that because anything that slanders the Patriots, I welcome. While he was talking, I was looking up some of the aspects of the NFL potentially destroying evidence. Now, this is to Deflategate. He was referencing others, but these are Goodell's quotes when he talked to Senator Arlen Specter. Actually, let's see. No, this was at his press conference during Super Bowl week back in 2008. He said he'd be willing to meet Arlen Specter because Congress wanted to get involved. The reason I destroyed the tape is that they were totally consistent with what the team told me. It was the appropriate thing to do, and I think it sent a message. The actual effectiveness of taping and taking signals from opponents, it is something done widely in many sports. I think it probably had a limited, if any, effect on the outcome of games. That doesn't change my perspective on violating rules and the need to be punished. So they deserve to be punished, but what they didn't really determine how games went. All right. So that's way back in 2008. Please, if you got more evidence that the Patriots don't deserve anything they got, well, I welcome it. Mostly because it makes Boston fans furious. That's my biggest thing.
They get so upset.
Like the Patriots themselves are over it. None of those guys are on the team anymore. It doesn't affect them. They're long gone. I mean, maybe it affects Belichick's legacy. Maybe Brady takes a hit or two, whatever. They're fine. But a lot of the guys we hear in media and just the fans in general, that's their childhood. They grew up watching the Patriots destroy the rest of the league. And if you can put a black mark on any of it, I welcome it. They don't deserve it. Like people are talking about how the Mavs fans deserve Cooper Flag. You know who doesn't deserve anything? Boston fan. What have they done to deserve what they've been given?
I think that's kind of why with the Belichick stuff, why everyone's so kind of intrigued by it. It's just because the fall, like we all grew up watching this dynasty that was untouchable, and then as soon as Tom leaves, Tom wins elsewhere. The Patriots organization has become a mess. Bill Belichick is a bigger mess, and it's just kind of unraveling in a way. I mean, it's for me, like anything they prove at this point, like the NFL was aware of, so like it doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
Like they knew all this stuff. Like if there is evidence of that, I also think like what the Patriots did, my view honestly is like everyone was doing it and they just got caught, and the punishment was a joke. Like they never were really punished. I mean, Tom Brady got what 4 extra bye weeks, and like that's it.
Sure.
Like that's all it was like you gave an old man a quarter of the season off. Like that's all they did for like deflating footballs. And so like that to me, like the NFL, like they just didn't care about what was going on, and like then there was no punishment. There was nothing for Spygate. I mean, Sean Payton got a bigger punishment because I mean he was trying to hurt people. But
yeah.
So I guess morally that's worse.
Yes. Yeah. Probably morally it's worse to incapacitate people than to cheat in a football game. But whatever it takes to besmirch their legacy.
You enjoy it.
Bring it on. Anyone got anything else about the Patriots and why they don't deserve it? I welcome it. Keith's got a question about the NBA. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Tough to follow up, Patriots and cheating and Spygate and all that. But my question is the Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo trade from the Timberwolves to the Knicks for Karl Anthony Towns one of the most even, successful trades in recent NBA history?
It's not a bad question. I was watching Julius Randle go to work going after Draymond last night. I thought to myself, this ain't the Julius Randle I thought I was going to get in these playoffs. He's been really good in this series until Ant got it going. He kept Minnesota in that game, and then Ant exploded in that third quarter and helped them get a lead. And of course, they won going away in the fourth. And Cat, when he's not committing dumb fouls, which is still part of his game, he has helped the Knicks. I mean, he's been up and down, particularly in this series against the Celtics. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good trade. The question will be, as I think I said earlier, maybe that was with John. Julius Randle has a player option around $30 million. Coming into the year, we just assumed he would exercise it, partly because there's not a lot of cap space for teams you think he'd be willing to join. But does he opt out? And I'm not sure how it affects his bird rights. If he opts out, he may not be someone the Wolves can sign under the cap. I'm not sure. Maybe they can. I'm just not sure about that. But he's a guy who might tell the world, I'm worth more than $30 million. Come pay me.
Yeah,
the way he's played in these playoffs, if they go on a run and make the finals,
yeah, he's going to opt out.
Yeah, he's going to probably opt out.
And Washington or one of these bad teams that missed out on Cooper is going to give him a bag.
Yeah, where's Julius Randle's head at? I mean, the Knicks' tenure up and down at the end of it, they were making the playoffs. He was not a factor in winning with the Lakers or the Pelicans. Does he enjoy winning enough to opt or to sign an extension with Minnesota, or is he just going to be someone who goes, I'm looking for the biggest bag I can? I don't know where his mind is. He's 30 years old now. I'm sure he enjoys being in the situation where his game is going to be highlighted in meaningful moments and he's playing well. The narrative on him is going to change if they continue to win. I am interested in his motivation, because it'd be easy to go to Brooklyn and go, hey, who else is coming here? Pay me. You got money. Pay me. I've been in this city before. You can pay me a lot of money and I'll play here. Or does he go, you know what, Minnesota, I know you got rid of Towns because of financial constraints. Let's have a conversation about how we make this work here.
Yeah, in terms of like how even it is, I think it does depend a little bit on what Randle does, and then the Knicks are going to the finals, I think.
You think they're beating the Pacers?
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't beat them last year. Now they've changed their team, and Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges are part of it. The Pacers, in what was a surprise to Knicks fans, took them out. So I'm not sure in that series yet. We're not even there yet. But if we get there, I don't know who I would side with there. The Knicks would have home court. and that building will be at a fever pitch throughout. You've got the hated Pacers in the building. They beat you last time, and this is for a trip to the finals. There are going to be a lot of people remembering what was it, 99 when they made the finals, beating the Pacers and eventually losing to the Spurs. So there's a lot of history there. There is I would kind of say a crazy rivalry that began because of Reggie Miller. It's like the Pacers of all teams. The Knicks look at the Celtics, and of course, in some ways, if they were talking about a Western Conference team, I don't know who they point to. I guess the Lakers, just because of both teams are pretty historic. But the fact that they're real rivals of the Pacers is a bit of an upset, and I think that both buildings would go nuts.
Yes,
over that.
I almost would want the Pacers to win, to see Tyrese Halliburton do the choke to Spike Lee.
You think he would invoke the choke?
I think if they get in like a game 6, if it was like a blowout, yeah.
See, I talked about.
But I love Jalen Brunson. Like Jalen Brunson, I mean, I watched him play high school basketball, so like I'm a huge fan of his. So, like I want to see Jalen. I don't hate the Knicks. So
I watched Jason Tatum do. We talked about it this morning. Do all the things to recreate memorable moments in NBA history, and it was trash. It didn't go over well for him. That's why we have that soundbite we play at the end of this show. Tyrese Halliburton being the pacer that defeats the Knicks and makes the finals for the first time since 2000 for the Pacers, when they lost to the Lakers, somewhere around there. I think I may be down.
yeah, I'm down for that.
I think if he does the spike just to recreate it, I think I'd be fine with it.
I think the Knicks have to choke a little bit though, like to do it. Like it has to be. It has to be worthy.
Yeah, he can't just do it because
like you can't like sweep him like 4-0 or 4-1 and then in New York. Like the Knicks have to kind of blow it in maybe like game 7 for him to do it.
Yeah, and he knocks down a game winner, like the scenarios we've seen with them against the Bucks and most recently the Cavs, where it felt like those games are going one way, and then in a matter of 40 seconds they flip the script. So that could happen. Pacers Knicks in the finals. We've been talking a lot, or at least the Eastern Conference Finals. We've been talking a lot this week about how NBC is back in the game and they're hiring Michael Jordan. What says NBC after you talk about Michael, the Knicks Pacers? I can't remember a game those two teams played that wasn't on NBC. So
yeah,
another call back to, well, what's coming back? The NBA on NBC. All right, we'll go to break with that. But to answer Keith's questions, one of the more even trades, and you know what? There's a possibility that they see each other in the finals, which would be very funny to watch. To watch the two guys who were discarded in some ways have to match up against each other for a unlikely title for each. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. If you want to get in with anything, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll be back. Here's a question for you, Joe, to find out what type of person you are. 2 trailers came out today. Nobody 2. Do you know what that is?
I do not.
It's Bob Odenkirk being mild-mannered until not. It's the sequel to Nobody, where you didn't know what he was until he got on a bus and was threatened and beat the crap out of people. And then you find out his backstory, where he's a demon, as the kids would say. So Nobody 2 is coming out in a little bit. That trailer is out. And then you had the first trailer for the new Superman.
Ooh, I haven't watched it yet.
Well, that tells me what type of person you are. Not that you didn't watch it, but you got excited about Superman trailer. Because some people stupid comic book.
No. That's
you want, or other people want to see Better Call Saul or Slip and Jimmy be a violent dude who beats the crap out of people in the second Nobody. I didn't know it was good enough to get a second movie, but it did. I like Nobody, but Nobody 2 is going to come out, I think, in the summer. But yeah, we had both those trailers come out, and your reaction suggests you're in on Superman.
Yeah, I'm ready for Superman. They got to get it right.
They have to.
They
got
to get it.
for DC to get it right.
I mean, it's the 2 movies that come out in July. If they flop with Superman and Fantastic Four, which I don't think either one will.
I agree. I don't think either one will.
But like if they hit, they're like game changers again for their respective franchises.
Yes. They're both needed greatly. Now we got a good run up to it because Thunderbolts has done well. People like it, or New Avengers as
it was really good.
Yeah, I liked it as well. So we got a little bit of a taste test for what Marvel's going to provide this year, and so far so good for their first movie. We got to hit on the second one though, because the Fantastic Four will be a big part of the future of Marvel. So they got to get this one right. I like the aesthetic of the trailer so far and the tone. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I do feel like, though, I don't want to spoil it for anyone that hasn't seen Thunderbolts yet, but I do feel like they kind of, in a way, ruin Fantastic Four in the post-credit scene.
Okay.
But I'm still very excited for it. But they ruined Thunderbolts in a way. I mean, they told us which cast members were going to be in the Avengers movie coming up next year before the movie was even released. So you knew none of these characters are going to die.
Except for the one who did.
Except for the one who did, who wasn't in the release.
Yeah.
They foreshadowed it very clearly.
Yeah. I'm just happy they put a good movie. And let me be clear. Sorry, the trailer for Superman is out tomorrow. It's a Wednesday.
Oh,
release.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, it's out tomorrow. I didn't make that mistake. Because James Gunn's tweeting up a storm about what's coming, and he's just showed a little preview. So that'll be out tomorrow. So yeah, there it is. And we'll talk more about that later in the week because Michael Carroll joins us every Friday. We're going to be out and about, but we still hope to be joined by Michael to give his breakdown of what you should and shouldn't watch. And maybe he'll have his thoughts on the trailer. Michael Carroll does Comicast. He also has Comicast in regular radio form with us from 8 to 9 on Wednesdays generally. And of course, if you just want to listen to it as a podcast, you can find out wherever you listen to podcasts. So Michael Carroll does a good job when he joins us, and just a good job overall. Okay, we're still taking calls if you want to get in on anything. We got some news regarding the NFL. Of course, they won't let the NBA have the entire month of May. Schedule release day is tomorrow. The international games are out right now. Minnesota's going to play a couple of games in Europe. They're going to have back-to-back games, so they're trying to limit the Vikings schedule. So they'll play the Steelers in September on the 28th, and then October 5th, it'll be the Browns. The Dolphins are hosting. They're going to be in Madrid against the Commanders. The Commanders play the Dolphins in Madrid. The Chargers are going to have a game in Brazil. That one's yet to be announced as far as the opponent. The Broncos are heading over to face the Jets, and the Rams are playing the Jags. The Falcons are playing the Colts. All these in different European cities.
Front Office Sports has said it's the Chiefs playing the Chargers, and that'll be announced tomorrow in Brazil. I mean, if they were wrong, technically it could still be the Texans then. But I think it's the Chiefs are playing the Chargers.
Have you gotten your fill of, last year was exciting for people because the Texans were a hot team. They're going to be in prime time. Is that something, are you over that now? I know people care. You wait all night. You get all the extra production because ESPN's on the game or Amazon's on the game. But for me, I don't really care if the games are in prime time. I know people do because it's, I guess it talks about your status as a team. But if you tell me I get to watch the team play at noon every day every Sunday, excuse me, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, I have a couple things on this. So one, I like it from a going to the game perspective. My dad and I have season tickets.
Yeah.
So like it was fun going to the Bears game, the Lions game on Sunday Night Football. Like that was fun to go to. Because like it is like you have football during the day and then you go, the fans are much better, it seems, in that environment. It does mean status, but it also means letdown. And like that's what I know in my life.
Okay.
Is like the Bears are scheduled to play the Eagles on Black Friday. Hate it. I hate it. Christmas last year sucked for the Texans. They got smoked by the Ravens on Christmas. So it's like it can be fun when your team actually wins these games, but like I'm not used to experiencing that. Like I'm not used to seeing the teams that I root for or am heavily invested in like doing well in primetime games. I mean, the story of Sunday Night Football this year for the Texans, or was it the Monday night game, was that Jared Goff threw like 5 interceptions and the Texans still lost. Like you're the laughing stock the next day. You're not.
I think you're right originally. I think it was a Sunday night game.
Was Sunday night game?
Yeah, I believe so.
Like they played the Cowboys on Monday night. He threw 5 picks in that game and the Lions still won. Like the Texans are being clowned the next day. So that's the drawback of the primetime games. I don't think we're going to see the Texans get more than 2 this year after the way they performed in those games. Because even the ones they won weren't pretty. Like it wasn't pretty against the Bears. It wasn't. The Cowboys game was, but like they weren't great games. Like I don't think after the way the season went and ended, like we're going to see the Texans. They're not going to be a big primetime team this season.
I'm working under this theory that if you care a lot about primetime games, your team isn't very good because they're special to you. If your team is good, they're not a special thing to you because they happen all the time and you're not all that worried. It's not that big of a deal because you're always in them. And generally you probably win them quite a bit. There's nothing that special about it.
Like Washington fans will be excited this year. They're probably going to get 3 or 4. They've already got an international game. They'll probably get a Monday, Thursday, and a Sunday night game this year. And then like those fans should be excited. Like Washington's been a loser franchise, and now it feels like they're no longer going to be that anymore.
This is my point. They're being rewarded for what they did last year, but you get excited about it because you're not used to it because your team stinks. The teams who are the fan bases who are used to their team winning, they expect them. They're not that exciting. Hey, let's go out and win the game. I don't want to say the fans are taking a business-like approach to it. They're not taking the same approach that the teams do. But it's like, oh, the Chiefs are like, oh, we're on Monday night again or on Sunday night again. Yeah, expect it. Let's go win the game. Us, we turned it into an event, and then when they lose, it's like, oh, what a disappointment. And
I also think like I'm out on Christmas. I know they're gonna do games this year again on Christmas, 3 more. The Chiefs game has already been announced for Christmas this year because they requested it. I hate it. I don't need it. I don't need a game unless Christmas falls on a Saturday or Sunday or a Monday. I don't need them doing what they did last year and putting games on a Wednesday on Christmas. Like it's not necessary.
Yeah, the Chiefs wanted to be a mainstay on Christmas. They wanted that to
want to be like the Lions.
Yeah, they wanted
the Cowboys.
The Thanksgiving version, but for them on Christmas. The NFL, I don't know if they agreed to making them the permanent fixture on Christmas, but we'll see going forward. Maybe they want to avoid the eventuality of the Chiefs not being good, although that feels like years away. The other thing you brought up during a break in the previous show is that the NFL is scheduling games directly against the college football playoff.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's the Eagles and the Commanders and the Bears and the Packers, which indicates those teams are all going to play on Christmas. The week before are going to be playing a doubleheader on a Saturday. It's the same day that there's 3 college football playoff games. I thought they were going to start working together. Like that's what they talked about.
The NFL doesn't work with anyone. It feels like they will try to commandeer any day they can. And now they're on the necks of college football, and they'll probably win it.
Yeah, college football will change when they expand the playoffs. I know you and Sean talked about it yesterday, but like when they expand the playoffs, I think college football is basically going to go to the NFL and be like, how can we make this schedule to where you guys don't dunk on us?
Yeah.
Like what can we do to not have 2 NFL games during the first round of a 16-team playoff? Like we don't want that. And it's the NFL's right. I mean,
they can do what they choose. I think there's some rule in place that they can't have Fridays after a certain time. it's a long-standing rule, an actual federal rule. That's why the at a certain point in the year, that's why what I'm looking for. Black Friday games are early afternoon games.
Yeah.
Because they can't play those games at night. I'm sure they would, but they can't go against. Is it strictly high school football or high school football and college football at a certain time of the day, at a certain time of the year? So that's why those games are earlier today. But the NFL will take every piece of real estate that they can, and I'm sure they will win out in these battles because it's still the king, and I don't think that king is getting killed anytime soon. All right, Eric, we'll get to you when we come back. You want to talk Astros? The Astros we have mentioned today, at least on this show, they dropped the game to the Royals. Ryan Gusto didn't have a good outing. The team was down 7-0. They fought back to make it 7-5. Was not enough as they dropped the game to the Royals. Altuve was back, which was nice. He was at second. We talked about it this morning about how they should use their outfielders, and the consensus was DeCenzo should be playing more. And let's have Altuve at second. Not really Brendan Rodgers playing second with Altuve and left. So we'll talk about that and with Eric when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's a place you go to whenever you have a problem with your plumbing. And while big issues can pop up, you can get ahead of them. Why not be preventative? Why not just have your plumbing checked out? They'll do that too, because you never want to come home, turn on the water, and not have it turned on. And even worse, you turn it on and it's dirty and smelly, and it's not something you can use because you use water for everything. You use water to clean yourself, you use water to cook, you use water to wash dishes. You want that water to be pristine, and that's what Aqueduct Plumbing Company can provide for you. So whether it's a leak or something bigger that you can't take care of, like a fixture or water heater, or maybe you need a contractor, it's all there for you at Aqueduct Plumbing. You can call them at 281-488-6238, and then you can get yourself a free price quote. If you don't know what the problem is, you don't want to get charged for it. So they'll kind of work their way through and find the problem, and you'll get that quote, and you can decide on what you want to do. You can check out the reviews because people have been reviewing the great work that Aqueduct Plumbing provides. You'll see that it's just not me saying it, it's the people getting the service. So check out the nice drop-down menu to see what they provide, and check out all the reviews that they have to let you know how great of a job they do. So remember that number is 281-488-6238. And if you'd rather just go to the website, you can. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Eric here. He's got an Astros question or just an Astros comment. What's up, Eric?
I have a question. The Astros not doing so well. Do you see them trading anybody and start to rebuild? I know it's kind of early, but still, I mean, I don't want to get rid of Jordan, but I'm sure there's papers out there. And also, how come the Boston Red Sox and the Dodgers don't get much hate after Astros did when the Astros cheated in 2017? Is it because of the host or the host after your show, the Boston Red Sox or the Boston fans? They just mass, you know. Also, have you seen that new ATV commercial with Dubon and Pena and Altuve, where he's wearing the blue hoodie? It looks like he's wearing a wire underneath that. I'll hang up to listen.
Have not seen the commercial. Don't know exactly what you said about Paul and Boston Red Sox, so I can't really touch on that. As far as the trade is concerned, Jordan, they got him under contract. That's not happening. And also, the Astros have shown an unwillingness to make a move like that during the season. They finally did it with Tucker before the season. The one guy who you could get something for if you're out of the race would be Framber, right? Does a contender want Framber? And now he's less valuable because he's heading into free agency. So there was not hope, but a thought that trading Framber along with Tucker going into this year, you might have been able to get yourself a haul. What you traded for Kyle Tucker gave you maybe not an everyday starter, but certainly as far as right field, but a guy who plays right field quite a bit, got you an everyday starter at third. And, well, Wisniewski dealing with an injury. I'm sure you could have got something similar for Framber. But the Astros have not shown a willingness to trade away guys. And for what reason? They've always been a contender. This is the first year, possibly. And right now they're not out of the race, but at 500, which is better than they were last year. I understand you entertaining that thought, but there's nothing in their history that would suggest they would make a move like that because they've never had the reason to.
I mean, they're 2 games back right now of the division. They are a half game back of the wild card.
Yeah.
So I think you'd have to see a pretty steep drop off here for them to unload Framber.
Yeah.
You're not making the playoffs without Framber Valdez. You're not.
Yep. You're nowhere near that decision right now. They are 20-20, and Joe gave you where they are in the standings. So there's no reason to make that call. Maybe you had the foresight, because this is what happens with fans. You can believe that they aren't really a contender. You may be right about it, but getting a team to get to that point is very difficult. It's not something they want to acknowledge. To get out ahead of something, to decide, you know what? Yeah, we're still in the race. We can possibly make the playoffs, but are we really winning anything with this team? Teams value making the playoffs in all leagues, and it's easier to talk about it with the NBA and baseball because the trade deadline is such a massive thing in both sports. The NFL has one. Sometimes big moves happen. It's just not that big in the NFL. And there are not very many consequential moves you can make in the NFL at the trade deadline that'll shift the trajectory of your team. So we stick with baseball and basketball. It's hard to get a team to decide, nah, we're not good enough. Let's move on when they're still in the race. Getting in the playoffs is still valuable to teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bet on it, like the bet would be that they're going to acquire a left fielder, a second baseman,
that's more likely,
or a starting pitcher. That's way more likely than them selling. I can't envision a world in which the Astros are not at least only a handful of games back at the deadline and trying to make a move to make the playoffs. Because, like, what is Jim Crane going to say to Jose Altuve? And I was like, who are you going to trade besides Framber? Like, and I think, like, the reason why I was pro trade Framber in the offseason was if you're going to do something like trade Kyle Tucker, you might as well go all the way in and add to your farm system a Cam Smith level prospect of a pitcher by trading Framber. But they didn't do that. They only traded Tucker because they know they needed Framber. They felt like they could replace Tucker and Bregman with Paredes and Walker, Cam Smith, Like they thought that was going to be enough to get them by. And I mean, they're 500, but like when Christian Walker's not hitting fourth, he's a really good player. He's terrible hitting fourth for whatever reason, but like they're not gonna blow this thing up. Things have to go very poorly.
And right now, they're not going poorly enough. They're in a division that allows them some grace while they're trying to get better. 20-20, they're not out of it. They're very much in it. So I understand trying to figure out a way to reboot this thing if you think it's not going to go well, but that's not what they're going to do. As Joe said, they're far more likely to add a piece with what prospects? I don't know, but they're far more likely to add a piece than they would to gain prospects as they go forward. So I love a team that tries to compete, and the Astros will continue to do that. They don't give up on seasons. And whether you want to call it arrogance or not, they're going to look at last year and go, why would we? We were much worse last year, and we're the Astros, and we found a way to scratch and claw and win the division one more time. So they're going to be justified in their belief that they can figure this out. New players in some spots, unfamiliar ones who haven't been part of the grind with this team over the last, almost a decade now. Well, if you go back to when they first made the playoffs, we're at a decade, 2015. So not a lot of guys remain from that, but the franchise has a pretty clear way of going and doing their business, and they will continue to stay in it. Joe, we talked plenty of Astros. Where can they find more of your Astros talk?
Yeah, Inside the Icebox podcast Jeremy Bram and I do, sponsored by Blue Star Tequila. Drops every Thursday morning on YouTube and then airs as a radio show from 6 to 7 on Thursday as soon as the Killer Bees get off the air.
So do you have a big topic of conversation for this week's show?
I've been getting up at no, I'm tired. The last 2 days they'll have been tough.
The morning show grind has gotten to you a little bit.
I mean, I think if I was doing it every day, I think I might feel a little bit different. But I didn't want to take naps during the day because then I was worried I wouldn't sleep at night.
Yeah,
and then I'm not sleeping well
because you have to get up.
I'm waking up
and you got a family.
I'm waking up in these cold sweats at 3:30 in the morning.
Afraid you're oversleeping?
Yeah, thinking because I used to do that all the time.
Oversleep?
Yeah.
How often did you miss you were late because of the shift for oversleeping?
So when we used to have the network,
yeah,
we used to have a producer 24/7.
That's true.
And the morning show was operated out of DC, in which all the producer did was pot up commercials. So didn't have any like real responsibility, just straight up board hopping job. So I would oversleep like once or twice a week. And I would just bring the overnight producer like a case of beer like once a month as like a thank you.
As an apology.
Yeah.
Understood.
But like mornings are never for me.
I've grown to figure it out. I have embraced the nap because I'm worth nothing if I don't take it at this point. So I just take them, understand that maybe my regular sleep is going to be a little shorter, but hey, it's either that or
suffer.
Yeah, suffer. And I'd rather just sleep.
And you don't drink coffee, right?
No, it's not my bag.
Yeah.
I'll do an energy drink. In fact, there's one in the freezer right now that I got to go grab, mostly because I don't want it to explode.
No.
So I got to get that. Even if I don't drink it today, I'll just take it home with me. But yeah, I'm an energy drink person, and that's mostly just to stay awake on the drive home.
Yes.
That's what that's about. Because I got, the drive. It's longer than I would like when I'm near sleep. So I just drink one of those, stay awake, and get home safely, which is always the goal. Okay, we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, you can. Maybe you oversleep when you should be at work. No judgments here. We've both done it. 713-780-3776 is the number. A couple more segments to go before we're out of here for the day. Joe can leave. He's been here since very early. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell. No, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
That's usually only reserved if I'm going to be late and you need to just give me more time.
There's a couple long ones in here.
Yeah.
I thought that was not that one.
Yeah, there's another one that's less offensive to me. But, we just talk Astros, and let's talk some more. Lauren wants to talk some Astros. What's up, Lauren?
Hey, Dale. Hey, Dale, this is Lauren. The Astros were worse last year at this time, but we had Tucker and Bregman as well. This year we don't. Dallas Cowboys for life.
That's an Eric Wong joint.
Stop it.
It is. He just, for some reason, he's done this before, not necessarily with this show, but the morning show where he will call in and they'll have one of his lady friends call in.
Oh.
That's why that call had that tone. Like, why would it end with Dallas Cowboys for life? That's what that was. Thanks, Eric. You're right, Lauren. They did have different players. I think I acknowledged that it's a different group. And with Tucker and Bregman, a more talented group than Paredes and Smith at those two positions. But Christian Walker's, we assume, he is. He's better than the Abreu and Singleton combo. So that's an added plus there, although he wasn't hitting very well early. But your point is made. The two guys you mentioned had been through it. We trusted those guys to figure it out. And Tucker, before he got hurt, was great. And of course, he has had a couple of rough playoff stints. Last year was very short because they only had the 2 games. But still the Astros, and mostly this is more about the division they're playing in. The division they're playing in, no one, I believe, is running away from them. So that's why I still have some hope that that no matter how mid they are this year, they'll still be in the race. And we're nowhere near making a decision about selling guys, with Framber being the main one that someone might want. So they do have some concerns. Like the pitching staff is one where it's Framber, Hunter Brown, and you're just kind of hoping on a night-to-night basis you get a good performance. Hopefully Ronel Blanco continues his recent run. And can you find one more guy? Can you find a fourth? Right now, that's in question with Arrighetti still being hurt and Wisniewski now being hurt. And, of course, the curious case of Lance McCullers and what he can actually provide for him. Well, John and I talked about it. I don't think you got in it very much, Joe. What, after so much time off, can we really expect from Lance? Will it take a month? Will it take 6 starts before he gets back into a spot where we can go, okay, we got something here, or does it ever come back?
I mean, unfortunately, I feel like I'd have to bet on it never fully coming back. We saw in his first start, I thought a lot of good stuff from Lance, but the stuff that would get him in trouble in the past was right there with it. I mean, some of his breaking balls were fantastic in that game. But Lance has always been a pitcher that, getting 5 innings out of him felt like a good day, because he'd be in these high situation counts. He'd walk guys, get out of the damage. But he'd have a high pitch count, be leaving games early. The problem is that if he's not striking guys out and he's getting through 88 pitches in 4 innings, it's not sustainable for your bullpen. A, and then B, it's not good enough. Can it get you through the regular season? I guess. I feel like we can't. I don't want to cop out here totally, but I feel like we can't really judge Lance until next season.
I would agree, because
I want to see him get through this season without getting hurt. B, he hasn't pitched in 2 years or 3 years, whatever it's been. It's whatever he gives you is just a bonus. But if he's a disaster, I mean, that's the hardest part. If he's not good, I don't know what you do with him. You DFA him like Montero and send him back to the minors. I don't know what you do with Lance if he's not good.
I won't consider the last couple of years patience. There's nothing else they could do. He was under contract. There's nothing they could do with him now. And he wasn't affecting the team negatively on the field. You can talk about his salary, keeping them from spending if you want to do all that. But as far as what he might be while he's healthy and pitching, and how long do you give him to figure it out? Like you said, next year. But if he look, last start was a disaster. Of course, if that keeps happening, it's not going to roll out there. But if he's a guy who consistently 4 and 2/3, 85 pitches, maybe he's not awful, but he's given up a couple runs, struggling through starts. Are they going to give him enough starts to get to a point where you're like, okay, I know what I need to know about Lance? If this is a team who stays in the race, can they afford to let Lance figure it out?
I think it just depends on what happens with the other guys. I mean, if Wisniewski is not out for the season, which I know they haven't indicated that yet, but like, I don't know, it's an elbow, it's the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Arrighetti coming back. Like, if both those guys were to come back and be effective, Wisniewski was coming out of the bullpen for the Cubs, so you could piggyback and then go with the 6-man rotation still. And that kind of solves your Lance problem in a way. But if like Wisniewski were to come back and be good, and Arrighetti were to come back and be good, well then it's like, what do you do with Lance? But if both of them are bad, then I think you give Lance McCullers the benefit of the doubt because of what he's done for this franchise and what he's done in his career versus Wisniewski, who has accomplished nothing besides being a local kid. So like it just depends on what those guys do for like how long the leash is for Lance McCullers.
Yeah, and Fromber will go tonight, and they've called up Colton Gordon is the name. They called up Colton Gordon. Colton Gordon. Golden is your former DC at Notre Dame. Didn't he take the Bengals?
Yeah, he's the Bengals DC now.
Yeah, Colton Gordon is the name. So he will go as one of the injury replacements for the guys that Joe kind of ran down who aren't available. So yeah, I think Lance is a beneficiary in some ways of circumstance, not his own. We know what he's gone through, but the Astros need him to maybe at a minimum just provide innings, just be a guy who goes out there, and so they can pencil in every ironically they're penciling they would love to pencil in Lance every 5 days. Ironically,
I mean,
like they need guys who can just be there for their turn.
Yeah, because like I don't think you need Lance to be like a playoff hero, but like he just has to bridge the gap to get to the playoffs, so that way, hopefully Arrighetti, Blanco can be the third guy behind Hunter Brown and Fromber.
Yeah,
like it wouldn't. If I like had to guess right now, is the Astros make the playoffs and Lance McCullers is not on the playoff roster?
That would not surprise me at all.
Like that's kind of like that's where I would guess this is going. Is he helps you get through the regular season, but when it comes time, he's not really part of the solution to trying to win another World Series. Like I don't foresee him being that guy, which is unfortunate with how much money he makes. And I still feel like they're going to try to add another like a Kikuchi like deal.
I was going to ask you. You said he's not the answer. Do they have enough? Javier, coming back after the All-Star break? That's alleged.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Exactly. Well, you laid it out. It's the Astros, so you never know with that sort of thing. So as it stands, do we think Grinnell or Spencer Arrighetti are good enough to be a third on a potential playoff run? Because that would mean you're talking adding a Kikuchi type.
Maybe
add.
Maybe they are. I feel like one of those guys could be the third guy in a playoff rotation. But I still think the best bet to me would be finding a Kikuchi level player that you can acquire at the deadline. Like that to me feels like almost inevitable at this point, is that they add a starting pitcher.
If they are still a middling team but still in the race as we get closer and closer, will this be a franchise who, for the first time, really ever, not ever, but in the last 10 years or so, looks at their roster and go, you know what, we're not good enough.
We're just kind of stand pat.
Stand pat. Look, if things go great, cool, but we're not taking anyone else out of this farm system to help acquire someone to help this version of the team.
I think they could. I think at worst they'll probably try to acquire someone that you like feel very comfortable trading a prospect for. Like, it's had an okay start to the year. Like maybe going back to the Angels and asking for like Kyle Hendricks, like someone that like you're not giving up anything for, not even someone of low Profito or Wagner, or the other kid they traded. I can't remember his name, but like Jake Bloss, like not even like those caliber of prospects. Like I could see that, but like I don't think they're gonna be in a position to where we're gonna get the deadline and they're trading Bryce Matthews.
Yeah,
like I don't think they're gonna be in that business. I just don't. You don't have the prospects to compete with other teams. A is the main problem, but B, like is it worth it at this point to trade a high caliber prospect that you have in your organization for a pitcher to get bounced in the first round? The answer is probably no. Like, so I think you're adding someone who's better than Blanco and Arrighetti, but someone that's also probably walking in free agency just like Kikuchi did.
So if it cost you this year's version of Will Wagner or Loperfido, you're not bothered by it too much.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, those guys are a dime a dozen.
Mhm.
I mean, Loperfido's in the minors, I think. So's Bloss. I don't know what, like, none of them are making an impact on the Blue Jays. And they could eventually, I guess. But Loperfido was one of the most overhyped thing Astros fans have done. Like, he's to me, like, he's almost Astros Ty Washington at this point.
Oh man.
Like, where like Rockets fans are having like mental breakdowns because of these first round picks that have been total nobodies in the NBA. And like that, like Loperfido had some great catches and he hit a lot of home runs in Sugarland, but like, you're not gonna miss that guy.
And they haven't so far.
No. Like, he doesn't solve your left field problem right now.
No, he's not better than Cam Smith. Or excuse me, whatever. DeCenzo,
Yeah.
Cam Smith, that combo of playing in the outfield at the corner outfield spots, Loperfido's not better than either one of those guys. Do you remember the conversations about Polanco? And that would be Jorge Polanco.
Yes.
Look, I was one who scoffed at the thought of bringing that guy in because that was right around the time we were hearing about, well, Jose Altuve could play left field and Polanco might be the guy who pushes him there. And it felt disgraceful, insulting to Altuve. Now, the Polanco in Seattle, can I guarantee that guy would be what he is with us in Houston? He's really good. He has bounced back from what was not a very good year last year to get off to a great start. So I got to give the guys I was taking shots at in the front office credit for that one, at least so far. Polanco's been really good, and he would be a nice piece here.
That would have been a good move for the Astros.
Yes, the way he's hitting the baseball.
The other guy I remember that was being talked about was what was his name? The guy from the Braves. They got suspended for steroids already.
I have to look that up.
I can't remember his name, but like that was the other guy people were talking about the Astros adding this offseason. And then clearly, like, they just didn't feel like they needed to.
Profar?
Yeah, Profar, yeah. He was another one that was coming up. But Polanco was the main guy I think that people wanted, and he's killing it this year.
And he wouldn't have cost very much. It wouldn't have been cost prohibitive to bring him in. That was one. They were after him, but he chose otherwise.
Seattle. Yeah, I think he chose Seattle.
So did they offer him a little bit more money? Do we know how that broke down?
No,
Okay.
I don't remember that part. But like, I think he just chose Seattle.
Okay.
That the two teams were going after.
He decided to go back to Seattle, where he had struggled. He's apparently very comfortable there now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with this offseason that we learned was that maybe with Polanco I wonder if it was similar to Arenado, that trading Tucker and not signing Bregman kind of scared people off
of wanting to play here.
Yeah, just because it's like, well, what are they going to do? It's these conversations that we're having right now. Players are having with their agents of like, am I going to go to Houston and like, am I going to be a trade candidate at the deadline? Because that's the conversation they would have about any other team.
Yeah.
And so it's like, if they don't think that they're in a position to win, then they might not want to go there. And for Polanco to choose the Mariners, like, might say a lot about what people think about the Astros. I don't necessarily agree, but like, it puts you in an awkward spot.
They definitely felt coming into the year, they were a team in transition. So I imagine players around the league who know what this franchise has been about for the last decade looked at it and go, I don't know what's going on there. Are we all in on winning? And maybe Polanco felt that way, that, hey, if things were going poorly, they might have sent me someplace that I didn't have a choice in, and I'd rather avoid that. And right now, he's helping Seattle lead the division.
And like Fromberg's going to leave in the offseason. And it's like, people are going to be skeptical at some point of like guys, wanting to sign here if they're going to keep trading guys away as the Astros like retool a little bit. And it doesn't mean it's going to be like this forever, but the Arenado one's the one that like, where like he turned down the Astros twice.
Yeah. They came after him a couple times.
They're red hot right now, the Cardinals. They've won 9 games in a row.
Yeah, and the Mariners lost 4 in a row, still lead the division. But either way.
But like, you could still see like one of those moves happen this offseason. I mean, this regular season.
Sure. Definitely. All right. We're 40 games into the Astros season. Felt right to give a little perspective on what's going on and what might be coming up, and that kind of brought on by Eric. So you can see, you can change the conversation anytime you want by calling in. We got one more segment to go here. If you do want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. And let me give credit to Lauren too. It was Eric and Lauren, the combo. And Art, you asked a question because Art is aware of Eric's propensity to have women call in. I don't believe Eric's a pimp, Art, but I don't know that. I've never asked that question. I don't think he is, but who's to know? Okay, we got one more segment to go here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Final segment before we wrap it up. Paul Gallant's up next. So the Rockets do not win the lottery, don't get in the top four. They actually lose a draft slot from what would have happened if it just went chalk. It was the Suns pick, so it was actually just a shot in the dark to see what would happen. And you know what? You have a great year and you wind up with a top 10 pick. How you use that is something we'll figure out over the next, well, at least they'll figure out over the next month or so. I am on the side of trading that pick, even if it's not for a star. I think back to, it's a long time ago when Jeff Van Gundy traded the pick that would have been Rudy Gay. Now, of course, they may very well just been drafting Rudy Gay for what, Memphis at the time, but they traded Rudy Gay for Shane Battier. That pick for Shane Battier, at least. Jeff Van Gundy sided with a veteran over a young player because the Rockets were in a spot where a young player they believe wouldn't help them as much as Shane Battier would. So if it's even just a trade like that, where you find yourself, considering their roster, I'm trying to figure out what would be the optimal position that they could add who was a veteran.
I feel like it's shooting guards though, or small forward.
Because do you consider Amen a 4?
Yeah, I kind of view him as like
all around.
I kind of view him as like a 4, and then obviously that changes the math with the double big lineup.
Like,
but
because you're using a lottery pick, so you want a player who will contribute. Does that mean you need a player who starts? because it is a lottery pick, although your lottery pick likely would not start. So you have a shooting guard that you're backing right now in Jalen, and a shooting guard or wing in Cam Whitmore, who you're not playing, who everyone just assumes won't be on the roster this year. So if you could find a solid piece there, a 2-3 type, I think that's where I would lean into, unless you can trade the 10 for a backup center. If you're not bringing back Steven Adams because he may be too expensive, I just don't know how people would like trading a lottery pick for a backup player. So if I just don't know if there is room for a starter on this roster if you're not trading for a star. Like, can you trade for a starting piece that isn't the star as this roster is presently constituted? That's where I'm bumping up against.
I think it's Fred's the math problem here, right?
I would agree.
Like if we talked about the Cavs with John earlier this morning. Like if Darius Garland were to be available,
sure,
could you go after Darius Garland using the 10th pick, and that becomes your starting point guard, and you feel confident with him moving forward? Or if there's a thing where it's Garland and Fred and Jalen's somewhere else, like that could be a possibility. I think we have to keep an eye on Boston now and see like what's happening. If they're really going to cut salary,
Would
if
you
like
trade
they're
for Drew Holiday, that's what you're talking
yeah,
Derek
Drew
White
Holiday,
type?
Derek White. I mean, I think Jaylen Brown. I mean, remember when John reported like I was like 2 years ago now that the Rockets were going to go after Jaylen Brown? Like if that's still something Ime wants to really do, like if Boston's going to tear it down, that to me is like Tatum getting hurt. I think puts Jaylen Brown kind of front and center for me. If it's not going to be Giannis, like that's probably like number 2 on my list because I don't want John Morant. I mean, the wildest thing I think the Rockets could do would be like take a flyer on like Zion. Like if New Orleans wants to bail, like could you trade Jalen Green in the 10th pick for Zion?
I believe Zion's contract is set up that at a certain point every offseason you can cut him and it won't.
Yes.
It doesn't cost. You can just waive him and you're done for.
Yeah.
Now, once it passed that date, his contract becomes guaranteed per year. But that Zion may be a guy, someone who wants to get off salary might do, where they trade a couple pieces to the Pelicans that they deem valuable. And then they go, you know what, Zion, we're going to waive you because we got to avoid a tax, or we're just trying to save because we're not good. He's a candidate. He could possibly be a candidate for that. But for the Rockets,
probably not.
Probably not. Yeah.
But yeah, so I think the 10th pick is someone that is probably a starter that replaces either Fred VanVleet or Dylan Brooks in the starting lineup. Or if you want to go the double big route, you go back to Cleveland here, even though it's not working there. If you want to take one of their bigs and pair him with Şengün, you could try that. Like they have options of what they want to do. Personally, I still feel like it's just inevitable that Kevin Durant's coming to Houston. And that's what the 10th pick is going to be.
Yeah. I was thinking like Daniel Gafford's a free agent after this upcoming season. Throwing the 10th pick Dallas's way for a guy who has been somewhat open about certainly wants a new deal, but he does have a year left on his deal. Only $14 million, so right in that Steven Adams range. If you can't bring back Steven Adams, which may be a priority, maybe you want to get younger there, and Daniel Gafford could be someone you take a look at with that 10th pick. Throw it the Mavericks' way because they already have the double bigs, and then they're adding another front court player in Cooper Flag. So Daniel Gafford might be someone to take a look at if you're looking for the double big thing. But
it's just hard to get a read on, like what you were saying earlier about them, like the report from Kelly Eco that the Rockets are not interested in Devin Booker. Like that to me has to all be about defensive effort and the issues that were happening with Mike Budenholzer on the sideline. And like that's why Ime must deem him as not a fit. Like it does seem like that's this team more than most. Effort and defense like will really matter, and that kind of limits your pool. Like it almost sounds like Nico Harrison talking in a way, like the way he talked about Luka sounds like the way the Rockets are reportedly talking about Devin Booker. Is like there's just something missing with his game that doesn't fit Rockets basketball. Because like to Jalen Green's credit, he was a very, very good defender this year. He's one of the best pick and roll defenders in the NBA. His offense just stunk.
And Art asked the question, why does everyone assume Cam Whitmore is out? Because he doesn't smile. It's less about smiling and more about the Rockets seem to need you to get in line. And that's a player who may not want to be here as well, Art. It may not just be a Rockets decision. Now they have control, so they can decide what they want. But we're going into year 3 for him. And if he doesn't see a pathway on the court, I don't think he envisioned when he was at one point considered a top 10 pick being a bit part of a team. So while we always talk about it from the team perspective, there could be a player who has wants and goals, and he looks at this roster and goes, I'm not playing here. I'd like to go someplace else and play. That could be part of the equation. And less about a bad attitude and more about what he wants to be as a player. If you're potentially 3 years deep into your career and you're still not getting consistent minutes, you will definitely look to see where you can find it. And right now, Cam's only on coming out of year 2. He may not want to deal with another year of getting spot minutes with the Rockets, despite how successful the team may be. So,
and he's like the perfect player to like go to like the Hornets or the Wizards. They're gonna view him as all upside. And if you can get a good veteran role player, like Cam Whitmore is perfect for that, for those teams.
He's a player that needs time to play. And right now, he's not getting it here. And that might just be the most frustrating thing for him. Let me play. I want to play. I understand the sentiment. All right, we're done. Gallant is up next. And where are they again, Joe?
Senate Avenue Brewing. They'll be there from 12 to 8. And Pat Onstead and Bill Brown will be there tonight from 6 to 8.
So full day out there. You should join them if you can. We'll be back tomorrow. The regular lineup, as far as me and Sean are concerned. Joe will get to sleep in. Congratulations to Joe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe, for filling in the last couple of days. Joe, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
He won't be doing it for a while, unfortunately.
That's tough.
Yeah, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
The second pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Yesterday was a dark day for the National Basketball Association. Guys, the league had only one job when it came to the NBA draft lottery, and it was this. They had to find a way to do something that a lot of people might have frowned upon, and they didn't do it. And I know what you're thinking as you tune in right now. Paul, the NBA is rigged. It's always been rigged, and it'll never stop being rigged, which I suppose is true. But the NBA had one job last night, and they didn't do it. And you know what that job was? It was to rig the NBA lottery, but in a way that made it seem like it wasn't rigged. I mean, that's the most frustrating thing that I'm walking away from last night. You know, don't you want your league in some way, shape, or form to at least have a just little ambience when it comes to potentially not being a rigged basketball league? Well, yeah, last night, not only did the San Antonio Spurs again crack up towards the top of the NBA draft lottery, but the Dallas Mavericks, who pulled off one of the dumbest trades in recent NBA history, no matter how you feel about Luka Doncic and the dishonorable way that he plays basketball, no defense, flopping, et cetera, doesn't get in the best shape he possibly could, et cetera. No matter how you feel about that, the fact that that franchise was rewarded despite having a 1.8% chance of winning the draft lottery is completely ridiculous and prove that there are no basketball gods. Hell, the Rockets even got hosed last night. The Rockets had the 9th best odds to get the number 1 overall pick, and I don't think anyone actually expected them to get the number 1 overall pick. But for them to have a pick that was actually worse than the odds that they had going into the NBA draft lottery, shameful, I say. Gotta suck to be a fan of the Utah Jazz or the Washington Wizards or the Charlotte Hornets, the teams that honestly have, for the longest time, needed the most, right? I mean, these are 3 organizations that have had very little success. I guess Utah, at the very least, has had some success. But my goodness, those 3 franchises get screwed. And it's 3 teams that constantly get their keisters kissed by the NBA that are in the top 3. Obviously, the Mavericks. Did they do that so that Nico Harrison wouldn't be murdered like JFK? Because that's the thing that happens in Dallas. I don't know. I'm just asking the question. But between that, with the Spurs getting the 2nd overall pick again, which gives them the cheat code to go and trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo, and then on top of that, for the Philadelphia 76ers to pop back into the top 3, and an egregious, very transparent tank job gets rewarded. Whew, unbelievable. And the funniest part is, it really does feel like the league is trolling us. They're trolling us, or they're perhaps self-aware enough to realize that the only way that people will talk about the sport during the offseason is to continue to give us drama and to give the tinfoil hat artists out there, like myself, Tinfoil Hat Thursdays every single Thursday, 12:30 here on the Paul Gallant Show, give them a little bit of ammunition to believe that this thing is rigged. And they can go down an Oliver Stone-esque movie rabbit hole thinking, what could have really happened that led to the Dallas Mavericks getting the 1st overall pick? And the trolling that the league seems to be doing on top of this is something else. This is a quote from the Mavericks CEO, Rick Welts, who said, quote, "I'm the only person who was in the room, and the room 40 years ago. I was in charge of the NBA draft lottery 40 years ago when Patrick Ewing won. I've been doing conspiracy theory stories ever since. This is very surreal, personally." Is it really surreal that a trade that sent the most popular white player in the NBA to the Los Angeles Lakers also results in the Dallas Mavericks getting yet another great white hope, which is like their entire organizational history. Dirk Nowitzki, Steve Nash for a little bit of time. Now on top of that, after Luka Doncic, it's Cooper Flag. I don't know. Can Dallas handle all of that? I'm not sure. What I do know is it's nuts that Dallas was rewarded with this. Absolutely nuts, preposterous, insane, and crazy. So I guess people will be talking about the league this offseason, but I mean, it really does feel rigged no matter how you look at it. And I mean, just take a look at the history of the NBA draft lottery, right? I mean, it's how can you not think this is rigged? Let's just take a look at the history. This is put out by @TheFlightMike. In 2008, you had Derrick Rose being drafted by the Chicago Bulls when the Bulls had a 1.7% chance of winning the lottery. You had in 2011 the Cavs getting the number 1 pick right after LeBron James had left the summer prior. You have in 2012 the Pelicans getting the number 1 pick after Chris Paul left. You have in 2014 the Cavaliers again getting the number 1 pick to give them the assets needed to bring Kevin Love to Cleveland and give the Cavs, what they ultimately had to win a title. You have in 2019 the Pelicans getting the number 1 pick after Anthony Davis forced a trade. And then in 2025, you have the Dallas Mavericks getting the number 1 pick after trading Luka Doncic. And on top of that, I mean, think about it back to 2003. All right, the Cleveland Cavaliers get the number 1 overall pick, and perhaps they were the number 1 team favored to get said number 1 overall pick. But LeBron James even thinks that the reason that he was a Cleveland Cavalier is because the NBA wanted to have him get drafted by his hometown team. So, I mean, that's just the tons of evidence on the wall that suggests that this thing could be rigged, even if it's not. And then to make matters even crazier, the Bulls lost a coin flip to the Dallas Mavericks a month ago. This coin flip seemed very inconsequential at the time. Basically, the Mavericks had a 1.8% chance as opposed to a 1.7% chance of winning the entire lottery based off of said coin flip. Bulls were 39-43 this past season. I think they were in the play-in. Mavericks 39-43 in the play-in. And no one's going to believe, no matter what the league says, even if they watch, if you go and spend time watching the 13-minute video of this process of lottery balls being selected, where, by the way, you do not see 1,000 balls in that lottery ball machine. If you want to continue to keep your tinfoil hat on, like, you can watch that entire 13-minute process, which is rather confusing and poorly explained. But where's the 1,000 balls that supposedly are in there that represent every single team out there? And I don't care if some rando reporter like Tim Bontemps is saying, hey, man, it's not rigged. I've been there. No one believes you. The result of last night makes you feel like this thing is rigged. And I guess the real question is, do you like that it's rigged? I think the league just done a better job of rigging it so it looks less rigged. Most of the teams that were the worst off last year got left out in the cold, which is good. Tanking should not be rewarded. Tanking in all sports is immoral and a massive FU towards every single fan base that has to go through it. Every single one. The Astros were giving you an FU when they were tanking all those years. Don't get it twisted. The Rockets the last 3 years, same thing. When teams like this just stop trying, it's an insult to you, to your wallet, to your time. So I get that the lottery is instituted so that you prevent tanking. But now we're at a point where truly bad teams are just going to stay truly bad forever. And teams that seem like they have all sorts of help already are getting even more. I mean, it's not like the Mavericks were a disaster. The trade was not a smart trade. But they do have Anthony Davis. They have Kyrie Irving. They have future Hall of Famers on that team. And now they get Cooper Flag. And the team that's picking second has the reigning rookie of the year and Victor Wembanyama. And I mean, okay, so tanking gets rewarded for certain organizations, the more international organizations. Like the Spurs, because they brought in maybe guys like Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker, they've grown the game globally. So now they get this too, a chance to perhaps bring in Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's hard to walk away from last night without having all the conspiracy theories in the world about the National Basketball Association, all of them. And you can laugh at it if you want. And that's what I'm choosing to do as much as I can. But then you think about this. Cooper Flagg, considered the best player in this year's draft, the best player supposedly to come out of the draft in a few years, is going to the Dallas Mavericks. And Giannis Antetokounmpo seems about to go to the San Antonio Spurs. So how do you feel about that? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. We are live at Senate Ave Brewing Company. This is a really nice place. You see the wall that's right next to me. It's got all sorts of Houston sports memorabilia. There's a picture of Jose Altuve hitting a home run. You got both the World Series front page covers from when the Astros won. It's a very cool place. And honestly, I smell sweet potato fries. They smell really good. You know that smell, right? Yeah. Anyway, you want to weigh in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. That's how you do it. Also, Houston, do the Astros have a problem? I'm sorry I had to do it to you. But on the other side, we're going to take a look at some issues they're currently dealing with. Stick around. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
The NBA should have rigged the NBA draft to seem like it was less rigged. That's my hot take today. You want to weigh in on that? You know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, hanging out at Senate Ave Brewing Company. Cool little spot. I like it thus far. Some comments on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Eric the Driver says the Mavs being put on the graphic with the 2014 Cavs, 2003 Cavs, and 2008 Bulls tells you everything you need to know about the teams who have been selecting first during very convenient years, or at least years where those teams need all the help they can get. The NBA is giving out more bailouts than we did back in 2008, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. And it's funny because there are certain teams that need bailouts and they're just getting ignored. It does make you wonder, too, about those percentage chances of getting the number one pick. So if this is just the third lowest odds to get the number one pick that have led to the number one pick, then when a team has a 1.8% chance at winning the entire NBA draft lottery, then how much stock can you put into that 1.8% number? How can you put any into it? You just can't. Ski Jump Off One asks, so if it's rigged, why haven't the Knicks had the number one pick since Patrick Ewing? We had the worst record the year of Zion, ended up with the third pick. Cleveland, San Antonio, and New Orleans, multiple draft winners. I mean, it's a fair question. I think it partly has to do with the fact that most NBA owners think James Dolan is an idiot, and they hate him, and they would like him to leave if they could. And I think also on top of that, they know that Knicks fans, in the city that roots for the Jets, unironically, it's filled with losers, New York. I mean, you guys stay rooting for losers, and you have options. The Mets, the Rangers. So I think that's part of it. This is, of course, a Boston Celtics fan saying all of these things. Congratulations to the Mets, by the way, making it a series, 3-1. Jason Tatum might have torn his Achilles. So credit to the New York Mets of the National Basketball Association for actually making it a series. We'll see if they're able to close the deal. I mean, all the pressure in the world on them now. I think the Knicks can actually pull this off. Some more comments here. The problem is when you apply percentages to things and you see such a low percentage odd hit, the public has a hard time believing. Bingo. If every non-playoff team had the same percentage, it would feel less rigged, for sure. But if you were to do it that way, you could also make the argument that it would be rigged. If every single team at the end of a year where they stink has the same record, has the same chance, there are going to be always complaints about it being rigged. And this is the problem. They have just buried themselves deep underground, even if it wasn't rigged, where everyone thinks it is, even if it's not. Like, someone could come out with evidence and data that points out that actually it's not. And I doubt many people would buy into it or believe it. I think everyone has been preconditioned to not trust it. So the NBA is just leaning into it. And whether that's trolling or they realize this is good business, all publicity is good publicity, that's up for you to decide. More comments here on Twitch. Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey says that's the problem with the stupid lottery for draft picks. But okay, but if you do the thing where the team that's the absolute worst gets the number one overall pick in a sport where stars are what determines who's good and who's not in this league, who has a chance at a title and who doesn't have a chance at the title in this league, you do lend yourself to teams like the Philadelphia 76ers basically flicking off this sports-loving city of Philadelphia and just telling them, yeah, suck it up, trust the process, and you lose and you lose and you lose some more. It ferments loser juice. There's a reason I think that the Sixers have never taken a step forward. I don't think it's just bad luck. I mean, they basically enabled guys like Joel Embiid to never get in the best shape he could, and they enabled guys like Ben Simmons to go on mental health breaks because he couldn't hit a free throw or a shot or whatever the hell it was. From the Twitch, HTX Rhino says, the lottery is fine as long as it's transparent, not, oh, we did it in the back. But that's the problem. The presentation of it is, oh, we did it in the back. And while they might have released a 13-minute video showing all the ping pong balls being picked, you could definitely nitpick said video. It does seem like there's a lot less than 1,000 ping pong balls in that machine that they pick it from if you watch the 13-minute video. And honestly, get a life if you did. Pete Martinez, NBA draft lottery is rigged, makes the WWE look more believable. Yeah. What else do we have here? Ski Jump Off One says Yankees and Giants. Talked about but the Giants, I mean, they have the 2 Super Bowl wins, but I mean, they've been god awful in all the years around it. Eli Manning's going to be like participation trophy Hall of Famer in the NFL Hall of Fame. And I mean, no one takes the Yankees seriously anymore. They haven't ever since 2004. So, just something to consider. More comments here. You can join in. Is the NBA rigged? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. From the 512, NBA rigging the lottery sent them bad karma. One of their stars, serious injury, potentially just hours later. Well, here's the thing. I mean, it penalized a team that did things the right way in the Celtics. I mean, the Celtics certainly bottomed out after having Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett, all those players, and then trading them away. They definitely bottomed out. But, I mean, this is a team that, after bottoming out, it was a very slow ascent up. And, by the way, they never got a number 1 pick outside of with Jason Tatum, right? Where they had the number 1 overall pick, but they traded back to the 3 spot. The Sixers took Markelle Fultz, and they took Tatum 3rd overall. And I mean, that's on the Sixers for not drafting Tatum. But I mean, if that's how karma works, then it doesn't work out at all. But I think there's more proof. There's no basketball gods at the very least. From the 713, I think you just hit the nail on the head. People are going to think what they want no matter what. People love the bitch. The whole thing is a moot point. True. And I just think they should have rigged it to make it look less rigged. That's all. From the 832, I saw a tweet that said the worst team should have a tournament during the play-in where the winner gets the first overall and so forth. I mean, that would be fun, but think about it from this perspective too. If you're one of those players, are you going to give it your all knowing that you are playing for the right to draft someone who will replace one of you? I don't know. I don't know if I'd want that. From the 832, why don't they show the lottery as it actually happens and not behind closed doors? Bad television. That's why. It's literally that. It would take too long to do, That's the entire reason they don't do it. I think the whole video that they posted was 13 minutes. There's lots of times where they pull out the ball of a team that's already had the pick selected, because they do it in reverse order when they reveal the order of the draft. When they're actually doing it, the first team that got picked was the Dallas Mavericks. And then after that, say they pick another Mavericks ball, they have to discard it and then pick another ball and then pick another ball and then pick another ball. And even if it ends up being like the same team over and over and over again, they have to just keep on picking and they discard it. So that's why they don't televise it. But it lends itself to the idea that this thing is rigged, which is the whole problem that we're talking about right now. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I did tease some Astros news on the other side. Last night they lost 7-5, and once again, they couldn't score runs until late. They scored runs in the 7th inning and 8th inning to make it actually a respectable final score, but they were out of it early like they were on Saturday. A starting pitcher, Ryan Gusto, got chased out of the game after less than 3 innings of work. And now, Wednesday, they are once again about to throw out a pitcher that none of us have ever heard of. And this is nothing against, and I have to look up his name again. This is nothing against Colton Gordon, who has a 2.55 ERA and 8 starts and 43 strikeouts and 42 1/3 innings pitched in Sugarland. This is nothing against Colton Gordon. But I'm not exactly expecting Colton Gordon to help the Astros rotation out. And 40% of their opening day rotation is hurt. Lance McCullers is one of the guys you're currently relying on. So, I mean, you might be dealing with a 500 baseball team for quite some time. The good news is, at the very least, they did not dig themselves in the hole that they dug themselves in last year. But 20-20, a quarter of the way through the year and dealing with some injuries. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 409, why don't you guys cover NHL? Because there's no team here. Are you dumb? This is the Dallas texter. We don't care about the Stars. I don't care about the Panthers. And I don't care about the Canadian teams. If Houston had a team, we would talk about it. They don't. Who cares? Up next, what did you miss over the weekend in sports? In case you missed it, stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Been talking about whether or not the NBA draft is rigged. The Houston Rockets, who had the 9th best odds at the number 1 overall pick, are going to have the number 10 overall pick in the NBA draft in a couple of weeks. Texter says Rockets fans say it's rigged because they didn't get a high pick. Houston, you guys have been in the lottery for the past 15 years, had number 1 picks, so shut up. Is that true? I don't think so. I mean, look, it was just a couple of years ago where the Rockets had some of the best odds to have the number 1 overall pick, and they were out of the top 3 altogether. So let's just take a look over the last few years. 3rd overall pick last year's draft, 4th overall pick 2023, 3rd overall pick in 2022, 2nd overall pick in 2021, a series of years without a first round pick. 2015, 18th overall, 2014, 25th overall, 2012, 12th overall. That's when they got Jeremy Lamb. 2010 and 2011, 14th overall. I mean, the Rockets have not had a number 1 overall pick since 2002. And while they have had good chances to be potentially the number 1 overall pick since then, they have not. Meanwhile, you can't deny that the Spurs have gotten pretty damn fortunate when it comes to the actual lottery, especially relative to other teams. And that the Dallas Mavericks got a complete bailout. I mean, a 2008 style bailout. I don't know if they did it because they were like concerned about Nico Harrison's life or something, but truly, that's one of the moves that feels like they're doing it so that the fans just don't stop caring altogether. Suppose for all those who thought the Dallas Mavericks might move to Vegas, that now seems rather far-fetched. Another person asks, does the NBA post a full-length unedited video of the draft lottery online so people can't bitch about it being rigged? There is a 13-minute video online, and it shows it, but I don't think it's going to necessarily ease anyone's concerns. You take a look at the actual video itself. And in that video, you see a lottery machine that's popping up the ping pong balls. But the problem is you don't see all the ping pong balls in it. I mean, it looks like there's just 7, 8, or 9. Now, I don't know how that lottery machine works, but I'm skeptical.
Paul, there's 14 balls.
Okay.
And they draw them out. They draw 4 of them out. And that combination, it's almost like bingo, where it's like that combination. So it's 1,000 combinations, but there's only 14 balls.
Oh,
so they're drawing 4 balls for 1 pick.
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you for explaining that to me, because I watched it and
so
I did not know what was going on.
Yeah, you get assigned the combinations. And,
okay.
And so if you have a 14% chance, you have 14% of the combinations.
Okay. So it's a very difficult to explain to morons like me.
I mean,
Okay.
Paul, that's why conspiracies exist. Is that it's easier just to go, well, they wanted a payback.
Oh, that's a riot. Anyway, what did we miss over the weekend in the wide world of sports? Let's hit it in case you missed it. It's always funny doing a show on remote. I always get so sensitive to the reality that I'm loud, which my friends always do this thing to me where they hold a knob in front of me when I'm being loud, and then they turn it so that I quiet up a little bit. It's always fun to be on a remote and hear yourself talk. You're like, oh, yeah, damn. I just shout for a living, don't I? What did you miss over the weekend in sports? How about this? Pablo Torre, formerly of ESPN, now with Meadowlark Media, has been making the rounds as he has been seriously investigating Bill Belichick, his time as North Carolina's head coach, which he's yet to actually coach a game for, and his relationship with his very young 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. This is Pablo Torre with Dominique Foxworth. He believes there is a chance that Bill Belichick might not even make it to the start of the year with North Carolina due to the very cheap buyout clause in his contract after June 1st.
That on June 1st, the buyout of Bill Belichick goes from $10 million to $1 million if Bill wanted the escape hatch, right? So if he wanted out, suddenly it was very interesting that the amount got 10 times less after June 1st. And so the question everybody is asking is, are things so dysfunctional behind the scenes when it comes to the power struggle, when it comes to what they're telling Bill to do? Don't have Jordan around anymore. Stop behaving in the way that you have. Basically telling him for the first time, really, right, that you're an employee and not the boss of this building in the way that he may have been assuming he would be. Then there is the ability for him to get out of it.
Oh, so he might leave if he doesn't feel like he has enough power. That's pretty interesting. I still think he's going to end up coaching this year. I think the only way that he can put some of this off the field extracurricular drama with the girlfriend that's 50 years younger than him is to actually get on a field and successfully coach any form of football team. Because I think a lot of people think that he's watched. It's been interesting seeing some expatriates talk about this. Rob Gronkowski's been most pointed, saying that Belichick's been basically creating all the distractions that he used to tell players to never bring into the locker room when he was running the show in New England. Do your job. No days off. Anyway, more from Pablo Torre on Bill Belichick and what's next at North Carolina. Also, a lot of information about Jordan Hudson behind the scene. First off, Belichick's family's worried about that viral ring cam footage of him shirtless outside of Jordan Hudson's place on a ring camera, and thinks that there might be some potential leverage that whoever leaked that video out could potentially have on Bill. And there's also this when it comes to Bill Belichick. Pablo Torre said that Belichick and Hudson, while they were at NFL Films headquarters for the recording of something that they were doing, forgot that they were mic'd up and talked to bleep about literally everybody that was a part of the production.
Because in another infamous story that circulated among dozens of people on set at the NFL film studio, Bill Belichick, Katie Nolan, you can imagine this, right? He's wearing a mic. She is whispering to him.
Oh, no.
Off camera somewhere.
Oh, God.
The problem is that there are these things in television called control rooms. And at NFL Films headquarters, as Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson are mic'd up, they proceed to hear them talking shit about all sorts of people. They're talking shit about graphics. They're talking so much about the graphics people. They are not aware that dozens of people can hear them talk.
Woof. That's always a sobering moment for those who have not been mic'd up ever before. Be very careful what you say into a microphone. Very, very careful. Thankfully, I've not learned that the hard way yet. It's only a matter of time, though, with my scrambled brain. More on Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson. Jordan Hudson, did you see this? She is turning down a chance to be on Dancing with the Stars because it'll be during the fall, and she wants to be there with Bill at North Carolina. But she wants to do some shows in the hosting realm in the near future. And I'll say this about Jordan Hudson, strong, powerful, independent woman. Back off. That's my territory. I get to be a host. You have to participate, okay? Some of us have the skills. Do you? I don't know. More, in case you missed it. Michael Jordan, I guess, is going to be a special contributor to NBC's NBA coverage when it returns to NBC next year. Here is Stephen A. Smith talking about how good Michael Jordan will be as an analyst while also bragging that they're boys.
Well, first of all, obviously, we are talking about the GOAT, the greatest ever, okay? So certainly the qualifications are there. I just want to know, because you know that's my brother. Yes, I love my brother, Michael Jordan. I just want to know, is it going to be the Michael Jordan, you know, that you see on television? Or is it going to be the Michael Jordan we speak to? Because it's the Michael Jordan we speak to. Oh, it's going to be epic. It's going to be epic. This brother, the things that he will say and the way that he says them and the way that he breaks them down, Lord have mercy. Molly?
Yeah, I'm skeptical about that. I'd like to believe it, but, and you know, listen, I'm the biggest Tom Brady stan that there is. And Brady, when he is in a broadcast booth, I would say that Brady in a setting where he's actually talking about things and it's not in the flow of a game, not bad. But this, I don't know that Michael Jordan is going to give you the Charles Barkley experience, which Stephen A. Smith is heavily hinting at here. What else did you miss over the weekend in sports? Did you see that Shedeur Sanders took the field at Browns rookie minicamp? And but look, the Browns, they gave Dylan Gabriel the first snap of minicamp over Shedeur Sanders. Can you believe it? But get this. Did you know that Shedeur Sanders was one of the last 2 players off of the field after practice, and that he is dazzling at rookie minicamp? He also might be playing really bad. Dov Kleiman, one of the worst entities when it comes to sports reporting, and by sports reporting, I call it aggregation, stealing other people's content and posting it as his own with commentary and inflammatory language designed to get clicks. Apparently, per Dov Kleiman, Shedeur has been both awesome and terrible at Browns rookie minicamp. It's rookie minicamp, by the way. It's just the rookies. So, I mean, like, you better look like you belong in rookie minicamp. You're generally out there with a bunch of guys who are not going to be in the National Football League for very long. Hell, they might not even be in the National Football League by the time training camp begins. The NFL schedule, not officially released, but we do know opening night, Eagles are hosting the Cowboys, September 4th. We also know that on Black Friday, the Bears are going to play the Eagles. That's going to be in Philly. And the Christmas Day on Prime, the Broncos are going to play the Chiefs. Kansas City wants to host it. I don't know if it's actually going to be in Kansas City, but Kansas City also wants to host the Christmas Day game going forward. As somebody who went to a Christmas Day Houston Texans game where they lost 31-2, please take that off of all of our plates. Please. I never want to see a Christmas Day football game again involving the Houston Texans. I can't believe I spent time at Energy Stadium instead of spending time with my family. Paul, it's your job. Don't you feel blessed? No, not there. Not there. Not there. Oof. Even the Beyonce concert couldn't save that. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. In case you missed it, everything you might have missed in the world of sports. Up next on this fine radio program of ours, interesting lineup changes for the Houston Astros. What's going on going forward with an Astros player who, sure, we saw last night, but is playing through the pain? We'll discuss. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Right, you are. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. That's how you get aboard the most interactive sports talk show in town. Does feel like the NBA draft is rigged, given that the Dallas Mavericks have the number one overall pick, despite having just a 1.8% chance of getting said number one overall pick. We found that out during last night's NBA draft lottery. And on top of that, the San Antonio Spurs, once again, have a very early pick. And they get that early pick while teams like the Washington Wizards and Charlotte Hornets and Utah Jazz do not. Alas, earwax. Anyway, guys, some interesting tidbits on the Astros front. They lost yesterday 7-5. Ew. To the Kansas City Royals, who are 25-18. Astros now 20-20, quarter of the way in. They were down 7-0. Ryan Gusto got shelled early. The Astros starting rotation, it's stretched thin, and while at least Christian Javier is throwing off of a mound, I guess, we learned that over the weekend, does seem like it's going to be quite some time before they get closer to full strength on the actual mound. As far as potential changes in the lineup, though, some interesting developments last night. So over the weekend, Jose Altuve injured his hamstring. Came out of Saturday's game. It was feeling tight. He didn't play on Sunday. Last night, we did see him back on the field, but he was playing second base as opposed to in left field. And Espada had said, Joe Espada, manager of the Astros, that we would see Altuve at second base from time to time. But now it seems like he might actually be sticking out of left field for a little bit more. He's going to be, I guess, designated hitter tonight, and obviously that's made a little bit more easy by the whole Yordan Alvarez not being back tonight. And per Espada, Yordan will not be available tonight for the Astros. Today was the first day that he would have been eligible to come off of the injured list. So the bright side of this, for the many takes that I know old Jer Bear Branham, J-Bone, has been putting out there, the debate that we're seeing amongst Astros fans on the internet. Should the Astros have Cam Smith up on the Major League roster? Should they have Zach DeCenzo also on the Major League roster? Should they have these two young players on the opening day roster? On the early season roster? Well, now these guys both get to play, and no at-bats are going to get limited. So I suppose that's something that Astros probably should consider doing, especially as Altuve nurses that right hamstring that's tight. Put Altuve at DH, and then keep on playing these outfielders and give them all the at-bats that they need to get better. Because I really don't understand this idea that you send them down to the minor leagues. Like, sure, they might have jumped the gun, but at this point, let the guys continue to get major league pitching. There's no benefit to AAA pitching for a young baseball player, in my opinion. If once you get up to the major league level, you're only going to get better against major league pitching. Minor league pitching, facing that to get your confidence back up, it just seems counterintuitive. You're going down a difficulty level. You get better at anything. Let's say you're playing a video game. Oh, it's too hard. I'm going to go back from Heisman to All-American or All-Madden to All-Pro. You're going to get better? No, you're not. Playing against an easier thing. So I haven't understood that. So that's a little bright side of it. You'll get to see Zach DeCenzo and Cam Smith on a nightly basis. It is interesting taking a look at the lineup. Ever since moving into the leadoff role, Jeremy Pena's been awesome. Jeremy Pena, who had 2 hits last night, is now batting .292. Over his last 7 days, he is looking really, really good. And hell, just since the start of the month, nearly halfway through, he's got an OPS of 758, but he's hitting .318. Pretty impressive to see what he has done ever since moving up in that spot. That was a Jose Altuve idea, but really just go back to April 20th. he has been on a tear since then. And since that day, he has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 multi-hit games. 3 hits in some of them, 2 hits in others of them. So Pena's really been hitting well. Victor Caratini's been doing well when he gets a chance. And last night, it is Jake Myers, who, of all players on the Astros, continues to have the best start of all hitters on the team. He's hitting 298. He's got a 783 OPS. Pretty crazy. Your lineup is being carried by Jeremy Pena, and Jake Myers. Pretty crazy. Definitely doesn't feel great. And okay, on one hand, you could say, well, the rest of these Astros bats are going to get going, but I don't know. I mean, Christian Walker struck out 3 more times last night. Isaac Paredes seems to be better at drawing walks than doing much of anything else, except for the occasional ball that he deposits in the Crawford boxes. And, okay, Yainer Diaz is doing better than he did at the beginning of the year, but Yainer Diaz is also not looking like he did the rookie season where we all thought, why isn't he playing every game over Martin Maldonado? So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call the text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to jump aboard the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Here's just some random thoughts that we're taking as we are live here at Senate Avenue Brewing Company. Trill O'Reilly, random thought. Joe George, who was producing for the Morning Men, want to call it that? We don't call it the bench anymore. And for Dell, Joe George has 2 first names, and I don't like that kind of thing. Interesting. I don't think there's anything wrong with having 2 first names. It's definitely easier than having a difficult to pronounce last name. My last name's supposedly difficult to pronounce and spell. Lots of people think that I have the same last name as that stupid Mitsubishi car with 1 L. No, absolutely not. And also, I'm pretty sure it is supposed to be Gallant, just like in the national anthem. And the was a gallant is streaming. I love to tell people that's my last name whenever that's going on. That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. But for whatever reason, my family pronounces it differently. And from what I understand, and this might just be constant beef between old Papa and Mama, my father and mom, who are divorced, it maybe was supposed to be pronounced Gallant. I have no idea. I'm just a man. I'm just a boy. Just a boy who was a product of divorce. The child arrived just the other day. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 97.5. So there you go. Looks like Altuve is going to be the designated hitter tonight for the Houston Astros. And no Yordan Alvarez back as they take on the Kansas City Royals. On the table on the most interactive sports talk show in town today, number 1, is the NBA draft rigged? Number 2, confidence level for the Houston Astros. Where are you at right now? 1 through 5. The Astros being back at 500 and the results of last night's NBA draft lottery have me wondering about something, a question that we often ask ourselves about this city, this sports town. You'll hear it on the other side. You don't want to miss it. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. As Voice Guy said, we are live at Senate Avenue Brewing Company. Very lively lunch crowd here. About to order something myself. Some ribeye tacos. Should I eat them on the air? Like a lot of the slobs on the radio in town sometimes eat with their mouth full on the air. Paul, you're talking about yourself. Shh. If I'm hungry, I'm hungry, okay? Anyway, listen, everybody. The NBA draft has a rigged lottery, and the NBA should have rigged it so it looked a little less rigged last night. That's not fun. The Rockets season is over. The team that took them down, the Golden State Warriors, appear to be on the verge of elimination. They're now down 3-1. The Mavericks and Spurs got rewarded while they got hosed in the lottery. It's hard for a team like the Houston Cougars to get back to the national title again, no matter how good they are going into next year, no matter if they're the number one ranked team going into the next season per, I guess, random polls that are out there that are predicting things way too early. Or even if they're the number 1 seed overall in Joe Lunardi's bracket projection. You know, it's just tough to win 6 games in a row in March. Even if you get all the way to the end and you're in command of a game against Florida for large portions of it, it's tough. Meanwhile, the Astros are mediocre right now. I mean, you're throwing out randos you've never heard of for spot starter duty. You've got a lineup that has a banged-up Jose Altuve who hasn't been hitting well of late. You've got Yordan Alvarez sidelined. Who knows how long he'll be out. Today was his first day that he could come back off of the injured list. He's not going to play today. Doesn't make me feel like he's going to play tomorrow, even if he was taking some batting practice just the other day. Who knows when some of these injured pitchers are going to get back out there. I saw a text. This Astros team just is not fun to watch. So boring. So average best. Losing so many key players over the years has finally caught up to us. We're just filled with optimism because of past history. So, I mean, what's Houston as a sports town right now? Can't be a basketball town. Rockets done. Hosed in the lottery. Can't be a baseball town right now. Astros are 500. Mediocre. Is it possible? And we haven't asked this question in a really long time. Is it possible that Houston is once again a football town? Because guess what? Last night at the Astros game, you know who was the best pitcher early on in yesterday's game? It wasn't Ryan Gusto. It was Nico Collins, Texans wide receiver who threw out the first pitch. And you know what? You should be really excited about how Nico Collins views the Houston Texans as they head into this season. You know why? Because Pereira and Wilson of Channel 2, since the Texans' final playoff game, the loss to the Kansas City Chiefs in January, Collins and his teammates have had a lot of time to reflect on their second consecutive AFC South divisional round defeat. Said Collins of the loss, quote, "I feel like it's a chip on our shoulders. We've got to be hungry every year. That's the mindset. I feel like our locker room is full of dogs. I feel like we're never satisfied. There's no reason to be satisfied until we get to that goal. Fell short, same spot twice. Lost to the same team. So we know the feeling." Well, different. We know what it takes not to get to the feeling again. Every day, we're head down, one foot in front of the other. And we're going to work every single day. I mean, he's right that they lost to the Chiefs in Kansas City twice over the course of a month. But, I mean, they lost to the Ravens the year before. Semantics, Paul. Houston, Texas is a football town once again. Texans have a chip on their shoulder. Texans swarm. I'm saying it a little more quietly because I'm self-conscious being at a restaurant and I don't want to disturb people's eating. Don't you see? Houston is once again a football town. And if you think otherwise, you're just crazy. Oh, the Rockets
couldn't even get out of the first round of the playoffs. Texans got to the second. Houston Astros couldn't even get out of the fake first round of the playoffs. Texans could. This is a football town, guys. This is a football town. Always has been. I don't know why we even have the debate on what kind of a town it is. Paul, didn't you just say a week ago that Houston was a basketball town? Shh. You don't know ball. I know ball. And Houston, Texas is a football town. Always has been. Texans going to the Super Bowl. Houston Texans on a roll, going to the Super Bowl. Houston Texans can't be beat. Offense, defense, special teams. That's right. Are you ready? I mean, shoot, I may as well just jam some Clay Walker's Football Time in Houston right now. It's football time in Houston, and we're ready to play. So, again, if you debate that, embrace debate, is Houston, Texas a football town? Yes, it is. There's no debate on that. It's not a baseball town. It's not a basketball town. Until one of those teams is better than the Texans, it's a football town. Once again, is Houston a soccer town? Huh? Soccer Matters tonight here live at Senate Avenue Brewing Company? Could be. Could be. Some comments here on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Why are so many people asking me to talk about the Dallas Stars? This is part of this. There's this weird mindset here in this state of, well, I'm from Houston, but I'm also from Texas, so I'm going to root for the team that's from Texas. No, you're going to root for Dallas anything? Are you really going to do that? I don't understand that. A president died there. We don't forget. Oh, what? I'm supposed to move on? No. A masshole president died up there. It's my brethren. And what does Dallas get for that? Oh, they just keep on getting rando wannabe Larry Birds. First, Dirk Nowitzki. Second, Luka Doncic. Third, Cooper Flagg. Like, what's up with this? And you want me to talk about the hockey team that Dallas stole from Minnesota? The North Stars belong to Minnesota. You thieves. You thieves. They don't belong in Dallas. They don't. It is ridiculous that Minnesota lost a hockey franchise to, of all cities, Dallas, and that Minnesota did not have a professional hockey franchise for like 5 years. It's crazy. Completely crazy. People are asking, Paul, hey man, hey, Paul would rather go for Winnipeg because he's an American. No, I want all the teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs to lose right now. I want all four of them to lose. F the Florida Panthers. They're arch rivals with my Tampa Bay Lightning. F the Dallas Stars. They're in Dallas. And F the Canadian teams. We should tariff them. We should tariff their appearances in the United States of America. Largo's funny, says, Paul, breaking non-native Texan doesn't understand Texans. No, I mean, I understand how you should be. Because the fact that you guys would root for Dallas is embarrassing. The fact that you have like such state pride over everything that you would root for a team from the city that hates you and doesn't respect you is pathetic. Really, it is. If you root for Dallas and you're from Texas and you're from Houston, like, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should look at yourself in the mirror every single day and then paint a clown face. You really should. It's weird. Oh, we don't have a hockey team, Paul. We got to root for somebody. You're going to root for that one? Pick any other team. There's like 31 other options. That's the team you pick? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm going to root for Dallas, dude. And also, I'm going to root for the Rangers of the World Series. Okay, dork, go ahead. The team that's in your division, which people did. You think we forget? People don't forget. Just like we don't forget that the city of Dallas killed John F. Kennedy. You know? Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call it the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. The text line asks, oh, wait, no, this is Twitch. Paul, can you do the rest of the show as Jeremy Branham? No, I can't. I can't go quite. I can't go. His voice is too good. I just can't do it. Also, I'm not as good of a troll as Jeremy Branham, you know? For the 281, why are the Dallas Stars called the Stars when we have only one star on the Texas flag? Stupid team. Great point. Great point. And it's because they took away the North Stars from the name. They should be the Dallas North Stars. If we're going to be true to moving a team from Minneapolis and not changing the name, even though it doesn't make any sense at all, moving the Minneapolis Lakers, for example, to Los Angeles and just keeping them the Los Angeles Lakers. It would be hilarious if there was the Dallas North Stars. It would be trolling all the teams that they end up playing that are from the Northeast at the end of the year. It would be pretty funny. Because it is really funny that the two teams left in the United States are from the South. I mean, I do think that's kind of amusing, especially having grown up in Massachusetts. People from Boston are like, this is all these losers in the South. They get hockey teams that are actually good. I think it is kind of funny. From the 832, my coworker is a Rockets and Cowboys fan. What should I do to him? Ghost him. Never talk to him again. Tell him I said that. Tell him it's my fault. From the 936, I root for the Avs until Houston gets an NHL team. That's Eric the Driver. Another texter from 512. Damn, Paul's a Vegas Knights fan? All the other teams suck in your eyes. No, I like the Tampa Bay Lightning. I have no reason really for liking the Tampa Bay Lightning other than I didn't pay any attention to hockey when I was growing up in Massachusetts. And then the first year that I lived there, my uncle who rules, it's like my uncle who played football at Kansas and got drafted by the A's, but also got drafted by whoops, that's no fun. But he used to take me to Tampa Bay Lightning games all the time growing up. And the first year that he took me to games when I first moved down to St. Pete was the year that the Lightning won the Cup, which was awesome. And tickets were so cheap. It was crazy. I think it was $10 a ticket in the 300 level. 300 level tickets at a hockey game are actually pretty good. You get a pretty good vantage point. But, yeah, man. Telling me to ask? You're asking me to root for the Dallas Stars? Nope. From the 832. You know when someone tells a corny joke, no one laughs, so they have to laugh themselves? Yeah, the North Stars joke was lame as F. Sir, that's what they should be called. They should be called the Dallas North Stars because you stole them. This is the same guy. He wants me to talk about the Stars. Every single time I talk about them, I'm just going to disparage them. Would I root for North Korea over the Dallas Stars? Maybe. I'm just asking the question. I don't know. China? Russia? Probably. So, yeah, if I got to root for Canadians and Floridians that are from Miami over the Stars, I will. Literally just despite this one texter that is obsessed with us talking about them. I don't get it. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're live at Senate Avenue Brewing Company. You know how to get in. The most important rate. Yeah, you know what? We're going to go with that now. The most important sports talk show in the history of Houston. If you want to get in, you know how to do it. The most interactive sports talk show in town. The NBA draft lottery. I'm just going to keep on giving corny jokes to this loser who stays hate listening. It was fun, right? Was the NBA draft lottery fun for you? Because obviously, other than the whole, it being rigged and Mavericks getting picked number 1 and the Spurs getting picked number 2, it was kind of funny. There's some very amusing moments in it. We'll play you some highlights from it next. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, the NBA draft. I'm going to keep doing it. Loltery was last night, and the fix was in. NBA should have rigged it to make it seem a little less rigged. Mavericks got the first overall pick. San Antonio Spurs got the second overall pick. As soon as they went to commercial break, and you knew that the final four teams included the Dallas Mavericks, I knew the Mavericks were going to win. I knew it at that moment in time right there. They were going to win the whole damn thing. And they did. That was a long... You know what? To their credit, the NBA draft lottery broadcast at least nailed it there. They created suspense during the commercial break. Are the Mavericks really about to get the number one overall pick after the worst trade in recent NBA memory? And then they did. And again, I'm just going to keep on telling them they should have rigged it so it didn't seem rigged. If you're going to rig it in a way where it's not going to have people constantly questioning it. But I guess the NBA doesn't actually care about that. Otherwise, the NBA lottery TV production, I thought it was a very amusing experience. I was texting Sean throughout it, my favorite highlights of it. So basically, right before they put everything out there in the open, the results of the lottery ball selection, right before that happens, they announce all the people who are the representatives for the teams that are in the NBA draft lottery. And maybe the Rockets thought that by bringing him out there, that this would give them a shot at a top 3, top 4 pick. But they sent Hakeem Olajuwon out to the NBA draft lottery. And the guy who was the point man for this production, I don't know. Kevin Nagandi, I think, felt like he was barely there. Felt like he was just reading off of a script and not really paying attention to anything that was going on. But in the midst of the announcements of who's picking when and where, he just throws this random question at Hakeem Olajuwon out of the blue. I don't think Hakeem was necessarily expecting it. Here was his answer.
Representing Houston is two-time NBA champ and Hall of Famer Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem, your Rockets were the 2 seed in the West this past season. What would the addition of a lottery pick mean to this team's championship goal?
It will reinforce the team. Very balanced team. We have a lot of veterans, some young players, young talents. By having an additional strength to the team, is great.
Hakeem, good luck. Thank you so much.
I mean, first off, Kevin, it's Houston, not Houston. I do not understand why these Northern Yankees, why they pronounce our fair city in such a way. But number 2, can we pot down the techno music when Hakeem speaks? What the hell was that? I mean, you couldn't hear anything that Hakeem said there. There's no subtitles, no nothing. There's just techno in the background while you're interviewing somebody. What is it with studio TV shows and their obsession to add some sort of music into the background of people while they're talking? What is this? Like you're trying to go on TikTok and use some TikTok sounds to blow up, which is a thing? Baffling to me. Let's just keep this in the background, huh? And meanwhile, Hakeem Olajuwon's trying to speak. Clearly, Kevin doesn't give the slightest of bleeps about what he's saying in that moment in time. And this wasn't the only strange interview situation that took place before they announced who was picking when. You also had Zion Williamson, who I'm not even 100% sure is going to be with the New Orleans Pelicans next season. Maybe this was the Pelicans trying to show, we're going to keep Zion. But Zion Williamson was sitting up there at the desk representing New Orleans. And once again, Kevin Nagandi just asked him completely out of left field question as he was rapidly announcing who gets the best odds for the picks in order.
Another former Duke star is in the house, Zion Williamson, the first overall pick in the 2019 NBA draft. He's here representing New Orleans. Zion, you were in Chicago for the draft lottery 6 years ago. What were your emotions that night?
I was nervous, but I was really excited. Just like sitting right here right now. I'm super excited to see how this night goes.
Yeah, he sounds super excited. He sounds super excited to hear when the New Orleans Pelicans will select a player that he doesn't play with because they're going to trade him. I mean, what was that? Not good. We weren't done with the awkward moments. So after the Dallas Mavericks, it was announced that they were going to have the number 1 overall pick. You've got a panel featuring Kendrick Perkins, Nagandi, Bob Myers is up there. There was somebody else up there as well. I think it was Jay Billis. And Bob Myers, something we found out about him when he's been on TV the last couple of weeks is the guy's kind of soft as far as what he allows and what he doesn't think is broadcast appropriate. There's a moment where Stephen A. Smith asked him a question, Kendrick Perkins a question about his weight. And Bob Myers was like, whoa, you don't have to answer that, Kendrick. And Kendrick seemed very fine having the question posed to him. So there's that moment where Kendrick Perkins is being told, Bob, you don't have to answer that tough question. But there was also this. So Nico Harrison's obviously been under a lot of fire in Dallas for arguably the worst trade in the history of the National Basketball Association. And because he now has the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft, a lot of people are like patting him on the back, patting him on the head. And they're saying, hey, man, good for you. Everything's turning up roses for you. Perhaps this is karma. But Bob Myers, when he was asked about or he weighed in on Nico Harrison's Mavericks getting the number 1 overall pick, he sounded like he was about to cry. Take a listen to what happened on the NBA lottery broadcast last night.
Dallas took as much heat as I've ever seen an organization take. A lot of it, and probably too much, to be honest. So Nico Harrison, here you go. Here's a good moment for you because he said, you got police outside your house. I mean, this is life. Life works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, by the way, there have been 4 Duke players taken number 1 overall in the common draft era. That does not include Jay Billis. And now Cooper Flagg will potentially join Kyrie Irving in Dallas.
Oh, my God. Nagandi, what was that? I mean, we're talking about Nico Harrison, and maybe Nagandi wants everyone to shift off of talking about Nico Harrison. Maybe a producer's in his ear saying, like, hey, change the topic. Change the topic. Bob Myers is looking like he's about to cry again. Change the topic so the tears stop welling up in his eyes. Hey, change the topic to anything else, literally anything else. And Nagandi has just like a complete like random fact that has no relation to the conversation that's taking place. And by the way, Cooper Flagg would be yet another number 1 overall player from Duke, unlike Jay Billis over here. Ugh. It was fun to watch it, though, the NBA draft lottery. Once I got past the fact that the NBA is rigged, which took me a little bit of time to do, I enjoyed the broadcast, but not in a, not in the kind of way that one would call unironic. Anyway, you want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. NBA draft, probably rigged. It's probably rigged. At least it feels that way. And I really think that the NBA should have gone out of its way to rig the draft so it didn't seem like the draft was actually rigged. Meanwhile, Astros have another game against the Kansas City Royals tonight. They lost 7-5 last night. From the sound of things, no Yordan Alvarez today. He's not available despite taking some batting practice, I guess, yesterday. And Jose Altuve, who played second base yesterday, not left field, is expected to be designated hitter for tonight's game. So if you want to weigh in on that, you can. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the Paul Gallant Show live, the Senate Abbott Brewing Company. Stay put. But first, let me tell you about something, a little special something. I think a lot of people in Dallas may have felt a little extra excited after losing Luka this offseason and finding out they're going to get Cooper Flag. And you know what? You might get a little bit excited because if you're looking to spice things back up, if you're looking to turn things around, bright eyes. Guess what you can do? You can go to Rise Health, RIIZE Health.com, and you enter promo code 975. And if you are looking to spice things up, reignite the spark, save your relationship because things aren't working out in the bedroom, Rise Max's rapid enhanced dissolving strips, they're reds, combine sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. Hell yeah. Dissolves in seconds, works in 5 minutes. It's not a pill. It's not a chew. You don't need any water either. In slim, discreet packaging, it won't melt. And it works on a full stomach. Hell to the yeah. Am I right? If you're looking to get back in the game, do it. What's the point in being ashamed? You can talk to a board-certified physician online anonymously for 5 minutes. They'll hook you up. And then on top of that, it'll be sent to you discreetly too. All you got to do is enter the promo code 975 on top of that for a 20% discount. Come on, guys. What are you waiting for? Rise up. You'll rise up at Rise, RIIZE Health.com. Promo code 975. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are live at Senate Avenue Brewing Company. We're going to be here until 8 p.m. tonight. All right, guys. Let's go around the National Football League. The NFL has not officially released their schedule for this season, but we are figuring out very slowly leaked details of how this season's going to go. So we do know this. We found it out yesterday afternoon. Opening night, Thursday, September 4th, is going to be the Philadelphia Eagles hosting the Dallas Cowboys. We also know that there will be a Black Friday game on Amazon Prime featuring the Chicago Bears and Philadelphia Eagles, and a Christmas Day game on Amazon Prime featuring the Broncos and Chiefs. I think the Eagles are hosting the Black Friday game between those two teams. Christmas Day, the Chiefs are hosting the Broncos on that front. we also figured out what games are going to be played internationally this year. And I think tomorrow we find out who will play the Los Angeles Chargers week 1 in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I suppose there is a chance it could be the Houston Texans, but otherwise, Sunday, September 29th, the Minnesota Vikings are going to play the Pittsburgh Steelers in Dublin. Sunday, October 5th, the Minnesota Vikings are going to play the Cleveland Browns in London at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Sunday, October 12th, also in London, the Broncos taking on the New York Jets. October 19th in London, but this time at Wembley Stadium. Crazy, what? It's going to be the Rams and the Jaguars. Then you get a couple of weeks off November 9th in Berlin. Ew, I can't believe we're playing in Germany. Disgusting. Sunday, November 9th, my grandfather fought in World War II against the Nazis, and now we're playing in Germany. I think it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So they're sending the Indianapolis Colts to play the Atlanta Falcons for that one. And then Sunday, November 16th, we're going to Madrid. I could do Madrid. It's the Miami Dolphins taking on the Washington Commanders. Though, I mean, we shouldn't forget that Spain was neutral in World War II. Have some stones. But technically, they were kind of a puppet state of the old fascist movement. So now you know. And yeah, that is my stance. If you were on the wrong side of World War II, you shouldn't get NFL games. How about that? Can you at least wait until everyone who fought in World War II has moved on to the great green pasture in the sky? Just a thought. But for now, Houston, a football town, and not going to have to play any games internationally this year. You love to see it. I at least do. We're still waiting to figure out where Aaron Rodgers is going to be a quarterback next season, if he is a quarterback at all. There was a report from my buddy, a radio host in Pittsburgh, Andrew Filipponi, that Aaron Rodgers had joined a country club in Pittsburgh. Said country club, though, denied that he had become a member. If he becomes a member of a Pittsburgh golf club, it seems like a very random place to go become a golf club member, seeing as like how many months a year can you play golf in Pittsburgh? So if that was actually true, that would stand to reason that he was going to, perhaps be the next Steelers quarterback. I saw a hot take from RG3 on whatever hit podcast he's doing these days, that since Derek Carr has now retired as Saints quarterback, that the Saints should give Rodgers a call. I mean, Aaron Rodgers in New Orleans would be fun. I feel like Aaron Rodgers could have like a Nicolas Cage kind of experience in New Orleans. And hell, if they were to make a movie about Aaron Rodgers, I mean, shouldn't it be played by Nick Cage? The more do they think about it? I mean, they kind of look similar. It's not that far off. I would watch a Nick Cage movie about Aaron Rodgers. Anyone? Investors? Possibly you? We have some comments on YouTube about international NFL games. Sean Martinez says, the best thing about the European games is you wake up and a game's on. Start the day drinking. Yeah, but you have to wake up. 9:30 is too early. Sorry. NFL games should start at noon. I get to sleep in. Let me sleep in one day. Huh? Day One Donna asks, would you attend an international game? No, I wouldn't, because I think it's disrespectful to the United States of America. America first, baby. Also, it just costs too much money. I would only go basically if someone covered my flight, hotel, tickets, etc. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Been to enough NFL games. I'd rather watch it in a place where the home team and the home experience is get to be felt. And yeah, so that means like if I get to go to NRG Stadium, I would much rather go to a game where the fans are arriving late than go to a game that's fully packed. Yeah, I said it. Game that crowd's arriving late, and that most of the crowd is from, not the city of Houston. That's what I prefer. What else do we have here around the National Football League? Amazon Prime is releasing documentaries on the New York Jets, and Terrell Owens. That one would actually be fun. I think that one could be fun, the Terrell Owens documentary. They did an NFL Network Football Life edition of T.O. This was before T.O. basically told the NFL, nah, man, I don't want to be in your Hall of Fame. I am very curious as to what this doc will show. I mean, that is a guy who had a lot of off-the-field stuff. Terrell Owens also, from what I understand, now lives in the city of Houston. I think he's been seen at the pickleball spot. I forget where said pickleball spot is, but he's a pickleballer, Terrell Owens. Also still looks like he's jacked enough to play football right now. What else is going on around the National Football League? Chris Berman? Chris Berman has been extended by ESPN through 2029. You know what? That's actually a reason for me to perhaps subscribe to ESPN Plus again, because the NFL primetime show that he does, which is only a live streaming show now, it's pretty damn awesome. I love it. Absolutely love it. But yeah, I actually pulled the plug on ESPN Plus last year. What else is going on around the National Football League? Oh, yeah, we've got a lot of Shedeur Sanders talk. Shedeur Sanders is at rookie minicamp. And did you see he's one of the last players off the field? Oh, my gosh. Such a hard worker. You know, he's the last one off the field. He's running hills. And while he might not be getting the first rookie reps at rookie minicamp, guess what? He's getting the second ones. Also, a Cleveland Brown reporter went viral for mouthing, "I am taller than Shedeur Sanders," when asked about Dylan Gabriel. And per Dov Kleiman, Shedeur Sanders at rookie minicamp has looked both awesome and bad. Also, a picture went viral of Jaguars GM James Gladstone, the 34-year-old. It's actually a video, and it's 100% one of those videos where you can tell he knew he was being recorded. So he's definitely doing that thing. It's called mewing, where it makes your jawline look a little bit more pronounced. And he's acting like he's not looking at the camera, but he's definitely looking towards the camera. Also, Cam Ward made his debut at the Tennessee Titans Stadium. You know how he did that? He did it at a Savannah Bananas game. That's right. So he was dressed up wearing a Savannah Bananas uniforms. Nothing makes the Titans seem like a serious operation than seeing Cam Ward take foot at Nissan Stadium for the first time wearing a Savannah Banana uniform. What else is going on across the National Football League? Ooh, get this. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, they're still together. They were seen out at a restaurant in Philadelphia. Amazing. It's their first public appearance together in months. And per TMZsports.com, it will put many rumors about the two splitting to rest. In case you haven't been paying attention to the online buzz around the pair, some fans have hit the alarm button because these two lovebirds have been MIA since they grabbed dinner in New York City in March. They even skipped the Met Gala, with our sources saying they were simply too busy to appear at the glamorous event last week. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Anyway, she's still together. The best couple in all the world. Staying alive. But I don't know. Braxton Berrios, Alex Earl, per sources, they really love each other. That's an actual source. Someone told me that. They were out and about at a bar. A friend of mine saw them. Love is in the air. Anyway, football. Yes, it's that time of year. These are the stories at the bottom of the barrel that we were scraping for. And Nico Collins threw up the first pitch for the Astros last night, so that was fun. Anyway, it's the Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call. Text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The NBA draft is clearly rigged, right? You can weigh in on that, plus some changes in the Astros lineup on the table to talk about too. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, live at Senate Avenue Brewing Company. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
In case you're just tuning in, the NBA draft, the lottery to determine the order of said draft, appears to be rigged, and the NBA, they failed their one job. Their one job was to rig the draft so that it didn't look rigged. Alas, earwax. They failed on that front because the Dallas Mavericks, who pulled off the stupidest trade that we have seen in recent sports history, end up getting a 2008-style bailout. They will have the number 1 overall pick in a draft that features arguably the best prospects that we have seen in the draft in quite a few years. And I don't think there's any weight issues or injury issues attached to this Duke prospect, Cooper Flagg. So the assumption is that the Dallas Mavericks will have the first overall pick, and that the San Antonio Spurs with the second overall pick are probably going to try to package that pick to get somebody better. More on that in a moment. I'm going to talk about when sports and crime intersect. Let's talk about, first off, an update for one of the most infamous sports-themed bank robbers that has ever existed. In fact, I think he is just the number one guy. Chiefs superfan Xavier Babudar, also known as Chiefsaholic, was sentenced today to 32 years in prison. This is 2.5 years after authorities caught him in the state as he fled from a local bank robbery. Chiefsaholic is a special bank robber because he had already been serving a 17.5-year federal sentence for robbing banks in 7 states from 2022 to 2023. But a Tulsa County District Attorney's Office wanted him to serve more time and sought a life sentence for the 30-year-old. His sentence is concurrent, meaning he'll serve an additional 14.5 years after his federal term ends. It is pretty crazy because this is a guy who, remember, I think pled so that he could watch the Chiefs, was it specifically for that, to be allowed release. I don't know if it was via bail or if it was on his own recognizance. I hope it's not the latter. But this guy actually was let out for a little bit. He was supposed to be, I think, under house arrest with an ankle monitor on. The dude removed it, and he went right back to robbing banks. And they eventually got him, and now he's going to be in jail for a very, very long time. So he was released on bond after a failed robbery in Bixby, Oklahoma. He was making headlines for this. Immediately after his release, he had a $100,000 bet on the Chiefs, cut off his ankle monitor, went on the run, robbed 2 more banks. He was caught by the FBI in California a few months later. So he was out and about for a while. Now he's going to be in jail for a really long time. But I like that we had an update because it did seem like he had it pretty easy. They let him out on bond, a guy who had robbed multiple banks. What did you think he was going to do? It's kind of crazy that we just let multiple time offenders. This guy robbed so many banks. You're going to give him any bond whatsoever? It was 7. He was at 7 before he went to jail for the first time. Oh, let's let him out. Like, what are we doing? Did he give a heartwarming tale about his dying grandmother or something like that? Like, what the hell did he do? Kind of curious. Guy might have a career as a speaker at some point down the road. There's also this in the world of sports and crime. This story is really fascinating. It has to do with a hockey player. Nope, we're not talking about the Dallas Stars. Not doing it. Anyone remember Ilya Kovalchuk? Ilya Kovalchuk, who had once signed a 17-year, $102 million contract with the New Jersey Devils that was eventually turned to a 15-year, $100 million contract with the Devils back in 2010, has made a ton of money. But This is coming from Russia, and I don't know what speeding rules are in Russia, but in the last year and a half, per at Hockey News Hub, Ilya Kovalchuk was caught for speeding. Get this, not 10 times, not 20 times, not 30, not 40, not 50, not 60, not 70, not 80, not 90, none 100. Kovalchuk was caught for speeding 115 times in a year and a half in Russia. 115 times. A year and a half. What is that? Let's do a little math here. 365 days in a year. So let's add 180. We're talking like 540 days or so, give or take. And this guy was caught speeding over a fifth of those days. I mean, that's more than once a week. That's slightly more than once a week. Absolutely insane. More rules that this guy broke. Driving on the shoulder, not complying with the requirements of signs and markings, 46 times. Illegal parking, 24 times. The illegal parking thing, I can let it slide. 115 times caught speeding. Now, he's a hockey star who played in the NHL. Perhaps he has different rights. Obviously, he has a different level of money than most Russian citizens. 115 times speeding in a year and a half. I mean, I thought the Georgia football program was bad. We're not talking about one player or an entire football team here, though. Over 3 or 4 years, where what's been for Georgia, like 24, including that fatal accident that featured Jalen Carter. Unbelievable. 115 speeding tickets. How much do they cost? Per Virginia Buttonweed in Russia, they use speed cameras. You get a ticket for 3 miles per hour over. You pay by the kilometer per mile over. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's absolutely awful. So you have to drive the speed limit there? I'm nervous about the days when that comes to Texas. That'll come at some point, right? Like there will be cameras on the highways and you won't be able to speed. I don't know if I'd be able to drive. Like, I hate going the speed limit. I hate being trapped. I hate being boxed in. I want to feel free on the highway. I want to feel like I'm on the Autobahn, driving in my German automobile. That yeah, Paul, you don't like football in Germany, but you like your German car. Well, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. But I like feeling like I'm on the Autobahn, man. Come on now. That is insane. So Virginia Buttonweed says all over Europe, there are cameras all over the roads, and you get bills in the mail. I'm guessing that if you get one bill, that the next bill would penalize you a little bit more, especially if you keep getting penalized. Or maybe they think to themselves, you know what, now let's just keep on giving him the same one because he's going to keep on getting penalized. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. He does have the money. I get all of that to pay these theoretically, making $110 million or so. But I don't know, 115 in a year and a half. I mean, don't Russian authorities notice and maybe start to increase the penalty, seeing as he's not learning? But man, that's gotta suck. Just got Big Brother constantly watching you. Man. From the text line, from the 713. With that knowledge, how does 115 speeding tickets feel now? I mean, now I'm on Ilya Kovalchuk's side. I feel like my man's been robbed. He's been robbed blind by the oppressive government of the Ruskies. Invading Ukraine one day, invading Ilya Kovalchuk's personal space and wallet the other. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 115 though, man. that's incredible. Does he not check his mail? Does someone just come to him at the end of the year and say, hey man, we got like 115 envelopes for you? Is he constantly on the go? Apparently in Europe, it's the same, right? It's like a toll to speed. Huh, okay. So it must not be that much. Because, yeah, that means that like only rich people can drive fast. Damn, what a country that must be. Would be nice if we had less, like Chevy Malibus and Toyota Corollas and no offense to the people driving those cars, but I feel like there's an inordinate amount of cars that look like that have like spoilers for no reason that are speeding on the highway. I don't really like that kind of thing. I just don't. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We are live at Senate Avenue Brewing Company. You want to jump in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Does feel like the NBA draft lottery is rigged. From the 346, the texter says the draft lotto is rigged. The Dallas Mavericks had a 1.8% chance to win the number 1 overall pick to select Cooper Flag. Reminds me of the cold David Stern, Patrick Ewing envelope. What say you? I mean, all the conspiracy theories that are out there about the NBA lottery, I think are fair to have. If a team that pulled off the worst trade in NBA history with the GM getting death threats months later finds itself getting the number 1 overall pick with just a 1.8% chance to get it. By the way, I would like the NBA to stop showing that super Jason Tatum commercial. I mean, it's just me, but I think the man just tore his Achilles. Are they going to do this like with Baker Mayfield, that entire NFL season where he was struggling and playing poorly, where there was just a Baker Mayfield commercial once a break? This super Tatum, I mean, clearly like, the ankle's not so super. I can say that I'm a Celtics fan, and I'm sad and I'm depressed about that. I still think the Celtics are going to win that series, though, which is honestly delusional at this point. But yeah, I just don't respect the New Jersey Nets, who have the 3-game stolen lead. From the 346, don't forget you had a Nissan Sentra. That's like a Corolla. That's true. I did have one for a while. I think I totaled, but I kept it up. It looked nice. It's a nice looking car. Anyway, you want to jump in 713-780-3776 to call the text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, do the results of last night's NBA draft lottery dictate what the Rockets will do next this offseason? Honestly, I think they do. I'll tell you why next. Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
The second pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Ugh, what a load of crap, huh? Dallas Mavericks trade Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers. They get very little in return, and they get bailed out after trading a generational player away with the ability to draft a generational player in a draft that's just months after they made that awful, dumb, stupid, unforgivable trade. It is the kind of trade that really does make you believe that the NBA is rigged no matter how much proof they put in front of you. And I've been saying this all show long. The NBA should have rigged the draft to look a little less rigged. They should have. This is going to be talked about for years. And maybe that's what they want, honestly. Is it possible that this NBA draft lottery wasn't rigged? I suppose you could really make that case if you want to, but just take a look at the history of the draft, the amount of times that after something bad has happened for an organization that seems undeserving, that they have all of a sudden found themselves with an incredible player in their laps. I just don't think it's possible to completely diffuse all the hot take artists out there who think it's rigged. 2008, Derrick Rose goes to Chicago. Bulls at a 1.7% chance of winning the lottery. Cavaliers get the number 1 pick after LeBron James left the summer prior. Honestly, the Cavaliers getting the number 1 pick this summer that LeBron was in the draft. 2012, Pelicans get the number 1 pick after Chris Paul leaves. 2014, the Cavaliers get the number 1 picks to give them the assets needed to bring Kevin Love to Cleveland. 2019, the Pelicans get the number 1 pick after Anthony Davis demands a trade. And then 2025, the Mavericks get the number 1 pick after trading Luka Doncic at the trade deadline. Maybe it's not rigged every single year, but the fact that so many teams that have had a 1% chance of winning the entire NBA draft lottery have won it suggests that those teams have perhaps had a better than 1% chance. And I know there's all sorts of ideas that maybe there are state-run lotteries that are rigged. I think we had something like that in our own backyard. And if that's the case, you're going to look at that. You're going to look at this, and you're going to wonder if the fix was in. It's not just that. You've also got the San Antonio Spurs, once again, having an early pick. If it doesn't seem fishy to you, I don't know what to tell you, even if it wasn't fishy at all. If they could show me all the evidence that proves them innocent, and I would still demand more of them. And I think everyone with a cynical, skeptical, or curious mind would feel the exact same way. But anyway, let's get past the fact that the NBA draft lottery theoretically is rigged and that the league should have done better to rig it to make it look unrigged. What does this mean for the Houston Rockets, who instead of getting pick 9 or a top 4 pick, which they had a chance to get, end up with pick 10, which was what they had a 24% chance to get. There was a 50% chance that they would get pick number 9. What are they going to do next? Because, okay, the Dallas Mavericks in your division have the number 1 overall pick and are expected to take Cooper Flagg and already have Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis on their team. And then the San Antonio Spurs, who have Victor Wembanyama, who's a freak. I remember there's that picture of him with Tim Duncan and David Robinson, who are both 7-footers. He's a foot taller than both of them. At least it looks that way. Maybe a half foot. Full head at least. You've got, after that, Stephon Castle, the reigning rookie of the year, falling into their lap last year. Now all of a sudden, they have the number 2 pick, so they could take whoever they want after Cooper Flagg, or they could package that number 2 pick and trade it for someone like Giannis Antetokounmpo. I don't know how many people saw the many clips of Brian Windhorst yesterday talking about the possibilities for Giannis Antetokounmpo in a potential trade. He had talked about how Houston and San Antonio are in Texas, how Giannis is very aware of the tax situation in Texas. I mean, the Spurs getting a piece of ammunition like this screams they're going to try and go get Giannis with it. Why not? And all of a sudden you have Victor Wembanyama and Giannis. And on top of that, you've got Stephon Castle. I mean, you've become the international team of everybody that doesn't live in the United States, right? Like if you're a European, you're a European Union guy, big EU guy. I mean, you're looking at this and you're like, yeah, representation. Look at this. We got France. We got Greece. Let's go. So, I mean, for the few people that are out there that are like that, yeah, that's a possibility. But if both those teams are about to acquire something, don't the Rockets have to do the same thing? Don't the Rockets have to do something now? I mean, this wasn't quite worst case scenario for the Rockets, but it's pretty damn close to. Because they end up with a pick worse than the one that they were projected to get. And the two in-state rivals just got the best two lottery tickets when it perhaps wasn't deserved. And okay, with the Spurs, maybe you can make the argument it was, but the Mavericks, it absolutely wasn't. So does that mean the Rockets have to make a move, even if that move doesn't exactly add up with the way that they're looking at themselves going into the future? There was a report from Kelly Eco about the Rockets and their possible pursuit of Kevin Durant on The Athletic. He wrote this, quote, while Durant is widely seen as the most attainable of the potential free agents this offseason, or not free agents, the potential trade targets of NBA teams this offseason, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Devin Booker, among others. Durant is widely seen as the most attainable of that group. He is known to be very interested in playing in Houston. Sources said the Rockets still have significant reservations about that possible partnership, in large part because Durant's age would be so out of sync with their younger timeline. It's worth noting that previous talks between the teams about Durant, per Rockets sources, were initiated by the Suns. I wonder if last night changed that, because that article came out earlier in the week. And I'm sure that the Rockets were probably looking at themselves in the mirror thinking there's no way that the Dallas Mavericks of all teams get the number 1 overall pick with the Spurs getting the number 2 pick. They must have thought that going into the lottery night. They must have thought there's no way that this completely goes against what we're looking for, right? So things have to change a little bit. If not for Rafael Stone, if not for Ime Udoka, it has to change in some way, shape, or form, I would imagine, for the Fertittas. If you're the Fertittas, you're definitely looking at the other teams in the state. And you got to think big picture. And you got to wonder if patience is going to pay off when these teams, without having to do patience, without having to show it, without having to wait, all of a sudden have these things just drop into their lap. So the Rockets have to force something here. So that's going to be really interesting to see. What do the Fertittas see when they saw that both the Mavericks and the Spurs will be picking first and second overall? I would imagine that there will be a little bit of pressure for the Rockets to do something, because standing pat isn't necessarily going to get them any further. And pat might be the way. More from Kelly Eco in a season-ending article that he wrote with Sam Amick of The Athletic. Quote, the Rockets have previously held serious interest in the Suns' Devin Booker, but team sources said that is no longer the case. Not only do team officials still have faith in Jalen Green, who is 5 years younger than Devin Booker and $66 million cheaper over the next 3 seasons, but also Booker's struggles last season shifted the thinking on this front. As for Williamson, who has spent the majority of his 6 seasons falling short of expectations while experiencing health issues along the way, team sources said the Rockets see him as too risky. Let's talk about Zion Williamson, who was out there for the NBA draft lottery representing the New Orleans Pelicans. I don't think Zion or Devin Booker are going to happen, but I do think that Durant is more likely to happen after what happened last night. I think it has to be a little bit more than what happened after what happened last night. So we'll see what they do. We've also saw this about Jalen Green, and this might be the Rockets posturing a little bit, but the part about not only do team officials still have faith in Jalen Green, that part is, I think, noteworthy to still have faith in him after the playoff series that we just saw him struggle in. So, look, I'm not advocating for the Rockets to get aggressive to make a move because of what happened in the NBA draft lottery last night, but don't be surprised if there's more pressure now on both Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka to make something big happen this offseason now that both teams in state, the Mavericks and the Spurs, have more ammunition to significantly improve themselves this offseason. It's the Paul Gallant Show. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. So you want to weigh in on that, you can. Or if the NBA draft lottery is rigged, is there a way to unrig the NBA draft lottery? Is there anything that could be done to make you have a little more faith in it? Because I think now we've just accepted, yeah, it's rigged, and that's part of the entertainment side of this. Up next, everything else that happened in the NBA last night, including the Rockets' victory. Check that. The Rockets' moral victory against the Golden State Warriors, if you want to call it that, is looking less and less impressive by the day. And I suppose that there's finally a series in the Eastern Conference that your boy should be worried about. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're live at Senate Ave Brewing Company on this beautiful, yet warm, very warm day. I don't know if this is one of the days this week where we're supposed to break record highs. Hopefully no derechos are on the horizon. I feel like this is a sign when the weather starts getting warm that some crap's about to hit the fan. Some questions were asked about what the Rockets could theoretically do now that they have the 10th overall pick. I got an email from the Rockets PR staff. And listen, the Rockets PR staff is just doing what they're supposed to do. But they sent me this graphic, and it says, we picked 10th. Rockets awarded pick number 10 in 2025 NBA draft. Doesn't feel like it was awarded. Doesn't feel like it was awarded at all. Feels like there were some leftovers, and you got those. You're not getting your first pick of a sandwich. You're getting your 10th pick. Something gross like ham and cheese. Ugh, disgusting. Ham is gross. Hot take. Some comments. Rockets need to trade the 10th pick to the Clippers for James Harden. Sir, I hope you stub your toe. I hope you stub your toe today. Texter who put that in there. How dare you? I would rather. What would I rather do? I'm sure a lot of people would prefer this, but I would certainly rather. I don't want to go mute. I do have to pay the bills, but I would rather suffer a serious injury to my elbow or leg than see James Harden here again. Yep. Said it. If that guy comes back here, I will be so bummed out. The team will become losers overnight. Can't have a guy like that leading your team. Just can't. It's proven, beyond proven at this point. For Titas and whatever they feel for him. Move on. Can't believe that people admire that guy. Really can't. As a player, maybe he's nice off the court. Don't care. This stuff on the court, despicable, disgusting. Nope. More comments here from the 346. If you cannot trade for Giannis without giving up 2/3 of your starters, then Durantula should be a viable choice. However, giving up any starters instead of benchers and draft picks may be too much of a price for an aging superstar. What say you? I only want to trade draft picks for Durant. That's how I'm looking at it. I don't think that these moves that were made by not these moves. I don't think that the Mavericks getting the first overall pick and the Spurs getting the second overall pick mean that the Rockets need to make a move this offseason. I'm just curious as to how the Rockets front office views it, because all front offices, to a degree, they have to be reactive to what's going on across the NBA and their respective leagues. You have to, and I think that certainly over these 2 years that Ime Udoka has earned all the benefit of the doubt, and Rafael Stone has earned a lot of the benefit of the doubt back that he probably lost during the Steven Silas era. So there is definitely a possibility that the Rockets just stay patient. But, I wouldn't even trade Jalen Green for Kevin Durant. I would include Green in a package for someone like Giannis. I'd consider adding Alperen Şengün to a package for someone like Giannis. And that might be now what you have to do if you want to get him. You have to first off convince Giannis that it's way better to play in Houston than it is in San Antonio. That Ime Udoka is a better coach than whoever's stepping in for Greg Popovich, whose name off the top of my head I forget. Whatever. At this moment in time, he's an unproven commodity. So that's what you do if you're Houston. You first off just say, hey, we have the best food, the most range for food, and we know Giannis likes food. We have a better looking city to a degree. The Riverwalk, whatever. Giannis would get over the Riverwalk very, very quickly. Giannis is a man of Athens. He's been around culture. He's been around civilization that's been in existence for thousands of years, So, Houston, I think it's got a little more chutzpah, a little more charisma than San Antonio. Just me. I've only driven through San Antonio. Sorry to all the San Antonians out there. But basically, right now, yeah, that's what Houston has to do. You just got to lobby him. Hey, Hakeem Olajuwon, your guy. He had a great working relationship with you. You want to come to Houston? Good food in Houston? No state income tax in Texas? Like you're going to have to pitch a lot of different things there. And that's where I would consider moving Jalen Green or a Şengün. But if I'm getting a Durant, I want to trade draft picks, and that's it. How many draft picks I'd have to give up? That I do wonder about. But as Amin Thompson continues to develop his offensive repertoire, I feel like you need somebody who's got those skills. And Jalen Green, for now, he does have those skills. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Yeah, people are just trolling me. Eric the Driver says, the Rockets have tried to trade for an established veteran, former MVP, like a lefty with a beard. Stop. I know y'all are trolling me. Another texter from the 281. Durant to Houston. Jalen Green to Orlando. KCP. Is that Contavious Caldwell Pope? We calling him KCP now? And the Suns picks the Rockets own to Phoenix. Thoughts? Whatever. I look at these trades. You could throw a prospective trade out there, and maybe they'd accept it, maybe they won't. But the trade speculation, not really a game I want to play. Anyway, guys, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And by speculation, I mean the actual price, how many assets you'd have to give up. You can play that game all you want, but clearly what we view is not necessarily how NBA teams view their own assets, i.e. the Luka Doncic trade. Let's go around the NBA really quickly. Give me a little roundabout rock back at Mission Control, Sean Mapes. The Warriors are now down 3-1. They lost 117-110 to the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. And I'm feeling less and less happy about the Rockets' noble defeats against the Warriors, especially when I'm seeing this guy stink. The guy who just his appearance, no offense to him. You can't control how you look, although you can control your hair. You can control your facial hair. This guy who just completely annoyed me because he had a couple of good games against the Rockets. Brandon Podziemski is shooting 9 for 40 from the field in 4 games this series. That is the worst of any player in a series since 2014, when someone named Pero Antic shot 16.7% for Atlanta. Ugh. Yeah. Does seem like the Warriors are on the verge of being eliminated. I suppose there is some solace to be found in that. Steph Curry's hamstring issue, something they weren't able to overcome. It's really looking rough for them from a scoring perspective out there. They have at least stuck in there, hung around the last couple of games, and they did win game 1. But, yeah, without Steph Curry, completely different team. And you do have to wonder, how will this team look another year older next year with Jimmy Butler, with Draymond Green, and with Steph Curry all turning 38 and 36 and 36 respectively. But, yeah, Brandon Podziemski coming back down to earth. Buddy Hield being a little bit more human too. It sucks that your awesome defense let those guys, because of all the attention you were paying to Steph Curry, get open looks and that they actually hit them. Your plan was for them to not do that thing. Meanwhile, in the series between the Celtics and the New York Mets, the Mets took down the Celtics 121-113 last night. Big game for Thurman Munson. He was awesome. I mean, absolutely incredible in that game, Thurman Munson. Jeff Bridges, also pretty good. And the Towns, man, really impressive performance by everyone on the Mets. And I guess it's actually a series against the Celtics. So it's 3-1 in favor of the New York Mets against the Boston Celtics in this Eastern Conference semifinal series. It's been a really long time since the Mets have made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Oh, I'm getting some notifications here. Oh, my bad. It's the New Jersey Nets. New Jersey Nets who beat the Boston Celtics last night, 121-113. And yeah, I guess it's a series. It's 3-1. And I mean, man, it would be a shame if a team that is playing against another team that just lost its best player to possibly a torn Achilles, couldn't hold on to a 3-1 series lead. It's not like any team in their city's ever blown a 3-1 series lead before, or 3-0 series lead for that matter. That's never happened, at least to my knowledge, right? Anyway, yeah. How about that? By the way, for those who don't know, I am a Celtics fan. I may or may not be disrespecting the team that the Celtics are playing in this round because I just don't recognize them. The Garden. Shut up. Did anyone see what happened to Jason Tatum last night? It didn't look good. Is it bad that as a Celtics fan, I'm hoping that, like Paul Pierce all those years ago, that Jason Tatum merely had a really rough moment where he had to go to the bathroom? Like the time that Paul Pierce got wheeled off the court. Like, is it possible that maybe he just had to go too really bad? Is it possible? I'm just asking the question here. Tonight, Game 5 between the Pacers and Cavs, with Indiana holding a 3-1 series lead on Cleveland. But if you're a Cleveland Cavaliers fan, do not worry, because Darius Garland says there's nothing the Cavs do quite like coming back from down 3-1.
This franchise has been down 3-1 before. This group can do it. We got the talent, we got the skill set. The camaraderie is always there. Just got to just go out there and play with our physicality that we play with, and play our brand of basketball.
This is what we do as a franchise. We come back from down 3-1. Although you had LeBron, you had Kyrie before. So slightly different on that front. Also, as we continue to go around the National Basketball Association, you got Game 5 between Denver and Oklahoma City, with that series tied at 2 games apiece. I still think the Thunder are going to win it, but Denver and that veteran moxie have proven to be quite scrappy. So there you go, everybody. Also, one last clip I want to play. I think I understand now why they're the New York Knicks, huh? I think I now understand why New York is called the Knicks and not their original nickname.
Time has been a nightmare for the Boston Celtics. You know who it hasn't been a nightmare for? The New York Knickerbockers.
I'm sorry, that word just does not sound good. It just does not sound good. It's one of those words where I'm like completely uncomfortable saying it. That and Jackson Smith Najigba of the Seattle Seahawks. Just don't feel comfortable saying it. Shout out to Doris Burke having the stones to say that online. Immediately jokes were made. Immediately they were made. And on that note, guys, that is Around the National Basketball Association on the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, is the NBA draft rigged? And do last night's results mean that the Houston Rockets must make a trade for Kevin Durant or some other veteran player, since they have the 10th pick and the Mavericks have pick 1, the Spurs pick 2? You answer that. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Dallas Mavericks got the number 1 overall pick. Spurs picked number 2 in the NBA draft lottery last night. Also, the Astros lost 7-5 to the Kansas City Royals. They play the Royals again tonight. From the sound of things, Jose Altuve, who played second base yesterday, is going to be designated hitter. And Yordan Alvarez is not going to be back in. Framber Valdez on the hill, coming off of probably his best start of the season. He looked really good in his last outing against a Kansas City Royals team that, yeah, they're all right. They're certainly better than the Astros right now, who are 20-20. Royals, they're 24-18. So we'll see what happens in that game. I am curious about when we finally see Yordan Alvarez back out on the hill. You want to weigh in on the NBA draft lottery or on the Astros and some lineup tinkering, you can. Saw this today from Bill Belichick. He did his first TV interview since the CBS Mornings interview that his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, kept interrupting. Softball interview with CBS this morning. In his first TV interview, he said that Jordan Hudson doesn't have anything to do with North Carolina football. I'm sure that has been just preached to Bill. Bill, you got to say this. You've got to say this the next time you're in front of a TV. You've got to tell people that Jordan has nothing to do with our beloved Tar Heels. So that's going to be probably the narrative, the public narrative going forward, coming out of Tar Heels football, as they try to get further and further from all of these many embarrassing moments that the program has, I guess, experienced entirely because Bill Belichick is shaboinking somebody 50 years younger than him. So, step 1 accomplished. Do an interview, answer a tough question, and say that Jordan Hudson's just my boo thing. She's not a part of the North Carolina Tar Heel football program. She's not Sandra Bullock in The Blind Side, overstepping boundaries. Nope, that's not her. What else is going on today on this Tuesday here at Senate Avenue Brewing Company? You see this? You hear about this? Livy Dunn, strong, powerful, independent woman, is going to be on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit magazine. I didn't know that they still made it, but there you go, guys. That's fun. And on top of that, guess what, guys? Paul Skeens was named to Team USA for the World Baseball Classic. Hell yeah, man. America is so back. And America's greatest sports power couple, even more back. Let's go. Hell yeah. USA, USA, USA. What else is going on in the world of sports? What else? What's going on? You see this? You hear about this? American Gladiators is going to come back to television. It used to be on from 1989 to 1996. Amateur athletes competing against each other in a panel of gladiators in various strength and agility challenges. So that's coming back. Honestly, with how the Astros are looking right now, any extra entertainment options, I will gladly take any of them. Please give me more. I need more. It is so alarming, the slow start. And I get it. They're 500. But I don't know. It just feels off. Feels off. 2 of the last 3 games, they're getting their doors blown off. whether it's Lance McCullers pitching for the first time in years, or it's, AJ Bluebaugh, or yesterday you got, damn, I forget the guy's name already. The guy who pitched last night for the Astros. How am I forgetting it? How am I forgetting his name? Not a good sign. Ryan Gusto. He doesn't even make it through 3 innings. He's allowing 7 earned runs. It's 7-0 early on. And the offense did at least score runs and get hits with runners in scoring position. They were 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position, but they also left the bases loaded situation. And they're the worst team hitting the ball with the bases loaded in all the major leagues. So, yeah, man, it's not looking so good. I need alternative entertainment options. I just need them. Okay. So hopefully we'll get some as this summer continues, because yeah, man, I'm just not feeling it right now. I'm not feeling it. It's not looking good. It's looking bad, in fact. Looking bad. What else is going on in the wide world of sports? What else? These 2 games tonight, Pacers and Cavs. I am curious to see if the Pacers win. It would be really amusing to see Cleveland lose. Indiana's good. I felt like they were a very respectable team last year, truly. Meanwhile, as far as Denver and Oklahoma City, there's a part of me that wants both the Cavs and Thunder out. I would like a year where something random happens in the NBA Finals and we get a team that wins that we do not see coming at all. And, okay, this perhaps is me bargaining a little bit, seeing as my favorite team since childhood is down 3-1 and just lost their best player to what seems to be a very devastating injury. I do not think it has been confirmed as a torn Achilles yet for Jason Tatum during last night's Celtics-Knicks game, which, by the way, the Knicks were up 9 at that moment when it happened. So very good chance the Knicks would have won. I was not feeling great about their chances before that injury happened, to be perfectly honest, at least in that game. Still feel like they're going to win the series, but I might be me in denial in addition to doing the bargaining side of things. But it would be nice to see the Thunder taken out and the Pacers take out the Cavs. That's what I'm hoping for. So there you go. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832. I was at the Astros last night. I couldn't find the El Tiempo hat, and the margarita lines were the longest lines. What the hell? Yeah, I think everyone's discovered that there's El Tiempos at the ballpark. Because when I went a couple of weeks ago, the El Tiempo lines took forever. Maybe they're already out of the Astros hats that they have. They released those last Monday. So maybe there was only a select few amount of hats, but I think that they're at the team store that's in left field. But yeah, man. From 512, Mucho Gusto was muy mal last night. Nice. That's Spanish. I learned that from a little thing called Duolingo, which I haven't done in a while. From the 281, honestly, with the expansion of the playoffs to include the play-in, 1 through 10 seeds in both conferences should now be excluded from the lottery. Teams should not be able to compete for a place in the playoffs and be eligible for the first-round pick overall. The bottom 10 teams should be entered into the lottery. Everyone else by seeding. I don't know. That's like sports welfare. If you're a team that's forward-thinking enough to acquire a bunch of draft picks from a team who's desperate to win now, should you be punished for that? No, I don't think so. I mean, if you are willing to give up one of your assets for all those draft picks, you should be able to pick in the top 10. The frustration is more that the Mavericks got last night after making it into the play-in tournament, which I suppose is what you're arguing, is if a team makes the play-in tournament, they shouldn't get in. But, I mean, they had the same record as another team in the play-in tournament. So Chicago could have theoretically won this too based off of this coin flip, at least if we are to believe the NBA lottery, which I know a lot of people are calling into question right now. From the 409, can we call the Christian Walker signing a bust yet? From the perspective of Christian Walker was supposed to be a guy who was patient at the plate and take a lot of walks. Yeah. I don't think he's been terrible, but I also think that to this point, with all the strikeouts he's gotten, It's definitely not helping the Astros be a more patient team at the plate. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. NBA draft lottery is probably rigged. And even if it's not, it sure seems rigged. So maybe going forward, the NBA should rig it so it seems less rigged. I think that would help. And by rig it, give it to the teams that no one cares about. Give them the number one overall pick. Poor Washington. Of all the teams that got shafted last night, Washington got shafted the most. I don't think Washington's been to a conference finals in 50 years. Last time Wizards made Eastern Conference Finals. I can't remember the last time they mattered. Like John Wall, did they even really matter? 1979 was the last year the Wizards made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. They lost to the Seattle Supersonics in the finals that season. So 1979. They obviously were I think the Bullets back then. This was a sad franchise. They were, get this, when they were established, they were called the Chicago Packers. Imagine being a team in town as the Chicago Bears, same town, and your team nickname is the nickname of the football team, the one that runs the town, their arch rival. I mean, who chose that? They got renamed the Chicago Zephyrs the following season. Zephyrs. 1963, they moved to Baltimore, and they became the Baltimore Bullets. They were the Washington Bullets all the way up to 1997 when they rebranded themselves as the Wizards. A couple of years later, they got Michael Jordan. That must have been fun. He probably had a couple of fun years with him, but that's it. They had a couple of years with John Wall, who is now a podcaster, and they had a couple of years with Michael Jordan. That's it. And they had a chance, not a high one, it was 14% chance to get the number 1 overall pick, and they get left out of the top 3 altogether. I mean, goodness gracious, that sucks. They got hosed more than anybody. Rockets got hosed a little bit. They went from having the 9th pick to the 10th pick, but I mean, second seed in the Western Conference this past season. But holy smokes, man. If you're the Wizards, if you're the Hornets, if you're the Jazz, maybe less so the Jazz. At least the Jazz have been relatively successful recently. But there's been so many bad teams across the league. And the Mavericks, who were just in the NBA Finals last year and traded the reason that, I mean, we still do, they are still technically the defending Western Conference champions, even though they have not, they didn't make the playoffs and they don't have a chance to actually really defend their Western Conference title. They're the defending conference champions and they're going to get the number 1 seed. That's what they're getting. It's insane. Number 1 draft pick in the upcoming draft. Desert Stro says, hey, at least one small market team got a top 3 pick. Sarcasm. Yeah, it's the Spurs. Who they will probably trade it to, I would imagine, the Milwaukee Bucks so that they can get Giannis Antetokounmpo. From the 832, man, I can't remember the last time Washington won a game in general. Well, the Commanders made it all the way to the NFC Championship game, but yeah, it's been rough for them. The Capitals did win a Stanley Cup. Nationals, of course, beat the Astros in a World Series not too long ago, but Washington sports have been pretty brutal for the last few years, and the Wizards are never going to be good again. I think everyone's just accepted that. From the 281, imagine if Dallas doesn't pick Cooper Flagg. At this point, I ain't surprised. No, I think they'll pick Cooper Flagg. He's a two-way player. The whole reason that they traded Luka, at least the way that they tried to spin it, is that Luka, they don't like his off-the-court habits, right? They don't like that he's not a two-way player. So, yeah, man. From the tax line, do you think it's ironic the Mavericks agree to give Luka to LA, one of the worst trades ever that the NBA seemed to be behind, and then the NBA gives the Mavericks the first pick in the lottery system? No, I don't find it ironic. I find it suspicious to the point of thinking that the NBA is rigged. Like the NBA basically last night said, yeah, we're cool with you thinking we're rigged. We're cool with it. Just call us rigged. We're not even going to rig it to seem like we're not rigged. And they should have rigged it to seem like it wasn't rigged. So there you go. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here live at Senate Avenue Brewing Company. This is one way to get rid of drugs on the street. Turkish police in a town called Lice decided to burn 20 tons of confiscated weed in the town square. The problem, ever since they have lit the weed in the midst of the town square, there has been smoke drifting in the area for 5 days, and citizens have become stoned and high. Turkey, an interesting place where you see politicians constantly punching each other in what are supposed to be civil meetings, and sometimes you'll see soccer players with a razor blade in their hands, slashing other soccer players, and other soccer players having their wife offer a hitman $1.3 million to kill him. It's a very strange place, this Turkey. And now on top of that, they're accidentally burning weed in the middle of the town square and the entire town gets high. That would be inconvenient. But I imagine that by day 2 of the 5 days that the people were dealing with it, you might have a little bit of a tolerance and maybe you'd even like the stuff. What else is going on in garbage time? If you're going bald, guys, sure, like you could listen to Renato, Joel, some of the offerings that you have to get the hair back. But according to a UCLA study, rubbing molecules on your head of PP 405 it wakes sleeping hair follicles. How about that? That's neato. So if you're going bald, all you got to do is just get a bunch of PP 405. You could also get this, go to Turkey. You can go to Turkey and do the Turkish hair transplant. And it will be very inconspicuous as you get back on a plane and fly home. No one will suspect that you have gone there to get your hair replaced. And you know what? Hey, nothing wrong with that. If ladies, strong, powerful, independent women can, get some friends upstairs, then why can't we get a friend for us upstairs, Double standards. We can't be judged if we don't judge those things. We appreciate when they do that. They can appreciate when we do this. Fair trade. How about that? Also, very interesting news out of Ohio State. Urban Meyer decided to claim some sort of moral superiority. He says that he once threatened to leave Ohio State because the school wouldn't allow church and Bible study programs. So what he did, he changed the terminology for these church and Bible study programs so that it would be legal for Ohio State to have these on campus. But I just think it's really funny that Urban Meyer said that I will leave Ohio State if you don't let me do this. I will absolutely leave Ohio State unless you allow me to have these reflection services. That allowed them to circumvent a university lawyer's concern about separation of church and state statutes. So that's nice. So there you go, guys. It's the Paul Gallant Show, and that's a little thing that we like to call garbage time, which we hear at the end of every single show at about 2:52. We appreciate everybody who joined us today at Senate Ave Brewing Company. This is a really nice place. Killer Bees are going to be here for the next couple of hours, as is Glenn Davis for Soccer Matters. Going to be some big names stopping by to join Glenn's show. I'm sure the Killer Bees have a lot to say about the NBA draft lottery last night and your Houston Astros. Big thanks to Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. Big thanks to everyone who tuned in. For our texters, callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers, and Sean, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Come out and hang out at Senate Ave Brewing Company. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian here on site engineering. It is Sean Mapes behind the glass doing all the production work. And it is a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We're live from Senate Avenue Brewing. It is a Taco Tuesday, and I got wings. The wings are fantastic here at Senate Avenue Brewing. That's how I judge places a lot of times. I'm a little pretentious when it comes to my wings. I like to call myself a buffalo wing aficionado. These wings are very, very good.
I think it's fair to say you are with wings what I am to quesadillas, but you are my go-to in terms of if the wings are good or not. So if you believe that it's a thumbs up, then
fantastic.
That's a good thumbs up.
It kind of like Bob Ross, a happy accident. They gave me all flats, which flats are always
You prefer that, right?
Oh, it's not only a preference thing. The answer to your question is yes, but it's the only way to eat a wing. Flats are
it's a terrible take.
Flats are a wings man wing.
I remember you having a very hard stance on this.
Drums are for amateurs. Drums are for casuals.
I feel
They're for noobs.
I feel like most of Jeremy's shots where he's calling out someone as being a casual or a noob is usually directed at me. And in this case, if I were to order wings, I would order all drums.
Like
so
H-Tex Rhino right
I knew
here on
right
Twitch.
away that Jeremy was taking a shot.
I mean, you're casual. It's fine. We still like casuals. Casuals are cool. Like, there's a place in the world for casuals. H-Tex Rhino says drums over flats. Casual.
He's a worldly man.
Plus, if they're on Twitch, a Twitcher's a worldly man.
You know what? Actually, I retract my statement. My bad.
Brian believes in their worldliness so much.
Yeah,
he doesn't even pay attention.
No,
anymore.
I never look at it.
So yeah, there is that.
That's mostly for mental health.
Lots to
smart move.
That is a smart move.
I should have done that a long time ago, actually.
Lots to get to today. We're at Senate Avenue first and foremost here in Jersey Village area, home of the Falcons. So swing on by, say hello to us. Great spot. They have fantastic brews. They've won a couple of awards. I'm trying one of them that won a silver medal on the Untapped award list or whatever. It's a very good brew. It's a very good beer. It's cold. I like it that way. So good spot to hang out. Ditch work a little bit early. Glenn Davis will be here from 6 to 8. He's a couple of guests on site too. Pat Onstead, the general manager of the Houston Dynamo.
I think he's technical title is team president, but he works as the GM.
He's president, GM, and
former
goalie, right?
He's got like 3 titles, I believe, at this point. Yeah,
he does. And then Bill Brown, the former broadcaster of the Houston Astros, TV voice, will be here in person as well with Glenn Davis a little bit later on. We're going to talk to Brownie next week. He's selling a book. A lot of the proceeds going to military. I can't remember if it's former or past, or that's the same thing, or present. But we'll talk to him next week. He's going to talk to Glenn Davis today. Bill Brown, Jim DeShays, excellent TV crew. A lot of my childhood was built around Bill Brown and Jim DeShays.
They were elite. They were great.
That was so solid. Like, I mean, and I remember all the way back to when Morrell was doing double duty too. But boy, when you got DeShays, he was just so fun to listen to with Brownie. That was a great tandem to listen to.
Yeah, that really disappointed me when he. As a fan, obviously, I didn't mind that he went there. But when he left to go call TV games for the Cubs, but we were spoiled there for a while when we had Morrell and like obviously Calvin, and then on the baseball side with Bill Brown and Jim DeShays. That was an elite crew we had.
I like to do this. Jim DeShays or Jeff Blum?
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I like to ask the tough questions.
I'll tell you this.
Before we get to that, I would say DeShays. I love Blummer.
I'll go DeShays.
Not to cut you off there, but I think Blummer sometimes leans a little more into gimmick, whereas DeShays just calls it. I mean, not that he doesn't have personality, but I think I prefer DeShays a little bit more.
Yeah, I do too. And then
I'll say this before I make a decision on that. I liked Ashby. I thought Ashby did a really good job on. Yeah, I liked Ashby because he was versatile. He could do both. But I liked a lot of what he brought to the table. And he went to Toronto.
Yeah, I wasn't an Ashby guy.
I liked him and as an ex-player. But I think that I would. That's a tough call. I'm going to lean Blummer just simply because of the fact that Blummer to me kind of modernizes it more. He gets a lot of the social media stuff involved, and it gets a lot of people's interest in a lot of different ways. And he still has the ex-player thing too. But I mean, you can't go wrong with either guy.
They're all ex-players.
Yeah, I know.
They're all ex-players.
I mean, I think DeShays, like if he was here now, I think he would do some of that modern stuff that Blummer did. I'm
saying
he just came along like in the 90s when that really wasn't a thing.
Love DeShays. Okay. Todd Callis or Bill Brown?
Oh. Todd
I'm
Callis.
gonna go Todd Callis.
Todd Callis.
Yeah, I got to go TK.
It's tough though because Bill Brown was great.
Bill Brown or Todd Callis? If Todd Callis didn't come on with us weekly,
Still Todd Callis.
they were both very. They're
both
both
very good.
The thing that TK has over, he has two things over Bill Brown. He has recency bias, like
Sure.
latest and greatest, and then he also has. And I know Bill Brown was around for a lot of great teams, but he wasn't around for the golden era.
Right.
The era that has produced the only 2 World Series in franchise
Yeah,
history.
Bill Brown
So I
was
think-
around for the tip your cap era,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
So that kind of that to me, I think probably is what breaks the tie between TK and Brownie. But both very, very, very good. All right, NBA draft lottery yesterday. Simple question: is the NBA draft lottery rigged?
Look, I mean, Brian and I were talking about it before the show. I was the staunchest defender of the NBA forever and a day about the draft lottery, and last night was the first time that I had the feeling like this thing might just be rigged, because you and I were talking about this yesterday, and the 2 teams that we thought were the teams that would have been, for the conspiracy theorist, the best teams to win the lottery and be the ones where you could continue to point the finger were the Spurs and the Mavs. And lo and behold, the Spurs and the Mavs, you want to throw Philly in there too, with as bad as Daryl's been with his Paul George moves and the things he's tried to do and all the draft picks. And he would have lost it if it went 6 or beyond. And all 3 of those teams in the top 4, and Utah and Washington slide. I'm like, this is unbelievable that a 1.7% chance suddenly gets the number 1 pick in the draft, and Nico Harrison ends up getting the get out of jail free card of a lifetime with them winning the lottery.
Look, I don't think that the NBA draft lottery is rigged, but boy, do they open themselves up for everybody to think that it is rigged. We were talking about it before the show yesterday. Like, what is it? We were having fun with it. Like, what has to happen for them to rig the lottery for the Houston Rockets? Because it's common practice. Jim Rome posted today that interview with David Stern back in the day when he asked him if the NBA draft lottery was rigged. And David Stern says, "When did you stop beating your wife?" Which, cool, David. But I mean, this has been something that's gone around forever. It's gone around since the 80s with Ewing. This has been something that we've talked about a lot. And ultimately, I don't think it's rigged, and I don't even remember what's the company that runs the lottery. Like,
It's
they
one of
open
the
themselves
law
up.
firm- I mean, law firm, tax, whatever.
And they open themselves up if they're rigging it to like federal law.
Yep.
So like I don't believe that it is rigged. But the NBA should go beyond any measure to at least have fans feel confident that it is not rigged, or at least more confident that it is not rigged. Why don't they just televise this thing from like the moment the ping pong balls are delivered to the moment that the ping pong balls are put into the little canister or whatever it's called, the hopper.
Yeah.
They give us the bingo cards of the ping pong combination so we can cross-check this whole thing. Why aren't they filming it and actually airing this live from the moment that it all starts, the entire process, until the moment that it ultimately ends?
So they should, right? I don't think it should be live television because of the fact that
it should all be live.
Well, but it would
You can
take
put it
too
on
long.
no, not on TV, but ESPN3.
Right. Or on the internet, because you can do everything on their ESPN Plus, or you can do it because here's the thing. What you see on TV is completely different than what the lottery that actually takes place. And I actually have friends that have been in the room and taken part in the actual lottery, and it takes hours. And it is all about sequencing, and it's all about them doing these different runs and eliminating all these different combinations. And they know before they basically go out on the stage, essentially what happened behind closed doors, but they can't say. But at least it would validate everything that I've been told about how it is like foolproof and it is legit and it is everything that this iteration of the lottery, because of the ping pong balls, has allowed them to prove that is right. Going back to the frozen envelopes and the different ways that people could prove or thought they could prove in the past that it wasn't legit and the NBA could dictate the outcomes. And hell, LeBron on McAfee this year didn't do anything to dispel it when he started pointing out when he went to Cleveland, when
Rose went to Chicago.
When Kyrie went back to Cleveland after he
Anthony
left Cleveland.
Davis, when the team or the league owned the team.
All the way back to Ewing, and then, going through all the different scenarios we talked about yesterday. I said to Brian before the show, I don't know if there's a way to put a magnet in a ping pong ball or if there's any way that it's possible, but I don't think so. I've been told that it's foolproof, that it isn't. But last night I walked away going, man, I'm just not sure, because it's unbelievable that 3 of those 4 teams ended up in the top 4.
they opened themselves up to the controversy. And if this the controversy and the conspiracy has been around forever, it is fishy to me. And again, ultimately, I don't think it's rigged. Like my deepest, honest feelings. But if this has been going on for decades, why wouldn't they air this from the moment that it begins to the moment that it ends? Because it would end a lot of controversy. It would end a lot of conspiracy. They would be completely transparent. And no, they couldn't put this on ESPN because it would take hours.
Right.
But watch ESPN exist, and they put badminton on ESPN. Like, people would watch this, and fans would watch this, especially if you had the best chance to get the top pick. And there would be these mythbusters watching it. I think that it should all be out in the public for everybody to watch.
Quite honestly, it's the only way to once and for all dispel all of the people that don't believe that this is legit. And I think it's something that, based on this and the outcome this year, also was stacking all the other ones that have happened. This is why you have to do it very soon. You have to do it maybe before next year's lottery. You have to plan to do it for next season, because of the fact that you and I were talking about it, and you had said never say never, but the Rockets have a 3% chance. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But then you go back and look at the percentage chances of all the teams that we just rattled off, with all the guys that ended up going to the cities where it would have been ideal, where it was the scenario that everybody was watching. And it plays out, and you're like 1.7%, 3.2%. How in the world is it constantly happening over and over again with the percentages supposed to be so little? It would be the only foolproof way to finally say it's foolproof. Here it is. We're not doing this, and show people once and for all, because otherwise this has just blown it out of completely, blown the top off of it, going, here we go again with another year where the teams that weren't supposed to win it had very little chance win it again.
There's nothing punitive to them, though. The NBA doesn't care, because it's not losing them anything. It's losing them some distrust, but it's not keeping people from watching the games. So that's the reason they haven't done. They don't care about being transparent. They don't care about proving the conspiracy wrong, because they're not really risking anything or losing anything. It's if they were to somehow lose money or whatever, then you would see a change of tune.
No, and I think it's we always talk about the NFL is king, and they can do whatever they want, and no one's going to argue back at them. In this regard, the NBA gets more spin out of it, because now we're all talking about this today, as well as the lottery tomorrow, the lottery yesterday, and Cooper Flag and everything that's going on. And now there'll be even more intrigue about what happens in Dallas, and their stories with their teams, that even if they didn't get one of the top picks, they're still going to do well. Their ratings are doing really well this year in the playoffs. They've got competitive series. So you're right. There's no price to pay or people that they have to answer up to. And it's good for them, because now the conspiracy theory leads more people in. They're watching more.
Yeah. It kind of begs the question, and the answer is tanking. And I know Adam Silver hates tanking, but it begs the question why the NBA just doesn't do what the NFL and Major League Baseball do already, and have done for obviously decades. Just give the team with the worst record the first pick.
See, but you're right. You answered your own question. Yeah, tanking is the.
You have that in the NFL. You have that. Not in Major League Baseball, really, because players are
they added
4
a
years
lot
away
in baseball.
That's true. But if you want to get rid of conspiracy theory, worst record gets the first pick. There's no conspiracy there.
Yeah, it'd be tanking for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think I think the one thing that's also good about the NFL, especially with being such a physical sport and everything like that, but it's a lot tougher for the tanking to go on in the NFL and than it is in the NBA. And
you just bench guys either way.
I think it's the same.
Yeah.
I think it's the same.
But I think if you physically don't tackle guys, you'd
have to just bench
guys. The players are never
Yeah.
going to buy in. You have to bench them. But honestly, you look at not so long ago with the Texans-Colts game on the last game of the regular season.
And that was one of the big
things.
That was the one. Why didn't they bench?
Why didn't they just bench all those guys?
Yeah.
Why didn't they bench Davis Mills? He's so good.
Fourth and 15 or whatever it was.
They need to put Davis Mills on the bench.
Fourth and 20.
Awesome. The draft lotto is rigged. The Dallas Mavericks had a 1.8% chance to win the number 1 overall pick to select Cooper Flag. Reminds me of the Colt, David Stern, Patrick Ewing envelope. This one brought race into it. It won't get rigged for the Rockets again until there's another generational Chinese player projected to go number 1. Generational white guy, Mavs. Generational French guy. Got to go to the Spurs, Tony Parker's old team. All right, how does this draft lottery impact the Rockets? This was about as close to worst-case scenario as you can possibly get. it wasn't completely the worst case, but it was very, very close. We'll talk about that next. Will Doctor joins us at the bottom of the hour, give you some PGA Championship bets. We'll talk about Astros Royals kicking off that series yesterday. Another poor starting performance from your starting pitcher, and a cash 'em or trash 'em as well. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Senate Avenue Brewing on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, if you're looking to get away for a little bit, I don't blame you. Get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, whether it's for the weekend, or maybe you're going to take a few days off in the middle of the week, or maybe the job gives you a few days off in the middle of the week. And right now, you can save 20% on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday, by the way, on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. Now, minimum of 2 nights, maximum of 5 nights. Sunday through Thursday, you can save 20% off right now. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is the best place to get away if you're from Houston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors, get some rest and relaxation, and book your stay right now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. From the open green spaces, wildlife you don't get in the city, to beautiful, majestic trees. And if you like to fish, some of the best fishing in Texas. Can't beat it. It's just 90 minutes away from Houston, so you can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike on their 92-acre property. Kayak the waters. Pickleball on their pickleball courts. Or just hang out by the pool with a drink. That's cool, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of their visitors. They'll have a barbecue cook-off one weekend. They'll have a crawfish boil the next. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing. From glamping to cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV, they have the perfect stay for everybody. Book your stay now at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Mabe strikes me as a smooth criminal. Like, he seems to me like to be a thief in the night. You know, wouldn't even expect him to, be there or to be a thief. But I could see him doing it.
He's like, yeah, he's Mr. Incognito, inconspicuous, but yet he's a smart guy. He can pull it off.
And I feel like he would throw some subtle hints to be like, hey, guys, I'm telling you that I'm a thief, but us not pick up on it.
Right.
I think that might have been a clue.
He's like, catch me if you can guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a clue there.
But I would leave a clue.
I think you just left a clue. Smooth criminal. You're saying you're a smooth criminal. I think you're admitting it out loud without admitting it out loud.
I was saying that that Adam Silver is a smooth criminal. What he's done to my great league, the draft lottery.
My great league. I mean, about as worst case scenario as you can get for the Houston Rockets. The Dallas Mavericks get the number 1 pick, and whether they draft Cooper Flagg or they use it to trade for Giannis, that'd be a pretty good big 3. San Antonio, I like Dylan Harper a lot. I think he's a great fit with San Antonio because now he gets to play with Wemby. If they trade for Giannis, De'Aaron Fox, I mean, I think it's a really good fit there. The West got a lot better, and then the Southwestern Airlines division got a lot better.
Boy, it sure did. And whether you want to, have the questions about could Harper play with Castle, that's the least of your concerns. I mean, you have De'Aaron Fox, and I know he just got there and everything, but even if you wanted to, you could move him because you've got a young backcourt with Wemby being super young. If you were trying to bring a Giannis or someone in, Dallas has said that they're going to keep the pick, but if they don't, Milwaukee would absolutely put Dallas front and center for a trade to get, to give up Giannis if they knew that Cooper Flagg, a potential future franchise player for them, was on the table. There's so many different things that could happen. And from a Rockets perspective, they all hurt them greatly because, I mean, I'm sitting there as this draft unfolds, this lottery unfolds, I'm going, oh my God, they got 10? Like, that sucks. Because now my first thought is, who you traded it to and who wants the 10th overall pick? Because to me, looking at it, unless Concanippel is there and he slides as a potential fit, and even then, I'm thinking about it going, you've already had guys struggling to get playing time. You've had all these young picks over the last several years you're trying to develop. This team looks like it needs to take the next step forward. After you get past Cooper Flagg, the majority of these guys are going to take a year or two to develop. They're going to be in the same boat as the guys you already have. In a lot of cases, they're going to be repetitive to the players in the positions they play already currently on this roster. I'm not excited about it, and I think that their best bet might be to trade that pick.
I think there's a 75% chance they trade it. And I think they trade it for a future first.
It's possible, yeah.
Unless they're combining their youth and picks to trade up, to level up with a Giannis, a Durant, if there's somebody out there that we don't know yet. I believe that unless there's a trade like that, I think they're going to package this pick and trade it for the future, just like we saw with what they did with the Brooklyn picks. Like a first-round pick isn't going to get run on this team.
No.
We just saw with Reed Shepherd, who was the number 3 pick last year. He's not getting any run on this team. If they don't make – Cam Whitmore is not playing at all, and I know he fell to 20, but he was a projected lottery pick, projected top 10 pick. Whoever is the number 10 pick in this draft isn't going to see the rotation for the Houston Rockets. I think Rafael Stone has already told us that and has shown us that by trading current picks for future draft capital. I think that's the play again, unless they're combining it for somebody bigger to level up, to combine that collection of youth talent picks. Now, the only benefit of this draft lottery is it does make that Brooklyn pick, or the trade that you made with Brooklyn, Rafael Stone made with Brooklyn, where you swap their picks with Phoenix's picks. That looks a lot better today. It looks a lot better after yesterday's results because you traded Brooklyn's pick this year, Brooklyn's pick next year, for Phoenix's pick this year, for Phoenix's unprotected first in 2027, and then you get the 2 of the best unprotected first in 2029 from Phoenix, Dallas, and Houston. So you added a couple of picks there, and all you lost in this year's draft was 2 slots.
Yeah.
You lost 2 slots because Brooklyn landed at 8, you landed at 10. Now, where Brooklyn lands next year is going to be, part of the equation as well. But looking at that trade today, with the benefit of hindsight and all of that, Rafael Stone got a great deal with Brooklyn.
Hey, look,
great deal.
I was the one that questioned it at the time. I thought that Brooklyn's pick would be worse. I thought Brooklyn was absolutely in the tank and that pick would be higher. So, as you just clearly stated, I have to give Rafael credit for doing it because at the time I didn't see it happening. I also thought Phoenix was going to be a lot better basketball team. But the fact is that it all played out in their favor, and they're sitting in a lot better seat than they would have been had they kept the Brooklyn pick. So credit to him for making the move that he made.
Yeah, and I mean, he had to get a little bit lucky there, but that was what Rafael Stone said whenever he made the trade was we don't want to be reliant on a team that has 14% chance to win the lottery or relying on lotto balls. Because the 3 teams yesterday that had the highest chances of winning the lottery were Charlotte, Utah, and Washington. Not a single one of those teams landed in the top 3.
Yeah.
So, that was the premise behind Rafael Stone making that trade was, even if Brooklyn's the worst team in the NBA, we only have a 14% chance to win the draft lottery anyways. So he wanted to take more bites of the apple with the surplus of first-round draft picks as opposed to having Brooklyn's this year and next year. And the other benefit of that, too, is, again, the Rockets don't really have a spot in the rotation for a rookie this year and a rookie next year. So he's kicking the can down the road to where he can get talent in the future.
That's what I was going to say, is the fact that they knew, and their staff is really good at evaluating from draft to draft and knowing well before they got to the point of getting to last night that this draft had that one guy that was at the very top shelf in Cooper Flagg and everybody else was going to be developmental, and they already had a roster full of those guys. And also from Rafael's perspective, he's trying to fill the cupboard again over and over again because of how blatantly Daryl Morey disrespected draft picks and wanted to clear them all out to try and make this team a win now, get veterans, don't worry about draft picks kind of franchise. He flipped the script quite quickly in terms of making these kind of moves to kind of emulating more of the OKC plan of, we've got a bunch of young picks. We're going to continue to build young picks. I need to replenish the young picks that Daryl gave away so that as we go down the road year to year, I have more opportunities to make this team better, even if I get to a situation where I'm more cap strapped because I've invested heavily in 2 and 3 max type players and more of a veteran laden roster at some point when you got to sign these guys as well.
Yeah, he's kicking the can down the road. Yep. He's spreading it out. And it's wise. Like if you have 20 assets and you can have in 10 years 40 assets, you don't want all the assets in the same period of time. You want to spread it out. So I think Rafael Stone comes out looking good there. Unlucky you didn't get the 10th pick. I mean, we didn't expect this draft pick to move up. Texter says that the 10th pick is going to be pretty good. This draft is deep. I do think this draft is deep. He says the draft is deep. 10th pick still the lottery, worth more than you think. Look, I don't think it's meaningless. I don't think this pick is meaningless at all. I do think it's a deep draft. The point is, I don't believe that whoever's the 10th pick in this draft will be a rotational piece for the Rockets. And trying to kind of get a read on who Rafael Stone is, I think he's going to trade the 10th pick.
I think he is too, because I think the other thing is it depends on who you're dealing with as well and what you're getting in return. Aside from the scenario you brought up about trading it for a pick down the road, you need a team that's in rebuild mode, that's trying to unload someone or something that's going to be attractive to you. And aside from getting a pick, down the road, it would be, do they have veteran shooters? Do they have guys that you're looking for? Are you looking for, we've talked about Giannis and KD and guys that might be available, but you have to find the right trade partner with something you want in return, short of just taking a pick, in 29 or down, that can help you, plan for the future. So yeah, that pick will have value, but from who? Like if there are teams that are in complete rebuild mode that don't have anybody on your roster that you want, the only thing that you can possibly say that pick has value for is getting a pick that hopefully they'll still suck at that point. That'll be high enough that you could do something with it at a later date.
Also, it's a trade piece. It's a trade chip. Like you traded this pick for, I know you can't just pick and choose the picks that you want to trade it for, but you trade this pick for a 2028 first-round pick. Okay, now it's a trade piece. The Rockets don't have a first-rounder next year. Like, could you trade this pick for a future first and all that stuff? Probably. Like, there's going to be teams that are going to want number 10. And I like some players at number 10. I just don't believe that they're going to be a rotational player for this core. So that's my guess, but we'll hurry up and wait when it comes to that. All right, 713-780 ESPN Killer Bees broadcasting live from Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. A great spot, good brews, fantastic food. Brian, did you order yet? Did you already make an order?
No, I was actually going to go order it in this break.
Okay, good. Caprese salad. They have it on the menu. I didn't realize that.
I was very disappointed when when I saw your wings and you passed on the caprese salad.
Most places I go to, there's like a walk-up bar. I don't ask for I don't even look at the menu. I just ask whoever's working.
Are you afraid of being judged?
No.
Because you order the caprese salad?
Of course not. I know that people that are working here know what's good. So I always ask, hey, what are a couple things you like here? They're going to give me the top 2 or 3 things that are here, and then I'm going to take my selection from the top 2 or 3 things that are here. I don't look at the menu most places.
Well, I already let Joel know they have a chicken quesadilla on the menu, so his orders are.
So you're going to get Blankers.
I didn't say that I'm going to get it, but it's in consideration.
He likes pizza too.
That's true. He does like pizza as well.
They have pizza. They have tacos here, wings here. I heard Paul got the ribeye street tacos, which sounded very good. This is a great menu. Caprese salad. They have a wedge salad.
I would not be ordering the wedge salad.
The wings are fantastic, and I wouldn't
I'm sure
say
it
that
tastes great, but I'm not dealing
unless
with
they
it.
were very. They have a multi-grain protein bowl Blankers for you.
No,
you like protein?
Yeah,
you work out. You could go the multigrain protein bowl. So they have an option for everybody.
He's going chicken quesadillas. What do you think?
I think he's either going to go chicken quesadilla or pizza.
Okay.
I think it's
If we're
50-50. It's a coin flip.
Oh, really? You think it's that close?
Yeah, I do.
I would put it 70-30 chicken quesadillas.
We'll see.
Now,
But
saying
now
that
is he going to order out of
right.
spite?
See, that's the thing. If I hadn't said anything, I think it was 70-30. It might flip now.
Does Blanker strike you as one who would order out of spite?
Yes.
I don't know. 713-780-ESPN. Would Blankers order out of spite? 713-780-3776. Will Doctor, the best golf handicapper in the business. DR Media 5'9". You can catch him weekends here on ESPN 97.5. He's going to join us next to handicap golf's worst major. It is the Bees, broadcasting live from Senate Ave Brewing on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for my good friend Doc Linville and the great work that he does right here in the Houston Med Center. He's great at so many things. He does spot treatments, Botox, plastic surgery. But what I have personal experience with is the way that he can get your hair back, both with PRP treatments and with the NeoGraft procedure. And I'm here to tell you, having done it, that it works. It's your own hair. You're going to have it for the rest of your life, and you are going to be so pleased that you went through with it. And right now, they're doing a great deal like they always do for our listeners. Normally, for people off the street to go and talk to Doc and his staff and understand exactly what it entails in the different ways they can get your hair back, it's $150. He says for ESPN 97.5 listeners that are listening to me right now, go to them by going to 975hair.com. Set up that consultation for free. Not $150. It's just free of charge. You go in, they explain everything to you. A question and answer session goes after that. You ask questions, they give you answers, and you contemplate it as if there's something that you might consider doing. Nothing to sign on the dotted line for, put money on, or commit to. Just you getting all the information you can possibly have so you can make an educated decision. I made the decision. It was easy for me, and the results are unbelievable. Right after the actual procedures, you're going to see actual hair and follicles right there. In 6 to 9 months, you're going to see the actual results of true, thick, strong hair that is yours, that's going to be with you for the rest of your life. Simply put, in lawn terms, fertilizing your lawn is the PRP treatments. You still have hair on your head. You just like it to be thicker and stronger like it used to be. That's what PRP does. If you want to do the full procedure of the NeoGraft, you're going to find out it's literally like resodding your lawn, taking hair from where you're never going to lose it, the sides and the back of your head, putting it where you need it most. Maybe it's that baboon's butt that's showing up on the top of your dome, or your forehead's become an 8-head and you want to get the numbers more in your favor. That's the way you do business with Doc Linville and his staff. Check it out today. Start the procedure by going to get that free consultation. 975hair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village.
Great spot out here at Senate Avenue Brewing, kid-friendly, great food, great drink. As we go out to our HR&P guest line, it's Major Week. Whenever it's Major Week, we have on our major guest, Will Doctor, DR Media 5'9", best golf handicapper in the business. Thank you, Will, for taking a few minutes to join the Killer Bees to handicap the PGA Championship. Quail Hollow, we're the golfers will be playing this week for golf's second major of 2025. Now, of course, this is a tour stop with the Wells Fargo. Give us the course characteristics and then also how they toughen it up for the major.
Well, I think Quail Hollow is really excited over the last month to host this event, specifically because before this week, it had not rained here in Charlotte, North Carolina for over a month. So it was very firm. The fairways are ribbons out here. It's tight dog legs, winding fairways, really not much toughness in the greens, but it is a demanding golf course from the aspect that you need to be able to drive it over 330 yards, and you have to do it with great precision. Now, I bring up, the firmness and the rain and the fact that it hadn't rained here in a month because it did absolutely pour here on Monday and a little bit here midday. I mean, yesterday was a complete rain out. No one was allowed at the golf course. Today, I went out and walked 9 holes. I saw the whole golf course this morning, but I walked 9 holes with Johnny Kiefer, who's a 24-year-old out of Baylor, who is making his first start in a major championship this week. And he only got 7 holes in, and then it started monsooning again for, 2 hours. I was pleased with how the fairways, dried up this morning after the rain. It still is soft out there. They do have a sub-air system under the greens, so they can keep the greens extremely firm. Justin Thomas won the PGA at Quail Hollow in 2017 with 8 under par. I think with the fairway, with how soft things are everywhere except the greens, I'm looking at more between 12 and 15 under as the winning score this week.
Well, I'm curious because the obvious choices from week to week, especially with the majors, now that Rory's completed the career Grand Slam, Rory and Scotty are going to be at the top of the list. But who are we missing? Who are some guys that can hit it with the length you're talking about and the accuracy, and maybe some guys that have been hot lately that a lot of people aren't focused as much on?
Yeah, he's not a sleeper this week by any means as far as the odds are concerned, but I would say Bryson DeChambeau is the golfer that does not have a weakness going into his game based off the way he's played as of late. He won his last Live Golf tournament in Korea 2 weeks ago, and he was perfect across every statistical category. These top 4 names, Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, Bryson DeChambeau, and Justin Thomas, all playing very well. But I would say Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas, when you look at their last start and when you look at the success they've had over the years at Quail Hollow, they have to be the top 2 favorite names. And Bryson DeChambeau, won in Korea decisively. It was a 2-shot victory there in Korea. From a driving perspective, no one hits it farther than Bryson. That's going to be a huge weapon out here. He's also driving with incredible accuracy. Bryson's not only hitting it, out there 240, 245, but he's not missing fairways doing it. You look at, Rory McIlroy, of course, the not having as much driving accuracy at Augusta is not going to hurt you too bad. But when you look at Rory's driving accuracy, it has not been great this year. And that could cost you at tight tree line dog legs, with winding fairways like Quail Hollow. And Rory and Scotty both on top of their games, and I'm sure we'll talk about Scheffler. He just came off an 8-shot victory at the CJ Cup Byron Nelson. Both Rory and Scotty have struggled a bit with their chipping over the last 2 events. When you look at the 2 players who are perfect across the board, driving distance, driving accuracy, approach game, chipping, and putting, Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas are the 2 favorites in this tournament, in my opinion.
Being joined by Will Doctor on the HR&P guest line from one golfer to another. Did win a long drive contest a few weeks ago, Will. I just thought you should know that as we talk golf, as we talk shop from one expert to another. What are some of your favorite bets this week as they get set to tee it up for golf's second major in 2025?
Yeah, I would have to say, Bryson DeChambeau to top 10 at plus 110 on DraftKings. You can get it minus 110 on MGM without the dead heat. As we just talked about, that's got to be my favorite just because no one's hitting it farther and straighter than Bryson. I think one of the biggest things from that win in Korea was he was exceptional with his irons for the first time in about 3 events. I would say what kept Bryson from winning at Augusta, he was right there with Rory, down the stretch going into the final round. He did not hit his irons that well over the final round. I think that cost him. We've seen it cost him in a few live events. When you look at the stats, the strokes gained approach, Bryson DeChambeau was exceptional in his last start at Live Korea. I think one note on the Live Golf thing going into this week, I had a few of them on my card at the Masters, Charles Schwartzel to make the cut. I thought Doral for Live the week before the Masters was excellent prep. Their prep for the PGA was Mexico 4 weeks ago and Korea 2 weeks ago. And they haven't played anything else this month except that. I think that is why, besides Bryson DeChambeau, I'm really not looking at many other Live golfers this week. Rahm, there's some questions there with the putting. I do like Tyrrell Hatton, to place this week, but Liv has not had a great run-up from a preparation perspective going into the PGA Championship. That said, the one guy on their roster I do like this week is Bryson DeChambeau to top 10 at plus 110. And I think another one, I alluded to him earlier in the show, a guy that's really being slept on is 24-year-old Johnny Kiefer. I do like him to top 40 at that plus 275 number for the way he has been playing. He won on the Korn Ferry Tour 2 weeks ago with a total score of 31 under par in Arlington at the Veritex Bank Championship. That win got him into the top 100 on the official world golf rankings, and he got an invite to the PGA Championship 2 weeks before the tournament. And it's just amazing to think this guy, Johnny Kiefer, he was playing in a regional in the NCAAs for Baylor 1 year ago to date. And now, he is on a great path on the Korn Ferry Tour to get his PGA Tour card, and he's playing in his first major this week, where I think he makes the cut and is in the conversation going into the weekend.
I'm curious, Will, just throwing a name out there because the odds, if you're looking for a bet where you might be able to cash in big, but Jason Day has been quietly having a good year. Jason Day was in the mix at Quail in 17. He had a bad hole. He's had, 3 top 10s and 9 starts. It seems like it's a course that he knows well, that you might get some value on whether you pick him to win or not.
Yeah, so has been playing incredibly well. The one thing with Jason Day is I was in Philadelphia last week for the Truist Championship, and I've been watching Day here over these last kind of 3 events, and he actually withdrew last week from the Truist with a back injury, and that has been a theme over his career since he won his lone major at the 2017 PGA Championship. The back has really cost him, over the years. And while he's been putting sensationally, and he's one of the best putters, to ever do it, it's just the results have been inconsistent this year. Of course, I know tied for 8th at the Masters, but then regressed to 49th at the RBC and then withdrew last week. And I don't have an update as far as his back is concerned. I just know it's been bothering him for more than the past week. I would say another player in that odds range to really look at this week is Hideki Matsuyama at 45-1 on FanDuel. He was in that pairing with Justin Thomas on Sunday at Quail Hollow at the 2017 PGA, and he watched Justin Thomas fire a final round 68 to win, while Matsuyama posted a 73 that Sunday and finished 5th. Matsuyama has played very well at Quail Hollow over the years, and has made the thing to really pay attention to with Matsuyama is he's made major strides with his driving accuracy and putting here over his last 4 events. We know Matsuyama is one of the best ball strikers of all time, but it's often the driving accuracy and sometimes the putting that can get him in trouble. And those are 2 statistical categories that he was positive in last week at Philadelphia Cricket Club for the Truist. He was Hideki was the only player grinding in the rain on Monday. He had the caddy holding his umbrella while it was just pouring rain. Only guy that practiced on Monday. Incredible work ethic. I think Hideki is going to be in the conversation for his second career major championship this week at 45-1.
Will, we appreciate the time. Stay dry out there in North Carolina and enjoy the tournament.
All right, keep winning long drive contests, Jeremy. You have a good day.
Yeah. It might just be one of the once in a lifetime. I might have retired actually. Just go out on top. I'm never gonna beat that. So I might be done with the golf game there, Will. I think Will hung up. He didn't care about my response. Thanks for Will Doctor joining us. Follow him on Twitter, drmedia59, best golf handicapper in the business, and he does a weekly show with Charlie Epps as well on the lineup on Saturdays, I believe it is. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's get to the Astros from a night ago. Astros dropping game 1 of the series as they fall to the Royals. Another bad starting performance from a starting pitcher. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We're out here at Cincinnati Brewing Company today, and my drive to Cincinnati Brewing took me right by HR&P. I didn't realize that at the time. I should have known, and I would have stopped by and saw the guys. Would have saw Chris, an A&M guy, grad, Mike Holly, of course, who runs HR&P, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. He's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years, by the way. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, or anything in between. HR&P is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can attest to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village.
Oh, great spot. Senate Avenue Brewing, Jersey Village. Easy drive, good food, fantastic drinks as well. Brian got Glenn's Pretzel.
Yeah, I thought, when in Rome.
Is that named after Glenn Davis?
I assume so.
We don't know. He was wondering.
I don't know if there's another Glenn that would be familiar to the owner, Andrew, who just came over and said hello. But Glenn Davis, who's had, I believe this will be his third show out here at Senate Avenue Brewing. Great pretzel, by the way. It kind of feels like when it's a beer play. Is the pretzel named after Glenn Davis? Oh, okay. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well,
far more important.
It sounds better if we go, Glenn's got his own pretzel on the menu. And then there you go.
Okay.
They're going to make Glenn Davis a beer. There we go.
Beer. All right. So.
Thank you, Andrew.
If you would have known that before ordering the pretzel, would you still have ordered the pretzel?
Yeah, I told you off air, but I have kind of a standing rule that beer places usually can be trusted with pretzels. With the beer cheese, and I was right. The pretzel was great. So was the beer cheese.
Blanker still has not ordered. We're wondering if we're going to get
right?
We're wondering if we're going to get a spide order.
Although there is a bratwurst on there, so that might
throw that into the equation.
Yeah, that might speak to his Wisconsin soul.
His what are some weird towns in Wisconsin? Piscataway. Is that going to speak to his Piscataway?
I have no idea.
New Jersey.
I think it is in New Jersey.
Is that where the NBA offices are?
No, I think that. Oh yeah, maybe. No, you know what?
No,
isn't that where Rutgers is at? Piscataway?
I think that's right. I think that's right.
Yeah, I think it's
I know
where
I've heard that town name
Secaucus is where the NBA office is.
That's
You
right.
don't want, Craig always jokes, beautiful downtown Secaucus. It's an armpit. The NBA headquarters.
It's New Jersey.
Yeah,
beat me to it. Thank
the
you.
NBA entertainment offices is all that's there that's worth anything.
Sheesh. Yeah, Piscataway is where Rutgers is at. What's a weird town name in?
Oh, there's lots of them. There's Waukesha, which everyone cannot pronounce.
Does it speak to your Waukesha? So
They call it Waukesha.
What was the town where the making of
I was
Murder
thinking the
thing
same
happened?
thing. I don't remember.
That was Wisconsin, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Brendan,
For sure it was.
it Brendan?
Brendan was the younger
He wanted
kid
to
that
watch
wanted to watch
WrestleMania.
WrestleMania. Yeah, exactly.
But Brendan was his name?
Yeah, Brendan.
I wonder whatever happened to those guys. I wonder if they're still in prison.
I thought I heard Brendan got out, but not.
I heard he got out, but had to go back.
Oh, really?
That's what I heard.
Okay, I didn't follow up after that, but
there's that interesting case going on right now with that woman who
Reed,
allegedly
Karen Reed.
Karen Reed, yeah.
Apparently that's a big deal. I'm gonna have to get involved in that. Eric, the driver, says, would Blankers order out of spite? Does the sun rise in the east? Blankers, would you order out of spite?
No, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want to eat something out of spite that I don't really care for just to get at somebody. And that's not what I'm doing.
But if there were three options you liked, and one of us said, "Oh, well, he's going to get this one specifically, like 90%," you might order one of the other two.
There's a chance.
Okay, see, there we go.
So there's
There
a
we
chance.
go.
Oh, really?
There's better than a 1.7 chance, Dallas Mavericks fans. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I didn't think you were going to say that there was a chance.
So
there's
a chance he'll spite
Yeah.
order.
I figured you wouldn't.
It depends
care,
on who
just
I'm
get what you
spiting.
want.
Ooh, who would he most?
Definitely me.
Of the two of us?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably so.
There's
Yeah,
there's no debate there.
Okay, so there's a decent chance since I was so strong on the chicken quesadilla that
I
he'll
went
still
pizza.
order.
But
the
I mean, it's a
chicken
no-brainer.
quesadilla.
It's like
Yeah.
Brandon with wings is me with quesadillas. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a pretty safe bet
It's a
normally.
spite order.
Spite order.
Yeah. So there goes the pizza. Pizza's out the window.
I got to coach that. I'm not feeling pizza or bratwurst because that's going to be heavy and that's going to be tough to get
it's
over when
quesadilla.
you're on the fields and you got to make sure the bathrooms are safe and clear and clean.
Oh, that's right. You got to coach after this.
Yeah.
Vermont, is Joe making Glenn talk Texans today? I don't know if he's going to make him talk Texans today, but I bet you he's going to talk football. Glenn
Yeah,
will.
I bet he will.
He'll talk football.
For
Keep
2
him away.
hours.
Yeah,
Joe
2
actually
hours.
had to do some real work today.
Yeah, and he put himself on a video.
I saw that. He's he hasn't been on air in forever. He was guest producing today.
Yeah.
And suddenly I get on the online and there he is front and center on a video for ESPN.
Not only was he on the video, he led off the video.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
He was the focal point. He was the main character of a video. He's been back one day and he's putting himself on videos.
You think he learned that at the Barrett conference? When in
Maybe.
doubt, promote yourself.
Yeah, go in business for yourself,
Yeah.
said Jason Barrett. Yeah, they're not learning about great radio technique and device and strategy. He's saying rule number one in radio: When in doubt, worry about yourself. Stab people in the back. What else is he teaching them? Be selfish. Go into business for yourself. Make yourself 1A on the video.
He's got my old buddy Jim Cozamore's favorite line. There may not be there's no I in team, but there's an M and an E, and it's right there, baby. And Joe makes sure he's right there.
How are we putting producers who lack talent on the video to lead off a video? We get 5 videos a week, 1 per show, and Joe's leading off Dell's video. If I was Dell, I'd be upset.
No doubt.
I'd be upset.
So the videos are usually 1 minute. I'm sure we didn't time this out, but what would you say the breakdown is?
First
Joe
10
Dell?
seconds. I didn't watch the whole video.
Oh, only the first 10
I didn't watch
seconds
the whole
Joe?
video.
Okay.
I only watched the first 15 seconds.
Oh, 10 of those 15 were Joe?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was definitely
That's a high percentage.
It was all him for quite a while.
I was appalled. I was appalled for Dell. I couldn't believe it. We got a fill-in producer that is leading off the video.
Feels like Dell should get an extra video this week.
Yeah.
I think
absolutely.
you're probably right.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to be the one to suggest that, you're never going to be in a video ever.
I'm fine with that.
Dell didn't even get a video this week. It was Joe's video.
Joe Hijack.
On the Dell Olaleye Show, Joe George on the video.
Joey Hijack.
Joey Hijack. Manitowoc County.
Oh,
Manitowoc.
that's for making
Manitowoc.
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 But you do say the C, Manitowoc?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's where he killed people.
Yeah, at his auto salvage
I had a
yard,
buddy that
right?
went to high school there.
With that
In
guy?
Manitowoc? I don't know. I can ask.
Did that guy kill more than one person, or was it just the
It
one
was
person?
just the lady that came out to review the cars that he had or whatever.
When did they make that?
The documentary?
Yeah.
It's about 5 years ago.
It's no longer than that.
Was it?
Had to be.
How old is the guy?
You know what?
I
You're
don't
right.
know.
It was pre-pandemic, so it's probably like 17 or 18 maybe.
I feel like it was the first documentary of its kind like that.
Yeah, that
it had everybody's attention.
Yeah,
that
I
or
wanna-
the staircase documentary.
The
was pretty
staircase
big.
came on after that.
I know, but it was pretty big. I'm just saying.
I want to say that was at least 10 years ago, Making the Murder. I want to say it was 10 years ago.
It's like it also brought light to the fact
think
that
it's
I think
pre-pandemic. I don't know
Wisconsin
about
might
10.
lead the country in serial killers because they had Dahmer.
Dahmer.
They had Ed Gein back in the day that
Oh,
used
he's
to make
from
people into
Wisconsin?
lampshades and
Oh,
things.
yeah. I didn't realize he was from Wisconsin.
December 18th, 2015.
Damn. Okay. So we're coming up on the 10-year.
We're coming up on the 10-year.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know they did a second season. Maybe that's what I'm remembering as far as release date.
They did do it. I didn't watch the second season.
Yeah, I watched it. There wasn't really a lot to learn from it.
I
But
feel like there was no new information.
it really was just the appeals case from his lawyer. But
There
wasn't a whole lot to. Yeah, we know they found the key on like the 10th day. We already knew that.
Key from LA says that the golf segment was the most boring segment of all time on the Killer Bees. Next time, pay that guy not to show up. Is Key from LA being too harsh with Will Doctor previewing the PGA Championship with us and betting previews?
Sounds like Key doesn't want to make money.
713-780-3776.
That's the thing. Will knows his stuff.
Yeah.
And whether you're a golf fan or not, if you want to make some cash, we're trying to help your ass out, Key.
Yeah,
That's
write
more
down-
of a.
write
That's
down
more
what
of
he
a.
says. Make money.
That's more of a betting segment than it is a golfing segment.
Yeah.
That's why we do it. It's for the betting.
We've had
preview
listeners
aspect
that
of
say they don't even give a rat's ass about golf, but they put money down and they end up winning money, and that's
Yeah.
cool.
We do it 4 times a year, Key from LA. Now, I will admit that the PGA Championship is by far the golf's worst major. Not even close.
Yeah, I mean, to me, sometimes it's almost to the point of putting the Players Championship in the mix, and just so that
I care about the Players Championship. Like
Yeah.
when I watch golf, and
Brian, you don't watch golf.
I said I just phrased it as when I watch.
I know you
golf.
said win. You don't.
I know, but when I did, past tense, I cared about the Players Championship mostly because of, was it 17,
Yeah,
the Island Hole?
the
Far more
Island
than-
Green.
Yeah, far more than the PGA Championship.
17 at Sawgrass. Yeah, I mean,
When I watch golf, you were watching. Last time you watched golf was before they made Making a Murderer.
When was the Tiger showdown with that jobber at the U.S. Open, where they had to go to overtime?
You're talking about Rocco Mediate?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
at.
He said overtime.
That was
Well,
in La Jolla,
sorry,
right?
sorry,
that was
extra
at.
holes,
I don't remember where it was.
I
No,
think
that was. Wasn't it Pebble?
It was either at Pebble or it was at La Jolla.
That was towards the end of
At
when
Torrey
I watched
Pines.
golf a lot. So
It might have been
whatever that
Torrey
was.
Pines. I
Maybe
think,
he made what about 20-footer for birdie on 18
but
to force
just
it.
to push it. Yeah,
And that was back in the day whenever they had the 18-hole playoff.
yeah.
at the US
He had
Open.
the bad leg and he had to
Yeah.
limp through it.
He-
Yeah,
he-
we got a whole new 18 on Monday. It was great.
I don't like that they went away from that. I like the 18-hole playoff.
Oh, it was great because
Yeah.
working the next day, you had something to put. I had the TV on the whole day watching all of it.
I'm a fan of the 18-hole playoff. All right, let's talk Astros Royals. What went wrong with the Astros yesterday? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, broadcasting live from Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. Great spot, Senate Avenue Brewing Company. Blanker's got the pretzel.
To start
Brian.
with,
He's
yep.
impressionable. We got the pretzel that Brian got. Did you dip yours into cheese?
I did both the
Beer
spicy
cheese.
mustard and the beer cheese, and they're both great. Spicy mustard though, I needed a drink for it. It kicked pretty hard.
Gringo.
I love spice, but it kicked pretty hard.
Are you gonna do the spicy mustard, or are you gonna go the cheese?
For me?
Yeah, for you, Joe.
I'll try a little of both. I'll try it.
There we go.
I'm sure they got ketchup here.
Oh no! If you put ketchup on a damn pretzel,
They might not. Oh, they have fries.
yeah,
have ketchup
they
somewhere.
probably have them.
They have a little ketchup somewhere.
That'd be a low point.
Now,
Of the
don't
show.
dare me.
That would be a low point on the show if you put ketchup.
I would have no problem with it.
Todd the Show says he loved the segment with Will. Mega Blast says golf talk's better than Rockets talk. So there's a couple of contrasting opinions.
JD's back to his normal self.
Is that who that is?
Yeah, salty.
Allegedly says would rather talk college baseball. Now you're talking my love language a little bit, allegedly. Talk a little college baseball, whatever you want. Mailbag Monday, 713-780-3776. Astros lost to the Royals yesterday. Lost the baseball game. Obviously, Gusto storyline there. Didn't pitch well, Ryan Gusto.
At all.
No,
No,
he
he
didn't
was,
pitch well.
yeah, he was tough. He was really bad. And, you look at it, and it's kind of like what you were talking about when McCullers blew up. The fact is everybody in the lineup had a hit, but I think Walker and Paredes and maybe one other. But the offense, yeah, it was late, but the offense gave you a chance to where you actually were in the ball game late and had a chance to actually, tie the game, which was great. But you look at it and go, as much as we've talked positively about the starting pitching all year and the fact that you found Gusto and you had, Wisniewski had been pitching good. You didn't expect that Arrighetti was going to have the thumb injury. But now your starting pitching has not been great, and it's been taxing your bullpen as well. So it's a concern, and it's something that you want to monitor going forward because of the fact that, you got 17 games in 17 days. You just started that, and you're going to need good starting pitching.
Yeah, he was poor. I'm wondering if moving him back and forth between the bullpen and the rotation, I'm trying to make excuses for him, right? I do wonder in an alternate reality if he got that strike three call to end the second inning against Isbell, if his start looks different because he would have been out of the second inning with just the home run.
Yep.
Would have given up just one run in the second, but instead he doesn't get. It was borderline. Like I'm not going to sit here and cry foul at the umping. And Gusto could have also just finished stronger and got out of the inning, right? Like, okay, you didn't get a call. That doesn't mean you can't get the guy out. Doesn't mean you can't escape the inning. But if he gets the call there, he gets out of the second inning with only the one run. He doesn't get the call. So then it goes bloop RBI single, RBI triple by Witt, RBI single, and the complexion of the game is completely different. It didn't pitch well in the third, lost his command, and was ultimately yanked. I still believe in Gusto to be like a decent starter for this team this year. So I'm hoping that yesterday's start was just an anomaly. You mentioned the offense coming on strong. That's nice. I don't do the moral victory stuff. But, hey, you brought the tying run to the plate on a couple occasions. And then the bullpen was very good. Taylor Scott with an E. Inning and two-thirds of shutout baseballs. Souza pitched 2 shutout innings. Okert 2 shutout innings. Caleb Ort 1 shutout inning. The problem with that, though, is they all threw. And now your bullpen's kind of taxed again after it was immediately taxed on Saturday when Lance McCullers couldn't get 3 outs.
Yeah, no, I think that's the biggest takeaway as well is the fact that when you look at it, the bullpen has been fantastic for you, but at the same time, now you've really got to be concerned that the last time this happened after the McCullers blow up, at least you got Blanco that went 8 strong 2-hit innings for you, and you were like, okay, now they can kind of recharge, but now here you go again. You don't have any days off, as I mentioned, and you've got to be a little bit concerned about the fact that now you're going to need the starting pitching that hasn't been as good as you'd like it to be super consistent for the next day or two to try and give this bullpen a little bit of a break because the only guys that really didn't pitch were your 2 best pitchers in the back of the bullpen.
Yeah. Now, you do have Fromber on the mound today, so it's like, okay, good day to have Fromber because Fromber usually, knock on wood, is a workhorse that can go deep into games, so it's good on that front. And then they also called up Colton Gordon, friend of the show, friend of the Killer Bees. Yep. He'll be making tomorrow's start, so he'll be making his big league debut. So that's cool. It was on the Israel national team.
Is that right?
Colton Gordon.
Really good guy. And a lefty. I'm pulling for him. I hope all goes well for him, and I hope better than the Blue Boss start. I hope that he deals.
Are you biased towards lefty since you were a lefty?
Yeah, I still am a lefty, but I'm left-handed.
Well, not a left-handed pitcher anymore.
No, but I'm left-handed in life. But I always pull for lefties. I hope he does well. And like I said, he was a really good kid when we talked to him.
You golf right-handed.
I do.
Do you swing the as a baseball hitter? Or are you right-handed? Okay, so you throw left and you. So you're like Chas McCormick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Jake Myers. Jake Myers is the same thing. 713-780-ESPN. Walker strikes out a lot. IMO says a texter. Who else can fill in for Jordan at DH? Well, Walker's playing first. So
yeah. Altuve's DHing tonight. Walker did strike out 3 times last night, but I've been pleased that he's hitting the baseball more, and it seems like he is. If for all the people that keep telling us relax, he's going to snap out of it. There's a lot of signs that says he's going to snap out of it, and hopefully that's the case.
I mean, he's been good up till last night at home. Like he's had a stretch where he's been pretty good here. Overall in the year, he has not been, and he dug himself a hole. But I mean, power hitters strike out. Like Walker's going to strike out a lot. You're just going to have to brace for that. From Rackham Pete, the Astros are like those pretzels at the brewery, soft. Do we think the Astros are soft? Why are the Astros soft?
Yeah, why are they soft? I don't understand that at all. I think the biggest thing is that when you're looking at it, they just haven't had that. They've had inconsistency throughout the season, and it's not ever synced up when the pitching is pitching well and the hitting is all coming through, and then you've got holes in the lineup that haven't been hitting all year that you're hoping. Yiner looks like he's snapping out of it. Walker's showing signs he's snapping out of it. Paredes snapped out of it after starting slow early. So I think there is signs, but I think that I would not call them soft because I think there's a chance when you look at the standings as of this morning and they're 2 games out of first place. And the fact is they haven't played anywhere near their best baseball. So there's a chance if they do put it all together and get a stretch going where they're hot, they can actually, make up ground and get into first place in the division.
But they're in 4th.
Yeah, but by what? I mean,
in 4th
everybody's
place.
hovering in about the same record.
I mean, they're a hot streak away from being in first, but they're a losing streak away from being dead last.
Yeah, it's true.
So it goes.
But I believe that looking at that roster on paper, looking how they've underachieved to this point, and believing that there is going to be a stretch where they could put it all together, I think that's the best thing is that they played inconsistent baseball, and yet they're within striking distance of first place.
No, I think they'll be fine too. You want to guess how many games back the Rockies are?
Oh, God, 27?
No, not quite that much. They've only played 41 games.
What I'm saying, they were 6-33 going into last night.
That was after 39 games. I think they played 2 more since.
Okay.
So
the Dodgers,
7 wins.
And the Dodgers are the best team in baseball. So the Dodgers are the best team in baseball. Colorado's the worst team in baseball.
I'll say 13.
No, it's kind of in the middle.
21.
They are 20 games back.
Oh my God!
There are 41 games into the year.
We're not even at the tip, like the typical Memorial
it's
Day.
The quarter pole.
Yeah, exactly.
At the quarter pole, they are 20 games back.
So if I understand on pace, they could finish 80 games out of first place.
They're on pace to be worse than the White Sox were a year ago.
I know.
Could you imagine being 80 games out of first at the end of the year?
But there's a case to be made beyond this year that the Rockies might be the worst run organization in sports.
I mean, they've had some years.
I know they went to the World Series that one year, and they had obviously
October.
Yeah, and there was obviously
I don't believe that. Like, I feel like a lot of times when a team's really bad that one year, we always say that team's the worst organization ever.
But how often are they competitive?
Yeah, but we were talking about the other day, and I brought up the fact
probably more often than Pittsburgh.
Between bad decisions,
okay, yeah, I guess that's fair.
They don't normally. We talked about this the other day.
They don't
bad
spend.
Decisions where they did spend on Chris Bryant and he hasn't panned out.
True.
They regret decisions when they spend on Arenado and then they want out. They want to pull the plug. They don't want to spend again, and they regret the fact that they gave him the big contract. They just seem like they just can't.
They didn't give him that contract, did they? I thought he was free agent.
Arenado?
Yeah, he signed with the Cards. Unless they
traded him to the Cards. Yeah, they wanted to get out from under the contract, so they traded him.
So did he re-up with St. Louis?
Must have.
Maybe he did. I don't know, but I know that they definitely traded out of it while he still had multiple years left on the deal.
Yeah, they're really bad.
Part of me wonders, and I know baseball will never do. What was the thing they called it back in the day?
Contraction?
Yeah, but if they were ever going to do it, I mean, it's hard not to make the case for the Rockies, in part because it feels like it's impossible for them to sustain solid pitching there.
Yeah, but I don't think they
even with the humidor.
No, they won't do it, but I would love it.
Yeah, they've got other cities that are dying to get a baseball team that they wouldn't do contraction.
I think less is more with all sports. Like fewer teams makes the teams more competitive. Now I don't want to be drastic. I wouldn't kill off half the league or anything, but I think you could get rid of 2 and improve the sport.
Yeah,
they're 20 games back, less than a quarter of the way through the year.
I want them to.
Could you imagine
80 games out? That'd be amazing.
Like, well, they have the Nuggets right now, but could you imagine? Like, they can't be talking about Rockies on the radio.
No, it's all Broncos all the time, right?
It has. Well, I mean, they could be talking about the Nuggets.
Nuggets
are
sure.
They're
they're
still
in a playoff series.
Yeah, they're still in a fight.
But there's no way they're talking about the Rockies.
No.
At all.
Hey, guys, we're 20 games back. What do you want to talk about today?
Well, I mean, what happens if the Nuggets lose this series? I mean, what do they talk about until
What are the Avs up to?
Yeah,
well, but they'll be talking about new
I think
coach,
they made the playoffs,
new coach
didn't
and
they?
general manager for the Nuggets. You know, the Jokic situation. There's plenty to talk about with the Nuggets.
That's true.
They're going to be
NBA
talking
free
about
agency's
Sean
always
Payton
good.
and everything to be excited about with the Broncos, and they got their quarterback. I just think that the Rockies are just what they were talking about is that Bud Black got such a raw deal that he wasn't given anything where he could win with, but he got fired.
I just can't imagine being the radio station as the flagship for the Rockies. Like, think about giving up all that inventory.
Is
for
Tepper
such
still there?
For such a terrible, terrible baseball team.
His station carries the Broncos.
Broncos, I think, yeah.
I can't imagine being a host that defends Bud Black, though.
Yeah, well,
like if the Astros were 7-38 and
No,
Joe
but-
Espada got fired, I wouldn't be like, Joe Espada should not have been fired.
But if you talk to most baseball guys, and you know the Bob Nightingales and the reporters that cover the game that are saying Bud Black's a great baseball guy. It's just the whole time he's been there, he hasn't really been given a whole hell of a lot to work with.
No, of course
But
not.
you're right. The record itself it says it was warranted.
Like, could
but
you imagine
they gave
that?
him nothing.
Like if you were making that take in Houston, the Astros are 7-38. Joe Espada gets fired. You're like, they should not have fired him. Could you imagine somebody doing that? It'd be hilarious.
So they're 7-34. Is that their record currently?
I just arbitrary number. They are, 7-34.
So I mean, like, put whoever you believe the best manager of all. I'm not trying to defend Bud Black, but put the best manager you believe of all time.
Yeah, Dusty Baker.
Okay, sure. How many wins they have?
Someone said
10?
not even Casey
10?
Stengel back in the day. could
Yeah,
have
I
saved
mean,
the
I think
Rockies.
that was Dave Roberts that said that.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure it was Dave Roberts that said that.
I mean, but whoever that you think the best guy of all time is, what would they have? 10 wins? I mean, it wouldn't matter. So I mean, I get that Bud Black can't defend him right now, but nobody's winning with that roster.
No.
It's so funny. Dion gets more radio coverage than the Rockies. That makes sense.
Oh, 100%.
That makes sense to me. Colorado will always stink because no good pitcher wants to go there unless they overspend. Like in the past, they have overspent to get starters.
Like
there,
Mike Hampton
and Darryl Kyle.
and ruined them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he had some good years after that. Didn't he go to the Mets and have some solid years?
Yeah.
I think he had a solid year with the Braves.
Hampton?
Braves,
Hampton with
yeah.
the Braves. Hampton
Yeah.
for sure
Once
with
he
the
got
Braves.
out of there.
Once he got out there, he was fine again. Yeah.
Just saw the standings, what's going on with Baltimore. Weren't they just a force on the rise a
Yeah.
couple years back? Their pitching stinks.
They are struggling mightily. They let Corbin Burns go.
Yeah, he went
They
to
just
Arizona.
they don't have a whole hell, and they let Santander go.
Right.
We're all
Yeah.
going to talk about the only Texas team still in the playoffs. Who's that? The Stars?
Yeah, I guess it would be.
No, we're not.
No, not at all.
We're not going to talk about the Dallas Stars. Sorry, bud. 2020 team headed for an 81-81 season. Cam Smith batting ninth. Half the rotation is Charles Schwab employees. The window is closed. Please send Cam Smith down. Thanks, Jack Parkman sent that in. He had a knock yesterday. Cam Smith,
He did.
a walk as well.
Yep.
I'm okay keeping him up on the roster until at least Jordan comes back, which he's eligible to come back tomorrow, but apparently he told Matt Thomas that he's not coming back tomorrow. Well, Spada told Matt Thomas that. not
Yeah,
Jordan.
wasn't the
I
last
don't think
report
Jordan
he's
and Matt
just
Thomas.
hitting off a tee?
Yesterday.
Yeah, so he's obviously
But he said he's
several days
close.
away.
He said he's close, though.
Yeah,
So-
I guess, I mean,
Jordan Alvarez does what he wants.
Well,
If Jordan
that-
Alvarez wanted to be a pinch hitter today, Jordan Alvarez, they would make a move to make Jordan
No doubt.
Alvarez a pinch hitter.
sure, you just don't know what to take from when the Astros give you timelines. If they say he's close, what does that really mean?
Dude, for sure.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know what to take from
See
that.
you in July.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see you then. Yeah. It won't become consistent either. The lineup is poo. The division is poo. So I don't want to hear how they're almost in first. It's such a dumb argument. You want to address that?
Why is it a dumb argument when the fact is
Because their
that
lineup is poo, he said.
okay, well, poo or no poo, there's a chance that there's two different options for your team to make the playoffs. And if you win the division, you're going to get in. And looking at what your perception of the lineup is and my perception of the lineup is, I don't think it's poo. I think that there's a whole hell of a lot of talent there. And the good news is guys you weren't counting on are hitting really well. And the perception is that the guys that aren't hitting well are going to. And if they do, your lineup is the exact opposite of poo, however you want to put it. I don't know what that would be.
Somebody texted in something else ruined Darryl Kyle. We're not going to read mean text about Darryl Kyle. Come on, man. He's dead. 713-780-3776. If this guy texts in and asks about the Stars again, I'm going to lose it. Texted Paul all day long, too.
Oh, that's right.
Getting upset. Could you imagine being a Dallas Star fan in Houston and texting sports radio stations? Be like, talk about my Stars.
How?
That's about as bad.
The question you just asked.
1.8% chance we're going to talk
Talk
Stars.
hockey.
The question you just asked in Dallas today on Sports Talk Radio, there is no chance they're talking about the Stars.
I've heard that Dallas supports him pretty good.
But you're talking about the number one pick in the entire NBA draft.
But
yeah, good point.
There's a difference between filling out the arena, though, and what leads sports talk.
That's what I'm saying. I just, you're getting Cooper Flag. You have the number one pick, whether you trade it or keep it. You basically bailed Nico Harrison out.
Yeah, I mean, they probably have 2 A topics today. Like, I don't know where the Star Series is. I don't know when they play or when they played.
But I mean, round for them?
how many times can you say, should you keep Cooper Flag or trade the pick? I mean, I don't think that's a 40-minute conversation, maybe.
Plus, you talk about the Nico aspect of it. You're talking about
Stars play today. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to talk about for sure.
And the Rangers are not.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you're right. I bet you has top billing.
Yeah, the Rangers are topical.
I think it's probably top billing Mavs. Stars are probably. I would say Stars probably playoffs over Ranger baseball.
Maybe so. And they are a passionate hockey fan base. There's no doubt about it.
I don't know. Like, I don't really know.
I've got
hockey,
buddies that are hockey fans that talk all the time about how great it is to go to Stars game in Dallas and how the fans support hockey in Dallas. Because I never thought that Dallas would support hockey.
Yeah, they've done a good job. That's a good sports town. Like, we'll hate on Dallas, Arlington, Fort Worth, the whole Metroplex. That's a pretty good sports town.
It is.
That's a pretty good sports town.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
The Rockies are a victim of their division. No, they're not.
They're a victim of being in Denver.
It doesn't like their division doesn't help them. But the Rockies would be a bad team in baseball in any division.
Yeah, and they're a victim of circumstances. They have bad ownership that doesn't seem to want to spend. You've got the altitude, which causes the pitching issues. So there's a combination of things in play, and the overall result is it's awful.
Quit talking about the stinking Dallas Stars. You're giving this Jack Taco what he wants. Yeah, but it's fun. Cam not going down. Stop the blue hat emoji. That means Cap. He right on track as a rookie. Forget about it. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. That's Israel. Israel text us an emoji.
Oh, does he?
Oh,
just,
yeah.
Just emojis?
No, not just emojis.
Okay.
Just some emojis. Usually the blue hat.
Oh,
He'll
sure.
say,
no cap.
Yeah. No, he doesn't say no cap. He says that's cap.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Get with the times. Stars fans are the worst. Hate the Stars with everything. Tyler and Conroe. I don't think about the Stars.
I don't either.
They've never come up to me. I am pulling for the Maple Leafs for my friend Chris, though. He's a Toronto fan, and apparently that's like a miserable franchise.
I kind of want the no Canadian team wins a Stanley Cup thing to keep going, though.
I can see that.
For no reason other than I'm petty.
You're proud to be an American League, Greenwood.
Yeah, well, sure.
Yeah.
Proud to be American as well.
Yeah.
And they're booing the anthem when we go there. But I think it's 1993, 92 or something like that. The last time a Canadian team's won the Stanley Cup.
Key from LA's mad. Now we're doing hockey tech now.
I was going to say, we've really made Key happy. We've gone golf and hockey. He's got to be ecstatic.
Why don't you think Key likes hockey? I mean, from LA, they have the Kings.
I don't think
don't they have the Ducks too in Anaheim?
In Anaheim, yeah.
So why wouldn't Key from LA like hockey? He's got
I
two
don't
teams
know how
to pick
much
from.
they are supported even.
Did Lisa ever enjoy the Kings when she was out there?
Never enjoyed hockey. She's a diehard Dodgers. Went to games all the time, but not anything to do with hockey.
Hey, talk or not, this is an insane amount of hockey talk. Give me the Leafs, baby. It was always curious to me though why the Maple Leafs have an F and it's not Leaves.
Oh, the Leaves. Yeah.
Why is it the Maple Leafs with an F
instead of leaves?
I think I've actually studied that once. I think it has something to do because it wasn't the actual leave. It was like a group. I don't know. I have to look it up again. Seriously, Stars. They were the North Stars, and they stole the team and left the North, says Dr. North. We're not
Minnesota
talking
got
about
another
Dallas.
team. They're fine.
Nobody talks hockey because they don't know the game. I mean, there's icing involved.
Yeah, there's offsides.
Biscuit in the basket.
Yeah.
What else do you know about hockey?
You could
They're
pull,
on skates.
There's a power play.
Ice, right? There's ice.
A short play.
What is a man advantage?
Or
is that's soccer?
That'd be 5-on-4 or 5-on. You could go also
shorthanded.
5-on-3.
Shorthanded.
Shorthanded. Yeah.
They play shorthanded.
You can pull the goalie late.
5 for fighting.
Yeah, 5 for fighting. Yeah.
I know a lot about
it. There's a hooking penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They roll out the red carpet for somebody to drop the first puck.
Yeah. The Red Wings fans throw octopus.
Throw squid and octopus.
Hat
tricks. You throw hats on the ice.
Yeah.
Yeah. We know.
Killer Bees know hockey.
We're sophisticated.
We know puck.
Keith from LA says he doesn't like hockey because he's black.
Oh, okay.
See, I didn't see that coming.
No.
Is that something that's cross country though?
Well, I mean, PK Subban would like to have a word, but
he's also
Evander Kane.
Yeah, he's definitely
one of the few.
Evander Kane.
One of the few. Yeah.
Think of all the
people are texting us so much about hockey right now. Not a hockey fan, but those Arrows games were fun. They were fun.
They were fun.
I love going to them.
New show, Hockey Matters with JB. I hope he's talking about blankers. I'm not doing that.
Uh-uh.
I'm already doing
that.
one show for free. I'm not doing two shows.
Yeah,
for
no,
free.
I'm not doing that.
Any tennis news we can talk about? What's Federer up to? Is he gonna come out of retirement anytime soon?
I don't know. Hope so.
Alcaraz, is he's the guy that plays with the sleeveless shirt?
Yep.
There's a Netflix documentary out on him.
Well, he's guns out while he's playing.
Alcaraz.
Coco's been playing well. Coco Golf. Yeah.
Who's the one dude who talks a lot of trash? He's tall.
Nick, he wears the hat.
I like him.
I do too. Kyrgios.
Yep. I watched that tennis documentary on Netflix.
He's a huge NBA
It was pretty
fan.
good. Is he?
Yeah, he's a big basketball fan. I think he's a Celtics fan.
How about those Cougs with the love ya? I mean, Houston blue unis in baseball. Yeah, they're wearing those on Thursday. They were supposed to wear them against
they
A&M.
got for baseball? That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to get Mapes' hat. My bad, Mapes. Nobody about your stupid Dallas Stars. There were some words there in the gap. Each player is a maple leaf. I don't know. It is weird to me that they're maple leafs and not maple leaves. Basically, soccer on ice. Hockey stick emoji is trash can emoji. I think that was Israel there.
And the next one is bringing the NHL to Houston.
Stars fan tricked y'all into talking hockey. We just showed how much we're smart about hockey.
We're well versed in hockey. We just don't talk about it.
We're basically hockey aficionados.
Yeah.
And hockey's coming to Houston soon, so get
And
used
when
to
it does, we're the place
There
to,
you go.
to come to.
Could be the future home.
Yeah, we know puck.
I like to. Okay, not reading that.
Yeah, fuck that, Stars
You
fans.
should talk wrestling too. I think Brian has a podcast for that.
I used to.
Sorry to interrupt the hockey talk, but y'all think the Rockets keep that number 10 pick? I think Tillman's going to trade that number 10 pick for a hockey team.
Definitely trading the pick.
Houston gets an NHL team. It would be called the Houston Black Holes, sticking with the space thing.
I don't think so.
Probably not.
I don't think so.
Probably not going to
I
happen.
don't think
It's less than a 1.7% chance that happens.
Yeah. I would go lower than that. Yeah.
Another texture, not Key from LA, says, I'm from LA, black, and grew up a Kings fan.
Oh, there you go.
So
I wonder if he grew up during the Gretzky
era.
Yeah, because I
And,
think everyone when Gretzky was there.
I mean, how long ago was that?
Wasn't
though?
Roenick?
It was the 90s.
Wasn't
but,
Roenick on that team too, late in his career?
Roenick, I think he was at one point. I remember him more for
Philadelphia?
Philadelphia
Yeah.
and Chicago. Yeah.
Chicago? I know him from Chicago.
Yeah.
Roenick.
He
Jeremy
was-
Roenick, right?
He was a boss on NHL 94, man.
Yeah, one of the
he's one of the all-time greats.
one of the Mount Rushmore Jeremys. The Roenick, Branham, Pena, and I don't know a fourth. I don't know.
That's appropriate for the name. Yeah.
Their jerseys are called sweaters.
They are.
BMAC quit trying to make We Know Puck work.
I said it twice.
Did you see the story about the jockey who got fined for whipping the horse too much?
No. Have to read about it after the show, so we don't have to talk about it.
I think you can do that in horse racing. I'm black. I'm a Mighty Ducks fan. I don't think that hockey's a white-black thing.
I think it's a regional thing.
He tried to make it.
Yeah, I think it's a regional thing. Like, it's not huge here in Houston unless you're a transplant. But I'm pretty excited for the hockey coming to Houston if we actually get it.
Fred Fowler was a massive hockey fan. Anybody's from, originally.
He's one of the few.
Yeah.
I mean, he was originally from Houston. But
I wonder.
I will be dialed into hockey. If we get a hockey team in Houston, I'll watch every second.
No,
every second.
really?
Absolutely.
I'm not me.
Absolutely. No doubt about it.
I'm with them on that.
We're
I
gonna-
wonder if that means a new.
We're going to
a new
lead
arena.
every show with it, too.
Tillman plans on having to play at Toyota Center.
We're going to lead every show with hockey.
I mean, Toyota Center's what, about 20 years old at this point? I wonder
Yeah,
if they
it's over 20 years old.
I wonder if they get a hockey team, if that might move the talk to add. I don't know, getting a new arena.
They're already dealing with football now. You want to either remodel.
Let's not count the chickens before they hatch here.
I said if.
There's plenty of NBA arenas that are over 20 years old that are home of NHL teams too.
I'm Mexican from Houston and love tacos. Talk Domino's, please. LOL. Okay, this guy really wants us to talk about a certain thing, but I'm not going to do it. I go all the way back to Marcel Dion. You know who that is?
No idea.
No clue.
I don't either. Tell the producer to shut up and quit interrupting, says a texter. Brian, shut up and quit interrupting.
Okay.
Someone tell Branham hockey games last like 4 hours and have 2 halftimes. You can't have 2 halftimes. That would eliminate the entire point of a full game and a half. You can't have 2 halftimes.
Yeah, they're called intermissions in
Yeah,
hockey.
you can't have 2 specific halftimes. Why? Because there's only half that comes one time. You can only have half once.
Yeah, it's periods and intermissions in
Yeah.
hockey.
And when does halftime come? It comes in the middle of a full game. You can't have
Right.
2 halftimes. Noob. It's intermissions. And I'm not going to watch them live. I'm going to DVR them and fast forward them. Probably watch them on 2 times speed. No. No. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Cash them or trash them. Coming up next, what are we cashing? What are we trashing? It's the Killer Bees live from Synod Avenue Brewing on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you a homeowner? You probably are. You're probably a property owner. It comes with a lot of responsibility, comes with a lot of cost. And Olwell's here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate and save you some money in the process. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and it shouldn't be you. Head to Onwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and get their experts fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket. Reinvest it. Take the family on vacation. However you want to spend it. Onwell handles it all from start to finish, delivers top results with no upfront cost. Only pay if you save. You can't beat that. There's no risk here. All reward. Onwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. 86% of Onwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. Now, the deadline to protest, May 15th. Do not run out of time. That's in a couple of days here. So head over to Onwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and start that protest today. OWNWELL, Onwell.com. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are we cashing? What are we trashing? Blankers, what's your cash them or trash them today?
Well, the funny thing is that last week we didn't get to this. And last week I was going to say that one of the teams between the Celtics and the Cavs were going to come back and win the series. Now I can't say either one of them.
Trash.
Yeah,
Trash.
now I can't say any of them because the breaking news is that not only did Tatum tear his Achilles, but he had the surgery already.
Yeah, he's done.
He is
He'll
done
come back
for
like,
probably
next
all
week?
of next year.
It looked like an Achilles tear to me, right?
It really
out of the
did
game.
because there was no contact.
Yeah.
And then if you look, someone had the actual video that was at the game.
Yeah.
The timeout before it happened, he was stretching it and he was.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, he was in discomfort. The trainers were looking at him. He wanted to stay in the game, but he kept like trying to stretch it out. And then he goes in the game in a non-contact and he blows it out.
That happened before?
Yeah, it was before.
That's not
And
great.
the trainer knew about it.
Does
That's
that
not a good
trainer
look.
still have a
It is
job?
not
today?
at all. That's exactly
I
right.
mean,
That's
Tatum's
going to be
gonna-
interesting.
Tatum's going to play.
I mean, there's no way you're not going to sit him if he doesn't want to sit, but it's still a tough look.
That is a tough look.
Yeah.
Like they could scapegoat him. I don't put any blame on the trainer, but I could see him being
Someone
a
might,
scapegoat.
though.
Yeah, no doubt.
That stinks.
So I'll go with Pete Rose is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
What's it? I mean,
would that count as a first ballot?
I think it is because it's the first
'Cause
time
he's
he's
never
ever.
been on
Yeah,
the
he's never
ballot,
been on the
right?
ballot before.
Wow. I never thought of it that way.
I don't know if it's a
Yeah,
the
cash.
cash, but I don't know if it's the cynic
like-
in me. But like, what's the point? Like, you think the man's already dead?
Yeah, it doesn't hit for me.
See, it really that's the worst part. We were talking about this before the show. That's the worst part about all of this is the fact that as passionate as he was that he wanted to be in, he's not alive, so he's not going to be able to appreciate it. That's why I think Guy V got such a raw deal because they made him wait till he was basically on his deathbed, and he deserved to be in there a long time earlier.
Right.
But from a Pete Rose perspective, the only thing that can hold it back is that, you know, if there's any of these writers that hold a grudge that just for whatever reason they don't like what he did,
Some of those guys may no longer have.
and so they want to
votes,
make
the
they want to
older
make a
guys.
statement to say,
Yeah.
I'm not going to make him a first ballot Hall of Famer.
See, I don't think people really technically you're right, it'll be first ballot. I don't think people will really view him as like a traditional first ballot guy.
Right, but I
because
think
he's
old
not a
school
traditional.
guys.
I think he'll get in. I don't even think I know he'll get in.
Would he
I
have
think
to
he
go
should.
through the Veterans Committee, or would he still go be
That's
like,
weird.
or be like,
He's
like a
never been on the
normal
ballot
first-time
before, so I would
ballot?
think that he goes on the regular ballot until he does the mandatory whatever at 5 years or when
Yeah.
he doesn't have a certain percentage, and then he goes to the Veterans
Cash.
Committee. Yeah.
Yeah, cash though.
I'll cash this. The Rockets have already won the James Harden trade, and it's only going to get better. Bordeaux had the updated look at the Rockets Nets trade, the James Harden trade. The Rockets, in return for Harden, have received Tari Eason, Reed Shepherd, the 10th pick this year, the Suns' first-round pick in 27, the Nets' first-round pick swap in 28, and then either the Suns or Mavs' first-round pick in 2029. The Rockets have already won the Harden trade, and the further and further we move along, it'll be even a bigger win for the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have to pan out.
I mean, like Reed Shepherd, that
Right.
problem.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Do the picks look good right now? Absolutely.
They've already won.
But
already.
You gave up a Hall of Famer,
Yeah, but
arguably in the prime of his career.
No,
and he
it wasn't the prime of his career. No.
He was still really, really good.
That's
And-
not the prime, though. Prime's not really, really good. Prime is at when you're at your absolute best. He wasn't at his absolute best when he got traded. He was still very
that's
good,
'cause
yes.
he went through the fat spell too. So yeah, that was, and I know it was post MVP, but he's still been an All-Star multiple times. Yeah, he maybe not his prime, but he was still really, really good. And he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Agreed.
So yeah, I mean, I think a lot still has to play out with the picks that you have turning into something. But yeah, just getting the amount of picks that you got, if you can spin them into players and trades and other things like that too, as assets. Yeah, I think the Rockets won the trade.
I think so. The only players that have materialized so far are Tari and Reed
That's
Shepherd.
it, yeah.
I'm gonna have to say trash. I think it's still undetermined at this point. Like if those picks turn into something, either by taking a player that obviously helps them or being trade assets to trade for a Giannis or whoever, then sure. But I mean, depending on who they pick, if those guys bust and we look back at this in 10 years and it's Reed Shepherd, Tari, and some guys who bust, then I wouldn't call that a win.
Okay.
That depends on what happens with those remaining picks, and then obviously the development of Reed Shepherd.
You're a hard lover. It's all good. What do you got?
I think when the Browns start week 1, September, whatever it is, I don't know. Shedeur Sanders will be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. And this is more an opinion about what's in front of him. Like, I don't trust Dylan Gabriel to be a NFL quarterback. Joe Flacco is 75 years old, whatever he's at, and then Kenny Pickett's your other competition. I think Shedeur Sanders is going to be the starting quarterback as long as he doesn't obviously just completely melt down or play terrible in training camp in the preseason. I think Shedeur Sanders has the job in front of him.
Based on what?
Yeah, you can trash that all day long.
I think he's more talented than the other quarterbacks
But
on
you
the
have
roster.
you have a coach that's fighting for his job.
I know.
So
he's going to put Kenny Pickett out there?
No, he's going to put Joe Flacco out there, who's a game manager who can do what he needs to do.
Same point. He's going to put Joe Flacco out there?
Yes.
They literally drafted a quarterback 3 rounds before Shedeur Sanders.
Well, 2 rounds, but yeah, but I don't think Shedeur dropped past Dylan Gabriel, not because of talent. I think we all know that.
But the Cleveland Browns, whenever they drafted Dylan Gabriel, said they rather have Dylan Gabriel.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I just think once they take the field, Shedeur Sanders is a more talented quarterback. What I saw in college, Shedeur Sanders, to me, in my opinion, outplayed Dylan Gabriel and looks like more of a pro-style quarterback to me.
That's fine over the long haul. Next year, to start the season, this coming season, there's no way that Kevin Stefanski is going to start a rookie quarterback.
I think he could start a rookie.
I just don't think it's one of those two guys. I think he's going to go with what he knows.
I see your point about saving your job. I mean, we had those conversations about Daboll, the Giant, as well. I just don't see what quarterback on the roster currently for the Browns is, this guy helps me keep my job.
Stink.
They all suck. So you're picking from suck. So I would at least take the guy, in my opinion, obviously IMO, who has the most upside. And to me, that's Sanders.
You're picking from a position of suck.
You're going
it's a
going
terrible
with the
place
least
to be.
suck.
Yeah.
It's a bad place to be.
I'm not even saying Sanders is going to be good. I just think he offers you the most upside.
I believe they could go with the rookie too. I just think it'll be the rookie they took first.
Possible.
I love the reports I was seeing out of Browns rookie minicamp. Like Shedeur Sanders looks good. How do you know?
No,
based on what
they're playing against air right now.
Yeah, everybody is like, all the reviews are he does some things really well and he does some things really bad. And then other people are like, Shedeur looked better than Gabriel. And then you get the one guy that comes out and says Shedeur was not close to being as good as Dylan Gabriel, and then he's getting killed because he's the one guy that said he saw it differently. But it's rookie minicamp. I mean,
always
the other two guys aren't even there.
I always love the videos that come out and they'll have like the darts emoji with the bullseye emoji, like Shedeur Sanders lays it perfectly, and the dude's open by 10 yards. Like, well,
remember what was the Tennessee quarterback that the Cowboys just traded for from New
Joe
England?
Milton.
Yeah, Milton. Just because he threw a cannonball like 70 yards in the air.
Same franchise that traded a fourth of Trey Lance. So grain of salt.
But I'm saying the fact that everybody was on the Drake May train, all of a sudden, hey, wait a minute, this guy's out playing Drake May. Look at how far he can throw it. Okay.
That's not a very important thing.
That was the same argument that, Jamarcus Russell could throw it 75 yards from one knee. Cool.
Got a cannon.
Yeah, cool.
Seth Walder, NFL analyst for ESPN, cash or trash. Jaden Higgins will record at least one 1,200-plus yard season in his first 3 years in the league.
Ooh. First 3 years. Joel?
You call it.
I'll cash it. I think it'll happen at least once. Over the first 3 seasons, I believe it'll happen.
With Nico there? Like, is there room for 2 guys? Because I think Nico's the 1,200.
Well, Nico's not the guy who plays in every single game.
True. That's
But this is kind of like the conversation we had about how many yards were the 3 going to get last year.
I know, and I went way overboard. I thought all 3 of them were
I did too.
Way off on that one, even if they hadn't gotten hurt. I just don't think there's enough room there to have the volume to have 2 1,200-yard guys. I mean, your point about Nico getting hurt is valid.
Once of 3 years, too. It's not every year.
I would lean
once in the next 3 years.
I would lean trash.
Yeah, because Christian Kirk this year, too, factors in.
Well, it doesn't have to be this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As long as it's in the next 3 years, I think it's possible.
I think it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason they guaranteed him all that money. I'm kidding. I'm not. That's not correlation. How about this Pablo Torre, Bill Belichick take? That Bill Belichick, it's possible that Bill Belichick will not coach a single game for North Carolina. So let's make it, have a little meat to it.
Okay.
Bill Belichick will not coach a game for North Carolina. Cash him or trash him.
Trash.
I'm going to trash it too.
He's at the meetings this week. He's doing interviews, whether she's there or not, to coach him.
She's crazy.
She is crazy. But it's pageant season, so she's not going to be as hands-on right now.
Apparently she didn't win, though.
And she's going to retire from pageants with all this house money she's making.
Yeah, I think
he's got to be there at least 1 year.
I think
so
he's going to do it 1 year. I think he's going to do it 1 year, and then.
But Pablo Torre saying it's not his decision. He's saying that they're going to get rid of him before then because she's crazy.
I have heard that the university is not pleased with the overall distraction.
And they do what? Hand it over to his son?
I don't think he's going to have a choice. I think they're going to move on from him because they're unhappy with him.
I think he'll end up back in the NFL.
But I see what you're saying. If they do it before the year, they'd have to have an interim.
We're
who's the GM? Lombardi. He'll coach.
We're getting close to June. I mean, college football. They kick off in August. I mean, it's kind of late. In the game
we're all
to-
trashing.
Yeah, he's coaching this
We're
year.
all trash. All right, let's hammer through these. Cash or trash? Memorial Day is the official kickoff to summer in Houston.
I'll cash that.
Isn't that like true everywhere?
Pretty much.
I've always heard that to be true. Anyways,
Pretty much.
Hockey's the best sport to watch live out of the big four sports.
I'm gonna trash it, but it is fun to watch.
I would put it second behind football.
Trash.
Football
This
to
guy's
me is-
trying to get hockey included with the big three. Hockey ain't in the big three. There's no big four. There's a big three, and then there's the WNBA, and then there's the NHL.
Oh, wow.
Cash or
Ooh,
trash? I'm
disrespectful.
kidding. Houston gets a hockey team before any team gets a championship.
Ooh.
I cashed that.
Well, what's your window? How quickly do you think we get one?
I think they're going to get one within the next 3 years.
Next 3 years?
Like, it's going to be official in the next 3 years. I don't know if they're going to actually drop the puck in the next 3 years, but I think we'll know in the next 3 years.
If you're going by that timeline, I would cash it.
Cash it.
You don't think anybody's got a chance to win it before then?
Nope.
Well,
What?
they got a
Chance-
chance.
chance isn't the
but
same.
That's
Yeah,
not
I know.
Yeah, will they? I would go hockey if it's the next 3 years.
I'm gonna trash it. I think one of the teams is gonna win it.
You want to bet?
No.
All right.
I'm not sure hockey's gonna be here that soon.
I think it will be. I think hockey's going to come.
Well,
I
you're
think it's
just
coming.
talking about them announcing it, not dropping.
Well, I
puck,
think
right?
I would say both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah, I would say both.
All right.
I don't know if they drop in. I don't think Houston's winning a title in the next 3 years.
I don't either.
I don't think they're winning one in the next 5 years. Texans have your best chance, though.
Yeah, I think in 5 years.
I
it's
would say
possible.
Rockets. If
I'll
you're
go
talking-
Texans.
I would go Rockets.
I think the Texans have the
Rockets
best
got
chance.
So many teams that get. Now you just talked about Dallas, San Antonio on top of OKC and all the young teams.
I just think their roster's the closest.
Oh, I disagree.
I think the Texans are.
I do too.
Maybe we'll see.
Texans
We'll see.
have. Well, I don't know if you would call Stroud
I mean, the
elite, but-
quarterback. They have the most important position.
All right. Speaking
sure.
of the Texans, how excited are you for Nick Caley? Just oozing excitement about Nick Caley. We'll discuss that next. Senate Avenue Brewing Company, our setting. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Yeah, if they're gonna make us talk football, we're gonna do it our way. So we'll talk football, but we might talk a little trash in the process. Apparently, Bremak got an email that we didn't do it yesterday after he told us to do it on Friday.
Yeah. I'll say it was sternly worded from Joe.
Goes to Barrett Sports Media and comes back demanding us to talk Houston Texans. Okay, here we go. We're talking Houston Texans. Hope you have thick skin, though.
We guarantee we get the next video after his next video for the internet.
No, I don't think those two correlate.
After the rejoin, we might not get another video for the next month. I don't know if they're going to take too kindly to this, but we'll see how it goes. Good severance package. So how excited are you for Nick Caley, huh? 713-780-3776.
But as excited as I am for Texans rookie camp, rookie mini camp.
Oh, come on. I'm more excited for Nick Caley than that.
I am very optimistic about Nick Caley. I just feel like as much as we were kind of steered clear of all of our criticism of Bobby Slowick a year ago, I'm excited to see what he can do with the weapons that he has and hopefully with CJ. I'm really curious about what they're going to do with the offensive line simply because of the fact that they blew the whole thing up, and whether it's his system and these are guys he wanted or not, that's still going to be a focal point. But I think there's enough weapons there, and I like the fact that where he's coming from and some of the concepts we've heard about, I think it's going to be a fun year to watch, so I am very much intrigued by him.
Yeah. I think we fade the music when we do this, huh?
You want to fade the music?
Yeah, I don't think I want the whole segment.
You don't want the
Yeah.
I don't know if the Barrett Sports Conference said anything about keeping the music.
Yeah, I don't think I mean, we're doing it how we're going to do it. Like, they can give us the idea. Okay, we pay you.
Sounds like you're setting me up to get another sternly worded email.
We're talking football. How excited are you for Nick Caley, Brian? 713-780-3776. I mean, this is great high topic stuff here. Great high entertainment.
It's just we're getting a Sean McVay cast off. Cool.
I mean, look. I know
he's
better than Bobby Slowick, right? So we think.
We're getting someone handpicked from Caserio who knows how to pick offensive line and knows how to pick guys who
I think you're being a little critical. I feel like your y'all's angst towards management in this segment is coming across on the Texans here a little bit. Like, I'm not happy that we have to force feed Nick Caley excitement in the middle of May. But if I'm answering this question honestly, I am excited for Nick Caley.
1 to 10.
8.
8.
And here's why. It's not because I'm like sure that Nick Caley's going to be great. I just know he's not going to be Bobby Slowick. And Slowick was a debacle last year. But then also, like we sat there and we talked about like how serious of contenders are the Texans. If the Houston Texans have a top 5 offense next year, are they a legitimate Super Bowl contender?
Oh, hell yes, they are.
Exactly.
Their defense
there is
loaded.
my excitement. Because if Nick Caley is a really good offensive coordinator and the Houston Texans offense is really good, I really do believe, not that I want to be talking about it in the middle of May, I really do believe that the Houston Texans will be dark horse Super Bowl contenders. I truly believe that.
I mean,
if they're top 5?
I mean,
with
that's
their
why
defense?
I said the offensive line is so curious to me, simply because of the fact that they're so talented on the defensive side of the football and they have weapons. If you can just figure out the offensive line and you can come close to what you're talking about, this team could go a long, long way. And in the next 3 years, if they shore up that offensive line, I'm quite confident that they could be competing for a conference championship and a Super Bowl.
And the offensive line is clearly the biggest question. Like, if you eliminate injuries, and I think you have to eliminate injuries, especially for players who aren't injury prone. Like, if it was Mike Trout, okay, we have to talk injuries and the reality that he's going to get injured. But none of the Texans have major injury concern, right? Like, Tank Dell's not going to play. He'd be one that would.
Right.
Joe Mixon's been pretty healthy over his career. Missed a few games last year, but he's been healthy.
We just talked about Nico last segment. He's a mandatory 3-4 games.
Sure, but I think if you're playing
really good.
Obviously.
But if you're playing 13 or 14 games a year in the NFL, that's solid.
Fine. Yeah,
I'm talking about guys who are getting 12 games a year or more, like a Mike Trout. Those guys, like a Lance McCullers. Like, the Texans don't really have that on the offense. Tank Dell would be the closest one, but we don't expect
he's
him
not
to play.
going to play, right?
So, like, you have the pieces. You have the potential. Like, today, right now, middle of May, talking NFL, they don't have a top 5 offense today. But C.J. Stroud has a high ceiling. Mixon, solid. I like Woody Marks. Their receiving core has a high ceiling. Nico's obviously very good, top 10 receiver. Christian Kirk's solid. Now, he might be an injury guy. But he's been solid.
Yep.
I like their draft picks. I like Higgins
and
Knoll. So you have a good core there. Your tight ends are kind of meh, but you making or breaking your offense based on a tight end, not really. The offensive line is very much the biggest question. And the hope, if you're being optimistic about it, is new offensive coordinator. Popovich has more of a voice, El Jefe. And it's not so much one player, Laramie Tunsil, that brings up the rest of the room. You just get solid production across the board that can keep
and
CJ
maybe
Stroud
if he
alive.
changes schemes a little bit or does some things a little different, he has a different idea in mind, and he was consulted on what they were doing. Maybe there's a chance that they have more continuity to do what they want him to do. But there's definitely no other thing to focus on than the focal point of this team and its ability to go deep into the playoffs and have a great year is all right around the offensive line. As much as it was a problem a year ago, said they got to rectify it in the offseason. Well, they started the whole reclamation process by clearing out 3/5 of the starting offensive linemen, but we're still guessing as to who's going to start at what positions and what they really did to improve it, except for bringing in some retreads and drafting a guy. You just don't know.
And that's kind of why I kind of tie my excitedness level for the offensive line to my excitement for Kaylee, because I don't think you could separate the two. And I have a hard time looking at the offensive line that they currently have and saying they're more talented than what they had last year.
Oh, they're not more talented. But I think you can scheme it, though. I think you can scheme it.
I'm not counting out as impossible. I'm finding myself hard to get excited about if we're trying to magic show our way a less talented offensive line into better performance.
Fair argument. Fair argument, Brian.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, schematically, if it changes, is there a chance that, I mean, you can't get much worse, right? We talked about this before we even got into the process.
It can always get worse.
Right, but
it can always get worse.
You had one of the best left tackles in football, and you were that bad. So, I mean, there's a pretty low bar for them coming up.
I just hated Tunsil's attitude, though.
That's
like
fair.
I don't disagree with that. I really hated it.
Like from the whole not helping his quarterback up,
and Lance's stories about having to be bribed to practice, and,
right?
Or what was it with what was the thing with Beyonce last year? Like immediately after a loss, he was
his shoes got
posting
signed
on Instagram.
I think his shoes got signed by Beyonce, and
I didn't hear it.
It was the Ravens game on Christmas,
right?
Yeah,
right.
the
She did the
35-3 game or
yeah,
whatever.
She did the halftime.
Yeah, like immediately after game, like Jeremy said, he had an Instagram post where he was putting some. I think it was his shoes, could have been jersey, something signed by
I think it was
Beyonce.
I think it was his cleats.
Yeah, I think it was his cleats, but he put it up on Instagram like immediately after the game.
After they got hammered by Baltimore.
That's
so
bad.
It's like that mentality.
That's
I don't
really
love,
bad,
especially from that position. Like you can get away with that behavior as a diva receiver
or a cornerback.
You can't do that as a.
Not as an
no. You got to
lineman.
be a son of a gun on
You
the
got to be a
offensive
dog.
line.
Yeah.
Like he was clearly their best player, but I hated the mentality.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, so
I mean, and the whole body of work of everything, it's like, you know, we always say the truth lies somewhere in the middle. There were just so many negative stories about his inabilities to buy in or being bribed to have to buy in, those kind of things you're talking about, to be like, you know what, maybe it's addition by subtraction.
Yeah, I mean, he clearly brings down the overall talent of the offensive line. You can't argue that. But Nick getting decent value for him, and then maybe you're like a sum of all your parts. I don't know. We're trying to be optimistic on May 13th. Talking Houston Texan football. Texture, why is Joe George the way he is? I don't know, man. He went to the Barrett Sports Media. I think this checks the box, though. Junior Broncos. Talking Toros every day. And it's Mr. Stump to you, J-Bone. I guess it is, Mr. Stump. All right, from that segment to an actual cool football segment. Have you seen this college football playoff proposal that they have going around right now? I hate it. I'll tell you why next. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, broadcasting live from Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Sit at Ave, perfect spot. Glenn Davis will be here until 8. He'll be on here 6 to 8. He'll have live guest Pat Onstead. Also, Bill Brown. Brownie, former TV voice of the Houston Astros. Food is good. Beer is cold. Great, great spot. A couple of texts coming in on the HRP listener line. Football question: is Cincinnati competing with Cleveland as worst managed NFL team with the rookie contract issues that only Bengals have? It's hard. I mean, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are going to cover up a lot of warts. So it's hard to say that Cincinnati's competing with Cleveland in that sense because they have those two guys. Cincinnati's always been thought of as a poorly run organization.
Yeah,
though.
very cheap. Yeah, I mean, Cleveland is just your owner just basically made the worst trade in NFL history, if not one of them. But the Deshaun trade is atrocious, and they're going to be digging out of that one for a long time with all the picks they gave up and how bad Deshaun has been when he's available, and now he's hurt.
Yeah,
I think you also have to mention, if you're talking about Cleveland Browns failures, how good Baker Mayfield's been the last 2 years, and they pick him 1 overall. I think he set the record at the time for passing touchdowns as a rookie. Yet somehow it doesn't work out there. He goes on to Tampa Bay and becomes really, really good. So, kind of a failure maybe there of coaching and development. I mean, it could have just been immaturity on
Lance
Baker.
put up his numbers.
Really good.
But there was some.
He was over 40 touchdowns last year.
There was some
That's fantasy numbers.
I got to find
Okay.
what Lance put up.
I mean,
Is
back-to-back
Mayfield-
seasons in the playoffs, and they have a playoff win.
He was Liam Cohen, baby. Actually, he had.
Well,
it was,
before
he,
that
he
was
hasn't
Dave
always been.
Canales,
Yeah,
yeah.
he hasn't always been Liam Cohen. Is Baker Mayfield? How many realies did you give?
Really, I think 2.
Is Baker Mayfield really
You're gonna
really
ask,
good?
You're gonna ask AI.
No, I'm going to ask Twitter.
Okay.
Which I should ask AI.
Yeah.
They're far more sophisticated. Is Baker Mayfield really, really good? 713-780-3776.
Over the last 2 years. I mean, specifically, that's the point.
I mean, I like Baker. I think Baker's solid. I don't know if I would go really, really good.
Back-to-back years in the playoffs, won a playoff game, 40 touchdowns last year.
NFC.
I got to have the stat that Lance had the stat, but he was like one of the only quarterbacks with like 4,000. He had some rando stat. I was like, really?
I think he's the only quarterback that has thrown for 4,000 yards in a year, 40 touchdowns in a year, and ran away from the cops.
Okay.
I think that's Baker Mayfield's stat.
And has terrible commercials.
And
where he
lived
gets
in the
locked out of the
stadium.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I like Baker.
You knew where I was going with that one.
Yeah, I do like Baker. 0-1 all time against the University of Houston. Go Cougs. King of Twitch says college football is allowed, the only real football. Coog Blaze said that previous segment was a great Wheelhouse segment. Junior Broncos, Joe literally sat in on the morning show this morning and didn't talk Toros for the first 90 minutes. If that is true, I don't really like that. King of Twitch, Jake is dumb. It's funny. Jake's catching strays. Do as Stump says, not as Stump do. Coffee and whiskey. Jake was radio comedy at best. Why is Jake catching strays right now?
Because he's the Red Weasel.
King of Twitch, Jake isn't dumb. He's just from young and from New York. Jake has a great radio voice. Junior Bronco says Asman is a hobbit. B word.
I got the stat for you. Players in NFL history with at least 4,500 passing yards, you were close, 40 pass touchdowns, and a 71.3 completion percentage in a season. Baker, and that's it.
Baker.
What was the number?
List.
71% completion percentage, 4,500 yards, 40 touchdowns.
That's really, really good.
It's really
Greatest
good.
quarterback in NFL history.
That's really, really good.
Yeah, I stand by it.
713-780-ESPN. Lamont, I'm not sure if y'all are joking or not, so I apologize for coming in late. It seems like y'all are busting on the fact people want to hear football talk in May. That's cool, but I can remember this show going heavy baseball in November, December, January. I have no problem with football talk in May. I have a problem with forcing football talk when there's not a good topic to talk about that day.
Right.
So, like, if there's something good to talk about, Lamont, let's go. We love talking football. Like, we're about to talk some college
we're
football.
men of the
in this
people,
playoffs.
too. If you bring
But-
up a topic that's worthy.
Yeah, we'll talk hockey.
But whenever it's mandated by Barrett Sports Media, it's where it rubs me a little wrong. And then we didn't do it yesterday, and then we immediately get an email. Hey, what did I say on Friday? It's annoying. I don't like being told what to talk about. But I like talking football, Lamont, like this topic. New college football report that the NCAA, I guess it's not NCAA, it's the conferences.
Yeah, they don't
but
have any power.
they're talking about a 16-team college football playoff. The playoff bracket is gaining support in the Big Ten and SEC. I wonder why. They're proposing automatic bids for 4 SEC teams, 4 Big Ten teams, 2 ACC, 2 Big 12, 1 Group of 6, 3 at large. Here's my problem with this. I like the expansion to 16. More football is good. I think 16 teams is fine. So, it's way too many. How many teams are playing Division I college football? 135, something like that?
Something like that.
16 is not bad. The issue that I have is these big conferences mandating that we get 4.
Yeah.
Look, instead of you getting 4 SEC, instead of you getting 4 Big 12, why don't you get 2? Why don't the Big 10 get 2? ACC, Big 12, you get 2. Group of 6, you get 1. And then all of a sudden you have 7 at-larges. If you're so big and bad and better than everybody else, go get an at-large bid.
See, that's what I was just going to say. I hadn't seen it till you mentioned it. And as you're describing it, I'm going, well, if you are the 2 biggest, baddest conferences in America, then you shouldn't have to get the 4 automatic bids because you have the biggest, baddest teams. 4 of them should qualify no matter what in each conference because they're already so big as it is that you should get 4 teams. And if you don't, it's your own fault because your teams suck, not because you just should be anointed them because you're the big, bad Big 10 or SEC. I just think that they should earn them.
I 100% agree with the sentiment that it should be earned. But I kind of think we're getting upset about something that would happen with the guarantee or without the guarantee. Like this last year, 12 playoff teams, Big 10 and SEC both get in 3. They get in half. So they add on 4 teams. I don't think it's unreasonable that if you add 4 extra teams on and you look at those next 4 teams that you could have amongst those 4 an extra Big 10 and an extra SEC. And even if you remove the guarantees and make it at-larges, we see the biases in the voting. It's probably going to be SEC and Big 10 anyway.
But I can live with that. I can argue that. I can't live with 4 automatic bids.
I just think we're kind of talking about the same result, but getting there in a different way.
I don't like that they get preference. I don't like that they get the pecking
I just think
order.
we're getting the same result either way.
I don't argue with that.
Okay.
I'm not arguing with that. It's the principle of we're getting 4 and you're getting 2. Because I agree with you. If you turn those 4 into 2 for the SEC and the Big 10, and now you go from 3 at-larges to 7 at-larges, you're still going to see a disproportion or misproportion of SEC, Big 10 over the other conference. I'm not arguing that part of it. I'm arguing that we're going to get twice as much as these other conferences.
But it's a clear-cut merit. Money over merit, because you know that all the money's coming from those conferences. You know that all the money is in those 2 conferences. So you're basically rewarding them for all the things that they can do for the ratings and for other things instead of the merits of maybe you do have one of the 2 conferences that has a really down year. And you still are going to put 4 teams in which maybe 2 of them or at least one of them is really below average, and you're going to hurt somebody that has played their tail off that deserves to be in.
Yeah, and we know what's happening here. The SEC and the Big 10 have leverage. They have the leverage because they're the big brand. You don't give this to us, we're going to break off and start our own league. Like we get it. We understand what's happening here, but I don't have to like it.
No,
I don't have to like it.
I think the happy medium, and not that the SEC and Big 10 would go for this, because like you said, they have the bargaining, they have the leverage. But I think the happy medium would there be, we get 4 as long as our 4 are ranked X high, right? Like
why not just go 2, 2, 2, 2, 1,
and then earn 'em.
7 at-larges if the results are the same? Because
No,
they're
I'm
locking because they don't want to have to earn it. They want to lock in the fixed rate right now.
No, I'm with you. I'm just wondering if the middle ground is we get 4, but that's only, caveat asterisk if we have 4 teams in the top 16.
Yeah. I think ultimately they're actually, like, if I'm going to predict what's going to happen, I predict that this is actually going to go through.
Yeah,
because,
probably.
Because the SEC and the Big 10 do
Because
have
it's speed.
amazing leverage power. The one interesting thing about this, though, with 4 SEC, 4 Big 10, 2 ACC, 2 Big 12, 1 group of 6, 3 at large, where's Notre Dame?
They would have to get in large, right?
They're not going to like that.
No, they're not going to like it at all.
They're not going to like that at all. See, like, they've always had the provision. Like, if we're a top 12, top 16 team, we get a BCS spot. We get a New Year's 6 spot. They've always been the one that's had the provision. They actually, a lot of Notre Dame fans were actually critical. I forget who Notre Dame's AD's, what his name is, but they were critical of him for signing up on the original playoff because it didn't put Notre Dame in the spot where they could get a first-round bye. Because as it's written right now, only 4 conference champions get a first-round bye, which meant that if Notre Dame was the number 1 team in the country and 13-0 heading into the playoffs, they wouldn't get a bye.
Pete Bavacqua?
I think it was the one before him, maybe.
Okay.
Wasn't it like Swarbrick?
I have no
Jack
idea.
Swarbrick? Who's Jack Swarbrick? I want to say Jack Swarbrick, but I might be making that up completely. But Notre Dame fans were upset about that.
Yeah, I mean, especially given what they had before with the guarantee. I get that. I mean, obviously go earn it, but there should be some sort. there should be some sort of provision there that, like, if especially the scenario you painted out, Jeremy, like if you're the number one team in the nation, or let's just even say top 4, then you should get a bye.
So I was adamant that I liked the 4 conference champions getting an automatic bye because I think it matters and it should matter. I've actually retracted that statement. I think they should seed it based on the committees.
Agreed.
Like I don't think that you should have to be a conference champion to have a bye. Now, conference champion to earn a seat in the tournament, totally fine. I don't think it should guarantee a bye, and that would actually help Notre Dame because now if Notre Dame's undefeated number 1 team in the country, well, if you don't have to have a conference championship to have one of the 4 byes, well, it puts them back into the equation. So if whatever the new 16-team playoff is going to be, which I bet you it is going to be this one, I do want them to have the proper seeding.
How soon would they
through 16.
put this in place?
I don't know.
I've heard as early as 2 years.
Now, one of the caveats for the Big Ten SEC thing is that they would have play-in games instead of like they would have to match up against each other. Like 3rd and 6th place, SEC Big Ten would play. 4th and 5th place, SEC Big Ten would play, and it's like essentially a play-in for them, which is kind of weird too in a 16-team playoff.
So, what are the chances that we expand for next year?
I don't think next year's
Next
in play.
year. I don't think it's hardly any chance. We're talking about 2026.
Beginning 2026.
But I know that after the season ended last year, amongst all the things that they were already trying to put on the table, one of them was to expand again and add more teams.
I think that's been tabled for this model.
Okay.
And it looks like this one, I pulled up the article. Pete Thamel says that the focus is on a 16-team college football playoff, which would begin in 2026.
There you go. Okay.
So it'd be not this season, but the year
next
after.
one, yep.
So I guess we would still have the 4 conference champion thing this year.
This feels like the biggest it should get, right?
No doubt.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yep.
I was wondering if you guys would be in agreement with that because I was all for, 8. I like 12, 16, but I think 16 is the cutoff to me. Like I don't see any need to add any more teams in after this.
Yeah, I agree with that. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. A few people texting in on this. Over 100 teams, but realistically only 20 have a chance. Well, 20 teams have a chance. Isn't the 16-team playoff the way to go?
For sure.
I think it's more of the SEC beats each other up, so it's harder for SEC teams to get at large bids. I'm not saying I agree with that, by the way. I think every conference beats each other up, but the SEC says we do it better.
It's kind of a cop-out answer.
And then
like,
they get,
we have losses, but it's okay because –
and then they get into the bowl games, and they all lose to other conferences.
What is each conference has, 16 teams now?
Well, SEC does and Big Ten does. But
that's what I'm saying, of those 2 conferences.
Yeah.
Joe's catching heat. Joe is like the lover at the sleepover that falls asleep at 9. The lover. The loser. He said loser.
Oh, okay.
The lover. A Pac-10 with 1 less loss than a SEC getting in over SEC isn't exactly earned, in my opinion. There's no such thing as the Pac-10.
I was going to say Pac-10.
Pac-2, yeah.
Tupac. I always hated Joe George because he'd always go back on his opinions. That's no reason to hate somebody. How did Texas miss out on Baker? Baker was an interesting. He walked on to Texas Tech.
He did, yeah.
He did.
It's a weird deal.
He started at A&M?
No,
that was Kyler.
Oh, Kyler did.
And Kyle Allen too.
Kyle Allen, yeah. Go Cougs.
Both those guys in the NFL. Kevin Sumlin screwed that up.
Kyle Allen still in the NFL?
He was last year.
Buffalo?
Maybe. He was in the NFL last year. I'm not sure if he's currently under contract right now. B-Mac could say the sky is blue, and Branham would say it's not that blue. It's kind of cloudy today.
And I mean, it's not that blue right now.
Josh from Seabrook, in fairness, Baker has been better than Deshaun. Of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Baker's been far better than Deshaun. But I wouldn't say Deshaun Watson's really, really good right now.
No.
In fact, I would go I'd say he's really, really bad.
He was really, really good for a time, but that time is come and gone.
Yeah, and there's a pretty good chance it'll never be there again.
I agree.
713-780-ESPN Killer Bees live from Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Glenn Davis will be here at 6 until 8 o'clock for a live show as well. So if you're in the area, great spot to have a beer, great spot to have a little supper too. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy some Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis and some special guests along the way as well. So we're starting to see some NFL schedule leaks. The NFL schedule is released tomorrow, and I got to admit it, these schedule fanatics, they kind of weird me out. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village.
Senate Ave Brewing Company, great spot out here in Jersey Village. Got the mayor hanging out with us. And I'm not talking about Glenn Davis, although Glenn Davis is in the building. He's in the house, and he'll be here live until 8 o'clock. Pat Onstad, Bill Brown, Brownie, will be joining them live. So come on out here for a drink. Come out here for some good food as well. Poor Marine, I came in here late, but who's mandating talk? Joe is the middleman. Barrett Sports Media kind of suggested it. Yeah. All right, so 713-780-ESPN. One thing that I don't understand, Blankers.
Yeah.
I get the NFL schedule's big, and like whenever it comes out, we'll talk about it, and I'll be very interested in it and all that. I don't understand the whole guessing that the Texans are going to play here this week, here that week. Everybody like, oh, when are they going to play? When are they going to play? It's one of those things for me. Whenever it comes out, it'll get a rise out of me. I'll get excited about it. As we sit here at Tuesday at 5:24, 26 hours on the eve of the NFL schedule release, it doesn't move my needle at all. I couldn't care less. Am I wrong for this?
No, mine either, because I'm looking at ESPN headlines this morning, and I see the tush-push game as the Eagles and the Packers will square off over the tush-push on Monday Night Football. I'm like, is this opening the season? No, it's like November the 10th, in the middle of the season. I don't care. Like,
It's
okay,
weird.
great. The Packers are going to have a home game against the Eagles. You knew that. You just didn't know when it was going to fall. Like, yeah, I understand football's king and all that, but we're really worried about, like, oh, I don't want all the Texas fans. Thank God my team didn't have to go overseas this year. Who cares?
Like I get it from the fans who want to travel. Like, I get, but at the same time, you can't do anything until it's released.
And even when, like, the last year the Packers opened up in Brazil, and they didn't they wouldn't put the tickets on sale until like a month before the game. So it doesn't matter if you know when the date is. You still couldn't get tickets.
Yeah, I'm not a get excited about the NFL schedule until the NFL schedule's out. And whenever it's going to come out tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll talk about it. Like, why? Where's the strengths? Where can the Texans make some hay? All of that stuff. But I can't imagine getting excited about it today.
No, I understand everybody always wants to know what's the lead game for the season. What's the kickoff game on Thursday night? And you look at what are the big matchups. But overall, we're sitting here in May. The last thing I'm concerned about, or focused on from any kind of football perspective is the schedule and the leaks. Because they're doing the leaks for this very reason. Because they know how relevant they are, and they know that people are still going to talk about them. But at a certain point, you already knew at the end of last season what's your home schedule, who's on your home schedule, who's on your road schedule. It was just a matter of when. And when is that important in May?
It'll be important tomorrow when it comes out.
Well, you'll start to analyze, like you said, you'll start doing the preliminary. What's their win-loss record going to be? Like you said, when is a key stretch in terms of road games?
Yeah. But I'll be excited for it tomorrow night. Texter, I can at least buy my flight and hotel. And he called me a bad name. You can do that tomorrow when it comes out. You're not going to find out anything tonight. Like, I get being like, I'm excited for it to happen. But the whole, like, speculation. Oh, it could be this in week 5. It could be this in week 9. What if we go overseas in week 12? It's silly.
Like, right. So you get 12 or 24 extra hours to try and call your buddies to see if they want to go with you.
That's weird to me.
I never understood that. Just like I don't understand all the extra hype and excitement about, like, OTAs and rookie minicamps. It's just to get the rookies acclimated. There's no big storylines coming out. Yes, you get to see the actual guys that they drafted. Yes, you can see, their measurables and see how they look. But other than that, where are we looking at this as being significant in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, I don't get it. We'll care about it on Thursday. We'll care about it tomorrow night. When it all comes out. Philip is definitely hosting a big NFL schedule release party at his accounting firm. That's fine. Like, the party for the release is fine, but talking about today's weird. Schedule speculation is the most booger eatery topic of all time. I wouldn't exactly call it that, but that's your way of putting it, I guess. SEC 8-7 in bowls. Branham's high. That's mediocre. 8-7's not great.
No.
8-7 means that you should get twice as many teams in the playoff as anybody else except for the Big Ten. No. That's mediocre.
Jeremy, look,
That's
see,
mediocre.
when you're in the SEC, it just means more. So these meaningless bowl games like the Outback Bowl, the Citrus. I mean,
Who won the national championship? Was it an SEC team?
No, it was not. It was a Big Ten team.
The team that went the furthest in the SEC got lucky to beat a Big 12 team. Lucky.
4th and 12 was pretty sweet.
Lucky.
4th and 12 was pretty sweet.
Lucky.
Yeah, from a receiver from Houston.
I believe it says Matthew Golden, receiver Texas, when he got drafted
It's from
by
Klein
the Packers.
Kane, which isn't very far from Senate Avenue Brewing. I'll be rooting for him. Joe eats burgers.
Me too.
Says a texter. Are you laughing at the Me Too or Joe eats burgers?
No, me too,
Both.
because he's going to be in Green Bay.
Joe's catching heat. To be fair, Joe's just the middleman, but
he did announce it on the air. He basically didn't even privately
He
talk to us
scheduled-
about it first. He just basically told us on the air, "Oh, by the way, here's what you're gonna do."
Not only that, but he scheduled his own interview
He did.
to come on the air and tell us what to talk about.
And he scouted his own interview to find out what we were talking about prior to his own interview.
And he did it whenever he thought we had TK on at 4, so he was going to go back-to-back interviews, which is the biggest
Bad
crime of them all.
scheduling. Yep.
They didn't. I mean, did they not teach him that at Barrett Sports Media? Not to book.
But he's not a
back-to-back
producer
guests?
anymore, so he's probably forgotten some things that are important.
Poor Marine. It is amazing why there are certain topics to talk about for the host. I feel like that is just ruining the show. Thank you, Poor Marine. Let's go to a Poor Marine Sports Media conference instead of Barrett Sports Media. Junior Broncos, remember when Joe was a new hire and a lowly beach producer and the Killer Bees used to bully him? Who was he the producer of?
Did we bully him?
Did he come directly to our show?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he sure
Yeah.
did.
Oh, okay.
Directly from the A team to you guys.
Junior Broncos say from the A team to the B team.
That's been said
He
multiple times.
Leveled down. He will have his vengeance in this life or the next. J-Bone, you wouldn't understand. You've never been to the Barrett Sports Media Conference. That is a good point.
It just means more at the Barrett Sports Radio Conference.
Do you have aspirations of going to it?
No.
I don't either.
You have to pay.
I know.
Would you go to it if it was in your own backyard?
I'm not paying to go to it.
So the answer is no.
I mean, you can go. You can have all the people that you know that are coming into town from other stations that you're friends with meet you at the bar. For the networking opportunities.
I would go. I would go to Barrett Sports Media. I would go.
If it was here, in
If you were
Houston?
invited,
No.
or if you had to pay
If
for it.
they paid me to be a speaker.
Well, sure. Then you're just working.
Yeah, I mean,
You
if I
ask
don't
me
have to,
how do I want to go?
Okay, fair.
I don't go to conventions unless I'm getting paid to speak.
Yeah, you never struck me as a Comic-Con guy
but podcasts are a
or
different
any
story.
convention.
No, I took off work one day in March to go speak at convention.
What convention was it?
It was after we played an NCAA tournament game.
Okay.
And where was it? What city was it? We were
Indy?
in Wichita.
Oh,
Which is, I think somebody bailed and they were scrambling last minute, so they called me up like, "Hey, can you do this?" I'm like, "What do you want me to talk about?" I just talk Houston basketball. I was like, "Okay." And I go in there, it's a room full of people who don't want to hear me talk about Houston basketball.
What was the conference for?
It was a call. It was a college basketball. Like, what they did was they sold spots to corporate sponsors,
Okay.
and corporate sponsors would give the tickets out to like employees. And this place that ran the event or whatever, they would have a speaker come speak to the people and like have a dinner, and that was pretty much it. And then they went to watch the game afterwards.
I've done those before.
Yeah.
Graham used to set me up with those. Graham and Mr. Gow set me up for a couple of those.
Yeah. I mean, so how would I go to Barrett Sports Media? Pay me to speak.
Now, if I was invited to be there, I'm not paying for a ticket to go there. But
I would go if it was free.
But if it's
sure.
free and it's like you
Yeah.
said, if it's in Houston and they're like, "Hey, we want you guys to go," sure, I would go for that, because I think that just the fact that you get to see a lot of friends in the industry and you can learn some things, yeah, absolutely. But if you're going to tell me I have to pay for it, especially since we've had our own Barrett Sports Media conference for like 6 months when he was our consultant, we've had enough.
Yeah, he got fired as our consultant,
it's
and now
back.
we got him fired as our consultant, and now we have to listen to his ideas.
His ideas live on in Joe.
Producers don't like him a whole lot.
Junior Broncos, Joe definitely told everyone at the Barrett Sports Media Conference that he is the president of the station.
Ooh, that
probably
is
did.
That is a good question. What does Joe introduce himself as when he meets people at these
You
conferences?
just answered it. President of Gallant
President?
Media.
Wow.
I bet you he says he's the assistant program director.
Oh, you think he tries
I think
to-
he says his official
Now,
title.
since he's technically the top programming guy here, because we don't have a program director, You think he tries to slide by?
But he works for Todd.
Yes, he is below Todd. But he's
Todd is VP of sales and program. So
yeah, I don't understand.
Whenever Joe told me he was going to that, I was like, what? I was stunned.
I was shocked as well.
You're doing what? You're going where?
Why?
I was what? And then he goes to a Cubs game.
Yeah, he left a day early so he could go to the Cubs.
I mean, if he's getting the free trip to Chicago out of it, so be it.
And then he calls at 3:45 when Callis is on at 4 and goes back-to-back guest. Luckily, Callis had to do 4:30 that day. And then he says, "You must talk Toro." What a joke. All right, I better go to break. 713-780-ESPN HRP
He
listener
might be
line.
scouting.
I hope not. What would have to happen for Espada to be on the hot seat at season's end? Bud Black got. What would it take for Espada to potentially get got before the season's over? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village.
We're going to be joined by the great Glenn Davis here in about 15 minutes. He'll break down what he's going to talk about on Soccer Matters. Broadcasting live, by the way, Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. If you're in the area, great spot for a beer, great spot for a bite. Glenn he's kissing babies, shaking hands.
I think
with
he was
everybody.
looking over here like he thinks he's already supposed to be on.
Take your time, Glenn. You think Glenn Davis shakes hands with his feet since he's a soccer guy?
No. but he's got some sweet Soccer Matters hats.
What things do they do with their feet that we normally do with our hands?
Play volleyball.
Don't take that the wrong way. That's
seen
fun.
We've seen him do that.
I'm better
Not
with my
him.
Oh, you're not joking?
No, we were at the volleyball bar.
I haven't
and we
seen
saw
him.
those guys playing volleyball with
not Glenn though.
No, not Glenn.
Decoy. Was
Decoy,
that's
at the
what it was called.
Decoy.
Yeah.
That's called something. I can't remember what it's called. It's not foot volleyball. Like they call it something. I can't remember what it is. But anyways, what else does he do with his feet that he doesn't do with his hand? Types.
Opens doors.
Sends emails.
You think he could use eating utensil?
Plays a guitar.
Text.
Text.
He's a big Stones fan. He probably plays the guitar with his feet.
Guitar with his feet. Oh man, we should make fun of him. He's the reason we're out here today, and very thankful for that. The food's fantastic. 713-780-ESPN. Joe looks like a Picasso painting.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, that might be the meanest thing ever said about Joe.
Joe would go to a Real Housewives convention or that other stupid drama show.
It's the one y'all watch.
I watched some.
Vanderpump.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Joe and Jeremy used to have
I do like
reviews of it.
I like the old Vanderpump. The new they haven't come out with the new Vanderpump, but it's a completely different cast. I don't think I'm going to watch it.
But if the wife's watching it, you're watching it.
No, she watched some Bravo shows without me. I don't watch any of the Housewives with her. The only ones that I watch with her are the Valley and Summer House, and it used to be Vanderpump. But I don't think we're going to continue that.
I don't even.
There is one with
what the hell is the Valley?
Never
it's
heard of it.
basically the people who got too old to be on Vanderpump.
Oh,
They moved to the Valley and they just called it something else.
The plastic surgery started to fade, and
But
now they have to go
I
to a
mean,
different show.
Jax is in rehab right now. Jax
Who?
is in rehab.
Never heard of him.
Jax, yeah,
That's the big dude.
sleazeball.
Yeah.
Cheats on his wife.
Yeah.
Drinks too much.
I mean, cheats on his wife. I think that's most of the show, right?
Does a little bit of cocaine.
They got. I saw.
That's most of the show, right?
Wasn't it
No,
during
no,
one
not all
of
of
the
them do it.
Or
NBA
most of
playoff
that
games that they're
genre of
promoting
shows.
this other one called Mormon Wives, where they're
Yeah.
supposed to be all clean and squeaky clean, and they're all like cheating on their husbands and out partying and doing all this stuff?
I saw the promos for that.
Yeah, I saw the promo during an NBA game, I think.
Oh man, there is a Housewife Salt Lake where I think it's pretty similar to that. I don't think my wife watches that one though. I don't know. I think she does like the Hollywood and New York, New Jersey maybe. I don't remember the ones. Do you ever watch Flipping Out on Bravo? Best Bravo show ever. I have not seen that. I don't know what Flipping Out is.
That must be like one of those. I assume it's
Is it flipping houses?
shows,
I
yeah.
like those shows.
I would assume it's one of those.
The house flips are not bad. Like that's a good spot whenever you're in a hotel and you have like nothing
Yes,
to do.
yes.
And you just put that on like in the backdrop. That one's all right.
My wife and I enjoy watching the house flipping shows, but there was one in Vegas that was highly entertaining, and then it was kind of like
Was it the one on Netflix? Flipping Sunset or something like that?
It was on some a station we would never really turn on. It's like 266 on satellite, but they literally had this massive business flipping houses in Vegas. But then I started finding out like cheaters. Some of it was scripted, and I'm like, okay.
Well, it's reality.
I think it's all
TV.
scripted.
Yeah, it's reality TV.
Mostly all scripted. Selling Sunset, not Flipping Sunset. Selling Sunset's the Netflix one.
Yeah, I thought you watched that, Joel.
No, not my wife does.
Oh,
watch that,
okay.
yeah.
Because one of the times we were trying to get you to watch a specific TV show, I thought you'd mentioned that you.
There's
watched,
a couple other ones. Well, I watch $1 Million Listing,
That's
LA and New
okay.
York.
All
Yeah.
Don't you watch like 1,000-Pound Cousins?
No, she does. And she's got my daughters watching it, which is scary to me.
Ugh.
I saw Branham at a Vanderpump Rules convention. His wife was nowhere to be found. The funny thing about that joke, Texter, is that you must have been there too.
Oh, well played.
Like,
True.
Very true.
It's not the put down you think that
Oh,
it
no, I
is.
was at a Starbucks walking by.
That was
Yeah, right.
That
Okay.
was
It's not the put down you think it is.
Yeah.
That was kind of like the Bill O'Brien. You suck too.
Yeah. I know you are, but what am I? I'm rubber, you're glue. Joe seems like the guy that drives a moped with a helmet and elbow and knee pads.
What is he on Dumb and Dumber?
I've not heard Blank really hate on anything new in a while. Disappointed.
Well, puppies, babies.
What are you hating on today, Blankers?
Nothing much.
Well, there's one thing, but we can't
yeah,
say it. We're not going to say it
I
on
mean,
air, but
yeah, I don't think that there's anything new.
Branham says I don't watch any of those shows except this one and that one and this one. Fair enough. My husband hates Housewives, yet always seems to be around when it's on, says Softball Mom. There you go. He watches it then. Blankers just found out that reality TV was scripted, LOL. Never realized Blankers was licensed to carry those guns.
I was just saying.
Branham needs
I
a
was
bra?
saying. I was
What?
saying
Wow.
about the the real estate show. I understand that you're going to script the stupid Real Housewives shows, but if you're just selling houses, you can edit that down. But is it really scripted to have like things coming out of the walls?
Well, you got to script dramatic moments. Yeah, if everything goes according to plan, there's no drama. It's not gonna be entertaining.
It's realistic to say someone broke into one of the houses they were trying to sell and they took a lot of stuff they had to replace.
Man.
It's not realistic to say, oh my God,
it.
overnight we discovered that there were 18 snakes in the woodwork of this house. Stop. Will you please?
Yeah, that seems a little over the top.
Yeah, that's what I'm like, okay.
18 snakes behind the drywall seems a little.
Give me at least
much.
a 1.7% chance that it's real, not all of a sudden.
We don't even need that much, apparently.
I don't need it to be real. It just has to be like real.
Entertaining?
Yeah, I like wrestling. It doesn't have to be real.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
We're almost have you been watching Handmaid's Tale?
I haven't. No, that's one I've been meaning to watch at some point, but I haven't watched it.
We're all caught up. I'm going to start that show on Apple TV. What is it with John Hamm? Neighbors or something like that?
Oh,
we're going to start that one here after we're done with Handmaid. Anyways, Bud Black got fired, rightfully so, unless you're Dave Roberts, Casey Stengel, and all that stuff. What would have to happen for Joe Espada to be on the hot seat?
I think from this team's perspective, they finished last in the division. If they're less than 500, I think that if those two things are in play as we head down the stretch at the end of the season, I don't think it's going to be acceptable to Crane. It's definitely not going to be acceptable to the fan base. And I think that they'll look for someone with a veteran manager with more experience to come in that they think could do a better job. It's one thing to say the offense has underperformed and you can place blame on guys that you got that just aren't doing their jobs. But if they finish that poorly, I think it all starts squarely with the manager and a fresh start. And I think that's when he goes.
Yeah, I think if they miss the playoffs, it's on the table. It seems a lot, though, is if you're likable or not within the Astros organization. Like, if you're likable, then you get a longer leash. If you're not likable, you're going to get fired even if you win a World Series. So if Espada's playing the political game good and is, like, getting along with everybody, I think he has a longer leash. And Espada does kind of strike me as one who does play the political game a bit.
Look, he'll play. Look, I think he plays well with others. That's the biggest thing. Like from a Crane perspective, we know with the Click situation how important proper communication is and being able to like coexist and conversate with the owner in the way that he likes. Click wasn't that guy. He wasn't willing to do it that way. I think Joe's the exact opposite. I think Joe is not that I'm saying he's a full-blown yes man, but if he wants to hear from Dana, if he wants to hear from Crane, if he needs to hear from others in the room, he's not going to be opposed to it and fight it the way Dusty used to.
No, I don't think so either. Like he'll be like, I think he's more of a yes man
for sure.
So
I think he knows baseball and everything like that. I don't want to say he's a complete yes man. I think his opinion would be heard, but definitely I think he's one that will go along with what the consensus is.
Yeah, I think that gives him a longer leash.
I think he gets at least next year unless he bottoms out. Like 70,
75
wins.
wins.
I'm saying if you're under 500 and you're close to the bottom of the division.
Well, what about 80 and 82?
Yeah, I think unless he's
if it's close, I think where you finish in the division matters. If you finish less than the Angels,
I think it has to be under 75 wins.
Yeah, I was going to say 70 or less, he's out. Otherwise, unless he's an a-hole, I think he gets next year.
Yeah, like the political game does matter. I mean, it clearly matters.
Oh, with this group for sure.
Clearly. Like, I mean, Bagwell's around forever. Like, I mean, whatever. Like, what's his role? Who knows? But the biggest example was Click. They didn't like Click. See you later, Click. We won a World Series. We can do it on our own. And then they go sign Rafael Montero and Jose Abreu and Michael Brantley and play like in 8 games. Like, you have to be liked by Click. It's the political game.
Good old boys club.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We're going to talk to Glenn Davis. He's coming up, and one of the other things that Barrett Sports Media used to really like was crosstalk. We're not going to do that, but we're going to do it today.
Yeah, you remember way too much of those meetings.
We're not going to do crosstalk routinely, but we are going to do it today since Glenn had us out here. So we'll talk to Glenn Davis when we come back. Killer B, chill out, Brian. We got 3 minutes.
Brian, you really?
We don't need him right now. He's going to be all right. But Glenn Davis previewing Soccer Matters coming up next. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A great time out here at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village today. Thank you to those here at Senate Avenue for having us out. Tremendous hospitality. Thank you for putting us on to Senate Avenue. Glenn, this is a really good spot.
Well, let me tell you, you guys have done a great job. I was listening to you on the way. You made me laugh. You made me not cry, but you made me laugh.
What were you laughing about?
I was laughing about you guys being told what to talk about.
Yeah, we might hear about that.
Probably shouldn't have brought that up, but
Maybe
this
not.
is a really cool spot. I like how open it is. I like the patio. Great beer. A lot of monitors around. It's been a lot of fun for me to come up here. This will be only the third time for me being up here tonight. So we do a live show every second Tuesday of the month.
Oh, cool. I think the one thing I appreciate you knowing you as long as I have is the fact that it's one thing to be passionate about soccer, but what you've developed in terms of the following for the show and the fan base is that when the doors start opening up close to the start of the show, they're wearing their gear, they're wearing their kits, they're ready, they're bringing and they're bringing the balls in to get signed, and they know what you're doing and everything about it. I mean, that's just a testament to how much hard work you put into Soccer Matters.
Hey, we all do hard work, but when you do hard work around something you really enjoy, I mean, look, I went through the dark times of soccer in America, professional leagues where you're playing in high school stadiums and empty NFL stadiums. And for me to see where the sport has come when it comes to infrastructure and salary and games on TV, it's totally different. I'm probably going to tell a World Cup story on Thursday on a panel where, in 1974, as a kid growing up in New Jersey and the game being played in ethnic communities, the only place you could watch the World Cup final was at Madison Square Garden on screens, closed circuit.
Closed circuit, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Wow.
A little box, a little square cube in the middle of the Knicks court.
Wow.
And there's 18,000 Germans and Dutchmen in the place. But it's impressionable, right? Like when you're little. You guys know your stories when you're little where sports hit you.
Yeah. Did you used to see the Cosmos games?
Went to tons of Cosmos, $6 for a ticket.
Pelé?
Reaching over, touching Pelé's hand, Beckenbauer, Giorgio Quinaglio, all these great players. So, we all get influenced in some way, positively or negatively. I mean, soccer's always been a positive thing to me, but it's always been a slog too. To think that I called 7 World Cups is, I almost can't even believe
And now
it.
you're going to have one in your backyard.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's great for Houston. I mean,
no question.
I hope we're ready for it. We got to live up to it because this is a magnificent moment for not only Houston, but all the cities that'll be hosting it. It'll be amazing.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Glenn Davis, the legendary Glenn Davis, joining us. He'll be live from 6 to 8 here at Senate Avenue Brewing. Pat Onstead will be on Insight with him. So will Bill Brown, a legendary Astro voice here on site. You'll want to make sure you're listening to Glenn Davis Soccer Matters next 2 hours. Now, Glenn, the people were wondering, as a soccer player and as someone who lives soccer like you do, are there certain things that normal people do with their hands that you do with your feet?
Open doors, type on the
Yeah,
computer.
doors maybe.
Send an email.
No, I don't type on the computer. Flicking a dog a toy with your feet.
Ping pong you were good at with your feet?
No.
So you're pretty
But,
normal then.
I like to think I am, but that's, and when you're only getting judged by a dog, it's hard to tell.
So they loved the last time, the Paisan between you and I, and the
Paisan
story
story's
behind
great.
it.
It was a
Yeah,
good
that
story.
story.
It's a great
And the other one that I always tell about your passion for soccer, because they're like, is Glenn really that passionate about soccer? I said, he played professional soccer. He did all these things. But I said, Glenn found me my townhouse in Midtown, and we lived a block apart.
I take credit for that.
You should, as well you should. And we used to go running about 4 or 5 times a week after work.
Yep.
And my challenge was, could I pick a topic that we could stay on for more than 2 sentences before you somehow were able to guide it back to soccer? And it was tough.
Yeah. I know it's tough, and it's actually not a good thing because if I look back on my life, there may have been a little bit of an overplay on soccer because I think there are things I may have missed, honestly. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I have a lot of regret because I've had a lot of wonderful things happen, but I also will say that was pretty one-dimensional.
Well, there was 2 dimensions because the one thing I could get you to stay on is the Rolling Stones. If you, the only thing he's as passionate about besides soccer is the Rolling Stones.
I'm one-dimensional.
We're not
too.
painting a pretty picture here of me as a human being.
I'm a one-trick pony, so. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got a wonderful family.
But you have good looks though. I'm an ugly mug.
You got a wonderful family. You got a one. So there's lots of things. But look, I have no regrets. By the way, when we would run downtown, it was amazing to watch what was then Minute Maid, I guess, go up. It was like a skeleton. It was incredible. I mean,
and now you go down there and it's like unbelievable how it's grown and Discovery Green and everything.
Yeah.
But what's the state of our U.S. men's national team? We were talking World Cup there a little bit. What are our chances to make a run?
It's not good right now, and I think the Gold Cup is coming up here. We'll have the final at Energy Stadium. They better be in the final because it's a very meaningful competition. The U.S. needs to be there. That's going to be a great opportunity for people, too, to kind of catch the World Cup fever over there. Lone Star Sports and Entertainment putting that on. But that could very well be a U.S.-Mexico final, and that place sold out. But, we don't have a lot of momentum right now after some of the recent results. And there's a new coach in, Mauricio Pochettino. Mm-hmm. So you got to kind of reclaim momentum because I think – like the Olympics, you want a U.S. team to do very well in a World Cup, and it's very rare you get to host it. And usually host nations do very well because you got a lot behind you.
Yep.
I heard a lot of people talking about the fact that, these guys aren't fighters and all that. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I don't think it has registered on the national team, but to play for Juventus, to play in the Premier League, to get to these places, these guys have it in them. They have the intestinal fortitude. They got to bring it with the national team now, and I'm hoping because they're going to be scrutinized more and it's getting closer and closer to the World Cup, this is like defining moments in your career. Yeah. To say you played in a World Cup, to say you were successful, you have opportunity to do something unique.
Yeah, should be fun. As will your show. Soccer Matters, 6 to 8. If you're in the area, swing on by Senate Avenue Brewing Company. Bill Brown, Pat Onstead, couple of guests coming on with Glenn live and in person, and plus great sports talk. Soccer Matters coming up next. Want to thank the fine folks here at Senate Avenue. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Sean Mapes doing 8 hours of work today. Can you believe it? He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis coming up right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. A big thank you here today to Senate Avenue Brewing here, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. So if you're out and about on the town, you're driving around, come drop in. Listen to what we got on tap here tonight. We got Soccer Matters t-shirts. We got Pat Onstad bobbleheads. We got Soccer Matters hats. We got Gold Cup final tickets. We got Houston Dynamo, Minnesota United. I almost said Manchester United. Minnesota United tickets to give away here tonight. And we're really looking forward to having a great couple of hours here. Been talking to some soccer fans here tonight, and appreciate everybody who's been working hard. Back in studio, Sean Mapes has been producing all day. Brian McDonald out here as well, who's also on the Killer Bees as a commentator. And then, of course, earlier today, Paul Gallant. Paul talk much soccer, Brian, earlier in the day?
I don't know about today, but Paul does like soccer.
Yeah, he was in Seattle, if we remember. All right. So, again, out and about on the town. It's 290. It's the Senate Avenue exit. It's one block. It's right there. So get out of traffic. Come in here. Drink some of the best fresh brewed beer you can imagine. Tonight's show, we got the Dynamo president of soccer operations, Pat Onstad, for 2 segments coming up in the next segment. So you're going to hear it straight from him, which is outstanding. He's been very benevolent on this show with his time, so we're appreciating Pat being here. And then I've got the legendary Astros announcer, Bill Brown, coming on later. He's written a book recently about athletes who served in the military, and he's got some amazing stories. I will purchase this book, not only because I consider Bill a friend, but it is really interesting stuff. I looked at some of the transcripts. So that's what we got. We're going to talk some El Clasico as well. But first, a couple of minutes here. We call him the mayor. He is the owner of Senate Avenue Brewing. He is Andrew Mitchum.
Hey, Glenn.
He joins us now. How are you, Andrew?
Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. How's the day been while I've been sleeping?
So far, so good. We had some interesting conversations, and all the hosts of the radio shows have just been very, very nice, very good content. So good sports day for us here.
Good group of guys.
Absolutely.
Quickly take us into your beer because it is special. It's craft beer. It's brewed in-house.
Right.
It is fresh as can be. I mean, I know you guys are in the mornings really going to town. So take us through a little bit of the brewing.
So we're a small batch brewery. We always say Carbuck spills as much beer on the ground as we make in a year in a week. So we make small batches. And our styles are all over the place. So you're not just going to find a bunch of IPAs or a bunch of stouts. You're going to find all different styles. We specialize in just about everything. We've won awards on many different styles. And it's always fresh. There's nothing sits on the line for very, very long. We pretty much go through a style, something comes on and you only can have an opportunity to snag it for about 2 weeks to a month and it's gone. So you can only get it here in our tap room. We don't distribute. So you have to come here to get it.
Yeah, and believe me, it's well worth it. And the food here is excellent. Again, it's Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. All right, reminder again, we will also have on some supporters groups, gentlemen. Victor Valenchek, who was at the Copa del Rey with Barcelona. He'll be in-house tonight. And Ruben Murillo from Peña Madrista. We'll keep them separated a little bit, Real Madrid and Barcelona supporters groups. But part of the reason for that is the supporters group culture is huge in Houston. And obviously, you're a Dynamo season ticket holder.
Yes.
You got 7 monitors in here.
Yes.
This is a place that is going to be, I'm going to predict right now, packed for the World Cup.
That's our goal.
When it comes in 2026.
That is our goal. I've always been a soccer fan. I've been watching the World Cup since I was a kid. And now owning a brewery where we have the opportunity to host watch parties every single day for the World Cup. It's going to be so huge. I've been telling my non-soccer friends how huge it's going to be. They just don't understand how great it's going to be. And to be a soccer fan in Houston in this moment in time is just amazing. To own a brewery where we can host these watch parties next year and the Gold Cup coming up, it's a great opportunity for us, and we want to capitalize on that. So we wanted to take this opportunity to become friends with you, become friends with the soccer community in Houston. And come on out. Well, as long as it's not 6 a.m, we'll put on your soccer match. We'll have it on. I'll probably sit down with you and have a beer and watch the game with you. So come on out and let us know what you want to watch.
Senate Avenue Brewing. It's 16,000 Dillard. Jersey Village. I mean, it's easy. It's a quick pop right off of 290, right near Beltway 8. I don't think there's an easier place to get to. I do feel a little bit of an obligation because I don't feel like we're getting enough awareness around the World Cup. Not for the people that are in the game like ourselves and the people who are going to come here tonight that love the game, but I'm talking about just general awareness for the general sports fan in Houston. I mean, where's the signage at Shell Energy Stadium for World Cup 2026? Where is it on the Metro? Where is it on light rail? Why isn't there a sign in the airport that says World Cup 2026 is coming to Houston? So I feel obligated to kind of try to help create that awareness, and a lot of people feel that same obligation.
I feel the same way. We're out in the suburbs. Houston is a big baseball, football town, but there's so many people that love soccer, and in the suburbs, kids playing soccer all the time on Saturdays and Sundays. Youth sports out here is amazing. So I think there's definitely an opportunity for us as a brewery to spread the word about how just huge this is going to be next year. And we're taking baby steps, but thank you for letting us be a part of the show and being a part of this community.
Well, I love partnering with you, and I'm going to do everything I can to remind people about getting to Senate Avenue Brewing till they tell me to shut up.
We appreciate that.
All right. He's Andrew Mitchum. Let's give him a round of applause. A big thank you to Andrew for putting it all together here. We may get him to pop back on. All right, let's get to El Clasico. We'll start it off here right now. Sean, let's go to soundbite number 1, penalty conceded. Kylian Mbappe goes to the penalty spot.
Well, he got something on it, but Real Madrid lead. Mbappe scores. Chesney went the right way, but couldn't keep it out.
Chesney committed the penalty. Mbappe hits it. Mbappe gets the second now, and this makes it 2-0 Real Madrid, believe it or not.
Yamal stayed down. Mbappe's in again here. 2-0. Kylian Mbappe is running riot here at Montjuic, and Real Madrid are stunning Barcelona.
Lamine Yamal might have been fouled there. They might have called that back. Play went on, 2-0. Okay. So then it becomes the Clasico comeback. Eric Garcia, who also scored against Inter Milan, he'll pull one back. It's a traditional flick on at the near post off a corner. He buries the header, makes it 2-1.
That was an absolute tracer bullet. And now they get back. Eric Garcia again. He struck in midweek, and he's got Barcelona back in this game.
This game was off the chains. I mean, if we thought the Inter Milan Champions League game against Barcelona was off the chains, it just continued. They know nothing but to continue to attack. They don't think about managing a game out. They play with a high line. They get breached a lot. It's off the chains. It's all out attacking. Here's Lamine Yamal, who will tie this up at 2-2.
Pedri, Torres, Yamal, and there's the equalizer. The Wonder Boy does it again.
So 2-2. And how about Rafinha decides to come to life here? Now, remember, this is still in the first half. Here's Rafinha, puts Barcelona in the lead.
Pedri has won the ball again, and they're in here. Rafinha, 3-2! Barcelona! What a comeback! What a half! What a Clasico!
That's Ian Dark and Steve McManaman. I did a couple of games with Steve McManaman a long time ago. He played at Real Madrid. Back when I was doing a bit of international stuff. All right, 4-2, Rafinha. He's going to get a second in the first half. It's 4 straight goals. We're not even at halftime for Barcelona.
I hope you're enjoying this morning entertainment as Lucas Vazquez makes another mistake there. Let's Rafinha in behind him. And Rafinha will make it 4-2.
Second half, Mbappe pulls one back. It makes it now a hat trick for him. It makes it 4-3. This is not over.
Athletic Club and Real Sociedad in behind again here. Vinicius with Mbappe. Goal.
Mbappe, that's onside. It was fine.
Kylian Mbappe hat trick in the Clasico. And Real Madrid back in business.
Now, The only reason Real Madrid was still in this game is because Barcelona did not finish the amount of chances they had. They had over 70% possession. This game could have been put away. They could have had 8 goals, and they didn't put it away. And they don't think about managing a game out. It's just go, 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 go. It never stops. It's the greatest show on earth if you want entertainment. There's no talk about defending here. They got opened up a whole bunch of times with this high line that Hansi Flick plays. But in the end, it's 4-2 Barcelona, or 4-3, excuse me, and that's how it ends. But it's insane the way they played. And if you watch these couple of games, and if you did, give me your thoughts. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. It's all out attack. It's go for goal. It's no passing it around. It's no sideways. Straight to the heart of an opponent, and they have the players to do that. The other thing that jumped out to me about this game was the tempo was a 10 out of 10 the whole game. The energy and the tempo was a 10 out of 10 the whole game. It didn't waver. And you're just going, these guys are superhuman. They must have 3 lungs or 2 hearts pumping blood through their bodies, because the fitness levels and the intensity and the speed at which the game was played over the course of 90 minutes, it didn't drop much at all. So they're on their way to winning La Liga, Barcelona. But that all-out attacking attitude, you can say, cost them in the Champions League. They had it won with a minute and a half left, 2 minutes. They could have canceled they could have stood on the ball. They could have knocked it around. Instead, Lamine Yamal keeps attacking, hits a post. That goes in, it's over. Hits a post. Inter comes the other way, and they get a goal picked off right at the end to put it into extra time. And then, of course, Barcelona lost in extra time. But they go down a pair of goals. They don't panic. They believe they're going to score 3. They seem calm. They seem like they're going to come back. And in the blink of the eye, they had 4 goals in the first half. It's pretty incredible. But again, they kept Real Madrid in this game because they didn't kill it off. And when they'd lose the ball, it was scary with the high line. I don't think there's any question. But the cornucopia, the abundance of chances they had, they could have had 8 to 10 goals. It's pretty crazy. So with that, I get into Carlo Ancelotti. He's going to go to Brazil. He'll be the first full-time foreign coach replacing Dorival Jr. So Brazil's never had a foreign coach. How about that? And Don Carlo's going to have to do it. The CBF president, the president of the Brazilian Federation, Ednaldo Rodriguez, said, quote, "Bringing Carlo Ancelotti to coach Brazil is more than a strategic movement. It is a statement to the world that we are determined to recover the top of the podium. He is the greatest coach in history, and now he will be with the greatest national team on the planet. Together, we will write new glorious chapters of Brazilian soccer." How about that? Boy, that sounds nice. We'll see if they can do it. All right. I think we're getting closer to taking a break here, right, Brian? And as we do that, I want to make a shout out here. Again, we're at Senate Avenue Brewing. The exciting thing is we're fortunate to have Pat Onstad coming up in the next segment, so we really appreciate Pat always taking the time to come on the show. So he's going to come up. We're going to turn the conversation to Houston Dynamo. Got a couple of other things to mention here tonight, starting with Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations in Houston. They've got one up in the Woodlands now. The new one, Dimitri, has been a big supporter of soccer his whole life down there. Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe, the best souvlakis, best gyros. Love the lamb shank. He did the TV show with the Guy Fieri. And so if you want the best in Greek food, and by the way, there is the Greek festival this weekend. That's something, if you've never gone, you got to go to. And I know Dimitri and also Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe will be there. Original locations on Montrose. They've also got one on Beltway 8 and I-10. All right, we got some Lamont Brands T-shirts and hats here. If anybody would like one, come and ask. T-shirts are over there. Hats are here. We got we're going to give the Pat Onstad bobbleheads away, but we're going to make people earn those. Pat's shaking his head over there. I liked your little video with it where you did the head shake. That was good. I laughed when I saw that. All right, we're taking a break here. Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard. Houston Dynamo talk next with Dynamo President of Soccer Operations. He is Pat Onstad. Come and get a Lamont Brands t-shirt. And don't forget, we will give Dynamo tickets away. We will give Gold Cup final tickets away as well.
This is Soccer Matters.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Glenn Davis.
All right, if you're out and about on the town, you're driving home in traffic, you want some of the best beer you can possibly ever have, the freshest, you come out here to Senate Avenue Brewing. It's 16,000 Dillard. I met two great guys over here, and guys, I already forgot your name. I apologize, but I will come back and get it. We got German fans in the house. We got everything here, so it's good. If you're out and about in the car, come on in, pop in. You got a lot of like-minded people here. We're talking a lot of different topics here tonight. As I welcome you back, I want to remind you here, Senate Avenue Brewing, great food, great beers. It's all craft, 7 monitors. It's a great place for watching the Dynamo. The owner, Andrew Mitchum, is also a season ticket holder, and we had Andrew on in the first segment. Other thing coming this summer, July 6th, you've got the Gold Cup final here in Houston. This is a big deal. And we're hoping, Pat's hoping Canada will be in the final. I'm hoping the U.S. will be in the final. I know there's a lot of people that want the Mexican national team in the final. Either way, there's going to be a packed house for this, and it's going to give you a real World Cup feel about a year out from the World Cup in Houston. So remember tonight, I'm going to give some tickets away to that. And a big thank you to Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, lsse.net. To find out about tickets, if you want to buy them, suites, all that stuff, it's lsse.net. With that, I bring in the president of soccer operations for the Houston Dynamo. He's Pat Onset. Pat, thanks for coming.
Oh, thanks for having me again, Glenn.
Well, you know me. I don't beat around the bush here. We get right into it. All right, let's just
Can we rehash like 20 years and do that? Is that not part of the segment?
Well, you want to rehash the save from the
sure, why not? Let's talk about that. So
all right, tell me about the save and the pose on the bobblehead. That's iconic.
That was a long time. Well, yeah, it's iconic just because, fortunately, I dove the right way. But that was a fun moment in 2006. I think it was a moment actually where you don't see what I'm looking. Well, my eyes are closed, but I was looking at as a bunch of fans in orange at Pizza Hut Park at the time, and that was just a nice moment to spend with the fans until Dwayne and Stewart piled on me and basically broke my neck when he tackled me. So it was great.
Stewart is the greatest at getting to the guy who makes the big play.
He knows how to do that. I believe that Landon Donovan one is a great picture.
Well, he knows how to get there. He knows how to find the cameras. There's no doubt about it. That's why he's on TV. All right, so let's get into it because I do want to have a serious conversation, and I think people expect me to. All right, so just take us into where we are right now. This was not the night we wanted recently against Seattle. Just overall, what you see, what you feel right now currently with the Dynamo going into a heavy May, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, we're not happy with where we're at. We're 2-6-4. We're in 14th. In the West, we're 6 points out of a playoff spot. It's certainly not what we envisioned with our group when we started the season. I think, or maybe I should rephrase that. When we started the offseason, it's not where we envisioned the group. We also want to be a team, I think, that we talk about being a sustainable winner. And for us, really, is it's not just about being a winner. It's about being sustainable. And to do that in our league, you need to sell players. The tricky part for us is Coco Carrasquilla gets sold in the window. And then the really hard one, I think, that we really have not recovered from at this point in the season is losing Mikel, who was arguably probably our MVP the year before, but is a left-footed center back that we haven't really recovered from, and you're still seeing, I think, the effects of that. I mean, we're traditionally under Ben Olsen, who I think has done a great job with the group he's had this year. We're a very good, tough team to break down defensively, and you haven't seen that from us. Very uncharacteristic from us this season.
Is part of that because, look, you lose Hector and you lose Coco. You're losing great possession players, and I would even say Steve Clark as well.
Yes, correct.
So, I mean, those two go hand in hand, right? I mean, being a good possession team is also being a good defending team.
Yeah, exactly. I think, we've lost our possession numbers have come down this year, which is no surprise. Losing Hector and Steve, I think, are critical to that in terms of the way we keep the ball. I think bringing in Jack McGlynn has done a great job for us. Now, we pushed him higher up the field. We thought we'd have him a little bit deeper as an 8, more of a progressor and ball possessor, but what we found is we needed that 10 to play a final pass across a shot, and I think he's actually in the perfect position for us on the right side coming in on his left foot. Where I think we finally feel that we're comfortable kind of getting over the Coco Carrasquilla, this is no knock on Coco. Coco is a fantastic player for us and a fantastic player in the region, but also he wanted to go as well. So it's a thing that happens in our sport. You have to move guys on at these opportunities. With Andres Linger, I think now having him in, you can see it's a little different profile than Coco. Coco is a little bit deeper and would drive with the ball and maybe wasn't a final third product guy, whereas Linger is more of a guy that arrives in the box, as you saw in the first 15 minutes he played the game, arrives in and gets a header. He scored, in the second game, but that's the type of player he is. He's a guy that'll arrive in the box to score goals. So we feel on the attacking side we're getting there. Getting Lawrence and Ollie back will really help. We're getting someone who could stretch the line. But it's the defensive side, I think, that we're all a little bit concerned with at this point in time.
Dynamo soccer operations head. He is Pat Onstad. He's also the legendary goalkeeper for the Houston Dynamo. All right, so Linger's a great asset for Jack McGlynn because Linger was drawing free kicks in this game.
Correct.
He drives at people. I think that's an element you guys haven't had.
That's correct.
but he's also kind of straddled with a lot of defensive responsibility. Is there a way you can get him eventually more around the penalty area where he thrives indigenously?
He does. And we're asking him to play wide as a winger and try to run behind. He can do that. But he doesn't have a top speed like a Lawrence Anali and Nelson Quiones. I think once those guys come back onto the field, we can do an update a little bit later on the injuries. But if we can get someone to stretch on the left side, then it's probably more of a competition for Linger and Bassi to see who plays as the 10. And in a pressing formation, he'd be up high with Ponce. And he's a hard worker too, like Ponce is. So hopefully hopefully what we're hoping for with Linger, and I think you've seen it a little bit already, is that it'll free up some space for Ponce. Because I think too often this year we've been crossing the ball and Ponce's in the box with two center backs and even an outside back, and he's 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3. And it's almost impossible. But when you get a second runner in there, that should free up Ponce to score some more goals as well.
All right, crazy month. 10 games this month, 8 MLS games, 2 Open Cups. It's top heavy. It's almost like you're playing a third of the season in 1 month. It's really pretty bizarre when you really look at it.
It's true.
And you're going West Coast, you're going East Coast. I do want to go back to, though, Coco, Mikael, Clark, and who am I missing? Hector. Okay, because Hector Herrera, by the way, is with Toluca, playing probably 56 minutes a game, and he's in the playoffs, and they could win it all. All right, those 4 guys. Possession, yes, I get all that. But those guys had some swagger to them. Those guys are leaders. I don't see that swagger in this team quite as much. I see it with Linger a little bit.
Yeah.
I see it a little bit with Ponce maybe. But, man, you lost 4 real big personalities.
Yeah, you certainly. I mean, Hector was the driving force of that group. There's no two ways about it. Everyone defaulted to him when he's on the field and in training in the locker room. That's a piece we're missing that we don't have right now. I think we're hoping Artur's developing into that. I don't think he has that natural personality to be like a Hector. Coco led in different ways. Coco led in different ways by being able to get on the ball and being able to play big games and not being fazed by that. I think some of our younger players are still learning how to cope in pressure situations, and tomorrow night's a good example. Let's see how, can Jack McGlynn step up and embrace this opportunity and this kind of pressure, and can Amin Bassi step up and take a little bit more of a leadership role and score?
Well, Ben Olsen told me he's putting the screws to him a little bit to get more goals, more assists. By the way, I forgot Eric Sviatchenko as a leader.
Yeah.
And
well,
his injuries are
this is probably when we're talking about the defense. We lose one in Mikel, but we're walking through it. It looks like Eric is going to be around. He's played about 50% of the minutes so far this year. That for us is difficult. I think any team in our league loses their number 1 and number 2 center back for the majority of the season. It's going to be difficult. Having said that, I think Femi Owodusu has had a really good start to his professional career. Still making some errors as young players do, but overall, I think we've been happy, and he wouldn't have got this opportunity had everything hadn't happened off the field.
Yeah, huge opportunity for him. Yep. Scored his first ever professional goal. Obafemi Awadesu. We'll play the local call of that a little bit later. I want to go back to Andre Linger. If could you see him behind Ezekiel Ponce?
Is like a 10?
As a second forward?
Yeah, well, I mean, we think of him as a vertical 10. So however you want to turn that, could be second forward. I think it just depends on semantics. But that's the type of profile. I think him being more central will help him create more. He'll be able to get in the box. It'll be easier for him to get in the box than being out wide in the left. There's still moments where it's difficult for him to go and get anywhere but the back post. It'd be nice to be able to have him flash across the front post. That's where he's probably most dangerous. But you talk a little bit about his leadership, and I think you saw that the other night when things obviously we get a call that didn't go our way. You could see he was the one guy that was like, okay, let's roll up our sleeves and go. And I think a few others, I think that's what was disappointing, is a few others weren't really embracing the challenge to get through that game and try to get a result against Seattle. So he's got a lot of in natural leadership stuff. And I know when I went and visibly saw him, you could actually see it, that people gravitate towards him. So the more he plays for us, the more he'll be able to put his stamp on that.
He looks like a pro's pro to me. I mean, there's something different about the aura about that guy, which I like a lot. And I'm a big fan of what I've seen from him right now. Again, we're talking to Dynamo President of Soccer Operations, Pat Onstead. No time to blink. Back in action tomorrow night, Minnesota United. We're going to give some. In fact, we'll give a pair of tickets away right now. Anybody who calls in at 713-780-3776. Caller number 4, 713-780-3776. You get a pair of tickets. We got people in here calling. That's fine. It's fair game. We have some other tickets. Andrew Mitchum, wherever you are, I do know we have some other tickets for tomorrow night. So I think we could maybe accommodate a lot of people here tonight. All right. So game model. You got to come up with solutions now.
Yep.
A lot of it's players, a lot of it's attitude, and then there's tactics and game model. Could the game model ever change? Because it seems like you guys are really married to it.
I mean, could it ever change? Yes, obviously it could.
Might it be a necessity at some point?
Yeah, I don't believe so right now. I think, as I mentioned before, if we can get some verticality on the left side, then I think we have the personnel, certainly from an attacking standpoint, to do that. I think the biggest piece for us is going to be make sure we can just find a good partnership in the back four, whether Pablo Ortiz can make the step into this one. He got thrown in the deep end against Seattle, and I think he would probably be the first to admit that there was a couple of moments that maybe he could have done a little better on. But I think he's a pretty promising prospect for us, as I mentioned about Femi. But we're a better team when Eric's healthy and he's on the field. He's a leader and he's experienced, and he kind of joysticks the guys. But this is going to be a tough one tomorrow night. We lose Escobar's still suspended. Femi's suspended for the yellow card, and it's going to be a tricky one. But we do have some positive things, in the sense that Felipe Andrade has come up from the second team. We can talk a little bit about that. I think probably in the next segment will be a nice segue. But he's done really well in his opportunity here with the first team. So, in terms of going back to your original question, we don't see at this point in time a reason to change it, and I don't think we're necessarily better suited to play a different style. Like if we said we're going to be stay at home deep, like you'll see against Minnesota, they'll still deep and they transition. They have those players. They have two lightning quick forwards. They have some speed in the wings. Right now we're missing. That's what we're missing is speed and someone who can go deep. So you're limited a little bit, and I think the way we play with the box midfield still suits us. Bossy can get going. Certainly for Jack, it's a perfect position for Jack to come in on his left foot.
He's the most dangerous card right now.
And Brooklyn's a young player that's learning how to play, and we feel he's getting better week in, week out for us.
So when you get the job and you get Ben in and you got Asher and you're putting your staff together, how do you decide on the game model you want to play? Because look at Seattle, for instance, has got a boatload of wingers, and these guys bring width, and we saw it in the last game. I mean, De La Vega comes on and basically wins them the game. And then they got this guy, Ryan Kent. I don't know where he came from.
Yeah.
He's running
Paul Areola replacement.
He's running at people.
Yeah.
You got this guy, Georgie, from the Ivory Coast. I don't know where they got him, but
Tacoma product.
They have a very different deal. How do you decide on your game model at that point? Because you are picking players to fit it.
No, we are, and those are the players we're looking at. I think for us, and that's why we picked Linger. We think Linger is that vertical 10 that we were missing last year. I think Coco doesn't quite have that final product into the end. We wanted someone who could be a little more vertical. Once we knew we would have to replace Coco, I think we wanted someone who could play a final pass. We think we have that with Jack McGlynn playing higher up the box. The bigger question is, can Artur and Brooklyn develop a relationship where they can progress it into those players and let them go? But it started really when we hired Ben. We sat down and said, how do we think we can play with the personnel that we had at the time? And we thought we could play it. We wanted to play a 4-3-3 with an aggressive press. And what we found out with Sebastian Ferreira as our striker at the time, that he really struggled to understand how to split the field in half and keep people compact on one side and not let it come back across. And we really struggled in the preseason to get there. And we tried it early in the season. And then Sebastian actually had a horrible hamstring tear in the first game against St. Louis, or second game against St. Louis, I believe it was. And at that stage, we said, okay, now we've got to flip the script. We can't press this way effectively. How are we going to figure this out? And to be fair, really over time and probably about the first 10 games of the season 2 years ago, we kind of figured out the best positions for these guys, and we morphed into that. And at this stage, we're pretty married to it.
That 2023 season, that was a season. That was a season right there. Wow. That was amazing. It was a great
That was
watch.
fun. That was
a
fun.
great watch.
I thought 24. I mean, we got 3 more points. So everyone forgets that we
Yeah.
had 3 more points than we did the year before. And it was maybe an up and down year compared to 23. Felt like once we hit we said, hey, this is our style. We went for it. So, and you could feel it. But it was 24 was pretty fun too.
Round of applause for Pat Onstad making it out here tonight. Not the easiest thing, being the president of soccer operations and leaving the house and coming out here to talk to a chump like me. All right, it's Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. As we go to break here, just a quick reminder of one other thing that I want to get out there, and that is Senate Avenue Brewing is at 16,000 Dillard. 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. So if you live in this area, this needs to be your soccer watching spot. That man says it right there. He's the mayor. He's Andrew Mitchum. So you got to get out here. It is a really, really cool, do we call it a brew pub? We call it a brew pub. It's all done on hand. We put out a fun video in the beginning right near all the vats. You got a great patio outside, kid, dog friendly. I'm bringing my dog the next time, by the way, too. It's a hulking pit bull, so I'm going to bring it. 713-780-3776, the number to call in tonight. Take a break here. Senate Avenue Brewing here in Jersey Village. Pat Onstad. We got more with the president of soccer operations of the Houston Dynamo.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Glenn Davis.
Yeah, we need wins. That's all I got to say. We need to perform better, and we need to get wins.
You're a veteran on this team. What are the talks like in the dressing room after? I mean, you've completed a third of the season now, and you've only had 10 points, I believe.
Disappointment. I think we're all hurting. And I think Nico said it best tonight. We need to find something within ourselves, because at this point, it's not effort outwards. It's not talking anymore. It's not saying more things. It's just winning. And we got to find it within us. Find it from the heart. What do you think this team is missing? I think at this point, it's just finding ways to win games, period.
All right, that was Griffin Dorsey, the Dynamo defender. Dynamo back in action tomorrow night. Minnesota United will be giving tickets away here tonight. We are visiting with the Dynamo president of soccer operations. He is Pat Onstad. Want to remind you about an initiative we have going on to create awareness around the World Cup. And I'm going to try to speak up for you guys in here a little bit, so that we can make this fun for you and not do that to you. We call it Monday Night Football. What we're doing every month is we're airing a World Cup final from going way back. The next one we're doing is 1958. This is when Pelé broke onto the scene with Brazil as a 17-year-old and wins the first of his 3 World Cups and 3 out of the 5 that Brazil won. This will be at the Toros facility on the 19th. That's next Monday. It's Brazil-Sweden from the Sweden World Cup. We're going to have one out here in June as well. So it's pretty cool if you want to get into the World Cup spirit. All right, let's get back here. Dynamo president of soccer operations. He is Pat Onstad. Pat, all right. When you put things together, I know the metrics, data, this is such a big part of soccer now. It's huge. It's a part of every sport, right? Tell us how many on your staff for the data, and how does that play at the end of the day when you bring a player in? How much of it is based on data? How much of it is on eye test and feel? Is that a good question?
It's a great question. It's both, but we do rely heavily on data. So we only have in-house. We have one head of data scientist, Ethan Krieger, who's joined us now. He's been in there for about a year, who came from SRC, which is another data company that works with the Norwich, and it works with another MLS club and works overseas. And so we work heavily with both of them. They're kind of combined. So when you say we have one, well, SRC has about 20 or 30 employees. So we work with them closely, and we do different projects. We do our measure our game model, see how we're performing, what areas we need to work on. We measure opponents. Can
you give us an example maybe after this game of one area that maybe comes up? And I'm not saying this.
Yeah, so for us and most teams in the league would say we have an area we call the primary assist zone, which is between the 6-yard box and the 18, getting to the end line essentially. Which a lot of teams target, and we'll know we have a number or roughly a number that we like to try to get to. And if we can get to that spot X amount of times in a game or a half, we're going to create X amount of XG and so forth. So that's just a real rough example. For us, a lot of it is our possession based. How are we advancing the ball? Are we doing a good job? Are we advancing it quickly? Are we possessing it slowly? Is it taking too long to advance and get? Are we able to go side to side? So we'll look at all those different metrics in terms of our game model. And then on the scouting side, we essentially won't sign players now if they don't fit through our data model. So we have, for each position, we'll look at measure certain attributes that we feel are necessary for that position. And again, I'll talk about Andrej Linger, who is we talk about vertical 10, a guy that'll run into the box. So that was something we measured. We looked at the different vertical 10s around the world in our price range. So we'll come up with the data will spit out 50 guys, and then our scouts will go through and say, okay, well, 25 of them are going to be too expensive, or they're not playing a high enough league to really trust the data. And then we'll get in there, and then we'll kind of dive in. And from that, we'll weed it down to present with Ben anywhere between 3 and 5 players, and he'll order them, and off we go and try to recruit the players.
So it's not like some guys calling you in the Czech Republic saying, "Hey, we got a player for you."
No,
those days are gone.
But I've been for any player that we're signing at this point, especially any player that I'd say we spend a decent sum of money. So there's some guys that might be a senior minimum. We might not physically go scout or meet, but otherwise myself or Asher Mendelson are going to plane and going to meet these players. And
have you signed anybody that you actually haven't gone and seen?
One that was no longer with our club.
Okay.
So yeah, it wasn't very expensive, but it was a good learning experience for both of us.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we tried to rush through something and it didn't work out so well. But it wasn't a big swing.
Yeah, but the bottom line is you're not going to hit on everybody, even with the data.
No,
right?
And it's difficult. You don't know how the player is going to settle into the market. Do they settle in? Do they feel comfortable off the field, on the field? Do they sit into the system? Can Ben get the most out of him? Is the coach is a player? Ben's a good player's coach. He's a guy that puts his arm around players. He talks to them. You never know. Some players, so you try to get that in your interview with them. What type of player are you? How do you like to learn? Oh, I like guys yelling at me and screaming. And then you think, well, maybe Ben's not the right coach for him. So you've got to try to figure that out before you start putting him in front of Ben to make those final decisions.
Yeah, outside of the personal feel, it's pretty tough to find out the depth of the psychological side of it.
Yeah,
right?
there's ways to go about it. I think one thing that Ash and I have learned that's really important is to see them live, is to watch how they interact with their teammates. And going back to Linger, went to watch him a game. It was a Slavia Prague, Sparta Prague, so a derby, so a big game.
Mm-hmm.
He started on the bench, came in late and actually turned the game in his head for the last 20 minutes. But you could see before the game, they're playing a little 5v2 with the guys that aren't playing, but he's serious. He's engaged. And then you could tell it's a time where they kind of move to the side, the subs and the starters are now taking up the bigger parts of the field. And then he's being nice and lighthearted, but everyone's around him. But when the guys were going into subs, he's the first guy up, giving him a bit of encouragement going in. You say, okay, that's a guy that's a leader. And that guy cares about the team more than he does himself. Here's a guy that's sitting on the bench in one of the biggest games of the year, and then came in the last 20 minutes and made a difference. So the character side is pretty easy to see when you're looking for.
Yeah, that's interesting, the little things that you picked up watching them. We're talking to Dynamo President of Soccer Operations, Pat Onstadt. Does that prohibit you from taking a chance on maybe the ultra-creative guy that may be a little bit eclectic because those guys think differently, right?
It depends. It depends. I still think you can bring us some nut jobs. Sometimes it's good to have. We got some guys that are a little out there. We got Franco Escobar, for example. He's always on the verge, but he's a competitor, and he's a guy when I think every guy that's his teammate will say you want him on the field. You're a better team with him because he competes. But I think if you actually sat down and had the conversation, I don't know if he'd pass the test, but he's been a warrior for us.
All right. So if you sign Franco Escobar, though, do the metrics tell you he's going to get sent off 3 or 4 times during the regular season?
No, they don't say that. They say that, but they do say in one-on-one battles she's pretty successful.
We need him right now,
yes,
and
we do.
He's nowhere to be found this weekend.
No, that's true.
Franco Escobar, but he does he have that fighting spirit. You did say that Andrade is very similar in that spirit and fight.
Andrade's fighters maybe not as Escobar. I don't want to say I'm using my hand here. I'm on radio, so it's probably good.
Yeah.
And he's a little crazy. But no, Felipe's he's combative. He's strong. He's not a super tall guy. He's probably about 5'9", 5'10", but he's super strong, extremely quick. Probably the quickest player we have in our team, and that includes an Ollie or Quiones, and I don't mean over 40 yards, but over 2-3 yards. He's extraordinarily fast. So he's the type of profile I think from our league. He's a really good profile, can handle the physicality of our league.
From the outside looking in, I mean, him and Pablo Ortiz, based on everything that's going on, volume of games, we're going to see these guys this month.
Absolutely. You'll see these guys this month. And I think, for Felipe came on last week, and I thought he did really well in the second half. Had a great first team debut, and he also played in a midweek in the U.S. Open Cup against Phoenix and scored off a set piece too. So surprisingly, not a tall guy, but unbelievable in the air. So he'll be a danger on set pieces.
All right, talk about Dynamo 2 Youth Initiative now. I know you're playing a lot of younger guys down there. Take yourself into that.
Yeah, we're really pleased on where the second team has gone. Like I think we're focused now is to try to play as many academy players and young players in that team to try to keep developing them, and with the hope that eventually we start breaking through with the first team. It's probably a different, longer conversation than another show, but what we are proud of is last year we had the most minutes from the youngest team essentially in MLS Next Pro last year, and we're doing the same this year. In fact, we've gone even younger. So, in fact, there's a father of one of our young academy players that's playing significant minutes with the second team. So, I think it's an opportunity for these kids to get a taste of professional soccer, and then hopefully keep progressing on.